But for her sex, a woman is a man, she has the same organs, the same needs, the same faculties. The machine is the same in its construction, its parts, its working, and its appearance are similar. Regard it as you will, the difference is only in degree. Yet where sex is concerned, man and woman are unlike, each is the complement of the other. The difficulty in comparing them lies in our inability to decide, in either case, what is a matter of sex, and what is not. General differences present themselves to the comparative anatomist and even to the superficial observer. They seem not to be a matter of sex, yet they are really sex differences, though the connection eludes our observation. How far such differences may extend we cannot tell. All we know for certain is that where man and woman are alike we have to do with the characteristics of the species, where they are unlike, we have to do with the characteristics of sex. Considered from these two standpoints, we find so many instances of likeness and unlikeness that it is perhaps one of the greatest of marvels how nature has contrived to make two beings so like and yet so different. These resemblances and differences must have an influence on the moral nature. This inference is obvious, and it is confirmed by experience. It shows the vanity of the disputes as to the superiority or the equality of the sexes, as if each sex, pursuing the path marked out for it by nature, were not more perfect in that very divergence than if it more closely resembled the other. A perfect man and a perfect woman should no more be alike in mind than in face, and perfection admits of neither less nor more. In the union of the sexes each alike contributes to the common end, but in different ways. From this diversity springs the first difference which may be observed between man and woman in their moral relations. The man should be strong and active, the woman should be weak and passive. The one must have both the power and the will. It is enough that the other should offer little resistance. When this principle is admitted, it follows that woman is specially made for man's delight. If man in his turn ought to be pleasing in her eyes, the necessity is less urgent, his virtue is in his strength, he pleases because he is strong. I grant you this is not the law of love, but it is the law of nature, which is older than love itself. If woman is made to please and to be in subjection to man, she ought to make herself pleasing in his eyes and not provoke him to anger. Her strength is in her charms, by their means she should compel him to discover and use his strength. The surest way of arousing this strength is to make it necessary by resistance. Thus pride comes to the help of desire and each exults in the other's victory. This is the origin of attack and defense, of the boldness of one sex and the timidity of the other, and even of the shame and modesty with which nature has armed the weak for the conquest of the strong. Who can possibly suppose that nature has prescribed the same advances to the one sex as to the other, or that the first to feel desire should be the first to show it? What strange depravity of judgment! The consequences of the act being so different for the two sexes, is it natural that they should enter upon it with equal boldness? How can any one fail to see that when the share of each is so unequal, if the one were not controlled by modesty as the other is controlled by nature, the result would be the destruction of both, and the human race would perish through the very means ordained for its continuance. Women so easily stir a man's senses and fan the ashes of a dying passion, that if philosophy ever succeeded in introducing this custom into any unlucky country, especially if it were a warm country where more women are born than men, the men, tyrannized over by the women, would at last become their victims, and would be dragged to their death without the least chance of escape. Female animals are without this sense of shame, but what of that? Are their desires as boundless as those of women, which are curbed by this shame? The desires of the animals are the result of necessity, and when the need is satisfied, the desire ceases. They no longer make a feint of repulsing the male, they do it in earnest. Their seasons of complaisance are short and soon over. Impulse and restraint are alike the work of nature. But what would take the place of this negative instinct in women if you rob them of their modesty? The Most High has deigned to do honor to mankind. He has endowed man with boundless passions, together with a law to guide them, so that man may be alike free and self-controlled. Though swayed by these passions, man is endowed with reason by which to control them. Woman is also endowed with boundless passions. God has given her modesty to restrain them. Moreover, he has given to both a present reward for the right use of their powers, in the delight which springs from that right use of them, i.e., the taste for right conduct established as the law of our behavior. To my mind this is far higher than the instinct of the beasts. Whether the woman shares the man's passion or not, whether she is willing or unwilling to satisfy it, she always repulses him and defends herself, though not always with the same vigor, and therefore not always with the same success. If the siege is to be successful, the besieged must permit or direct the attack. How skillfully can she stimulate the efforts of the aggressor? The freest and most delightful of activities does not permit of any real violence. Reason and nature are alike against it. Nature, in that she has given the weaker party strength enough to resist if she chooses; reason, in that actual violence is not only most brutal in itself, but it defeats its own ends, not only because the man thus declares war against his companion and thus gives her a right to defend her person and her liberty even at the cost of the enemy's life, but also because the woman alone is the judge of her condition, and a child would have no father if any man might usurp a father's rights. Thus the different constitution of the two sexes leads us to a third conclusion, that the stronger party seems to be master, but is as a matter of fact dependent on the weaker, and that, not by any foolish custom of gallantry, nor yet by the magnanimity of the protector, but by an inexorable law of nature. For nature has endowed woman with the power of stimulating man's passions in excess of man's power of satisfying those passions, and has thus made him dependent on her goodwill, and compelled him in his turn to endeavor to please her, so that she may be willing to yield to his superior strength. Is it weakness which yields to force, or is it voluntary self-surrender? This uncertainty constitutes the chief charm of the man's victory, and the woman is usually cunning enough to leave him in doubt. In this respect the woman's mind exactly resembles her body. Far from being ashamed of her weakness, she is proud of it. Her soft muscles offer no resistance. She professes that she cannot lift the lightest weight. She would be ashamed to be strong. And why? Not only to gain an appearance of refinement, she is too clever for that. She is providing herself beforehand with excuses, with the right to be weak if she chooses. The experience we have gained through our vices has considerably modified the views held in older times. We rarely hear of violence for which there is so little occasion that it would hardly be credited. Yet such stories are common enough among the Jews and ancient Greeks, for such views belong to the simplicity of nature, and have only been uprooted by our profligacy. If fewer deeds of violence are quoted in our days, it is not that men are more temperate, but because they are less credulous, and a complaint which would have been believed among a simple people would only excite laughter among ourselves. Therefore silence is the better course. There is a law in Deuteronomy, under which the outraged maiden was punished, along with her assailant, if the crime were committed in a town, but if in the country or in a lonely place, the latter alone was punished. For, says the law, the maiden cried for help, and there was none to hear. From this merciful interpretation of the law, girls learned not to let themselves be surprised in lonely places. This change in public opinion has had a perceptible effect on our morals. It has produced our modern gallantry. Men have found that their pleasures depend, more than they expected, on the goodwill of the fair sex, and have secured this goodwill by attentions which have had their reward. See how we find ourselves led unconsciously from the physical to the moral constitution, how from the grosser union of the sexes spring the sweet laws of love. Woman reigns, not by the will of man, but by the decrees of nature herself. She had the power long before she showed it. That same Hercules who proposed to violate all the 50 daughters of Thespes was compelled to spin at the feet of Omphale, and Samson, the strong man, was less strong than Delilah. This power cannot be taken from woman, it is hers by right. She would have lost it long ago, were it possible. The consequences of sex are wholly unlike for man and woman. The male is only a male now and again, the female is always a female, or at least all her youth. Everything reminds her of her sex, the performance of her functions requires a special constitution. She needs care during pregnancy and freedom from work when her child is born. She must have a quiet, easy life while she nurses her children. Their education calls for patience and gentleness, for a zeal and love which nothing can dismay. She forms a bond between father and child. She alone can win the father's love for his children and convince him that they are indeed his own. What loving care is required to preserve a united family? And there should be no question of virtue in all this. It must be a labor of love, without which the human race would be doomed to extinction. The mutual duties of the two sexes are not, and cannot be, equally binding on both. Women do wrong to complain of the inequality of man-made laws. This inequality is not of man's making, or at any rate it is not the result of mere prejudice, but of reason. She to whom nature has entrusted the care of the children must hold herself responsible for them to their father. No doubt every breach of faith is wrong, and every faithless husband, who robs his wife of the sole reward of the stern duties of her sex, is cruel and unjust, but the faithless wife is worse. She destroys the family and breaks the bonds of nature. When she gives her husband children who are not his own, she is false both to him and them. Her crime is not infidelity but treason. To my mind, it is the source of dissension and of crime of every kind. Can any position be more wretched than that of the unhappy father who, when he clasps his child to his breast, is haunted by the suspicion that this is the child of another, the badge of his own dishonor, a thief who is robbing his own children of their inheritance? Under such circumstances the family is little more than a group of secret enemies, armed against each other by a guilty woman, who compels them to pretend to love one another. Thus it is not enough that a wife should be faithful. Her husband, along with his friends and neighbors, must believe in her fidelity. She must be modest, devoted, retiring. She should have the witness not only of a good conscience, but of a good reputation. In a word, if a father must love his children, he must be able to respect their mother. For these reasons it is not enough that the woman should be chaste, she must preserve her reputation and her good name. From these principles there arises not only a moral difference between the sexes, but also a fresh motive for duty and propriety, which prescribes to women in particular the most scrupulous attention to their conduct, their manners, their behavior. Vague assertions as to the equality of the sexes and the similarity of their duties are only empty words. They are no answer to my argument. It is a poor sort of logic to quote isolated exceptions against laws so firmly established. Women, you say, are not always bearing children. Granted, yet that is their proper business. Because there are 100 or so of large towns in the world where women live licentiously and have few children, will you maintain that it is their business to have few children? And what would become of your towns if the remote country districts, with their simpler and purer women, did not make up for the barrenness of your fine ladies? There are plenty of country places where women with only 4 or 5 children are reckoned unfruitful. In conclusion, although here and there a woman may have few children, what difference does it make? Is it any the less a woman's business to be a mother? And do not the general laws of nature and morality make provision for this state of things? Even if there were these long intervals, which you assume, between the periods of pregnancy, can a woman suddenly change her way of life without danger? Can she be a nursing mother today and a soldier tomorrow? Will she change her tastes and her feelings as a chameleon changes his color? Will she pass at once from the privacy of household duties and indoor occupations to the buffeting of the winds, the toils, the labors, the perils of war? Will she be now timid, now brave, now fragile, now robust? If the young men of Paris find a soldier's life too hard for them, how would a woman put up with it, a woman who has hardly ventured out of doors without a parasol and who has scarcely put a foot to the ground? Will she make a good soldier at an age when even men are retiring from this arduous business? There are countries, I grant you, where women bear and rear children with little or no difficulty, but in those lands the men go half naked in all weathers, they strike down the wild beasts, they carry a canoe as easily as a knapsack, they pursue the chase for 700 or 800 leagues, they sleep in the open on the bare ground, they bear incredible fatigues and go many days without food. When women become strong, men become still stronger. When men become soft, women become softer. change both the terms and the ratio remains unaltered. I am quite aware that Plato, in the Republic, assigns the same gymnastics to women and men. Having got rid of the family, there is no place for women in his system of government, so he is forced to turn them into men. That great genius has worked out his plans in detail and has provided for every contingency. He has even provided against a difficulty which in all likelihood no one would ever have raised, but he has not succeeded in meeting the real difficulty. I am not speaking of the alleged community of wives which has often been laid to his charge. This assertion only shows that his detractors have never read his works. I refer to that political promiscuity under which the same occupations are assigned to both sexes alike, a scheme which could only lead to intolerable evils. I refer to that subversion of all the tenderest of our natural feelings, which he sacrificed to an artificial sentiment which can only exist by their aid. Will the bonds of convention hold firm without some foundation in nature? Can devotion to the state exist apart from the love of those near and dear to us? Can patriotism thrive except in the soil of that miniature fatherland, the home? Is it not the good son, the good husband, the good father, who makes the good citizen? When once it is proved that men and women are and ought to be unlike in constitution and in temperament, it follows that their education must be different. Nature teaches us that they should work together, but that each has its own share of the work. The end is the same, but the means are different, as are also the feelings which direct them. We have attempted to paint a natural man, let us try to paint a helpmeet for him. You must follow nature's guidance if you would walk aright. The native characters of sex should be respected as nature's handiwork. You are always saying, women have such and such faults, from which we are free. You are misled by your vanity. What would be faults in you are virtues in them, and things would go worse, if they were without these so-called faults. Take care that they do not degenerate into evil, but beware of destroying them. On the other hand, women are always exclaiming that we educate them for nothing but vanity and coquetry, that we keep them amused with trifles that we may be their masters. We are responsible, so they say, for the faults we attribute to them. How silly! What have men to do with the education of girls? What is there to hinder their mothers educating them as they please? There are no colleges for girls, so much the better for them. Would God there were none for the boys, their education would be more sensible and more wholesome. Who is it that compels a girl to waste her time on foolish trifles? Are they forced, against their will, to spend half their time over their toilet, following the example set them by you? Who prevents you teaching them, or having them taught, whatever seems good in your eyes? Is it our fault that we are charmed by their beauty and delighted by their airs and graces, if we are attracted and flattered by the arts they learn from you, if we love to see them prettily dressed, if we let them display at leisure the weapons by which we are subjugated? Well then, educate them like men. The more women are like men, the less influence they will have over men, and then men will be masters indeed. All the faculties common to both sexes are not equally shared between them, but taken as a whole they are fairly divided. Woman is worth more as a woman and less as a man. When she makes a good use of her own rights, she has the best of it. When she tries to usurp our rights, she is our inferior. It is impossible to contract overt this, except by quoting exceptions after the usual fashion of the partisans of the fair sex. To cultivate the masculine virtues in women and to neglect their own is evidently to do them an injury. Women are too clear-sighted to be thus deceived. When they try to usurp our privileges they do not abandon their own. With this result, they are unable to make use of two incompatible things, so they fall below their own level as women, instead of rising to the level of men. If you are a sensible mother you will take my advice. Do not try to make your daughter a good man in defiance of nature. Make her a good woman, and be sure it will be better both for her and us. Does this mean that she must be brought up in ignorance and kept to housework only? Is she to be man's handmaid or his helpmeet? Will he dispense with her greatest charm, her companionship? To keep her a slave will he prevent her knowing and feeling? Will he make an automaton of her? No, indeed, That is not the teaching of nature, who has given women such a pleasant easy wit. On the contrary, nature means them to think, to will, to love, to cultivate their minds as well as their persons. She puts these weapons in their hands to make up for their lack of strength and to enable them to direct the strength of men. They should learn many things, but only such things as are suitable. When I consider the special purpose of woman, when I observe her inclinations or reckon up her duties, everything combines to indicate the mode of education she requires. Men and women are made for each other, but their mutual dependence differs in degree. Man is dependent on woman through his desires, woman is dependent on man through her desires and also through her needs. He could do without her better than she can do without him. She cannot fulfill her purpose in life without his aid, without his goodwill, without his respect. She is dependent on our feelings, on the price we put upon her virtue, and the opinion we have of her charms and her deserts. Nature herself has decreed that woman, both for herself and her children, should be at the mercy of man's judgment. Worth alone will not suffice, a woman must be thought worthy, nor beauty, she must be admired, nor virtue, she must be respected. A woman's honor does not depend on her conduct alone, but on her reputation, and no woman who permits herself to be considered vile is really virtuous. A man has no one but himself to consider, and so long as he does right he may defy public opinion, but when a woman does right her task is only half finished, and what people think of her matters as much as what she really is. Hence her education must, in this respect, be different from man's education. What will people think is the grave of a man's virtue and the throne of a woman's. The children's health depends in the first place on the mother's, and the early education of man is also in a woman's hands. His morals, his passions, his tastes, his pleasures, his happiness itself, depend on her. A woman's education must therefore be planned in relation to man. To be pleasing in his sight, to win his respect and love, to train him in childhood, to tend him in manhood, to counsel and console, to make his life pleasant and happy, these are the duties of woman for all time, and this is what she should be taught while she is young. The further we depart from this principle, the further we shall be from our goal, and all our precepts will fail to secure her happiness or our own. Every woman desires to be pleasing in men's eyes, and this is right, but there is a great difference between wishing to please a man of worth, a really lovable man, and seeking to please those foppish mannikins who are a disgrace to their own sex and to the sex which they imitate. Neither nature nor reason can induce a woman to love an effeminate person, nor will she win love by imitating such a person. If a woman discards the quiet modest bearing of her sex, and adopts the airs of such foolish creatures, she is not following her vocation, she is forsaking it, she is robbing herself of the rights to which she lays claim. If we were different, she says, the men would not like us. She is mistaken. Only a fool likes folly, to wish to attract such men only shows her own foolishness. If there were no frivolous men, women would soon make them, and women are more responsible for men's follies than men are for theirs. The woman who loves true manhood and seeks to find favor in its sight will adopt means adapted to her ends. Woman is a coquette by profession, but her coquetry varies with her aims. Let these aims be in accordance with those of nature, and a woman will receive a fitting education. Even the tiniest little girls love finery, they are not content to be pretty, they must be admired. Their little airs and graces show that their heads are full of this idea, and as soon as they can understand they are controlled by what will people think of you. If you are foolish enough to try this way with little boys, it will not have the same effect. Give them their freedom and their sports, and they care very little what people think. It is a work of time to bring them under the control of this law. However acquired, this early education of little girls is an excellent thing in itself. As the birth of the body must precede the birth of the mind, so the training of the body must precede the cultivation of the mind. This is true of both sexes, but the aim of physical training for boys and girls is not the same. In the one case it is the development of strength, in the other of grace, not that these qualities should be peculiar to either sex, but that their relative values should be different. Women should be strong enough to do anything gracefully, men should be skillful enough to do anything easily. The exaggeration of feminine delicacy leads to effeminacy in men. Women should not be strong like men but for them, so that their sons may be strong. Convents and boarding schools, with their plain food and ample opportunities for amusements, races, and games in the open air and in the garden, are better in this respect than the home, where the little girl is fed on delicacies, continually encouraged or reproved, where she is kept sitting in a stuffy room, always under her mother's eye, afraid to stand or walk or speak or breathe, without a moment's freedom to play or jump or run or shout, or to be her natural, lively, little self. There is either harmful indulgence or misguided severity, and no trace of reason. In this fashion heart and body are alike destroyed. In Sparta the girls used to take part in military sports just like the boys, not that they might go to war, but that they might bear sons who could endure hardship. That is not what I desire. To provide the state with soldiers it is not necessary that the mother should carry a musket and master the Prussian drill. Yet, on the whole, I think the Greeks were very wise in this matter of physical training. Young girls frequently appeared in public, not with the boys, but in groups apart. There was scarcely a festival, a sacrifice, or a procession without its bands of maidens, the daughters of the chief citizens. Crowned with flowers, chanting hymns, forming the chorus of the dance, bearing baskets, vases, offerings, they presented a charming spectacle to the depraved senses of the Greeks, a spectacle well fitted to efface the evil effects of their unseemly gymnastics. Whatever this custom may have done for the Greek men, it was well fitted to develop in the Greek women a sound constitution by means of pleasant, moderate, and healthy exercise, while the desire to please would develop a keen and cultivated taste without risk to character. When the Greek women married, they disappeared from public life. Within the four walls of their home they devoted themselves to the care of their household and family. This is the mode of life prescribed for women alike by nature and reason. These women gave birth to the healthiest, strongest, and best proportioned men who ever lived, and except in certain islands of ill repute, no women in the whole world, not even the Roman matrons, were ever at once so wise and so charming, so beautiful and so virtuous, as the women of ancient Greece. It is admitted that their flowing garments, which did not cramp the figure, preserved in men and women alike the fine proportions which are seen in their statues. These are still the models of art, although nature is so disfigured that they are no longer to be found among us. The Gothic trammels, the innumerable bands which confine our limbs as in a press, were quite unknown. The Greek women were wholly unacquainted with those frames of whalebone in which our women distort rather than display their figures. It seems to me that this abuse, which is carried to an incredible degree of folly in England, must sooner or later lead to the production of a degenerate race. Moreover, I maintain that the charm which these corsets are supposed to produce is in the worst possible taste. It is not a pleasant thing to see a woman cut in two like a wasp. It offends both the eye and the imagination. A slender waist has its limits, like everything else, in proportion and suitability, and beyond these limits it becomes a defect. This defect would be a glaring one in the nude. Why should it be beautiful under the costume? I will not venture upon the reasons which induce women to encase themselves in these coats of mail. A clumsy figure, a large waist, are no doubt very ugly at 20, but at 30 they cease to offend the eye, and as we are bound to be what nature has made us at any given age, and as there is no deceiving the eye of man, such defects are less offensive at any age than the foolish affectations of a young thing of 40. Everything which cramps and confines nature is in bad taste. This is as true of the adornments of the person as of the ornaments of the mind. Life, health, common sense, and comfort must come first. There is no grace in discomfort, languor is not refinement, there is no charm in ill health. Suffering may excite pity, but pleasure and delight demand the freshness of health. Boys and girls have many games in common, and this is as it should be. Do they not play together when they are grown up? They have also special tastes of their own. Boys want movement and noise, drums, tops, toy carts. Girls prefer things which appeal to the eye, and can be used for dressing up mirrors, jewelry, finery, and specially dolls. The doll is the girl's special plaything. This shows her instinctive bent towards her life's work. The art of pleasing finds its physical basis in personal adornment, and this physical side of the art is the only one which the child can cultivate. Here is a little girl busy all day with her doll. She is always changing its clothes, dressing and undressing it, trying new combinations of trimmings well or ill-matched. Her fingers are clumsy, her taste is crude, but there is no mistaking her bent. In this endless occupation time flies unheeded, the hours slip away unnoticed, even meals are forgotten. She is more eager for adornment than for food. But she is dressing her doll, not herself, you will say. Just so, she sees her doll, she cannot see herself, she cannot do anything for herself, she has neither the training, nor the talent, nor the strength, as yet she herself is nothing, she is engrossed in her doll and all her coquetry is devoted to it. This will not always be so, in due time she will be her own doll. We have here a very early and clearly marked bent, you have only to follow it and train it. What the little girl most clearly desires is to dress her doll, to make its bows, its tippets, its sashes, and its tuckers. She is dependent on other people's kindness in all this, and it would be much pleasanter to be able to do it herself. Here is a motive for her earliest lessons, they are not tasks prescribed, but favors bestowed. Little girls always dislike learning to read and write, but they are always ready to learn to sew. They think they are grown up, and in imagination they are using their knowledge for their own adornment. The way is open and it is easy to follow it, cutting out, embroidery, lace making follow naturally. Tapestry is not popular, furniture is too remote from the child's interests, it has nothing to do with the person, it depends on conventional tastes. Tapestry is a woman's amusement, young girls never care for it. This voluntary course is easily extended to include drawing, an art which is closely connected with taste in dress, but I would not have them taught landscape and still less figure painting. Leaves, fruit, flowers, draperies, anything that will make an elegant trimming for the accessories of the toilet, and enable the girl to design her own embroidery if she cannot find a pattern to her taste, that will be quite enough. Speaking generally, if it is desirable to restrict a man's studies to what is useful, this is even more necessary for women, whose life, though less laborious, should be even more industrious and more uniformly employed in a variety of duties, so that one talent should not be encouraged at the expense of others. Whatever may be said by the scornful, good sense belongs to both sexes alike. Girls are usually more docile than boys, and they should be subjected to more authority, as I shall show later on, but that is no reason why they should be required to do things in which they can see neither rhyme nor reason. The mother's art consists in showing the use of everything they are set to do, and this is all the easier as the girl's intelligence is more precocious than the boy's. This principle banishes, both for boys and girls, not only those pursuits which never lead to any appreciable results, not even increasing the charms of those who have pursued them, but also those studies whose utility is beyond the scholar's present age and can only be appreciated in later years. If I object to little boys being made to learn to read, still more do I object to it for little girls until they are able to see the use of reading. We generally think more of our own ideas than theirs in our attempts to convince them of the utility of this art. After all, why should a little girl know how to read and write? Has she a house to manage? Most of them make a bad use of this fatal knowledge, and girls are so full of curiosity that few of them will fail to learn without compulsion. Possibly ciphering should come first. There is nothing so obviously useful, nothing which needs so much practice or gives so much opportunity for error as reckoning. If the little girl does not get the cherries for her lunch without an arithmetical exercise, she will soon learn to count. I once knew a little girl who learned to write before she could read, and she began to write with her needle. To begin with, she would write nothing but O's, she was always making O's, large and small, of all kinds and one within another, but always drawn backwards. Unluckily one day she caught a glimpse of herself in the glass while she was at this useful work, and thinking that the cramped attitude was not pretty, like another Minerva she flung away her pen and declined to make any more O's. Her brother was no fonder of writing, but what he disliked was the constraint, not the look of the thing. She was induced to go on with her writing in this way. The child was fastidious and vain, she could not bear her sisters to wear her clothes. Her things had been marked, they declined to mark them any more, she must learn to mark them herself. There is no need to continue the story. Show the sense of the tasks you set your little girls, but keep them busy. Idleness and insubordination are two very dangerous faults, and very hard to cure when once established. Girls should be attentive and industrious, but this is not enough by itself, they should early be accustomed to restraint. This misfortune, if such it be, is inherent in their sex, and they will never escape from it, unless to endure more cruel sufferings. All their life long, they will have to submit to the strictest and most enduring restraints, those of propriety. They must be trained to bear the yoke from the first, so that they may not feel it, to master their own caprices and to submit themselves to the will of others. If they were always eager to be at work, they should sometimes be compelled to do nothing. Their childish faults, unchecked and unheeded, may easily lead to dissipation, frivolity, and inconstancy. To guard against this, teach them above all things self-control. Under our senseless conditions, the life of a good woman is a perpetual struggle against self. It is only fair that woman should bear her share of the ills she has brought upon man. Beware lest your girls become weary of their tasks and infatuated with their amusements. This often happens under our ordinary methods of education, where, as Fenelon says, all the tedium is on one side and all the pleasure on the other. If the rules already laid down are followed, the first of these dangers will be avoided, unless the child dislikes those about her. A little girl who is fond of her mother or her friend will work by her side all day without getting tired. The chatter alone will make up for any loss of liberty. But if her companion is distasteful to her, everything done under her direction will be distasteful too. Children who take no delight in their mother's company are not likely to turn out well, but to judge of their real feelings you must watch them and not trust to their words alone, for they are flatterers and deceitful and soon learn to conceal their thoughts. Neither should they be told that they ought to love their mother. Affection is not the result of duty, and in this respect constraint is out of place. Continual intercourse, constant care, habit itself, all these will lead a child to love her mother, if the mother does nothing to deserve the child's ill will. The very control she exercises over the child, if well directed, will increase rather than diminish the affection, for women being made for dependence, girls feel themselves made to obey. Just because they have, or ought to have, little freedom, they are apt to indulge themselves too fully with regard to such freedom as they have, they carry everything to extremes, and they devote themselves to their games with an enthusiasm even greater than that of boys. This is the second difficulty to which I referred. This enthusiasm must be kept in check, for it is the source of several vices commonly found among women, caprice, and that extravagant admiration which leads a woman to regard a thing with rapture today and to be quite indifferent to it tomorrow. This fickleness of taste is as dangerous as exaggeration, and both spring from the same cause. Do not deprive them of mirth, laughter, noise, and romping games, but do not let them tire of one game and go off to another, do not leave them for a moment without restraint. Train them to break off their games and return to their other occupations without a murmur. Habit is all that is needed, as you have nature on your side. This habitual restraint produces a docility which woman requires all her life long, for she will always be in subjection to a man, or to man's judgment, and she will never be free to set her own opinion above his. What is most wanted in a woman is gentleness, formed to obey a creature so imperfect as man, a creature often vicious and always faulty. She should early learn to submit to injustice and to suffer the wrongs inflicted on her by her husband without complaint. She must be gentle for her own sake, not his. Bitterness and obstinacy only multiply the sufferings of the wife and the misdeeds of the husband. the man feels that these are not the weapons to be used against him. Heaven did not make women attractive and persuasive that they might degenerate into bitterness, or meek that they should desire the mastery. Their soft voice was not meant for hard words, nor their delicate features for the frowns of anger. When they lose their temper they forget themselves, often enough they have just cause of complaint, but when they scold they always put themselves in the wrong. We should each adopt the tone which befits our sex. A soft-hearted husband may make an overbearing wife, but a man, unless he is a perfect monster, will sooner or later yield to his wife's gentleness, and the victory will be hers. Daughters must always be obedient, but mothers need not always be harsh. To make a girl docile you need not make her miserable, to make her modest you need not terrify her. On the contrary, I should not be sorry to see her allowed occasionally to exercise a little ingenuity, not to escape punishment for her disobedience, but to evade the necessity for obedience. Her dependence need not be made unpleasant, it is enough that she should realize that she is dependent. Cunning is a natural gift of woman, and so convinced am I that all our natural inclinations are right, that I would cultivate this among others, only guarding against its abuse. For the truth of this I appeal to every honest observer. I do not ask you to question women themselves, our cramping institutions may compel them to sharpen their wits. I would have you examine girls, little girls, newly born so to speak, compare them with boys of the same age, and I am greatly mistaken if you do not find the little boys heavy, silly, and foolish, in comparison. Let me give one illustration in all its childish simplicity. Children are commonly forbidden to ask for anything at table, for people think they can do nothing better in the way of education than to burden them with useless precepts, as if a little bit of this or that were not readily given or refused without leaving a poor child dying of greediness intensified by hope. Everyone knows how cunningly a little boy brought up in this way asked for salt when he had been overlooked at table. I do not suppose anyone will blame him for asking directly for salt and indirectly for meat. The neglect was so cruel that I hardly think he would have been punished had he broken the rule and said plainly that he was hungry. But this is what I saw done by a little girl of 6. The circumstances were much more difficult, for not only was she strictly forbidden to ask for anything directly or indirectly, but disobedience would have been unpardonable, for she had eaten of every dish, one only had been overlooked, and on this she had set her heart. This is what she did to repair the omission without laying herself open to the charge of disobedience. She pointed to every dish in turn, saying, "I've had some of this, I've had some of this." However, she omitted the one dish so markedly that someone noticed it and said, "Have not you had some of this?" "Oh, no," replied the greedy little girl with soft voice and downcast eyes. These instances are typical of the cunning of the little boy and girl. What is good, and no general law can be bad. This special skill with which the female sex is endowed is a fair equivalent for its lack of strength. Without it woman would be man's slave, not his helpmeet. By her superiority in this respect she maintains her equality with man, and rules in obedience. She has everything against her, our faults and her own weakness and timidity, her beauty and her wiles are all that she has. Should she not cultivate both? Yet beauty is not universal, it may be destroyed by all sorts of accidents, it will disappear with years, and habit will destroy its influence. A woman's real resource is her wit, not that foolish wit which is so greatly admired in society, a wit which does nothing to make life happier, but that wit which is adapted to her condition, the art of taking advantage of our position and controlling us through our own strength. Words cannot tell how beneficial this is to man, what a charm it gives to the society of men and women, how it checks the petulant child and restrains the brutal husband. Without it the home would be a scene of strife, with it, it is the abode of happiness. I know that this power is abused by the sly and the spiteful, but what is there that is not liable to abuse? Do not destroy the means of happiness because the wicked use them to our hurt. The toilet may attract notice, but it is the person that wins our hearts. Our finery is not us, its very artificiality often offends, and that which is least noticeable in itself often wins the most attention. The education of our girls is, in this respect, Absolutely topsy-turvy. Ornaments are promised them as rewards, and they are taught to delight in elaborate finery. How lovely she is! People say when she is most dressed up. On the contrary, they should be taught that so much finery is only required to hide their defects, and that beauty's real triumph is to shine alone. The love of fashion is contrary to good taste, for faces do not change with the fashion, and while the person remains unchanged, what suits it at one time will suit it always. If I saw a young girl decked out like a little peacock, I should show myself anxious about her figure so disguised, and anxious what people would think of her. I should say, she is overdressed with all those ornaments, what a pity. Do you think she could do with something simpler? Is she pretty enough to do without this or that? Possibly she herself would be the first to ask that her finery might be taken off and that we should see how she looked without it. In that case her beauty should receive such praise as it deserves. I should never praise her unless simply dressed. If she only regards fine clothes as an aid to personal beauty, and as a tacit confession that she needs their aid, she will not be proud of her finery, she will be humbled by it, and if she hears someone say, "How pretty she is," when she is smarter than usual, she will blush for shame. Moreover, though there are figures that require adornment, there are none that require expensive clothes. Extravagance in dress is the folly of the class rather than the individual, it is merely conventional. Genuine coquetry is sometimes carefully thought out, but never sumptuous, and Juno dressed herself more magnificently than Venus. As you cannot make her beautiful, you are making her fine, said Apelles to an unskillful artist who was painting Helen loaded with jewelry. I have also noticed that the smartest clothes proclaim the plainest women. No folly could be more misguided. If a young girl has good taste and a contempt for fashion, give her a few yards of ribbon, muslin, and gauze, and a handful of flowers, without any diamonds, fringes, or lace, and she will make herself a dress 100-fold more becoming than all the smart clothes of La Duchapt. Good is always good, and as you should always look your best, the women who know what they are about select a good style and keep to it, and as they are not always changing their style, they think less about dress than those who can never settle to any one style. A genuine desire to dress becomingly does not require an elaborate toilet. Young girls rarely give much time to dress, needlework and lessons are the business of the day, yet, except for the rouge, they are generally as carefully dressed as older women and often in better taste. Contrary to the usual opinion, the real cause of the abuse of the toilet is not vanity but lack of occupation. The woman who devotes 6 hours to her toilet is well aware that she is no better dressed than the woman who took half an hour, but she has got rid of so many of the tedious hours, and it is better to amuse oneself with one's clothes than to be sick of everything. Without the toilet, how would she spend the time between dinner and supper? With a crowd of women about her, she can at least cause them annoyance, which is amusement of a kind. Better still, she avoids a tête-à-tête with the husband whom she never sees at any other time. Then there are the tradespeople, the dealers in bric-à-brac, the fine gentlemen, the minor poets with their songs, their verses, and their pamphlets. How could you get them together but for the toilet? Its only real advantage is the chance of a little more display than is permitted by full dress, and perhaps this is less than it seems, and a woman gains less than she thinks. Do not be afraid to educate your women as women, teach them a woman's business, that they be modest, that they may know how to manage their house and look after their family. The grand toilet will soon disappear, and they will be more tastefully dressed. Growing girls perceive at once that all this outside adornment is not enough unless they have charms of their own. They cannot make themselves beautiful, they are too young for coquetry, but they are not too young to acquire graceful gestures, a pleasing voice, a self-possessed manner, a light step, a graceful bearing, to choose whatever advantages are within their reach. The voice extends its range, it grows stronger and more resonant, the arms become plumper, the bearing more assured, and they perceive that it is easy to attract attention however dressed. Needlework and industry suffice no longer, fresh gifts are developing and their usefulness is already recognized. I know that stern teachers would have us refuse to teach little girls to sing or dance, or to acquire any of the pleasing arts. This strikes me as absurd. Who should learn these arts are boys. Are these to be the favorite accomplishments of men or women? Of neither, say they. Profane songs are simply so many crimes, dancing is an invention of the evil one, her tasks and her prayers we all the amusement a young girl should have. What strange amusements for a child of 10. I fear that these little saints who have been forced to spend their childhood in prayers to God will pass their youth in another fashion. When they are married they will try to make up for lost time. I think we must consider age as well as sex. A young girl should not live like her grandmother, she should be lively, merry, and eager, she should sing and dance to her heart's content, and enjoy all the innocent pleasures of youth. The time will come, all too soon, when she must settle down and adopt a more serious tone. But is this change in itself really necessary? Is it not merely another result of our own prejudices? By making good women the slaves of dismal duties, we have deprived marriage of its charm for men. Can we wonder that the gloomy silence they find at home drives them elsewhere, or inspires little desire to enter a state which offers so few attractions? Christianity, by exaggerating every duty, has made our duties impracticable and useless. By forbidding singing, dancing, and amusements of every kind, it renders women sulky, fault-finding, and intolerable at home. There is no religion which imposes such strict duties upon married life, and none in which such a sacred engagement is so often profaned. Such pains has been taken to prevent wives being amiable, that their husbands have become indifferent to them. This should not be, I grant you, but it will be, since husbands are but men. I would have an English maiden cultivate the talents which will delight her husband as zealously as the Circassian cultivates the accomplishments of an Eastern harem. Husbands, you say, care little for such accomplishments. So I should suppose, when they are employed, not for the husband, but to attract the young rakes who dishonor the home. But imagine a virtuous and charming wife, adorned with such accomplishments and devoting them to her husband's amusement, will she not add to his happiness? When he leaves his office worn out with the day's work, will she not prevent him seeking recreation elsewhere? Have we not all beheld happy families gathered together, each contributing to the general amusement? Are not the confidence and familiarity thus established, the innocence and the charm of the pleasures thus enjoyed, more than enough to make up for the more riotous pleasures of public entertainments? Pleasant accomplishments have been made too formal an affair of rules and precepts, so that young people find them very tedious instead of a mere amusement or a merry game as they ought to be. Nothing can be more absurd than an elderly singing or dancing master frowning upon young people, whose one desire is to laugh, and adopting a more pedantic and magisterial manner in teaching his frivolous art than if he were teaching the catechism. Take the case of singing. Does this art depend on reading music? Cannot the voice be made true and flexible? Can we not learn to sing with taste and even to play an accompaniment without knowing a note? Does the same kind of singing suit all voices alike? Is the same method adapted to every mind? You will never persuade me that the same attitudes, the same steps, the same movements, the same gestures, the same dances will suit a lively little brunette and a tall fair maiden with languishing eyes. So when I find a master giving the same lessons to all his pupils, I say, he has his own routine, but he knows nothing of his art. Should young girls have masters or mistresses? I cannot say. I wish they could dispense with both. I wish they could learn of their own accord what they are already so willing to learn. I wish there were fewer of these dressed-up old ballet masters promenading our streets. I fear our young people will get more harm from intercourse with such people than profit from their instruction, and that their jargon, their tone, their airs and graces, will instill a precocious taste for the frivolities which the teacher thinks so important, and to which the scholars are only too likely to devote themselves. Where pleasure is the only end in view, anyone may serve as teacher, father, mother, brother, sister, friend, governess, the girl's mirror, and above all her own taste. Do not offer to teach, let her ask. Do not make a task of what should be a reward, and in these studies above all remember that the wish to succeed is the first step. If formal instruction is required, I leave it to you to choose between a master and a mistress. How can I tell whether a dancing master should take a young pupil by her soft white hand, make her lift her skirt and raise her eyes, open her arms and advance her throbbing bosom? But this I know, nothing on earth would induce me to be that master. Taste is formed partly by industry and partly by talent, and by its means the mind is unconsciously open to the idea of beauty of every kind, till at length it attains to those moral ideas which are so closely related to beauty. Perhaps this is one reason why ideas of propriety and modesty are acquired earlier by girls than by boys, for to suppose that this early feeling is due to the teaching of the governesses would show little knowledge of their style of teaching and of the natural development of the human mind. The art of speaking stands first among the pleasing arts, it alone can add fresh charms to those which have been blunted by habit. It is the mind which not only gives life to the body, but renews, so to speak, its youth. The flow of feelings and ideas give life and variety to the countenance, and the conversation to which it gives rise arouses and sustains attention, and fixes it continuously on one object. I suppose this is why little girls so soon learn to prattle prettily, and why men enjoy listening to them even before the child can understand them. They are watching for the first gleam of intelligence and sentiment. Women have ready tongues, they talk earlier, more easily, and more pleasantly than men. They are also said to talk more. This may be true, but I am prepared to reckon it to their credit. Eyes and mouth are equally busy and for the same cause. A man says what he knows, a woman says what will please, the one needs knowledge, the other taste. Utility should be the man's object, the woman speaks to give pleasure. There should be nothing in common but truth. You should not check a girl's prattle like a boy's by the harsh question, "What is the use of that?" but by another question at least as difficult to answer, "What effect will that have?" At this early age, when they know neither good nor evil, and are incapable of judging others, they should make this their rule and never say anything which is unpleasant to those about them. This rule is all the more difficult to apply because it must always be subordinated to our first rule, never tell a lie. I can see many other difficulties, but they belong to a later stage. For the present it is enough for your little girls to speak the truth without grossness, and as they are naturally averse to what is gross, education easily teaches them to avoid it. In social intercourse I observe that a man's politeness is usually more helpful and a woman's more caressing. This distinction is natural, not artificial. A man seeks to serve, a woman seeks to please. Hence a woman's politeness is less insincere than ours, whatever we may think of her character, for she is only acting upon a fundamental instinct, but when a man professes to put my interests before his own, I detect the falsehood, however disguised. Hence it is easy for women to be polite, and easy to teach little girls politeness. The first lessons come by nature, art only supplements them and determines the conventional form which politeness shall take. The courtesy of woman to woman is another matter. Their manner is so constrained, their attentions so chilly, they find each other so wearisome, that they take little pains to conceal the fact, and seem sincere even in their falsehood, since they take so little pains to conceal it. Still young girls do sometimes become sincerely attached to one another. At their age good spirits take the place of a good disposition, and they are so pleased with themselves that they are pleased with everyone else. Moreover, it is certain that they kiss each other more affectionately and caress each other more gracefully in the presence of men, for they are proud to be able to arouse their envy without danger to themselves by the sight of favors which they know will arouse that envy. If young boys must not be allowed to ask unsuitable questions, much more must they be forbidden to little girls. If their curiosity is satisfied or unskillfully evaded, it is a much more serious matter, for they are so keen to guess the mysteries concealed from them and so skillful to discover them. But while I would not permit them to ask questions, I would have them questioned frequently, and pains should be taken to make them talk. Let them be teased to make them speak freely, to make them answer readily, to loosen mind and tongue while it can be done without danger. Such conversation always leading to merriment, yet skillfully controlled and directed, would form a delightful amusement at this age and might instill into these youthful hearts the first and perhaps the most helpful lessons in morals which they will ever receive, by teaching them in the guise of pleasure and fun what qualities are esteemed by men and what is the true glory and happiness of a good woman. If boys are incapable of forming any true idea of religion, much more is it beyond the grasp of girls, and for this reason I would speak of it all the sooner to little girls, for if we wait till they are ready for a serious discussion of these deep subjects we should be in danger of never speaking of religion at all. A woman's reason is practical, and therefore she soon arrives at a given conclusion, but she fails to discover it for herself. The social relation of the sexes is a wonderful thing. This relation produces a moral person of which woman is the eye and man the hand, but the two are so dependent on one another that the man teaches the woman what to see, while she teaches him what to do. If women could discover principles and if men had as good heads for detail, they would be mutually independent, they would live in perpetual strife, and there would be an end to all society. But in their mutual harmony each contributes to a common purpose, each follows the other's lead, each commands and each obeys. As a woman's conduct is controlled by public opinion, so is her religion ruled by authority. The daughter should follow her mother's religion, the wife her husband's. Were that religion false, the docility which leads mother and daughter to submit to nature's laws would blot out the sin of error in the sight of God. Unable to judge for themselves, they should accept the judgment of father and husband as that of the Church. While women unaided cannot deduce the rules of their faith, neither can they assign limits to that faith by the evidence of reason, they allow themselves to be driven hither and thither by all sorts of external influences, they are ever above or below the truth. Extreme in everything, they are either altogether reckless or altogether pious, you never find them able to combine virtue and piety. Their natural exaggeration is not wholly to blame, the ill-regulated control exercised over them by men is partly responsible. Loose morals bring religion into contempt, the terrors of remorse make it a tyrant, this is why women have always too much or too little religion. As a woman's religion is controlled by authority, it is more important to show her plainly what to believe than to explain the reasons for belief, for faith attached to ideas half understood is the main source of fanaticism, and faith demanded on behalf of what is absurd leads to madness or unbelief. Whether our catechisms tend to produce impiety rather than fanaticism I cannot say, but I do know that they lead to one or other. In the first place, when you teach religion to little girls, never make it gloomy or tiresome, never make it a task or a duty, and therefore never give them anything to learn by heart, not even their prayers. Be content to say your own prayers regularly in their presence, but do not compel them to join you. Let their prayers be short, as Christ himself has taught us. Let them always be said with becoming reverence and respect. Remember that if we ask the Almighty to give heed to our words, we should at least give heed to what we mean to say. It does not much matter that a girl should learn her religion young, but it does matter that she should learn it thoroughly, and still more that she should learn to love it. If you make religion a burden to her, if you always speak of God's anger, if in the name of religion you impose all sorts of disagreeable duties, duties which she never sees you perform, what can she suppose but that to learn one's catechism and to say one's prayers is only the duty of a little girl, and she will long to be grown up to escape, like you, from these duties. Example. Without it you will never succeed in teaching children anything. When you explain the articles of faith, let it be by direct teaching, not by question and answer. Children should only answer what they think, not what has been drilled into them. All the answers in the catechism are the wrong way about, it is the scholar who instructs the teacher, in the child's mouth they are a downright lie, since they explain what he does not understand, and affirm what he cannot believe. Find me, if you can, an intelligent man who could honestly say his catechism. The first question I find in our catechism is as follows: who created you and brought you into the world? To which the girl, who thinks it was her mother, replies without hesitation, it was God. All she knows is that she is asked a question which she only half understands, and she gives an answer she does not understand at all. I wish someone who really understands the development of children's minds would write a catechism for them. It might be the most useful book ever written, and, in my opinion, it would do its author no little honor. This at least is certain: if it were a good book it would be very unlike our catechisms. Such a catechism will not be satisfactory unless the child can answer the questions of its own accord without having to learn the answers. Indeed, the child will often ask the questions itself. An example is required to make my meaning plain, and I feel how ill-equipped I am to furnish such an example. I will try to give some sort of outline of my meaning. To get to the first question in our catechism, I suppose we must begin somewhat after the following fashion. Nurse, do you remember when your mother was a little girl? Child: no, nurse. Nurse: why not, when you have such a good memory? Child: I was not alive. Nurse: then you were not always alive? Child: no. Nurse: will you live forever? Child: yes. Nurse: are you young or old? Child: I am young. Nurse: is your grandmama old or young? Child: she is old. Nurse: was she ever young? Child: yes. Nurse: why is she not young now? Child: she has grown old. Nurse: will you grow old too? Child: I don't know. Nurse: where are your last year's frocks? Child: they have been unpicked. Nurse: why? Child: because they were too small for me. Nurse: why were they too small? Child: I have grown bigger. Nurse: will you grow any more? Child: oh, yes. Nurse: and what becomes of big girls? Child: they grow into women. Nurse: and what becomes of women? Child: they are mothers. Nurse: and what becomes of mothers? Child: they grow old. Nurse: will you grow old? Child: when I am a mother. Nurse: and what becomes of old people? Child: I don't know. Nurse: what became of your grandfather? Child: he died. Nurse: why did he die? Child: because he was so old. Nurse: what becomes of old people? Child: they die. Nurse: and when you are old? Child: oh nurse, I don't want to die. Nurse: my dear, no one wants to die, and everybody dies. Child: why, will mama die too? Nurse: yes, like everybody else. Women grow old as well as men, and old age ends in death. Child: what must I do to grow old very, very slowly? Nurse: be good while you are little. Child: I will always be good, nurse. Nurse: so much the better. But do you suppose you will live forever? Child: when I am very, very old. Nurse: well. Child: when we are so very old you say we must die? Nurse: you must die some day. Child: oh dear. I suppose I must. Nurse: who lived before you? Child: my father and mother. Nurse: and before them? Child: their father and mother. Nurse: who will live after you? Child: my children. Nurse: who will live after them? Child: their children. In this way, by concrete examples, you will find a beginning and end for the human race like everything else, that is to say, a father and mother who never had a father and mother, and children who will never have children of their own. It is only after a long course of similar questions that we are ready for the first question in the catechism, then alone can we put the question and the child may be able to understand it. But what a gap there is between the first and the second question, which is concerned with the definitions of the divine nature. When will this chasm be bridged? God is a spirit. And what is a spirit? Shall I start the child upon this difficult question of metaphysics which grown men find so hard to understand? These are no questions for a little girl to answer. If she asks them, it is as much or more than we can expect. In that case I should tell her quite simply, you ask me what God is, it is not easy to say, we can neither hear nor see nor handle God, we can only know him by his works. To learn what he is, you must wait till you know what he has done. If our dogmas are all equally true, they are not equally important. It makes little difference to the glory of God that we should perceive it everywhere, but it does make a difference to human society, and to every member of that society, that a man should know and do the duties which are laid upon him by the law of God, his duty to his neighbor and to himself. This is what we should always be teaching one another, and it is this which fathers and mothers are specially bound to teach their little ones. Whether a virgin became the mother of her Creator, whether she gave birth to God, or merely to a man into whom God has entered, whether the Father and the Son are of the same substance or of like substance only, whether the Spirit proceeded from one or both of these who are but one, or from both together, however important these questions may seem, I cannot see that it is any more necessary for the human race to come to a decision with regard to them than to know what day to keep Easter, or whether we should tell our beads, fast, and refuse to eat meat, speak Latin or French in church, adorn the walls with statues, hear or say Mass, and have no wife of our own. Let each think as he pleases, I cannot see that it matters to any one but himself, for my own part it is no concern of mine. But what does concern my fellow creatures and myself alike is to know that there is indeed a judge of human fate, that we are all his children, that he bids us all be just, he bids us love one another, he bids us be kindly and merciful, he bids us keep our word with all men, even with our own enemies and his. We must know that the apparent happiness of this world is naught, that there is another life to come, in which this Supreme Being will be the rewarder of the just and the judge of the unjust. Children need to be taught these doctrines and others like them, and all citizens require to be persuaded of their truth. Whoever sets his face against these doctrines is indeed guilty, he is the disturber of the peace, the enemy of society. Whoever goes beyond these doctrines and seeks to make us the slaves of his private opinions, reaches the same goal by another way, to establish his own kind of order. He disturbs the peace, in his rash pride he makes himself the interpreter of the divine, and in his name demands the homage and the reverence of mankind. So far as may be, he sets himself in God's place, he should receive the punishment of sacrilege if he is not punished for his intolerance. Give no heed, therefore, to all those mysterious doctrines which are words without ideas for us, all those strange teachings, the study of which is too often offered as a substitute for virtue, a study which more often makes men mad rather than good. Keep your children ever within the little circle of dogmas which are related to morality. Convince them that the only useful learning is that which teaches us to act rightly. Do not make your daughters theologians and casuists, only teach them such things of heaven as conduce to human goodness, train them to feel that they are always in the presence of God, who sees their thoughts and deeds, their virtue and their pleasures. Teach them to do good without ostentation and because they love it, to suffer evil without a murmur, because God will reward them, in a word to be all their life long what they will be glad to have been when they appear in his presence. This is true religion, this alone is incapable of abuse, impiety, or fanaticism. Let those who will, teach a religion more sublime, but this is the only religion I know. Moreover, it is as well to observe that, until the age when the reason becomes enlightened, when growing emotion gives a voice to conscience, what is wrong for young people is what those about have decided to be wrong. What they are told to do is good, what they are forbidden to do is bad, that is all they ought to know. This shows how important it is for girls, even more than for boys, that the right people should be chosen to be with them and to have authority over them. At last there comes a time when they begin to judge things for themselves, and that is the time to change your method of education. Perhaps I have said too much already. To what shall we reduce the education of our women if we give them no law but that of conventional prejudice? Let us not degrade so far the set which rules over us, and which does us honor when we have not made it vile. For all mankind there is a law anterior to that of public opinion. All other laws should bend before the inflexible control of this law. It is the judge of public opinion, and only in so far as the esteem of men is in accordance with this law has it any claim on our obedience. This law is our individual conscience. I will not repeat what has been said already, it is enough to point out that if these two laws clash, the education of women will always be imperfect. Right feeling without respect for public opinion will not give them that delicacy of soul which lends to right conduct the charm of social approval, while respect for public opinion without right feeling will only make false and wicked women who put appearances in the place of virtue. It is, therefore, important to cultivate a faculty which serves as judge between the two guides, which does not permit conscience to go astray and corrects the errors of prejudice. That faculty is reason. But what a crowd of questions arise at this word. Are women capable of solid reason? Should they cultivate it? Can they cultivate it successfully? Is this culture useful in relation to the functions laid upon them? Is it compatible with becoming simplicity? The different ways of envisaging and answering these questions lead to two extremes. Some would have us keep women indoors sewing and spinning with their maids, thus they make them nothing more than the chief servant of their master. Others, not content to secure their rights, lead them to usurp ours, for to make woman our superior in all the qualities proper to her sex, and to make her our equal in all the rest, what is this but to transfer to the woman the superiority which nature has given to her husband? The reason which teaches a man his duties is not very complex, the reason which teaches a woman hers is even simpler. The obedience and fidelity which she owes to her husband, the tenderness and care due to her children, are such natural and self-evident consequences of her position that she cannot honestly refuse her consent to the inner voice which is her guide, nor fail to discern her duty in her natural inclination. I would not altogether blame those who would restrict a woman to the labors of her sex and would leave her in profound ignorance of everything else, but that would require a standard of morality at once very simple and very healthy, or a life withdrawn from the world. In great towns, among immoral men, such a woman would be too easily led astray, her virtue would too often be at the mercy of circumstances. In this age of philosophy, virtue must be able to resist temptation, she must know beforehand what she may hear and what she should think of it. Moreover, in submission to man's judgment she should deserve his esteem, above all she should obtain the esteem of her husband, she should not only make him love her person, she should make him approve her conduct, she should justify his choice before the world, and do honor to her husband through the honor given to the wife. But how can she set about this task if she is ignorant of our institutions, our customs, our notions of propriety, if she knows nothing of the source of man's judgment, nor the passions by which it is swayed? Since she depends both on her own conscience and on public opinion, she must learn to know and reconcile these two laws, and to put her own conscience first only when the two are opposed to each other. She becomes the judge of her own judges, she decides when she should obey and when she should refuse her obedience. She weighs their prejudices before she accepts or rejects them, she learns to trace them to their source, to foresee what they will be, and to turn them in her own favor. She is careful never to give cause for blame if duty allows her to avoid it. This cannot be properly done without cultivating her mind and reason. I always come back to my first principle and it supplies the solution of all my difficulties. I study what is, I seek its cause, and I discover in the end that what is good. I go to houses where the master and mistress do the honors together. They are equally well educated, equally polite, equally well equipped with wit and good taste, both of them are inspired with the same desire to give their guests a good reception and to send every one away satisfied. The husband omits no pains to be attentive to every one, he comes and goes and sees to every one and takes all sorts of trouble, he is attention itself. The wife remains in her place, a little circle gathers round her and apparently conceals the rest of the company from her, yet she sees everything that goes on, no one goes without a word with her, she has omitted nothing which might interest anybody, she has said nothing unpleasant to anyone, and without any fuss the least is no more overlooked than the greatest. Dinner is announced, they take their places, the man knowing the assembled guests will place them according to his knowledge, the wife, without previous acquaintance, never makes a mistake, their looks and bearing have already shown her what is wanted, and every one will find himself where he wishes to be. I do not assert that the servants forget no one. The master of the house may have omitted no one, but the mistress perceives what you like and sees that you get it. While she is talking to her neighbor, she has one eye on the other end of the table. She sees who is not eating because he is not hungry, and who is afraid to help himself because he is clumsy and timid. When the guests leave the table, everyone thinks she has had no thought but for him. Everybody thinks she has had no time to eat anything, but she has really eaten more than anybody. When the guests are gone, husband and wife tales over the events of the evening. He relates what was said to him, what was said and done by those with whom he conversed. If the lady is not always quite exact in this respect, yet on the other hand she perceived what was whispered at the other end of the room, she knows what so and so thought, and what was the meaning of this speech or that gesture. There is scarcely a change of expression for which she has not an explanation in readiness, and she is almost always right. The same turn of mind which makes a woman of the world such an excellent hostess, enables a flirt to excel in the art of amusing a number of suitors. Coquetry, cleverly carried out, demands an even finer discernment than courtesy. Provided a polite lady is civil to everybody, she has done fairly well in any case, but the flirt would soon lose her hold by such clumsy uniformity. If she tries to be pleasant to all her lovers alike, she will disgust them all. In ordinary social intercourse, the manners adopted towards everybody are good enough for all. No question is asked as to private likes or dislikes, provided all are alike well received. But in love, a favor shared with others is an insult. A man of feeling would rather be singled out for ill treatment than be caressed with the crowd, and the worst that can befall him is to be treated like everyone else. So a woman who wants to keep several lovers at her feet must persuade every one of them that she prefers him, and she must contrive to do this in the sight of all the rest, each of whom is equally convinced that he is her favorite. If you want to see a man in a quandary, place him between two women with each of whom he has a secret understanding, and see what a fool he looks. But put a woman in similar circumstances between two men, and the results will be even more remarkable. You will be astonished at the skill with which she cheats them both, and makes them laugh at each other. Now if that woman were to show the same confidence in both, if she were to be equally familiar with both, how could they be deceived for a moment? If she treated them alike, would she not show that they both had the same claims upon her? Oh, she is far too clever for that. So far from treating them just alike, she makes a marked difference between them, and she does it so skillfully that the man she flatters thinks it is affection, and the man she ill-uses think it is spite. So that each of them believes she is thinking of him, when she is thinking of no one but herself. A general desire to please suggests similar measures. People would be disgusted with a woman's whims if they were not skillfully managed, and when they are artistically distributed, her servants are more than ever enslaved. USA on arte la donna, onde sia colto. Nella sua ridi alcun novello amante. Anni contudi, anni semper un stesso volto. Serba, ma cangia a tempo atto e sembianti. Tasso, Jerus. Del, c4, v87. What is the secret of this art? Is it not the result of a delicate and continuous observation which shows her what is taking place in a man's heart, so that she is able to encourage or to check every hidden impulse? Can this art be acquired? No, it is born with women, it is common to them all, and men never show it to the same degree. It is one of the distinctive characters of the sex. Self-possession, penetration, delicate observation, this is a woman's science. The skill to make use of it is her chief accomplishment. This is what is, and we have seen why it is so. It is said that women are false. They become false. They are really endowed with skill, not duplicity. In the genuine inclinations of their sex they are not false even when they tell a lie. Why do you consult their words when it is not their mouths that speak? Consult their eyes, their color, their breathing, their timid manner, their slight resistance. That is the language nature gave them for your answer. The lips always say no, and rightly so, but the tone is not always the same, and that cannot lie. Has not a woman the same needs as a man, but without the same right to make them known? Her fate would be too cruel if she had no language in which to express her legitimate desires except the words which she dare not utter. Must her modesty condemn her to misery? Does she not require a means of indicating her inclinations without open expression? What skill is needed to hide from her lover what she would fain reveal? Is it not of vital importance that she should learn to touch his heart without showing that she cares for him? It is a pretty story, that tale of Galatea with her apple and her clumsy flight. What more is needed? Will she tell the shepherd who pursues her among the willows that she only flees that he may follow? If she did, it would be a lie, for she would no longer attract him. The more modest a woman is, the more art she needs, even with her husband. Yes, I maintain that coquetry, kept within bounds, becomes modest and true, and out of it springs a law of right conduct. One of my opponents has very truly asserted that virtue is one, you cannot disintegrate it and choose this and reject the other. If you love virtue, you love it in its entirety, and you close your heart when you can, and you always close your lips to the feelings which you ought not to allow. Moral truth is not only what is, but what is good, what is bad ought not to be, and ought not to be confessed, especially when that confession produces results which might have been avoided. If I were tempted to steal, and in confessing it I tempted another to become my accomplice, the very confession of my temptation would amount to a yielding to that temptation. Why do you say that modesty makes women false? Are those who lose their modesty more sincere than the rest? Not so, they are 1,000-fold more deceitful. This degree of depravity is due to many vices, none of which is rejected, vices which owe their power to intrigue and falsehood. On the other hand, those who are not utterly shameless, who take no pride in their faults, who are able to conceal their desires even from those who inspire them, those who confess their passion most reluctantly, these are the truest and most sincere, these are they on whose fidelity you may generally rely. The only example I know which might be quoted as a recognized exception to these remarks is Mme de L'Enclos, and she was considered a prodigy. In her scorn for the virtues of women, she practiced, so they say, the virtues of a man. She is praised for her frankness and uprightness, she was a trustworthy acquaintance and a faithful friend. To complete the picture of her glory it is said that she became a man. That may be, but in spite of her high reputation I should no more desire that man as my friend than as my mistress. This is not so irrelevant as it seems. I am aware of the tendencies of our modern philosophy which make a jest of female modesty and its so-called insincerity. I also perceive that the most certain result of this philosophy will be to deprive the women of this century of such shreds of honor as they still possess. On these grounds I think we may decide in general terms what sort of education is suited to the female mind, and the objects to which we should turn its attention in early youth. As I have already said, the duties of their sex are more easily recognized than performed. They must learn in the first place to love those duties by considering the advantages to be derived from them. That is the only way to make duty easy. Every age and condition has its own duties. We are quick to see our duty if we love it. Honor your position as a woman, and in whatever station of life to which it shall please heaven to call you, you will be well off. The essential thing is to be what nature has made you. Women are only too ready to be what men would have them. The search for abstract and speculative truths, for principles and axioms in science, for all that tends to wide generalization, is beyond a woman's grasp. Their studies should be thoroughly practical. It is their business to apply the principles discovered by men, it is their place to make the observations which lead men to discover those principles. A woman's thoughts, beyond the range of her immediate duties, should be directed to the study of men, or the acquirement of that agreeable learning whose sole end is the formation of taste, for the works of genius are beyond her reach, and she has neither the accuracy nor the attention for success in the exact sciences. As for the physical sciences, to decide the relations between living creatures and the laws of nature is the task of that sex which is more active and enterprising, which sees more things, that sex which is possessed of greater strength and is more accustomed to the exercise of that strength. Woman, weak as she is and limited in her range of observation, perceives and judges the forces at her disposal to supplement her weakness, and those forces are the passions of man. Her own mechanism is more powerful than ours, she has many levers which may set the human heart in motion. She must find a way to make us desire what she cannot achieve unaided and what she considers necessary or pleasing, therefore she must have a thorough knowledge of man's mind, not an abstract knowledge of the mind of man in general, but the mind of those men who are about her, the mind of those men who have authority over her, either by law or custom. She must learn to divine their feelings from speech and action, look and gesture. By her own speech and action, look and gesture, she must be able to inspire them with the feelings she desires, without seeming to have any such purpose. The men will have a better philosophy of the human heart, but she will read more accurately in the heart of men. Woman should discover, so to speak, an experimental morality, man should reduce it to a system. Woman has more wit, man more genius, woman observes, man reasons, together they provide the clearest light and the profoundest knowledge which is possible to the unaided human mind, in a word, the surest knowledge of self and of others of which the human race is capable. In this way art may constantly tend to the perfection of the instrument which nature has given us. The world is woman's book, if she reads it ill, it is either her own fault or she is blinded by passion. Yet the genuine mother of a family is no woman of the world, she is almost as much of a recluse as the nun in her convent. Those who have marriageable daughters should do what is or ought to be done for those who are entering the cloisters, they should show them the pleasures they forsake before they are allowed to renounce them, lest the deceitful picture of unknown pleasures should creep in to disturb the happiness of their retreat. In France it is the girls who live in convents and the wives who flaunt in society. Among the ancients it was quite otherwise, girls enjoyed, as I have said already, many games and public festivals, the married women lived in retirement. This was a more reasonable custom and more conducive to morality. A girl may be allowed a certain amount of coquetry, and she may be mainly occupied at amusement. A wife has other responsibilities at home, and she is no longer on the lookout for a husband, but women would not appreciate the change, and unluckily it is they who set the fashion. Mothers, let your daughters be your companions. Give them good sense and an honest heart, and then conceal from them nothing that a pure eye may behold. Balls, assemblies, sports, the theatre itself, everything which viewed amiss delights imprudent youth may be safely displayed to a healthy mind. The more they know of these noisy pleasures, the sooner they will cease to desire them. I can fancy the outcry with which this will be received. What girl will resist such an example? Their heads are turned by the first glimpse of the world, not one of them is ready to give it up. That may be, but before you showed them this deceitful prospect, did you prepare them to behold it without emotion? Did you tell them plainly what it was they would see? Did you show it in its true light? Did you arm them against the illusions of vanity? Did you inspire their young hearts with a taste for the true pleasures which are not to be met with in this tumult? What precautions, what steps, did you take to preserve them from the false taste which leads them astray? Not only have you done nothing to preserve their minds from the tyranny of prejudice, you have fostered that prejudice, you have taught them to desire every foolish amusement they can get. Your own example is their teacher. Young people on their entrance into society have no guide but their mother, who is often just as silly as they are themselves, and quite unable to show them things except as she sees them herself. Her example is stronger than reason, it justifies them in their own eyes, and the mother's authority is an unanswerable excuse for the daughter. If I ask a mother to bring her daughter into society, I assume that she will show it in its true light. The evil begins still earlier. The convents are regular schools of coquetry, not that honest coquetry which I have described, but a coquetry the source of every kind of misconduct, a coquetry which turns out girls who are the most ridiculous little madams. When they leave the convent to take their place in smart society, young women find themselves quite at home. They have been educated for such a life, is it strange that they like it? I am afraid what I am going to say may be based on prejudice rather than observation, but so far as I can see, one finds more family affection, more good wives and loving mothers in Protestant than in Catholic countries. If that is so, we cannot fail to suspect that the difference is partly due to the convent schools. The charms of a peaceful family life must be known to be enjoyed, their delights should be tasted in childhood. It is only in our Father's home that we learn to love our own, and a woman whose mother did not educate her herself will not be willing to educate her own children. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as home education in our large towns. Society is so general and so mixed there is no place left for retirement, and even in the home we live in public. We live in company till we have no family, and we scarcely know our own relations, we see them as strangers, and the simplicity of home life disappears together with the sweet familiarity which was its charm. In this wise do we draw with our mother's milk a taste for the pleasures of the age and the maxims by which it is controlled. Girls are compelled to assume an air of propriety so that men may be deceived into marrying them by their appearance. But watch these young people for a moment, under a pretense of coyness they barely conceal the passion which devours them, and already you may read in their eager eyes their desire to imitate their mothers. It is not a husband they want, but the license of a married woman. What need of a husband when there are so many other resources, but a husband there must be to act as a screen. There is modesty on the brow, but vice in the heart. This sham modesty is one of its outward signs, they affect it that they may be rid of it once for all. Women of Paris and London, forgive me. There may be miracles everywhere, but I am not aware of them, and if there is even one among you who is really pure in heart, I know nothing of our institutions. All these different methods of education lead alike to a taste for the pleasures of the great world, and to the passions which this taste so soon kindles. In our great towns depravity begins at birth, in the smaller towns it begins with reason. Young women brought up in the country are soon taught to despise the happy simplicity of their lives, and hasten to Paris to share the corruption of ours. Vices, cloaked under the fair name of accomplishments, are the sole object of their journey, ashamed to find themselves so much behind the noble license of the Parisian ladies, they hasten to become worthy of the name of Parisian. Which is responsible for the evil, the place where it begins, or the place where it is accomplished? I would not have a sensible mother bring her girl to Paris to show her these sights so harmful to others, but I assert that if she did so, either the girl has been badly brought up, or such sights have little danger for her. With good taste, good sense, and a love of what is right, these things are less attractive than to those who abandon themselves to their charm. In Paris you may see giddy young things hastening to adopt the tone and fashions of the town for some 6 months, so that they may spend the rest of their life in disgrace, but who gives any heed to those who, disgusted with the rout, return to their distant home and are contented with their lot when they have compared it with that which others desire? How many young wives have I seen whose good-natured husbands have taken them to Paris where they might live if they pleased, but they have shrunk from it and returned home more willingly than they went, saying tenderly, "Ah, let us go back to our cottage, life is happier there than in these palaces." We do not know how many there are who have not bowed the knee to Baal, who scorn his senseless worship. Fools make a stir, good women pass unnoticed. If so many women preserve a judgment which is proof against temptation, in spite of universal prejudice, in spite of the bad education of girls, what would their judgment have been, had it been strengthened by suitable instruction, or rather left unaffected by evil teaching? For to preserve or restore the natural feelings is our main business. You can do this without preaching endless sermons to your daughters, without crediting them with your harsh morality. The only effect of such teaching is to inspire a dislike for the teacher and the lessons. In talking to a young girl you need not make her afraid of her duties, nor need you increase the burden laid upon her by nature. When you explain her duties, speak plainly and pleasantly. Do not let her suppose that the performance of these duties is a dismal thing. Away with every affectation of disgust or pride. Every thought which we desire to arouse should find its expression in our pupils. Their catechism of conduct should be as brief and plain as their catechism of religion, but it need not be so serious. Show them that these same duties are the source of their pleasures and the basis of their rights. Is it so hard to win love by love, happiness by an amiable disposition, obedience by worth, and honor by self-respect? How fair are these woman's rights, how worthy of reverence, how dear to the heart of man when a woman is able to show their worth. These rights are no privilege of years, a woman's empire begins with her virtues, her charms are only in the bud, yet she reigns already by the gentleness of her character and the dignity of her modesty. Is there any man so hard-hearted and uncivilized that he does not abate his pride and take heed to his manners with a sweet and virtuous girl of 16, who listens but says little, her bearing is modest, her conversation honest, her beauty does not lead her to forget her sex and her youth, her very timidity arouses interest, while she wins for herself the respect which she shows to others. These external signs are not devoid of meaning, they do not rest entirely upon the charms of sense, they arise from that conviction that we all feel that women are the natural judges of a man's worth. Who would be scorned by women? Not even he who has ceased to desire their love. And do you suppose that I, who tell them such harsh truths, am indifferent to their verdict? Reader, I care more for their approval than for yours, you are often more effeminate than they. While I scorn their morals, I will revere their justice, I care not though they hate me, if I can compel their esteem. What great things might be accomplished by their influence if only we could bring it to bear. Alas for the age whose women lose their ascendancy, and fail to make men respect their judgment. This is the last stage of degradation. Every virtuous nation has shown respect to women. Consider Sparta, Germany, and Rome, Rome the throne of glory and virtue, if ever they were enthroned on earth. The Roman women awarded honor to the deeds of great generals, they mourned in public for the fathers of the country, their awards and their tears were alike held sacred as the most solemn utterance of the Republic. Every great revolution began with the women. Through a woman Rome gained her liberty, through a woman the plebeians won the consulate, through a woman the tyranny of the Decemvirs was overthrown, it was the women who saved Rome when besieged by Coriolanus. What would you have said at the sight of this procession, you Frenchmen who pride yourselves on your gallantry, would you not have followed it with shouts of laughter? You and I see things with such different eyes, and perhaps we are both right. Such a procession formed of the fairest beauties of France would be an indecent spectacle, but let it consist of Roman ladies, you will all gaze with the eyes of the Volscians and feel with the heart of Coriolanus. I will go further and maintain that virtue is no less favorable to love than to other rights of nature, and that it adds as much to the power of the beloved as to that of the wife or mother. There is no real love without enthusiasm, and no enthusiasm without an object of perfection real or supposed, but always present in the imagination. What is there to kindle the hearts of lovers for whom this perfection is nothing, for whom the loved one is merely the means to sensual pleasure? Nay, not thus is the heart kindled, not thus does it abandon itself to those sublime transports which form the rapture of lovers and the charm of love. Love is an illusion, I grant you, but its reality consists in the feelings it awakes, in the love of true beauty which it inspires. That beauty is not to be found in the object of our affections, it is the creation of our illusions. What matter? Do we not still sacrifice all those baser feelings to the imaginary model? And we still feed our hearts on the virtues we attribute to the beloved, we still withdraw ourselves from the baseness of human nature. What lover is there who would not give his life for his mistress? What gross and sensual passion is there in a man who is willing to die? We scoff at the knights of old, they knew the meaning of love, we know nothing but debauchery. When the teachings of romance began to seem ridiculous, it was not so much the work of reason as of immorality. Natural relations remain the same throughout the centuries, their good or evil effects are unchanged, prejudices, masquerading as reason, can but change their outward seeming, self-mastery, even at the behest of fantastic opinions, will not cease to be great and good. And the true motives of honor will not fail to appeal to the heart of every woman who is able to seek happiness in life in her woman's duties. To a high-souled woman chastity above all must be a delightful virtue. She sees all the kingdoms of the world before her and she triumphs over herself and them, she sits enthroned in her own soul and all men do her homage, a few passing struggles are crowned with perpetual glory, she secures the affection, or it may be the envy, she secures in any case the esteem of both sexes and the universal respect of her own. The loss is fleeting, the gain is permanent. What a joy for a noble heart, the pride of virtue combined with beauty. Let her be a heroine of romance, she will taste delights more exquisite than those of Lais and Cleopatra, and when her beauty is fled, her glory and her joys remain, she alone can enjoy the past. The harder and more important the duties, the stronger and clearer must be the reasons on which they are based. There is a sort of pious talk about the most serious subjects which is dinned in vain into the ears of young people. This talk, quite unsuited to their ideas and the small importance they attach to it in secret, inclines them to yield readily to their inclinations, for lack of any reasons for resistance drawn from the facts themselves. No doubt a girl brought up to goodness and piety has strong weapons against temptation, but one whose heart, or rather her ears, are merely filled with the jargon of piety, will certainly fall a prey to the first skillful seducer who attacks her. A young and beautiful girl will never despise her body, she will never really deplore sins which her beauty leads men to commit, she will never lament earnestly in the sight of God that she is an object of desire, she will never be convinced that the tenderest feeling is an invention of the evil one. Give her other and more pertinent reasons for her own sake, for these will have no effect. It will be worse to instill, as is often done, ideas which contradict each other, and after having humbled and degraded her person and her charms as the stain of sin, to bid her reverence that same vile body as the temple of Jesus Christ. Ideas too sublime and too humble are equally ineffective and they cannot both be true. A reason adapted to her age and sex is what is needed. Considerations of duty are of no effect unless they are combined with some motive for the performance of our duty. Quicia non liceat non facit, illa facit. Ovid, Amor. I3. Eleg. 4. One would not suspect Ovid of such a harsh judgment. If you would inspire young people with a love of good conduct, avoid saying, "Be good," make it their interest to be good, make them feel the value of goodness and they will love it. It is not enough to show this effect in the distant future, show it now, in the relations of the present, in the character of their lovers. Describe a good man, a man of worth, teach them to recognize him when they see him, to love him for their own sake, convince them that such a man alone can make them happy as friend, wife, or mistress. Let reason lead the way to virtue, make them feel that the empire of their sex and all the advantages derived from it depend not merely on the right conduct, the morality, of women, but also on that of men, that they have little hold over the vile and base, and that the lover is incapable of serving his mistress unless he can do homage to virtue. You may then be sure that when you describe the manners of our age you will inspire them with a genuine disgust, when you show them men of fashion they will despise them, you will give them a distaste for their maxims, an aversion to their sentiments, and a scorn for their empty gallantry, you will arouse a nobler ambition, to reign over great and strong souls, the ambition of the Spartan women to rule over men. A bold, shameless, intriguing woman, who can only attract her lovers by coquetry and retain them by her favors, wins a servile obedience in common things, in weighty and important matters she has no influence over them. But the woman who is both virtuous, wise, and charming, she who, in a word, combines love and esteem, can send them at her bidding to the end of the world, to war, to glory, and to death at her behest. This is a fine kingdom and worth the winning. This is the spirit in which Sophie has been educated, she has been trained carefully rather than strictly, and her taste has been followed rather than thwarted. Let us say just a word about her person, according to the description I have given to Émile and the picture he himself has formed of the wife in whom he hopes to find happiness. I cannot repeat too often that I am not dealing with prodigies. Émile is no prodigy, neither is Sophie. He is a man and she is a woman, this is all they have to boast of. In the present confusion between the sexes it is almost a miracle to belong to one's own sex. Sophie is well born and she has a good disposition, she is very warm-hearted, and this warmth of heart sometimes makes her imagination run away with her. Her mind is keen rather than accurate, her temper is pleasant but variable, her person pleasing though nothing out of the common, her countenance bespeaks a soul and it speaks true. You may meet her with indifference, but you will not leave her without emotion. Others possess good qualities which she lacks, others possess her good qualities in a higher degree, but in no one are these qualities better blended to form a happy disposition. She knows how to make the best of her very faults, and if she were more perfect she would be less pleasing. Sophie is not beautiful, but in her presence men forget the fairer women, and the latter are dissatisfied with themselves. At first sight she is hardly pretty, but the more we see her the prettier she is. She wins where so many lose, and what she wins she keeps. Her eyes might be finer, her mouth more beautiful, her stature more imposing, but no one could have a more graceful figure, a finer complexion, a whiter hand, a daintier foot, a sweeter look, and a more expressive countenance. She does not dazzle, she arouses interest, she delights us, we know not why. Sophie is fond of dress, and she knows how to dress. Her mother has no other maid, she has taste enough to dress herself well, but she hates rich clothes, her own are always simple but elegant. She does not like showy but becoming things. She does not know what colors are fashionable, but she makes no mistake about those that suit her. No girl seems more simply dressed, but no one could take more pains over her toilet, no article is selected at random, and yet there is no trace of artificiality. Her dress is very modest in appearance and very coquettish in reality. She does not display her charms, she conceals them, but in such a way as to enhance them. When you see her you say, that is a good modest girl, but while you are with her, you cannot take your eyes or your thoughts off her, and one might say that this very simple adornment is only put on to be removed bit by the imagination. Sophie has natural gifts, she is aware of them, and they have not been neglected, but never having had a chance of much training she is content to use her pretty voice to sing tastefully and truly, her little feet step lightly, easily, and gracefully, she can always make an easy graceful courtesy. She has had no singing master but her father, no dancing mistress but her mother. A neighboring organist has given her a few lessons in playing accompaniments on the spinet, and she has improved herself by practice. At first she only wished to show off her hand on the dark keys, then she discovered that the thin clear tone of the spinet made her voice sound sweeter. Little by little she recognized the charms of harmony. As she grew older she at last began to enjoy the charms of expression, to love music for its own sake. But she has taste rather than talent, she cannot read a simple air from notes. Needlework is what Sophie likes best, and the feminine arts have been taught her most carefully, even those you would not expect, such as cutting out and dressmaking. There is nothing she cannot do with her needle, and nothing that she does not take a delight in doing, but lace-making is her favorite occupation, because there is nothing which requires such a pleasing attitude, nothing which calls for such grace and dexterity of finger. She has also studied all the details of housekeeping, she understands cooking and cleaning, she knows the prices of food, and also how to choose it. She can keep accounts accurately, she is her mother's housekeeper. Some day she will be the mother of a family. By managing her father's house she is preparing to manage her own. She can take the place of any of the servants and she is always ready to do so. You cannot give orders unless you can do the work yourself, that is why her mother sets her to do it. Sophie does not think of that, her first duty is to be a good daughter, and that is all she thinks about for the present. Her one idea is to help her mother and relieve her of some of her anxieties. However, she does not like them all equally well. For instance, she likes dainty food, but she does not like cooking. The details of cookery offend her, and things are never clean enough for her. She is extremely sensitive in this respect and carries her sensitiveness to a fault. She would let the whole dinner boil over into the fire rather than soil her cuffs. She has always disliked inspecting the kitchen garden for the same reason. The soil is dirty, and as soon as she sees the manure heap she fancies there is a disagreeable smell. This defect is the result of her mother's teaching. According to her, cleanliness is one of the most necessary of a woman's duties, a special duty, of the highest importance and a duty imposed by nature. Nothing could be more revolting than a dirty woman, and a husband who tires of her is not to blame. She insisted so strongly on this duty when Sophie was little, she required such absolute cleanliness in her person, clothing, room, work, and toilet, that use has become habit, till it absorbs one half of her time and controls the other, so that she thinks less of how to do a thing than of how to do it without getting dirty. Yet this has not degenerated into mere affectation and softness, there is none of the over-refinement of luxury. Nothing but clean water enters her room, she knows no perfumes but the scent of flowers, and her husband will never find anything sweeter than her breath. In conclusion, the attention she pays to the outside does not blind her to the fact that time and strength are meant for greater tasks, either she does not know or she despises that exaggerated cleanliness of body which degrades the soul. Sophie is more than clean, she is pure. I said that Sophie was fond of good things. She was so by nature, but she became temperate by habit and now she is temperate by virtue. Little girls are not to be controlled, as little boys are, to some extent, through their greediness. This tendency may have ill effects on women and it is too dangerous to be left unchecked. When Sophie was little, she did not always return empty-handed if she was sent to her mother's cupboard, and she was not quite to be trusted with sweets and sugar almonds. Her mother caught her, took them from her, punished her, and made her go without her dinner. At last she managed to persuade her that sweets were bad for the teeth, and that overeating spoiled the figure. Thus Sophie overcame her faults, and when she grew older other tastes distracted her from this low kind of self-indulgence. With awakening feeling greediness ceases to be the ruling passion, both with men and women. Sophie has preserved her feminine tastes, she likes milk and sweets, she likes pastry and made dishes, but not much meat. She has never tasted wine or spirits, moreover, she eats sparingly. Women, who do not work so hard as men, have less waste to repair. In all things she likes what is good, and knows how to appreciate it, but she can also put up with what is not so good, or can go without it. Sophie's mind is pleasing but not brilliant, and thorough but not deep, it is the sort of mind which calls for no remark, as she never seems cleverer or stupider than oneself. When people talk to her they always find what she says attractive, though it may not be highly ornamental according to modern ideas of an educated woman. Her mind has been formed not only by reading, but by conversation with her father and mother, by her own reflections, and by her own observations in the little world in which she has lived. Sophie is naturally merry, as a child she was even giddy, but her mother cured her of her silly ways, little by little, lest too sudden a change should make her self-conscious. Thus she became modest and retiring while still a child, and now that she is a child no longer, she finds it easier to continue this conduct than it would have been to acquire it without knowing why. It is amusing to see her occasionally return to her old ways and indulge in childish mirth and then suddenly check herself, with silent lips, downcast eyes, and rosy blushes. Neither child nor woman, she may well partake of both. Sophie is too sensitive to be always good-humored, but too gentle to let this be really disagreeable to other people. It is only herself who suffers. If you say anything that hurts her she does not sulk, but her heart swells, she tries to run away and cry. In the midst of her tears, at a word from her father or mother she returns at once laughing and playing, secretly wiping her eyes and trying to stifle her sobs. Yet she has her whims, if her temper is too much indulged it degenerates into rebellion, and then she forgets herself. But give her time to come round and her way of making you forget her wrongdoing is almost a virtue. If you punish her she is gentle and submissive, and you see that she is more ashamed of the fault than the punishment. If you say nothing, she never fails to make amends, and she does it so frankly and so readily that you cannot be angry with her. She would kiss the ground before the lowest servant and would make no fuss about it, and as soon as she is forgiven, you can see by her delight and her caresses that a load is taken off her heart. In a word, she endures patiently the wrongdoing of others, and she is eager to atone for her own. This amiability is natural to her sex when unspoiled. Woman is made to submit to man and to endure even injustice at his hands. You will never bring young lads to this, their feelings rise in revolt against injustice, nature has not fitted them to put up with it. Gravem pelliti stomachum cedera nescii. Horace, Lib. I. Ode 6. Sophie's religion is reasonable and simple, with few doctrines and fewer observances, or rather as she knows no course of conduct but the right, her whole life is devoted to the service of God and to doing good. In all her parents' teaching of religion she has been trained to a reverent submission. They have often said, "My little girl, this is too hard for you, your husband will teach you when you are grown up." Instead of long sermons about piety, they have been content to preach by their example, and this example is engraved on her heart. Sophie loves virtue, this love has come to be her ruling passion. She loves virtue because there is nothing fairer in itself, she loves it because it is a woman's glory and because a virtuous woman is little lower than the angels. She loves virtue as the only road to real happiness, because she sees nothing but poverty, neglect, unhappiness, shame, and disgrace in the life of a bad woman. She loves virtue because it is dear to her revered father and to her tender and worthy mother. They are not content to be happy in their own virtue, they desire hers, and she finds her chief happiness in the hope of making them happy. All these feelings inspire an enthusiasm which stirs her heart and keeps all its budding passions in subjection to this noble enthusiasm. Sophie will be chaste and good till her dying day, she has vowed it in her secret heart, and not before she knew how hard it would be to keep her vow. She made this vow at a time when she would have revoked it had she been the slave of her senses. Sophie is not so fortunate as to be a charming French woman, cold-hearted and vain, who would rather attract attention than give pleasure, who seeks amusement rather than delight. She suffers from a consuming desire for love, it even disturbs and troubles her heart in the midst of festivities. She has lost her former liveliness, and her taste for merry games. Far from being afraid of the tedium of solitude, she desires it. Her thoughts go out to him who will make solitude sweet to her. She finds strangers tedious, she wants a lover, not a circle of admirers. She would rather give pleasure to one good man than be a general favorite, or win that applause of society which lasts but a day and tomorrow is turned to scorn. A woman's judgment develops sooner than a man's, being on the defensive from her childhood up, and intrusted with a treasure so hard to keep, she is earlier acquainted with good and evil. Sophie is precocious by temperament in everything, and her judgment is more formed than that of most girls of her age. There is nothing strange in that, maturity is not always reached at the same age. Sophie has been taught the duties and rights of her own sex and of ours. She knows men's faults and women's vices, she also knows their corresponding good qualities and virtues, and has them by heart. No one can have a higher ideal of a virtuous woman, but she would rather think of a virtuous man, a man of true worth. She knows that she is made for such a man, that she is worthy of him, that she can make him as happy as he will make her. She is sure she will know him when she sees him, the difficulty is to find him. Women are by nature judges of a man's worth, as he is of theirs. This right is reciprocal, and it is recognized as such both by men and women. Sophie recognizes this right and exercises it, but with the modesty becoming her youth, her inexperience, and her position, she confines her judgment to what she knows, and she only forms an opinion when it may help to illustrate some useful precept. She is extremely careful what she says about those who are absent, particularly if they are women. She thinks that talking about each other makes women spiteful and satirical, so long as they only talk about men they are merely just. So Sophie stops there. As to women she never says anything at all about them, except to tell the good she knows. She thinks this is only fair to her sex, and if she knows no good of any woman, she says nothing, and that is enough. Sophie has little knowledge of society, but she is observant and obliging, and all that she does is full of grace. A happy disposition does more for her than much art. She has a certain courtesy of her own, which is not dependent on fashion, and does not change with its changes. It is not a matter of custom, but it arises from a feminine desire to please. She is unacquainted with the language of empty compliment, nor does she invent more elaborate compliments of her own. She does not say that she is greatly obliged, that you do her too much honor, that you should not take so much trouble, etc. Still less does she try to make phrases of her own. She responds to an attention or a customary piece of politeness by a courtesy or a mere thank you, but this phrase in her mouth is quite enough. If you do her a real service, she lets her heart speak, and its words are no empty compliment. She has never allowed French manners to make her a slave to appearances. When she goes from one room to another she does not take the arm of an old gentleman, whom she would much rather help. When a scented fop offers her this empty attention, she leaves him on the staircase and rushes into the room saying that she is not lame. Indeed, she will never wear high heels though she is not tall, her feet are small enough to dispense with them. Not only does she adopt a silent and respectful attitude towards women, but also towards married men, or those who are much older than herself. She will never take her place above them, unless compelled to do so, and she will return to her own lower place as soon as she can, for she knows that the rights of age take precedence of those of sex, as age is presumably wiser than youth, and wisdom should be held in the greatest honor. With young folks of her own age it is another matter. She requires a different manner to gain their respect, and she knows how to adopt it without dropping the modest ways which become her. If they themselves are shy and modest, she will gladly preserve the friendly familiarity of youth. Their innocent conversation will be merry but suitable. If they become serious they must say something useful. If they become silly, she soon puts a stop to it, for she has an utter contempt for the jargon of gallantry, which she considers an insult to her sex. She feels sure that the man she seeks does not speak that jargon, and she will never permit in another what would be displeasing to her in him whose character is engraved on her heart. Her high opinion of the rights of women, her pride in the purity of her feelings, that active virtue which is the basis of her self-respect, make her indignant at the sentimental speeches intended for her amusement. She does not receive them with open anger, but with a disconcerting irony or an unexpected iciness. If a fair Apollo displays his charms, and makes use of his wit in the praise of her wit, her beauty, and her grace, at the risk of offending him she is quite capable of saying politely, "Sir, I am afraid I know that better than you. If we have nothing more interesting to talk about, I think we may put an end to this conversation." To say this with a deep courtesy, and then to withdraw to a considerable distance, is the work of a moment. Ask your lady killers if it is easy to continue to babble to such an unsympathetic ear. It is not that she is not fond of praise if it is really sincere, and if she thinks you believe what you say. You must show that you appreciate her merit if you would have her believe you. Her proud spirit may take pleasure in homage which is based upon esteem, but empty compliments are always rejected. Sophie was not meant to practice the small arts of the dancing girl. With a judgment so mature, and a mind like that of a woman of 20, Sophie, at 15, is no longer treated as a child by her parents. No sooner do they perceive the first signs of youthful disquiet than they hasten to anticipate its development. Their conversations with her are wise and tender. These wise and tender conversations are in keeping with her age and disposition. If her disposition is what I fancy, why should not her father speak to her somewhat after this fashion? You are a big girl now, Sophie, you will soon be a woman. We want you to be happy, for our own sakes as well as yours, for our happiness depends on yours. A good girl finds her own happiness in the happiness of a good man, so we must consider your marriage, we must think of it in good time, for marriage makes or mars our whole life, and we cannot have too much time to consider it. There is nothing so hard to choose as a good husband, unless it is a good wife. You will be that rare creature, Sophie, you will be the crown of our life and the blessing of our declining years, but however worthy you are, there are worthier people upon earth. There is no one who would not do himself honor by marriage with you, there are many who would do you even greater honor than themselves. Among these we must try to find one who suits you, we must get to know him and introduce you to him. The greatest possible happiness in marriage depends on so many points of agreement that it is folly to expect to secure them all. We must first consider the more important matters. If others are to be found along with them, so much the better, if not we must do without them. Perfect happiness is not to be found in this world, but we can, at least, avoid the worst form of unhappiness, that for which ourselves are to blame. There is a natural suitability, there is a suitability of established usage, and a suitability which is merely conventional. Parents should decide as to the two latters, and the children themselves should decide as to the former. Marriages arranged by parents only depend on a suitability of custom and convention. It is not two people who are united, but two positions and two properties, but these things may change, the people remain, they are always there, and in spite of fortune it is the personal relation that makes a happy or an unhappy marriage. Your mother had rank, I had wealth, this was all that our parents considered in arranging our marriage. I lost my money, she lost her position, forgotten by her family, what good did it do her to be a lady born? In the midst of our misfortunes, the union of our hearts has outweighed them all, the similarity of our tastes led us to choose this retreat, we live happily in our poverty, we are all in all to each other. Sophie is a treasure we hold in common, and we thank heaven which has bestowed this treasure and deprived us of all others. You see, my child, whither we have been led by Providence, the conventional motives which brought about our marriage no longer exist, our happiness consists in that natural suitability which was held of no account. Husband and wife should choose each other. A mutual liking should be the first bond between them. They should follow the guidance of their own eyes and hearts. When they are married their first duty will be to love one another, and as love and hatred do not depend on ourselves, this duty brings another with it, and they must begin to love each other before marriage. That is the law of nature, and no power can abrogate it. Those who have fettered it by so many legal restrictions have given heed rather to the outward show of order than to the happiness of marriage or the morals of the citizen. You see, my dear Sophie, we do not preach a harsh morality. It tends to make you your own mistress and to make us leave the choice of your husband to yourself. When we have told you our reasons for giving you full liberty, it is only fair to speak of your reasons for making a wise use of that liberty. My child, you are good and sensible, upright and pious, you have the accomplishments of a good woman and you are not altogether without charms, but you are poor, you have the gifts most worthy of esteem, but not those which are most esteemed. Do not seek what is beyond your reach, and let your ambition be controlled, not by your ideas or ours, but by the opinion of others. If it were merely a question of equal merits, I know not what limits to impose on your hopes, but do not let your ambitions outrun your fortune, and remember it is very small. Although a man worthy of you would not consider this inequality an obstacle, you must do what he would not do. Sophie must follow her mother's example and only enter a family which counts it an honor to receive her. You never saw our wealth, you were born in our poverty, you make it sweet for us, and you share it without hardship. Believe me, Sophie, do not seek those good things we indeed thank heaven for having taken from us. We did not know what happiness was till we lost our money. You are so amiable that you will win affection, and you are not go poor as to be a burden. You will be sought in marriage, it may be by those who are unworthy of you. If they showed themselves in their true colors, you would rate them at their real value, all their outward show would not long deceive you, but though your judgment is good and you know what merit is when you see it, you are inexperienced and you do not know how people can conceal their real selves. A skillful knave might study your tastes in order to seduce you, and make a pretense of those virtues which he does not possess. You would be ruined, Sophie, before you knew what you were doing, and you would only perceive your error when you had cause to lament it. The most dangerous snare, the only snare which reason cannot avoid, is that of the senses. If ever you have the misfortune to fall into its toils, you will perceive nothing but fancies and illusions, your eyes will be fascinated, your judgment troubled, your will corrupted, your very error will be dear to you, and even if you were able to perceive it you would not be willing to escape from it. My child, I trust you to Sophie's own reason, I do not trust you to the fancies of your own heart. Judge for yourself so long as your heart is untouched, but when you love betake yourself to your mother's care. I propose a treaty between us which shows our esteem for you, and restores the order of nature between us. Parents choose a husband for their daughter and she is only consulted as a matter of form, that is the custom. We shall do just the opposite, you will choose, and we shall be consulted. Use your right, Sophie, use it freely and wisely. The husband suitable for you should be chosen by you, not us. But it is for us to judge whether he is really suitable, or whether, without knowing it, you are only following your own wishes. Birth, wealth, position, conventional opinions will count for nothing with us. Choose a good man whose person and character suit you, whatever he may be in other respects, we will accept him as our son-in-law. He will be rich enough if he has bodily strength, a good character, and family affection. His position will be good enough if it is ennobled by virtue. If everybody blames us, we do not care. We do not seek the approbation of men, but your happiness. I cannot tell my readers what effect such words would have upon girls brought up in their fashion. As for Sophie, she will have no words to reply, shame and emotion will not permit her to express herself easily, but I am sure that what was said will remain engraved upon her heart as long as she lives, and that if any human resolution may be trusted, we may rely on her determination to deserve her parents' esteem. At worst let us suppose her endowed with an ardent disposition which will make her impatient of long delays. I maintain that her judgment, her knowledge, her taste, her refinement, and, above all, the sentiments in which she has been brought up from childhood, will outweigh the impetuosity of the senses, and enable her to offer a prolonged resistance, if not to overcome them altogether. She would rather die a virgin martyr than distress her parents by marrying a worthless man and exposing herself to the unhappiness of an ill-assorted marriage. Ardent as an Italian and sentimental as an Englishwoman, she has a curb upon heart and sense in the pride of a Spaniard, who even when she seeks a lover does not easily discover one worthy of her. Not every one can realize the motive power to be found in a love of what is right, nor the inner strength which results from a genuine love of virtue. There are men who think that all greatness is a figment of the brain, men who with their vile and degraded reason will never recognize the power over human passions which is wielded by the very madness of virtue. You can only teach such men by examples. If they persist in denying their existence, so much the worse for them. If I told them that Sophie is no imaginary person, that her name alone is my invention, that her education, her conduct, her character, her very features, really existed, and that her loss is still mourned by a very worthy family, they would, no doubt, refuse to believe me, but indeed why should I not venture to relate word for word the story of a girl so like Sophie that this story might be hers without surprising anyone? Believe it or no, it is all the same to me, call my history fiction if you will, in any case I have explained my method and furthered my purpose. This young girl with the temperament which I have attributed to Sophie was so like her in other respects that she was worthy of the name, and so we will continue to use it. After the conversation related above, her father and mother thought that suitable husbands would not be likely to offer themselves in the hamlet where they lived, so they decided to send her to spend the winter in town, under the care of an aunt who was privately acquainted with the object of the journey, for Sophie's heart throbbed with noble pride at the thought of her self-control, and however much she might want to marry, she would rather have died a maid than have brought herself to go in search of a husband. In response to her parents' wishes her aunt introduced her to her friends, took her into company, both private and public, showed her society, or rather showed her in society, for Sophie paid little heed to its bustle. Yet it was plain that she did not shrink from young men of pleasing appearance and modest seemly behavior. Her very shyness had a charm of its own, which was very much like coquetry, but after talking to them once or twice she repulsed them. She soon exchanged that air of authority which seems to accept men's homage for a humbler bearing and a still more chilling politeness. Always watchful over her conduct, she gave them no chance of doing her the least service. It was perfectly plain that she was determined not to accept any one of them. Never did sensitive heart take pleasure in noisy amusements, the empty and barren delights of those who have no feelings, those who think that a merry life is a happy life. Sophie did not find what she sought, and she felt sure she never would, so she got tired of the town. She loved her parents dearly, and nothing made up for their absence, nothing could make her forget them. She went home long before the time fixed for the end of her visit. Scarcely had she resumed her home duties when they perceived that her temper had changed though her conduct was unaltered. She was forgetful, impatient, sad, and dreamy. She wept in secret. At first they thought she was in love and was ashamed to own it. They spoke to her, but she repudiated the idea. She protested she had seen no one who could touch her heart, and Sophie always spoke the truth. Yet her languor steadily increased, and her health began to give way. Her mother was anxious about her, and determined to know the reason for this change. She took her aside, and with the winning speech and the irresistible caresses which only a mother can employ, she said, "My child, whom I have borne beneath my heart, whom I bear ever in my affection, confide your secret to your mother's bosom." What secrets are these which a mother may not know? Who pities your sufferings, who shares them, who would gladly relieve them, if not your father and myself? Ah, my child! Would you have me die of grief for your sorrow without letting me share it? Far from hiding her griefs from her mother, the young girl asked nothing better than to have her as friend and comforter, but she could not speak for shame. Her modesty could find no words to describe a condition so unworthy of her, as the emotion which disturbed her senses in spite of all her efforts. At length her very shame gave her mother a clue to her difficulty, and she drew from her the humiliating confession. Far from distressing her with reproaches or unjust blame, she consoled her, pitied her, wept over her. She was too wise to make a crime of an evil which virtue alone made so cruel. But why put up with such an evil when there was no necessity to do so, when the remedy was so easy and so legitimate? Why did she not use the freedom they had granted her? Why did she not take a husband? Why did she not make her choice? Did she not know that she was perfectly independent in this matter, that whatever her choice, it would be approved, for it was sure to be good? They had sent her to town, but she would not stay. Many suitors had offered themselves, but she would have none of them. What did she expect? What did she want? What an inexplicable contradiction! The reply was simple. If it were only a question of the partner of her youth, her choice would soon be made, but a master for life is not so easily chosen, and since the two cannot be separated, people must often wait and sacrifice their youth before they find the man with whom they could spend their life. Such was Sophie's case. She wanted a lover, but this lover must be her husband, and to discover a heart such as she required, a lover and husband were equally difficult to find. All these dashing young men were only her equals in age. In everything else they were found lacking. Their empty wit, their vanity, their affectations of speech, their ill-regulated conduct, their frivolous imitations alike disgusted her. She sought a man and she found monkeys. She sought a soul and there was none to be found. "How unhappy I am!" said she to her mother. "I am compelled to love and yet I am dissatisfied with every one. My heart rejects every one who appeals to my senses. Every one of them stirs my passions and all alike revolt them. A liking unaccompanied by respect cannot last." That is not the sort of man for your Sophie. The delightful image of her ideal is too deeply graven in her heart. She can love no other, she can make no one happy but him, and she cannot be happy without him. She would rather consume herself in ceaseless conflicts, she would rather die free and wretched, than driven desperate by the company of a man she did not love, a man she would make as unhappy as herself. She would rather die than live to suffer. Amazed at these strange ideas, her mother found them so peculiar that she could not fail to suspect some mystery. Sophie was neither affected nor absurd. How could such exaggerated delicacy exist in one who had been so carefully taught from her childhood to adapt herself to those with whom she must live, and to make a virtue of necessity? This ideal of the delightful man with which she was so enchanted, who appeared so often in her conversation, made her mother suspect that there was some foundation for her caprices which was still unknown to her, and that Sophie had not told her all. The unhappy girl, overwhelmed with her secret grief, was only too eager to confide it to another. Her mother urged her to speak, she hesitated, she yielded, and leaving the room without a word, she presently returned with a book in her hand. "Have pity on your unhappy daughter, there is no remedy for her grief, her tears cannot be dried. You would know the cause. Well, here it is," said she, flinging the book on the table. Her mother took the book and opened it. It was the Adventures of Telemachus. At first she could make nothing of this riddle. By dint of questions and vague replies, she discovered to her great surprise that her daughter was the rival of Eucharis. Sophie was in love with Telemachus, and loved him with a passion which nothing could cure. When her father and mother became aware of her infatuation, they laughed at it and tried to cure her by reasoning with her. They were mistaken. Reason was not altogether on their side. Sophie had her own reason and knew how to use it. Many a time did she reduce them to silence by turning their own arguments against them, by showing them that it was all their own fault for not having trained her to suit the men of that century, that she would be compelled to adopt her husband's way of thinking or he must adopt hers, that they had made the former course impossible by the way she had been brought up, and that the latter was just what she wanted. "Give me," said she, "a man who holds the same opinions as I do, or one who will be willing to learn them from me, and I will marry him, but until then, why do you scold me? Pity me, I am miserable, but not mad. Is the heart controlled by the will? Did my father not ask that very question? Is it my fault if I love what has no existence? I am no visionary, I desire no prince, I seek no Telemachus, I know he is only an imaginary person, I seek someone like him. And why should there be no such person, since there is such a person as I who feel that my heart is like his? No, let us not wrong humanity so greatly, let us not think that an amiable and virtuous man is a figment of the imagination. He exists, he lives, perhaps he is seeking me, he is seeking a soul which is capable of love for him. But who is he, where is he? I know not, he is not among those I have seen, and no doubt I shall never see him. Oh! Mother, why did you make virtue too attractive? If I can love nothing less, you are more to blame than I. Must I continue this sad story to its close? Must I describe the long struggles which preceded it? Must I show an impatient mother exchanging her former caresses for severity? Must I paint an angry father forgetting his former promises, and treating the most virtuous of daughters as a mad woman? Must I portray the unhappy girl, more than ever devoted to her imaginary hero, because of the persecution brought upon her by that devotion, drawing nearer step by step to her death, and descending into the grave when they were about to force her to the altar? No, I will not dwell upon these gloomy scenes. I have no need to go so far to show, by what I consider a sufficiently striking example, that in spite of the prejudices arising from the manners of our age, the enthusiasm for the good and the beautiful is no more foreign to women than to men, and that there is nothing which, under nature's guidance, cannot be obtained from them as well as from us. You stop me here to inquire whether it is nature which teaches us to take such pains to repress our immoderate desires. No, I reply, but neither is it nature who gives us these immoderate desires. Now, all that is not from nature is contrary to nature, as I have proved again and again. Let us give Émile his Sophie, let us restore this sweet girl to life and provide her with a less vivid imagination and a happier fate. I desired to paint an ordinary woman, but by endowing her with a great soul, I have disturbed her reason. I have gone astray. Let us retrace our steps. Sophie has only a good disposition and an ordinary heart. Her education is responsible for everything in which she excels other women. In this book I intended to describe all that might be done and to leave everyone free to choose what he could out of all the good things I described. I meant to train a helpmeet for Émile, from the very first, and to educate them for each other and with each other. But on consideration I thought all these premature arrangements undesirable, for it was absurd to plan the marriage of two children before I could tell whether this union was in accordance with nature and whether they were really suited to each other. We must not confuse what is suitable in a state of savagery with what is suitable in civilized life. In the former, any woman will suit any man, for both are still in their primitive and undifferentiated condition. In the latter, all their characteristics have been developed by social institutions, and each mind, having taken its own settled form, not from education alone, but by the cooperation, more or less well regulated, of natural disposition and education, we can only make a match by introducing them to each other to see if they suit each other in every respect, or at least we can let them make that choice which gives the most promise of mutual suitability. The difficulty is this: while social life develops character, it differentiates classes, and these two classifications do not correspond, so that the greater the social distinctions, the greater the difficulty of finding the corresponding character. Hence we have ill-assorted marriages and all their accompanying evils, and we find that it follows logically that the further we get from equality, the greater the change in our natural feelings, the wider the distance between great and small, the looser the marriage tie, the deeper the gulf between rich and poor, the fewer husbands and fathers. Neither master nor slave belongs to a family, but only to a class. If you would guard against these abuses, and secure happy marriages, you must stifle your prejudices, forget human institutions, and consult nature. Do not join together those who are only alike in one given condition, those who will not suit one another if that condition is changed, but those who are adapted to one another in every situation, in every country, and in every rank in which they may be placed. I do not say that conventional considerations are of no importance in marriage, but I do say that the influence of natural relations is so much more important, that our fate in life is decided by them alone, and that there is such an agreement of taste, temper, feeling, and disposition as should induce a wise father, though he were a prince, to marry his son, without a moment's hesitation, to the woman so adapted to him, were she born in a bad home, were she even the hangman's daughter. I maintain indeed that every possible misfortune may overtake husband and wife if they are thus united, yet they will enjoy more real happiness while they mingle their tears, than if they possessed all the riches of the world, poisoned by divided hearts. Instead of providing a wife for Émile in childhood, I have waited till I knew what would suit him. It is not for me to decide, but for nature. My task is to discover the choice she has made. My business, mine I repeat, not his father's, for when he entrusted his son to my care, he gave up his place to me. He gave me his rights. It is I who am really Émile's father, it is I who have made a man of him. I would have refused to educate him if I were not free to marry him according to his own choice, which is mine. Nothing but the pleasure of bestowing happiness on a man can repay me for the cost of making him capable of happiness. Do not suppose, however, that I have delayed to find a wife for Émile till I sent him in search of her. This search is only a pretext for acquainting him with women, so that he may perceive the value of a suitable wife. Sophie was discovered long since. Émile may even have seen her already, but he will not recognize her till the time is come. Although equality of rank is not essential in marriage, yet this equality along with other kinds of suitability increases their value. It is not to be weighed against any one of them, but, other things being equal, it turns the scale. A man, unless he is a king, cannot seek a wife in any and every class. If he himself is free from prejudices, he will find them in others, and this girl or that might perhaps suit him, and yet she would be beyond his reach. A wise father will therefore restrict his inquiries within the bounds of prudence. He should not wish to marry his pupil into a family above his own, for that is not within his power. If he could do so, he ought not desire it, for what difference does rank make to a young man, at least to my pupil? Yet, if he rises he is exposed to all sorts of real evils which he will feel all his life long. I even say that he should not try to adjust the balance between different gifts, such as rank and money, for each of these adds less to the value of the other than the amount deducted from its own value in the process of adjustment. Moreover, we can never agree as to a common denominator, and finally the preference, which each feels for his own surroundings, paves the way for discord between the two families and often to difficulties between husband and wife. It makes a considerable difference as to the suitability of a marriage whether a man marries above or beneath him. The former case is quite contrary to reason, the latter is more in conformity with reason. As the family is only connected with society through its head, it is the rank of that head which decides that of the family as a whole. When he marries into a lower rank, a man does not lower himself, he raises his wife. If, on the other hand, he marries above his position, he lowers his wife and does not raise himself. Thus there is in the first case good unmixed with evil, in the other evil unmixed with good. Moreover, the law of nature bids the woman obey the man. If he takes a wife from a lower class, natural and civil law are in accordance and all goes well. When he marries a woman of higher rank it is just the opposite case, the man must choose between diminished rights or imperfect gratitude, he must be ungrateful or despised. Then the wife, laying claim to authority, makes herself a tyrant over her lawful head, and the master, who has become a slave, is the most ridiculous and miserable of creatures. Such are the unhappy favorites whom the sovereigns of Asia honor and torment with their alliance. People tell us that if they desire to sleep with their wife they must enter by the foot of the bed. I expect that many of my readers will remember that I think women have a natural gift for managing men, and will accuse me of contradicting myself, yet they are mistaken. There is a vast difference between claiming the right to command, and managing him who commands. Woman's reign is a reign of gentleness, tact, and kindness, her commands are caresses, her threats are tears. She should reign in the home as a minister reigns in the state, by contriving to be ordered to do what she wants. In this sense, I grant you, that the best managed homes are those where the wife has most power. But when she despises the voice of her head, when she desires to usurp his rights and take the command upon herself, this inversion of the proper order of things leads only to misery, scandal, and dishonor. There remains the choice between our equals and our inferiors, and I think we ought also to make certain restrictions with regard to the latter, for it is hard to find in the lowest stratum of society a woman who is able to make a good man happy, not that the lower classes are more vicious than the higher, but because they have so little idea of what is good and beautiful, and because the injustice of other classes makes its very vices seem right in the eyes of this class. By nature man thinks but seldom. He learns to think as he acquires the other arts, but with even greater difficulty. In both sexes alike I am only aware of two really distinct classes, those who think and those who do not, and this difference is almost entirely one of education. A man who thinks should not ally himself with a woman who does not think, for he loses the chief delight of social life if he has a wife who cannot share his thoughts. People who spend their whole life in working for a living have no ideas beyond their work and their own interests, and their mind seems to reside in their arms. This ignorance is not necessarily unfavorable either to their honesty or their morals, it is often favorable. We often content ourselves with thinking about our duties, and in the end we substitute words for things. Conscience is the most enlightened philosopher. To be an honest man we need not read Cicero's De Officiis, and the most virtuous woman in the world is probably she who knows least about virtue. But it is none the less true that a cultivated mind alone makes intercourse pleasant, and it is a sad thing for a father of a family, who delights in his home, to be forced to shut himself up in himself and to be unable to make himself understood. Moreover, if a woman is quite unaccustomed to think, how can she bring up her children? How will she know what is good for them? How can she incline them to virtues of which she is ignorant, to merit of which she has no conception? She can only flatter or threaten, she can only make them insolent or timid, she will make them performing monkeys or noisy little rascals, she will never make them intelligent or pleasing children. Therefore it is not fitting that a man of education should choose a wife who has none, or take her from a class where she cannot be expected to have any education. But I would 1,000 times rather have a homely girl, simply brought up, than a learned lady and a wit who would make a literary circle of my house and install herself as its president. A female wit is a scourge to her husband, her children, her friends, her servants, to everybody. From the lofty height of her genius she scorns every womanly duty, and she is always trying to make a man of herself after the fashion of Mlle de L'Enclos. Outside her home she always makes herself ridiculous, and she is very rightly a butt for criticism, as we always are when we try to escape from our own position into one for which we are unfit. These highly talented women only get a hold over fools. We can always tell what artist or friend holds the pen or pencil when they are at work. We know what discreet man of letters dictates their oracles in private. This trickery is unworthy of a decent woman. If she really had talents, her pretentiousness would degrade them. Her honor is to be unknown, her glory is the respect of her husband, her joys the happiness of her family. I appeal to my readers to give me an honest answer. When you enter a woman's room, what makes you think more highly of her? What makes you address her with more respect to see her busy with feminine occupations, with her household duties, with her children's clothes about her, or to find her writing verses at her toilet table surrounded with pamphlets of every kind and with notes on tinted paper? If there were none but wise men upon earth, such a woman would die an old maid. Queries cur nolum te ducera, Gala. Diserta es. Martial 11:20. Looks must next be considered. They are the first thing that strikes us and they ought to be the last, still they should not count for nothing. I think that great beauty is rather to be shunned than sought after in marriage. Possession soon exhausts our appreciation of beauty. In 6 weeks' time we think no more about it, but its dangers endure as long as life itself. Unless a beautiful woman is an angel, her husband is the most miserable of men, and even if she were an angel he would still be the center of a hostile crowd and she could not prevent it. If extreme ugliness were not repulsive I should prefer it to extreme beauty, for before very long the husband would cease to notice either, but beauty would still have its disadvantages and ugliness its advantages. But ugliness which is actually repulsive is the worst misfortune. Repulsion increases rather than diminishes, and it turns to hatred. Such a union is a hell upon earth, better death than such a marriage. Desire mediocrity in all things, even in beauty. A pleasant attractive countenance, which inspires kindly feelings rather than love, is what we should prefer. The husband runs no risk, and the advantages are common to husband and wife. Charm is less perishable than beauty, it is a living thing, which constantly renews itself, and after 30 years of married life, the charms of a good woman delight her husband even as they did on the wedding day. Such are the considerations which decided my choice of Sophie. Brought up, like Émile, by nature, she is better suited to him than any other. She will be his true mate. She is his equal in birth and character, his inferior in fortune. She makes no great impression at first sight, but day by day reveals fresh charms. Her chief influence only takes effect gradually. It is only discovered in friendly intercourse, and her husband will feel it more than anyone. Her education is neither showy nor neglected. She has taste without deep study, talent without art, judgment without learning. Her mind knows little, but it is trained to learn. It is well-tilled soil ready for the sower. She has read no book but Bärme and Telemachus which happened to fall into her hands. But no girl who can feel so passionately towards Telemachus can have a heart without feeling or a mind without discernment. What charming ignorance! Happy is he who is destined to be her tutor. She will not be her husband's teacher but his scholar. Far from seeking to control his tastes, she will share them. She will suit him far better than a blue stocking and he will have the pleasure of teaching her everything. It is time they made acquaintance. Let us try to plan a meeting. When we left Paris we were sorrowful and wrapped in thought. This Babel is not our home. Émile casts a scornful glance towards the great city, saying angrily, "What a time we have wasted, the bride of my heart is not there." My friend, you knew it, but you think nothing of my time, and you pay no heed to my sufferings. With steady look and firm voice I reply, Émile, do you mean what you say? At once he flings his arms round my neck and clasps me to his breast without speaking. That is his answer when he knows he is in the wrong. And now we are wandering through the country like true knights errant, yet we are not seeking adventures when we leave Paris, we are escaping from them, now fast now slow, we wander through the country like knights errants. By following my usual practice the taste for it has become established, and I do not suppose any of my readers are such slaves of custom as to picture us dozing in a post-chaise with closed windows, travelling, yet seeing nothing, observing nothing, making the time between our start and our arrival a mere blank, and losing in the speed of our journey, the time we meant to save. Men say life is short, and I see them doing their best to shorten it. As they do not know how to spend their time they lament the swiftness of its flight, and I perceive that for them it goes only too slowly. Intent merely on the object of their pursuit, they behold unwillingly the space between them and it, one desires tomorrow, another looks a month ahead, another 10 years beyond that. No one wants to live today, no one contents himself with the present hour, all complain that it passes slowly. When they complain that time flies, they lie, they would gladly purchase the power to hasten it, they would gladly spend their fortune to get rid of their whole life, and there is probably not a single one who would not have reduced his life to a few hours if he had been free to get rid of those hours he found tedious, and those which separated him from the desired moment. A man spends his whole life rushing from Paris to Versailles, from Versailles to Paris, from town to country, from country to town, from one district of the town to another, but he would not know what to do with his time if he had not discovered this way of wasting it. By leaving his business on purpose to find something to do in coming back to it, he thinks he is saving the time he spends, which would otherwise be unoccupied, or maybe he rushes for the sake of rushing, and travels post in order to return in the same fashion. When will mankind cease to slander nature? Why do you complain that life is short when it is never short enough for you? If there were but one of you, able to moderate his desires, so that he did not desire the flight of time, he would never find life too short, for him life and the joy of life would be one and the same. Should he die young, he would still die full of days. If this were the only advantage of my way of traveling it would be enough. I have brought Émile up neither to desire nor to wait, but to enjoy, and when his desires are bent upon the future, their ardor is not so great as to make time seem tedious. He will not only enjoy the delights of longing, but the delights of approaching the object of his desires, and his passions are under such restraint that he lives to a great extent in the present. So we do not travel like couriers but like explorers. We do not merely consider the beginning and the end, but the space between. The journey itself is a delight. We do not travel sitting, dismally imprisoned, so to speak, in a tightly closed cage. We do not travel with the ease and comfort of ladies. We do not deprive ourselves of the fresh air, nor the sight of the things about us, nor the opportunity of examining them at our pleasure. Émile will never enter a post-chaise, nor will he ride post unless in a great hurry. But what cause has Émile for haste? None but the joy of life. Shall I add to this the desire to do good when he can? No, for that is itself one of the joys of life. I can only think of one way of traveling pleasanter than traveling on horseback, and that is to travel on foot. You start at your own time, you stop when you will, you do as much or as little as you choose. You see the country, you turn off to the right or left, you examine anything which interests you, you stop to admire every view. Do I see a stream, I wander by its banks, a leafy wood, I seek its shade, a cave, I enter it, a quarry, I study its geology. If I like a place, I stop there. As soon as I am weary of it, I go on. I am independent of horses and postilions, I need not stick to regular routes or good roads, I go anywhere where a man can go, I see all that a man can see, and as I am quite independent of everybody, I enjoy all the freedom man can enjoy. If I am stopped by bad weather and I find myself getting bored, then I take horses. If I am tired but Émile is hardly ever tired, he is strong, why should he get tired? There is no hurry. If he stops, why should he be bored? He always finds some amusement. He works at a trade, he uses his arms to rest his feet. To travel on foot is to travel in the fashion of Thales, Plato, and Pythagoras. I find it hard to understand how a philosopher can bring himself to travel in any other way, how he can tear himself from the study of the wealth which lies before his eyes and beneath his feet. Is there anyone with an interest in agriculture, who does not want to know the special products of the district through which he is passing, and their method of cultivation? Is there anyone with a taste for natural history, who can pass a piece of ground without examining it, a rock without breaking off a piece of it, hills without looking for plants, and stones without seeking for fossils? Your town-bred scientists study natural history in cabinets, they have small specimens, they know their names but nothing of their nature. Émile's museum is richer than that of kings, it is the whole world. Everything is in its right place, the naturalist who is its curator has taken care to arrange it in the fairest order, Dauberton could do no better. What varied pleasures we enjoy in this delightful way of traveling, not to speak of increasing health and a cheerful spirit. I notice that those who ride in nice, well-padded carriages are always wrapped in thought, gloomy, fault-finding, or sick, while those who go on foot are always merry, light-hearted, and delighted with everything. How cheerful we are when we get near our lodging for the night! How savory is the coarse food! How we linger at table enjoying our rest! How soundly we sleep on a hard bed! If you only want to get to a place you may ride in a post-chaise, if you want to travel you must go on foot. If Sophie is not forgotten before we have gone 50 leagues in the way I propose, either I am a bungler or Émile lacks curiosity, for with an elementary knowledge of so many things, it is hardly to be supposed that he will not be tempted to extend his knowledge. It is knowledge that makes us curious, and Émile knows just enough to want to know more. One thing leads on to another, and we make our way forward. If I chose a distant object for the end of our first journey, it is not difficult to find an excuse for it. When we leave Paris we must seek a wife at a distance. A few days later we had wandered further than usual among hills and valleys where no road was to be seen and we lost our way completely. No matter, all roads are alike if they bring you to your journey's end, but if you are hungry they must lead somewhere. Luckily we came across a peasant who took up to his cottage, we enjoyed his poor dinner with a hearty appetite. When he saw how hungry and tired we were he said, "If the Lord had led you to the other side of the hill you would have had a better welcome, you would have found a good resting place, such good, kindly people. They could not wish to do more for you than I, but they are richer, though folks say they used to be much better off. Still they are not reduced to poverty, and the whole countryside is the better for what they have." When Émile heard of these good people his heart warmed to them. "My friend," said he, looking at me, "let us visit this house, whose owners are a blessing to the district. I shall be very glad to see them, perhaps they will be pleased to see us too, I am sure we shall be welcome, we shall just suit each other." Our host told us how to find our way to the house and we set off, but lost our way in the woods. We were caught in a heavy rainstorm, which delayed us further. At last we found the right path and in the evening we reached the house, which had been described to us. It was the only house among the cottages of the little hamlet, and though plain it had an air of dignity. We went up to the door and asked for hospitality. We were taken to the owner of the house, who questioned us courteously. Without telling him the object of our journey, we told him why we had left our path. His former wealth enabled him to judge a man's position by his manners. Those who have lived in society are rarely mistaken. With this passport we were admitted. The room we were shown into was very small, but clean and comfortable. A fire was lighted, and we found linen, clothes, and everything we needed. "Why," said Émile, in astonishment, "one would think they were expecting us." The peasant was quite right. How kind and attentive, how considerate, and for strangers too. I shall think I am living in the times of Homer. I am glad you feel this, said I, but you need not be surprised, where strangers are scarce, they are welcome. Nothing makes people more hospitable than the fact that calls upon their hospitality are rare. When guests are frequent there is an end to hospitality. In Homer's time, people rarely traveled, and travelers were everywhere welcome. Very likely we are the only people who have passed this way this year. Never mind, said he, to know how to do without guests and yet to give them a kind welcome, is its own praise. Having dried ourselves and changed our clothes, we rejoined the master of the house, who introduced us to his wife. She received us not merely with courtesy but with kindness. Her glance rested on Émile. A mother, in her position, rarely receives a young man into her house without some anxiety or some curiosity at least. Supper was hurried forward on our account. When we went into the dining room there were 5 places laid. We took our seats and the 5th chair remained empty. Presently a young girl entered, made a deep courtesy, and modestly took her place without a word. Émile was busy with his supper or considering how to reply to what was said to him. He bowed to her and continued talking and eating. The main object of his journey was as far from his thoughts as he believed himself to be from the end of his journey. The conversation turned upon our losing our way. Sir, said the master of the house to Émile, you seem to be a pleasant well-behaved young gentleman, and that reminds me that your tutor and you arrived wet and weary like Telemachus and Mentor in the island of Calypso. Indeed, said Émile, we have found the hospitality of Calypso. His mentor added, and the charms of Eucharis. But Émile knew the Odyssey and he had not read Telemachus, so he knew nothing of Eucharis. As for the young girl, I saw she blushed up to her eyebrows, fixed her eyes on her plate, and hardly dared to breathe. Her mother, noticing her confusion, made a sign to her father to turn the conversation. When he talked of his lonely life, he unconsciously began to relate the circumstances which brought him into it, his misfortunes, his wife's fidelity, the consolations they found in their marriage, their quiet, peaceful life in their retirement, and all this without a word of the young girl. It is a pleasing and a touching story, which cannot fail to interest. Émile, interested and sympathetic, leaves off eating and listens. When finally this best of men discourses with delight of the affection of the best of women, the young traveler, carried away by his feelings, stretches one hand to the husband, and taking the wife's hand with the other, he kisses it rapturously and bathes it with his tears. Everybody is charmed with the simple enthusiasm of the young man, but the daughter, more deeply touched than the rest by this evidence of his kindly heart, is reminded of Telemachus weeping for the woes of Philoctetus. She looks at him shyly, the better to study his countenance. There is nothing in it to give the lie to her comparison. His easy bearing shows freedom without pride, his manners are lively but not boisterous, sympathy makes his glance softer and his expression more pleasing. The young girl, seeing him weep, is ready to mingle her tears with his. With so good an excuse for tears, she is restrained by a secret shame. She blames herself already for the tears which tremble on her eyelids, as though it were wrong to weep for one's family. Her mother, who has been watching her ever since she sat down to supper, sees her distress, and to relieve it she sends her on some errand. The daughter returns directly, but so little recovered that her distress is apparent to all. Her mother says gently, Sophie, control yourself, will you never cease to weep for the misfortunes of your parents? Why should you, who are their chief comfort, be more sensitive than they are themselves? At the name of Sophie you would have seen Émile give a start. His attention is arrested by this dear name, and he awakes all at once and looks eagerly at one who dares to bear it. Sophie! Are you the Sophie whom my heart is seeking? Is it you that I love? He looks at her, he watches her with a sort of fear and self-distrust. The face is not quite what he pictured, he cannot tell whether he likes it more or less. He studies every feature, he watches every movement, every gesture, he has 100 fleeting interpretations for them all. He would give half his life if she would but speak. He looks at me anxiously and uneasily, his eyes are full of questions and reproaches. His every glance seems to say, "Guide me while there is yet time, if my heart yields itself and is deceived, I shall never get over it." There is no one in the world less able to conceal his feelings than Émile. How should he conceal them, in the midst of the greatest disturbance he has ever experienced, and under the eyes of 4 spectators who are all watching him, while she who seems to heed him least is really most occupied with him? His uneasiness does not escape the keen eyes of Sophie, his own eyes tell her that she is its cause. She sees that this uneasiness is not yet love. What matter? He is thinking of her, and that is enough. She will be very unlucky if he thinks of her with impunity. Mothers, like daughters, have eyes, and they have experience too. Sophie's mother smiles at the success of our schemes. She reads the hearts of the young people. She sees that the time has come to secure the heart of this new Télémacheuse. She makes her daughter speak. Her daughter, with her native sweetness, replies in a timid tone which makes all the more impression. At the first sound of her voice, Émile surrenders. It is Sophie herself, there can be no doubt about it. If it were not so, it would be too late to deny it. The charms of this maiden enchantress rush like torrents through his heart, and he begins to drain the draughts of poison with which he is intoxicated. He says nothing, questions pass unheeded, he sees only Sophie, he hears only Sophie. If she says a word, he opens his mouth. If her eyes are cast down, so are his. If he sees her sigh, he sighs too. It is Sophie's heart which seems to speak in his. What a change have these few moments wrought in her heart! It is no longer her turn to tremble, it is Émile's. Farewell liberty, simplicity, frankness. Confused, embarrassed, fearful, he dare not look about him for fear he should see that we are watching him. Ashamed that we should read his secret, he would fain become invisible to everyone, that he might feed in secret on the side of Sophie. Sophie, on the other hand, regains her confidence at the sight of Émile's fear. She sees her triumph and rejoices in it. No el mostragia, benche in suo corne rida. Tasso, Jerus. Del, c4. v33. Her expression remains unchanged, but in spite of her modest look and downcast eyes, her tender heart is throbbing with joy, and it tells her that she has found Télémacheuse. If I relate the plain and simple tale of their innocent affections, you will accuse me of frivolity, but you will be mistaken. Sufficient attention is not given to the effect which the first connection between man and woman is bound to produce on the future life of both. People do not see that a first impression so vivid as that of love, or the liking which takes the place of love, produces lasting effects whose influence continues till death. Works on education are crammed with wordy and unnecessary accounts of the imaginary duties of children, but there is not a word about the most important and most difficult part of their education, the crisis which forms the bridge between the child and the man. If any part of this work is really useful, it will be because I have dwelt at great length on this matter, so essential in itself and so neglected by other authors, and because I have not allowed myself to be discouraged either by false delicacy or by the difficulties of expression. The story of human nature is a fair romance. Am I to blame if it is not found elsewhere? I am trying to write the history of mankind. If my book is a romance, the fault lies with those who deprave mankind. This is supported by another reason: we are not dealing with a youth given over from childhood to fear, greed, envy, pride, and all those passions which are the common tools of the schoolmaster. We have to do with a youth who is not only in love for the first time, but with one who is also experiencing his first passion of any kind. Very likely it will be the only strong passion he will ever know, and upon it depends the final formation of his character. His mode of thought, his feelings, his tastes, determined by a lasting passion, are about to become so fixed that they will be incapable of further change. You will easily understand that Émile and I do not spend the whole of the night which follows after such an evening in sleep. Why? Do you mean to tell me that a wise man should be so much affected by a mere coincidence of name? Is there only one Sophie in the world? Are they all alike in heart and in name? Is every Sophie he meets his Sophie? Is he mad to fall in love with a person of whom he knows so little, with whom he has scarcely exchanged a couple of words? Wait, young man, examine, observe. You do not even know who our hosts may be, and to hear you talk one would think the house was your own. This is no time for teaching, and what I say will receive scant attention. It only serves to stimulate Émile to further interest in Sophie, through his desire to find reasons for his fancy. The unexpected coincidence in the name, the meeting which, so far as he knows, was quite accidental, my very caution itself, only serve as fuel to the fire. He is so convinced already of Sophie's excellence, that he feels sure he can make me fond of her. Next morning I have no doubt Émile will make himself as smart as his old travelling suit permits. I am not mistaken, but I am amused to see how eager he is to wear the clean linen put out for us. I know his thoughts, and I am delighted to see that he is trying to establish a means of intercourse, through the return and exchange of the linen, so that he may have a right to return it and so pay another visit to the house. I expected to find Sophie rather more carefully dressed too, but I was mistaken. Such common coquetry is all very well for those who merely desire to please. The coquetry of true love is a more delicate matter, it has quite another end in view. Sophie is dressed, if possible, more simply than last night, though as usual her frock is exquisitely clean. The only sign of coquetry is her self-consciousness. She knows that an elaborate toilet is a sign of love, but she does not know that a careless toilet is another of its signs. It shows a desire to be liked not merely for one's clothes but for oneself. What does a lover care for her clothes if he knows she is thinking of him? Sophie is already sure of her power over Émile, and she is not content to delight his eyes if his heart is not hers also. He must not only perceive her charms, he must divine them. Has he not seen enough to guess the rest? We may take it for granted that while Émile and I were talking last night, Sophie and her mother were not silent, a confession was made and instructions given. The morning's meeting is not unprepared. 12 hours ago our young people had never met, they have never said a word to each other, but it is clear that there is already an understanding between them. Their greeting is formal, confused, timid, they say nothing, their downcast eyes seem to avoid each other, but that is in itself a sign that they understand. They avoid each other with one consent, they already feel the need of concealment, though not a word has been uttered. When we depart we ask leave to come again to return the borrowed clothes in person. Émile's words are addressed to the father and mother, but his eyes seek Sophie's, and his looks are more eloquent than his words. Sophie says nothing by word or gesture, she seems deaf and blind, but she blushes, and that blush is an answer even plainer than that of her parents. We receive permission to come again, though we are not invited to stay. This is only fitting, you offer shelter to benighted travelers, but a lover does not sleep in the house of his mistress. We have hardly left the beloved abode before Émile is thinking of taking rooms in the neighborhood. The nearest cottage seems too far, he would like to sleep in the next ditch. You young fool! I said in a tone of pity, are you already blinded by passion? Have you no regard for manners or for reason? Wretched youth, you call yourself a lover and you would bring disgrace upon her you love. What would people say of her if they knew that a young man who has been staying at her house was sleeping close by? You say you love her. Would you ruin her reputation? Is that the price you offer for her parents' hospitality? Would you bring disgrace on her who will one day make you the happiest of men? Why should we trouble ourselves about the empty words and unjust suspicions of other people? Said he eagerly. Have you not taught me yourself to make light of them? Who knows better than I how greatly I honor Sophie, what respect I desire to show her? My attachment will not cause her shame, it will be her glory, it shall be worthy of her. If my heart and my actions continually give her the homage she deserves, what harm can I do her? Dear Émile, I said, as I clasped him to my heart, you are thinking of yourself alone, learn to think for her too. Do not compare the honor of one sex with that of the other, they rest on different foundations. These foundations are equally firm and right, because they are both laid by nature, and that same virtue which makes you scorn what men say about yourself, binds you to respect what they say of her you love. Your honor is in your own keeping, her honor depends on others. To neglect it is to wound your own honor, and you fail in what is due to yourself if you do not give her the respect she deserves. Then while I explain the reasons for this difference, I make him realize how wrong it would be to pay no attention to it. Who can say if he will really be Sophie's husband? He does not know how she feels towards him, her own heart or her parents' will may already have formed other engagements, he knows nothing of her, perhaps there are none of those grounds of suitability which make a happy marriage. Is he not aware that the least breath of scandal with regard to a young girl is an indelible stain, which not even marriage with him who has caused the scandal can efface? What man of feeling would ruin the woman he loves? What man of honor would desire that a miserable woman should forever lament the misfortune of having found favor in his eyes? Always prone to extremes, the youth takes alarm at the consequences which I have compelled him to consider, and now he thinks that he cannot be too far from Sophie's home, he hastens his steps to get further from it, he glances round to make sure that no one is listening, he would sacrifice his own happiness 1,000 times to the honor of her whom he loves, he would rather never see her again than cause her the least unpleasantness. This is the first result of the pains I have taken ever since he was a child to make him capable of affection. We must therefore seek a lodging at a distance, but not too far. We look about us, we make inquiries, we find that there is a town at least 2 leagues away. We try and find lodgings in this town, rather than in the nearer villages, where our presence might give rise to suspicion. It is there that the new lover takes up his abode, full of love, hope, joy, above all full of right feeling. In this way, I guide his rising passion towards all that is honorable and good, so that his inclinations unconsciously follow the same bent. My course is drawing to a close, the end is in view. All the chief difficulties are vanquished, the chief obstacles overcome, the hardest thing left to do is to refrain from spoiling my work by undue haste to complete it. Amid the uncertainty of human life, let us shun that false prudence which seeks to sacrifice the present to the future. What is too often sacrificed to what will never be. Let us make man happy at every age, lest in spite of our care he should die without knowing the meaning of happiness. Now if there is a time to enjoy life, it is undoubtedly the close of adolescence, when the powers of mind and body have reached their greatest strength, and when man in the midst of his course is furthest from those 2 extremes which tell him life is short. If the imprudence of youth deceives itself, it is not in its desire for enjoyment, but because it seeks enjoyment where it is not to be found, and lays up misery for the future, while unable to enjoy the present. Consider my Émile, over 20 years of age, well formed, well developed in mind and body, strong, healthy, active, skillful, robust, full of sense, reason, kindness, humanity, possessed of good morals and good taste, loving what is beautiful, doing what is good, free from the sway of fierce passions, released from the tyranny of popular prejudices, but subject to the law of wisdom, and easily guided by the voice of a friend, gifted with so many useful and pleasant accomplishments, caring little for wealth, able to earn a living with his own hands, and not afraid of want, whatever may come. Behold him in the intoxication of a growing passion, his heart opens to the first beams of love, its pleasant fancies reveal to him a whole world of new delights and enjoyments, he loves a sweet woman, whose character is even more delightful than her person, he hopes, he expects the reward which he deserves. Their first attachment took its rise in mutual affection, in community of honorable feelings, therefore this affection is lasting. It abandons itself, with confidence, with reason, to the most delightful madness, without fear, regret, remorse, or any other disturbing thought, but that which is inseparable from all happiness. What lacks there yet? Behold, inquire, imagine what still is lacking, that can be combined with present joys. Every happiness which can exist in combination is already present, nothing could be added without taking away from what there is, he is as happy as man can be. Shall I choose this time to cut short so sweet a period? Shall I disturb such pure enjoyment? The happiness he enjoys is my life's reward. What could I give that could outweigh what I should take away? Even if I set the crown to his happiness, I should destroy its greatest charm. That supreme joy is 100-fold greater in anticipation than in possession, its savor is greater while we wait for it than when it is ours. O worthy Émile! Love and be loved. Prolong your enjoyment before it is yours, rejoice in your love and in your innocence, find your paradise upon earth, while you await your heaven. I shall not cut short this happy period of life. I will draw out its enchantments, I will prolong them as far as possible. Alas! It must come to an end, and that soon, but it shall at least linger in your memory, and you will never repent of its joys. Émile has not forgotten that we have something to return. As soon as the things are ready, we take horse and set off at a great pace, for on this occasion he is anxious to get there. When the heart opens the door to passion, it becomes conscious of the slow flight of time. If my time has not been wasted, he will not spend his life like this. Unluckily the road is intricate and the country difficult. We lose our way, he is the first to notice it, and without losing his temper, and without grumbling, he devotes his whole attention to discovering the path. He wanders for a long time before he knows where he is, and always with the same self-control. You think nothing of that, but I think it a matter of great importance, for I know how eager he is. I see the results of the care I have taken from his infancy to harden him to endure the blows of necessity. We are there at last. Our reception is much simpler and more friendly than on the previous occasion. We are already old acquaintances. Émile and Sophie bow shyly and say nothing. What can they say in our presence? What they wish to say requires no spectators. We walk in the garden. A well-kept kitchen garden takes the place of flower beds. The park is an orchard full of fine tall fruit trees of every kind, divided by pretty streams and borders full of flowers. What a lovely place! Exclaims Émile, still thinking of his Homer, and still full of enthusiasm. I could fancy myself in the garden of Alcinous. The daughter wishes she knew who Alcinous was. Her mother asks. Alcinous, I tell them, was a king of Corcyra. Homer describes his garden and the critics think it too simple and unadorned. This Alcinous had a charming daughter who dreamed the night before her father received a stranger at his board that she would soon have a husband. Sophie, taken unawares, blushed, hung her head, and bit her lips. No one could be more confused. Her father, who was enjoying her confusion, added that the young princess bent herself to wash the linen in the river. Do you think, said he, she would have scorned to touch the dirty clothes, saying, that they smelled of grease? Sophie, touched to the quick, forgot her natural timidity and defended herself eagerly. Her papa knew very well all the smaller things would have had no other laundress if she had been allowed to wash them, and she would gladly have done more had she been set to do it. Meanwhile she watched me secretly with such anxiety that I could not suppress a smile, while I read the terrors of her simple heart which urged her to speak. Her father was cruel enough to continue this foolish sport, by asking her, in jest, why she spoke on her own behalf and what had she in common with the daughter of Alcinous. Trembling and ashamed she dared hardly breathe or look at us. Charming girl! This is no time for feigning, you have shown your true feelings in spite of yourself. To all appearance this little scene is soon forgotten. Luckily for Sophie, Émile, at least, is unaware of it. We continue our walk, the young people at first keeping close beside us, but they find it hard to adapt themselves to our slower pace, and presently they are a little in front of us. They are walking side by side, they begin to talk, and before long they are a good way ahead. Sophie seems to be listening quietly, Émile is talking and gesticulating vigorously. They seem to find their conversation interesting. When we turn homewards a full hour later, we call them to us and they return slowly enough now, and we can see they are making good use of their time. Their conversation ceases suddenly before they come within earshot, and they hurry up to us. Émile meets us with a frank affectionate expression, his eyes are sparkling with joy, yet he looks anxiously at Sophie's mother to see how she takes it. Sophie is not nearly so much at her ease. As she approaches us she seems covered with confusion at finding herself tête-à-tête with a young man, though she has met so many other young men frankly enough, and without being found fault with for it. She runs up to her mother, somewhat out of breath, and makes some trivial remark, as if to pretend she had been with her for some time. From the happy expression of these dear children we see that this conversation has taken a load off their hearts. They are no less reticent in their intercourse, but their reticence is less embarrassing. It is only due to Emile's reverence and Sophie's modesty, to the goodness of both. Émile ventures to say a few words to her, she ventures to reply, but she always looks at her mother before she dares to answer. The most remarkable change is in her attitude towards me. She shows me the greatest respect, she watches me with interest, she takes pains to please me. I see that I am honored with her esteem, and that she is not indifferent to mine. I understand that Émile has been talking to her about me. You might say they have been scheming to win me over to their side, yet it is not so, and Sophie herself is not so easily won. Perhaps Émile will have more need of my influence with her than of hers with me. What a charming pair! When I consider that the tender love of my young friend has brought my name so prominently into his first conversation with his lady love, I enjoy the reward of all my trouble. His affection is a sufficient recompense. Our visit is repeated. There are frequent conversations between the young people. Émile is madly in love and thinks that his happiness is within his grasp. Yet he does not succeed in winning any formal avowal from Sophie. She listens to what he says and answers nothing. Émile knows how modest she is, and is not surprised at her reticence. He feels sure that she likes him. He knows that parents decide whom their daughters shall marry. He supposes that Sophie is awaiting her parents' commands. He asks her permission to speak to them, and she makes no objection. He talks to me and I speak on his behalf and in his presence. He is immensely surprised to hear that Sophie is her own mistress, that his happiness depends on her alone. He begins to be puzzled by her conduct. He is less self-confident, he takes alarm, he sees that he has not made so much progress as he expected, and then it is that his love appeals to her in the tenderest and most moving language. Émile is not the sort of man to guess what is the matter. If no one told him he would never discover it as long as he lived, and Sophie is too proud to tell him. What she considers obstacles, others would call advantages. She has not forgotten her parents' teaching. She is poor, Émile is rich, so much she knows. He must win her esteem, his deserts must be great indeed to remove this inequality. But how should he perceive these obstacles? Is Émile aware that he is rich? Has he ever condescended to inquire? Thank heaven, he has no need of riches, he can do good without their aid. The good he does comes from his heart, not his purse. He gives the wretched his time, his care, his affection, himself, and when he reckons up what he has done, he hardly dares to mention the money spent on the poor. As he does not know what to make of his disgrace, he thinks it is his own fault, for who would venture to accuse the adored one of caprice? The shame of humiliation adds to the pangs of disappointed love. He no longer approaches Sophie with that pleasant confidence of his own worth, he is shy and timid in her presence. He no longer hopes to win her affections, but to gain her pity. Sometimes he loses patience and is almost angry with her. Sophie seems to guess his angry feelings and she looks at him. Her glance is enough to disarm and terrify him. He is more submissive than he used to be. Disturbed by this stubborn resistance, this invincible silence, he pours out his heart to his friend. He shares with him the pangs of a heart devoured by sorrow, he implores his help and counsel. How mysterious it is, how hard to understand. She takes an interest in me, that I am sure, far from avoiding me she is pleased to see me. When I come she shows signs of pleasure, when I go she shows regret. She receives my attentions kindly, my services seem to give her pleasure, she condescends to give me her advice and even her commands. Yet she rejects my requests and my prayers. When I venture to speak of marriage, she bids me be silent. If I say a word, she leaves me at once. Why on earth should she wish me to be hers but refuse to be mine? She respects and loves you, and she will not dare to refuse to listen to you. Speak to her, make her answer. Come to your friend's help, and put the coping stone to all you have done for him. Do not let him fall a victim to your care. If you fail to secure his happiness, your own teaching will have been the cause of his misery. I speak to Sophie, and have no difficulty in getting her to confide her secret to me, a secret which was known to me already. It is not so easy to get permission to tell Émile, but at last she gives me leave and I tell him what is the matter. He cannot get over his surprise at this explanation. He cannot understand this delicacy, he cannot see how a few pounds more or less can affect his character or his deserts. When I get him to see their effect on people's prejudices he begins to laugh. He is so wild with delight that he wants to be off at once to tear up his title deeds and renounce his money, so as to have the honor of being as poor as Sophie, and to return worthy to be her husband. Why, said I, trying to check him, and laughing in my turn at his impetuosity, will this young head never grow any older? Having dabbled all your life in philosophy, will you never learn to reason? Do not you see that your wild scheme would only make things worse, and Sophie more obstinate? It is a small superiority to be rather richer than she, but to give up all for her would be a very great superiority. If her pride cannot bear to be under the small obligation, how will she make up her mind to the greater? If she cannot bear to think that her husband might taunt her with the fact that he has enriched her, would she permit him to blame her for having brought him to poverty? Wretched boy, beware lest she suspects you of such a plan. On the contrary, be careful and economical for her sake, lest she should accuse you of trying to gain her by cunning, by sacrificing of your own free will what you are really wasting through carelessness. Do you really think that she is afraid of wealth, and that she is opposed to great possessions in themselves? No, dear Émile, there are more serious and substantial grounds for her opinion, in the effect produced by wealth on its possessor. She knows that those who are possessed of fortune's gifts are apt to place them first. The rich always put wealth before merit. When services are reckoned against silver, the latter always outweighs the former, and those who have spent their life in their master's service are considered his debtors for the very bread they eat. What must you do, Émile, to calm her fears? Let her get to know you better, that is not done in a day. Show her the treasures of your heart, to counterbalance the wealth which is unfortunately yours. Time and constancy will overcome her resistance. Let your great and noble feelings make her forget your wealth. Love her, serve her worthy parents. Convince her that these attentions are not the result of a foolish fleeting passion, but of settled principles engraved upon your heart. Show them the honor deserved by worth when exposed to the buffets of fortune. That is the only way to reconcile it with that worth which basks in her smiles. The transports of joy experienced by the young man at these words may easily be imagined. They restore confidence and hope. His good heart rejoices to do something to please Sophie, which he would have done if there had been no such person, or if he had not been in love with her. However little his character has been understood, anybody can see how he would behave under such circumstances. Here am I, the confidant of these two young people and the mediator of their affection. What a fine task for a tutor! So fine that never in all my life have I stood so high in my own eyes, nor felt so pleased with myself. Moreover, this duty is not without its charms. I am not unwelcome in the home. It is my business to see that the lovers behave themselves. Émile, ever afraid of offending me, was never so docile. The little lady herself overwhelms me with a kindness which does not deceive me, and of which I only take my proper share. This is her way of making up for her severity towards Émile. For his sake she bestows on me 100 tender caresses, though she would die rather than bestow them on him, and he, knowing that I would never stand in his way, is delighted that I should get on so well with her. If she refuses his arm when we are out walking, he consoles himself with the thought that she has taken mine. He makes way for me without a murmur, he clasps my hand, and voice and look alike whisper, "My friend, plead for me." And his eyes follow us with interest. He tries to read our feelings in our faces, and to interpret our conversation by our gestures. He knows that everything we are saying concerns him. Dear Sophie, how frank and easy you are when you can talk to Mentor without being overheard by Telemachus. How freely and delightfully you permit him to read what is passing in your tender little heart. How delighted you are to show him how you esteem his pupil. How cunningly and appealingly you allow him to divine still tenderer sentiments. With what a pretense of anger you dismiss Émile when his impatience leads him to interrupt you. With what pretty vexation you reproach his indiscretion when he comes and prevents you saying something to his credit, or listening to what I say about him, or finding in my words some new excuse to love him. Having got so far as to be tolerated as an acknowledged lover, Émile takes full advantage of his position. He speaks, he urges, he implores, he demands. Hard words or ill treatment make no difference, provided he gets a hearing. At length Sophie is persuaded, though with some difficulty, to assume the authority of a betrothed, to decide what he shall do, to command instead of to ask, to accept instead of to thank, to control the frequency and the hours of his visits, to forbid him to come till such a day or to stay beyond such an hour. This is not done in play, but in earnest, and if it was hard to induce her to accept these rights, she uses them so sternly that Émile is often ready to regret that he gave them to her. But whatever her commands, they are obeyed without question, and often when at her bidding he is about to leave her, he glances at me, his eyes full of delight, as if to say, "You see, she has taken possession of me." Yet unknown to him, Sophie, with all her pride, is observing him closely, and she is smiling to herself at the pride of her slave. Oh, that I had the brush of an Alban or a Raphael to paint their bliss, or the pen of the divine Milton to describe the pleasures of love and innocence. Not so, let such hollow arts shrink back before the sacred truth of nature. In tenderness and pureness of heart let your imagination freely trace the raptures of these young lovers, who under the eyes of parents and tutor, abandon themselves to their blissful illusions. In the intoxication of passion they are advancing step by step to its consummation. With flowers and garlands they are weaving the bonds which are to bind them till death do part. I am carried away by the succession of pictures. I am so happy that I cannot group them in any sort of order or scheme. Any one with a heart in his breast can paint the charming picture for himself and realize the different experiences of father, mother, daughter, tutor, and pupil, and the part played by each and all in the union of the most delightful couple whom love and virtue have ever led to happiness. Now that he is really eager to please, Émile begins to feel the value of the accomplishments he has acquired. Sophie is fond of singing, he sings with her, he does more, he teaches her music. She is lively and light of foot, she loves skipping, he dances with her, he perfects and develops her untrained movements into the steps of the dance. These lessons, enlivened by the gayest mirth, are quite delightful. They melt the timid respect of love. A lover may enjoy teaching his betrothed, he has a right to be her teacher. There is an old spinet quite out of order. Émile mends and tunes it. He is a maker and mender of musical instruments as well as a carpenter. It has always been his rule to learn to do everything he can for himself. The house is picturesquely situated and he makes several sketches of it, in some of which Sophie does her share, and she hangs them in her father's study. The frames are not gilded, nor do they require gilding. When she sees Émile drawing, she draws too, and improves her own drawing. She cultivates all her talents, and her grace gives a charm to all she does. Her father and mother recall the days of their wealth, when they find themselves surrounded by the works of art which alone gave value to wealth. The whole house is adorned by love. Love alone has enthroned among them, without cost or effort, the very same pleasures which were gathered together in former days by dint of toil and money. As the idolater gives what he loves best to the shrine of the object of his worship, so the lover is not content to see perfection in his mistress, he must be ever trying to add to her adornment. She does not need it for his pleasure, it is he who needs the pleasure of giving. It is a fresh homage to be rendered to her, a fresh pleasure in the joy of beholding her. Everything of beauty seems to find its place only as an accessory to the supreme beauty. It is both touching and amusing to see Émile eager to teach Sophie everything he knows, without asking whether she wants to learn it or whether it is suitable for her. He talks about all sorts of things and explains them to her with boyish eagerness. He thinks he has only to speak and she will understand. He looks forward to arguing and discussing philosophy with her. Everything he cannot display before her is so much useless learning. He is quite ashamed of knowing more than she. So he gives her lessons in philosophy, physics, mathematics, history, and everything else. Sophie is delighted to share his enthusiasm and to try and profit by it. How pleased Émile is when he can get leave to give these lessons on his knees before her. He thinks the heavens are open. Yet this position, more trying to pupil than to teacher, is hardly favorable to study. It is not easy to know where to look, to avoid meeting the eyes which follow our own, and if they meet so much the worse for the lesson. Women are no strangers to the art of thinking, but they should only skim the surface of logic and metaphysics. Sophie understands readily, but she soon forgets. She makes most progress in the moral sciences and aesthetics. As to physical science, she retains some vague idea of the general laws and order of this world. Sometimes in the course of their walks, the spectacle of the wonders of nature bids them not fear to raise their pure and innocent hearts to nature's God. They are not afraid of his presence, and they pour out their hearts before him. What? Two young lovers spending their time together talking of religion. Have they nothing better to do than to say their catechism? What profit is there in the attempt to degrade what is noble? Yes, no doubt they are saying their catechism in their delightful land of romance. They are perfect in each other's eyes, they love one another, they talk eagerly of all that makes virtue worth having. Their sacrifices to virtue make her all the dearer to them. Their struggles after self-control draw from them tears purer than the dew of heaven, and these sweet tears are the joy of life. No human heart has ever experienced a sweeter intoxication. Their very renunciation adds to their happiness, and their sacrifices increase their self-respect. Sensual men, bodies without souls, someday they will know your pleasures, and all their life long they will recall with regret the happy days when they refused the cup of pleasure. In spite of this good understanding, differences and even quarrels occur from time to time. The lady has her whims, the lover has a hot temper, but these passing showers are soon over and only serve to strengthen their union. Émile learns by experience not to attach too much importance to them. He always gains more by the reconciliation than he lost by the quarrel. The results of the first difference made him expect a like result from all. He was mistaken, but even if he does not make any appreciable step forward, he has always the satisfaction of finding Sophie's genuine concern for his affection more firmly established. What advantage is this to him? You would ask. I will gladly tell you, all the more gladly because it will give me an opportunity to establish clearly a very important principle, and to combat a very deadly one. Émile is in love, but he is not presuming, and you will easily understand that the dignified Sophie is not the sort of girl to allow any kind of familiarity. Yet virtue has its bounds like everything else, and she is rather to be blamed for her severity than for indulgence. Even her father himself is sometimes afraid lest her lofty pride should degenerate into a haughty spirit. When most alone, Émile dare not ask for the slightest favor, he must not even seem to desire it, and if she is gracious enough to take his arm when they are out walking, a favor which she will never permit him to claim as a right, it is only occasionally that he dare venture with a sigh to press her hand to his heart. However, after a long period of self-restraint, he ventured secretly to kiss the hem of her dress, and several times he was lucky enough to find her willing at least to pretend she was not aware of it. One day he attempts to take the same privilege rather more openly, and Sophie takes it into her head to be greatly offended. He persists, she gets angry and speaks sharply to him. Émile will not put up with this without reply. The rest of the day is given over to sulks, and they part in a very ill temper. Sophie is ill at ease, her mother is her confidant in all things. How can she keep this from her? It is their first misunderstanding, and the misunderstanding of an hour is such a serious business. She is sorry for what she has done, she has her mother's permission and her father's commands to make reparation. The next day Émile returns somewhat earlier than usual and in a state of some anxiety. Sophie is in her mother's dressing room and her father is also present. Émile enters respectfully but gloomily. Scarcely have her parents greeted him than Sophie turns round and holding out her hand asks him in an affectionate tone how he is. That pretty hand is clearly held out to be kissed, he takes it but does not kiss it. Sophie, rather ashamed of herself, withdraws her hand as best she may. Émile, who is not used to a woman's whims, and does not know how far caprice may be carried, does not forget so easily or make friends again all at once. Sophie's father, seeing her confusion, completes her discomfiture by his jokes. The poor girl, confused and ashamed, does not know what to do with herself and would gladly have a good cry. The more she tries to control herself the worse she feels, at last a tear escapes in spite of all she can do to prevent it. Émile, seeing this tear, rushes towards her, falls on his knees, takes her hand and kisses it again and again with the greatest devotion. "My word, you are too kind to her," says her father, laughing, "if I were you, I should deal more severely with these follies, I should punish the mouth that wronged me." Emboldened by these words, Émile turns a suppliant eye towards her mother, and thinking she is not unwilling, he tremblingly approaches Sophie's face, she turns away her head, and to save her mouth she exposes a blushing cheek. The daring young man is not content with this, there is no great resistance. What a kiss, if it were not taken under her mother's eyes. Have a care, Sophie, in your severity, he will be ready enough to try to kiss your dress if only you will sometimes say no. After this exemplary punishment, Sophie's father goes about his business, and her mother makes some excuse for sending her out of the room, then she speaks to Émile very seriously. "Sir," she says, "I think a young man so well born and well bred as yourself, a man of feeling and character, would never reward with dishonor the confidence reposed in him by the friendship of this family. I am neither prudish nor over strict, I know how to make excuses for youthful folly, and what I have permitted in my own presence is sufficient proof of this. Consult your friend as to your own duty, he will tell you there is all the difference in the world between the playful kisses sanctioned by the presence of father and mother, and the same freedom taken in their absence and in betrayal of their confidence, a freedom which makes a snare of the very favors which in the parents' presence were wholly innocent. He will tell you, sir, that my daughter is only to blame for not having perceived from the first what she ought never to have permitted, he will tell you that every favor, taken as such, is a favor, and that it is unworthy of a man of honor to take advantage of a young girl's innocence, to usurp in private the same freedom which she may permit in the presence of others. For good manners teach us what is permitted in public, but we do not know what a man will permit to himself in private, if he makes himself the sole judge of his conduct." After this well-deserved rebuke, addressed rather to me than to my pupil, the good mother leaves us, and I am amazed by her rare prudence, in thinking it a little thing that Émile should kiss her daughter's lips in her presence, while fearing lest he should venture to kiss her dress when they are alone. When I consider the folly of worldly maxims, whereby real purity is continually sacrificed to a show of propriety, I understand why speech becomes more refined while the heart becomes more corrupt, and why etiquette is stricter while those who conform to it are most immoral. While I am trying to convince Émile's heart with regard to these duties which I ought to have instilled into him sooner, a new idea occurs to me, an idea which perhaps does Sophie all the more credit, though I shall take care not to tell her lover, this so-called pride, for which she has been censured, is clearly only a very wise precaution to protect her from herself. Being aware that, unfortunately, her own temperament is inflammable, she dreads the least spark, and keeps out of reach so far as she can. Her sternness is due not to pride but to humility. She assumes a control over Émile because she doubts her control of herself, she turns the one against the other. If she had more confidence in herself she would be much less haughty. With this exception, is there anywhere on earth a gentler, sweeter girl? Is there any who endures an affront with greater patience, any who is more afraid of annoying others? Is there any with less pretension, except in the matter of virtue? Moreover, she is not proud of her virtue, she is only proud in order to preserve her virtue, and if she can follow the guidance of her heart without danger, she caresses her lover himself. But her wise mother does not confide all this even to her father. Men should not hear everything. Far from seeming proud of her conquest, Sophie has grown more friendly and less exacting towards everybody, except perhaps the one person who has wrought this change. Her noble heart no longer swells with the feeling of independence. She triumphs modestly over a victory gained at the price of her freedom. Her bearing is more restrained, her speech more timid, since she has begun to blush at the word lover, but contentment may be seen beneath her outward confusion, and this very shame is not painful. This change is most noticeable in her behavior towards the young men she meets. Now that she has ceased to be afraid of them, much of her extreme reserve has disappeared. Now that her choice is made, she does not hesitate to be gracious to those to whom she is quite indifferent, taking no more interest in them. She is less difficult to please, and she always finds them pleasant enough for people who are of no importance to her. If true love were capable of coquetry, I should fancy I saw traces of it in the way Sophie behaves towards other young men in her lover's presence. One would say that, not content with the ardent passion she inspires by a mixture of shyness and caresses, she is not sorry to rouse this passion by a little anxiety. One would say that when she is purposely amusing her young guests she means to torment Émile by the charms of a freedom she will not allow herself with him, but Sophie is too considerate, too kindly, too wise to really torment him. Love and honor take the place of prudence and control the use of this dangerous weapon. She can alarm and reassure him just as he needs it, and if she sometimes makes him uneasy she never really gives him pain. The anxiety she causes to her beloved may be forgiven because of her fear that he is not sufficiently her own. But what effect will this little performance have upon Émile? Will he be jealous or not? That is what we must discover, for such digressions form part of the purpose of my book, and they do not lead me far from my main subject. I have already shown how this passion of jealousy in matters of convention finds its way into the heart of man. In love it is another matter. Then jealousy is so near akin to nature, that it is hard to believe that it is not her work, and the example of the very beasts, many of whom are madly jealous, seems to prove this point beyond reply. Is it man's influence that has taught cooks to tear each other to pieces or bulls to fight to the death? No one can deny that the aversion to everything which may disturb or interfere with our pleasures is a natural impulse. Up to a certain point the desire for the exclusive possession of that which ministers to our pleasure is in the same case. But when this desire has become a passion, when it is transformed into madness, or into a bitter and suspicious fancy known as jealousy, that is quite another matter. Such a passion may be natural or it may not. We must distinguish between these different cases. I have already analyzed the example of the animal world in my discourse on inequality, and on further consideration I think I may refer my readers to that analysis as sufficiently thorough. I will only add this further point to those already made in that work, that the jealousy which springs from nature depends greatly on sexual power, and that when sexual power is or appears to be boundless, that jealousy is at its height, for then the male, measuring his rights by his needs, can never see another male except as an unwelcome rival. In such species the females always submit to the first comer, they only belong to the male by right of conquest, and they are the cause of unending strife. Among the monogamous species, where intercourse seems to give rise to some sort of moral bond, a kind of marriage, the female who belongs by choice to the male on whom she has bestowed herself usually denies herself to all others, and the male, having this preference of affection as a pledge of her fidelity, is less uneasy at the sight of other males and lives more peaceably with them. Among these species the male shares the care of the little ones, and by one of those touching laws of nature it seems as if the female rewards the father for his love for his children. Now consider the human species in its primitive simplicity. It is easy to see, from the limited powers of the male, and the moderation of his desires, that nature meant him to be content with one female, This is confirmed by the numerical equality of the two sexes, at any rate in our part of the world, an equality which does not exist in anything like the same degree among those species in which several females are collected around one male. Though a man does not brood like a pigeon, and though he has no milk to suckle the young, and must in this respect be classed with the quadrupeds, his children are feeble and helpless for so long a time that mother and children could ill dispense with the father's affection, and the care which results from it. All these observations combine to prove that the jealous fury of the males of certain animals proves nothing with regard to man, and the exceptional case of those southern regions where polygamy is the established custom, only confirms the rule, since it is the plurality of wives that gives rise to the tyrannical precautions of the husband, and the consciousness of his own weakness makes the man resort to constraint to evade the laws of nature. Among ourselves, where these same laws are less frequently evaded in this respect, but are more frequently evaded in another and even more detestable manner, jealousy finds its motives in the passions of society rather than in those of primitive instinct. In most irregular connections the hatred of the lover for his rivals far exceeds his love for his mistress. If he fears a rival in her affections, it is the effect of that self-love whose origin I have already traced out, and he is moved by vanity rather than affection. Moreover, our clumsy systems of education have made women so deceitful, and have so overstimulated their appetites, that you cannot rely even on the most clearly proved affection. They can no longer display a preference which secures you against the fear of a rival. True love is another matter. I have shown, in the work already referred to, that this sentiment is not so natural as men think, and that there is a great difference between the gentle habit which binds a man with cords of love to his helpmeet, and the unbridled passion which is intoxicated by the fancied charms of an object which he no longer sees in its true light. This passion, which is full of exclusions and preferences, only differs from vanity in this respect, that vanity demands all and gives nothing, so that it is always harmful, while love, bestowing as much as it demands, is in itself a sentiment full of equity. Moreover, the more exacting it is, the more credulous. That very illusion which gave rise to it, makes it easy to persuade. If love is suspicious, esteem is trustful, and love will never exist in an honest heart without esteem, for every one loves in another the qualities which he himself holds in honor. When once this is clearly understood, we can predict with confidence the kind of jealousy which Émile will be capable of experiencing. As there is only the smallest germ of this passion in the human heart, the form it takes must depend solely upon education. Émile, full of love and jealousy, will not be angry, sullen, suspicious, but delicate, sensitive, and timid. He will be more alarmed than vexed. He will think more of securing his lady love than of threatening his rival. He will treat him as an obstacle to be removed if possible from his path, rather than as a rival to be hated. If he hates him, it is not because he presumes to compete with him for Sophie's affection, but because Émile feels that there is a real danger of losing that affection. He will not be so unjust and foolish as to take offense at the rivalry itself. He understands that the law of preference rests upon merit only, and that honor depends upon success. He will redouble his efforts to make himself acceptable. And he will probably succeed. His generous Sophie, though she has given alarm to his love, is well able to allay that fear, to atone for it, and the rivals who were only suffered to put him to the proof are speedily dismissed. But whither am I going? O Émile! What art thou now? Is this my pupil? How art thou fallen? Where is that young man so sternly fashioned, who braved all weathers, who devoted his body to the hardest tasks and his soul to the laws of wisdom, untouched by prejudice or passion, a lover of truth, swayed by reason only, unheeding all that was not hers? Living in softness and idleness, he now lets himself be ruled by women. Their amusements are the business of his life, their wishes are his laws. A young girl is the arbiter of his fate. He cringes and grovels before her. The earnest Émile is the plaything of a child. So shift the scenes of life. Each age is swayed by its own motives, but the man is the same. At 10 his mind was set upon cakes, at 20 it is set upon his mistress, at 30 it will be set upon pleasure, at 40 on ambition, at 50 on avarice. When will he seek after wisdom only? Happy is he who is compelled to follow her against his will. What matter who is the guide, if the end is attained? Heroes and sages have themselves paid tribute to this human weakness, and those who handled the distaff with clumsy fingers were none the less great men. If you would prolong the influence of a good education through life itself, the good habits acquired in childhood must be carried forward into adolescence, and when your pupil is what he ought to be, you must manage to keep him what he ought to be. This is the coping stone of your work. This is why it is of the first importance that the tutor should remain with young men, otherwise there is little doubt they will learn to make love without him. The great mistake of tutors and still more of fathers is to think that one way of living makes another impossible, and that as soon as the child is grown up, you must abandon everything you used to do when he was little. If that were so, why should we take such pains in childhood, since the good or bad use we make of it will vanish with childhood itself, if another way of life were necessarily accompanied by other ways of thinking? The stream of memory is only interrupted by great illnesses, and the stream of conduct, by great passions. Our tastes and inclinations may change, but this change, though it may be sudden enough, is rendered less abrupt by our habits. The skillful artist, in a good color scheme, contrives so to mingle and blend his tints that the transitions are imperceptible, and certain color washes are spread over the whole picture so that there may be no sudden breaks. So should it be with our likings. Unbalanced characters are always changing their affections, their tastes, their sentiments. The only constant factor is the habit of change, but the man of settled character always returns to his former habits and preserves to old age the tastes and the pleasures of his childhood. If you contrive that young people passing from one stage of life to another do not despise what has gone before, that when they form new habits, they do not forsake the old, and that they always love to do what is right, in things new and old, then only are the fruits of your toil secure, and you are sure of your scholars as long as they live, for the revolution most to be dreaded is that of the age over which you are now watching. As men always look back to this period with regret, so the tastes carried forward into it from childhood are not easily destroyed, but if once interrupted they are never resumed. Most of the habits you think you have instilled into children and young people are not really habits at all, they have only been acquired under compulsion, and being followed reluctantly they will be cast off at the first opportunity. However long you remain in prison you never get a taste for prison life, so aversion is increased rather than diminished by habit. Not so with Émile. As a child he only did what he could do willingly and with pleasure, and as a man he will do the same, and the force of habit will only lend its help to the joys of freedom. An active life, bodily labor, exercise, movement, have become so essential to him that he could not relinquish them without suffering. Reduce him all at once to a soft and sedentary life and you condemn him to chains and imprisonment, you keep him in a condition of thraldom and constraint, he would suffer, no doubt, both in health and temper. He can scarcely breathe in a stuffy room, he requires open air, movement, fatigue. Even at Sophie's feet he cannot help casting a glance at the country and longing to explore it in her company. Yet he remains if he must, but he is anxious and ill at ease, he seems to be struggling with himself, he remains because he is a captive. Yes, you will say, these are necessities to which you have subjected him, a yoke which you have laid upon him. You speak truly, I have subjected him to the yoke of manhood. Émile loved Sophie, but what were the charms by which he was first attracted? Sensibility, virtue, and love for things pure and honest. When he loves this love in Sophie, will he cease to feel it himself? And what price did she put upon herself? She required all her lover's natural feelings, esteem of what is really good, frugality, simplicity, generous unselfishness, a scorn of pomp and riches. These virtues were Émile's before love claimed them of him. Is he really changed? He has all the more reason to be himself, that is the only difference. The careful reader will not suppose that all the circumstances in which he is placed are the work of chance. There were many charming girls in the town, is it chance that his choice is discovered in a distant retreat? Is their meeting the work of chance? Is it chance that makes them so suited to each other? Is it chance that they cannot live in the same place, that he is compelled to find a lodging so far from her? Is it chance that he can see her so seldom and must purchase the pleasure of seeing her at the price of such fatigue? You say he is becoming effeminate. Not so, he is growing stronger, he must be fairly robust to stand the fatigue he endures on Sophie's account. He lives more than 2 leagues away. That distance serves to temper the shafts of love. If they lived next door to each other, or if he could drive to see her in a comfortable carriage, he would love at his ease in the Paris fashion. Would Leander have braved death for the sake of Hero if the sea had not lain between them? Need I say more? If my reader is able to take my meaning, he will be able to follow out my principles in detail. The first time we went to see Sophie, we went on horseback, so as to get there more quickly. We continue this convenient plan until our 5th visit. We were expected, and more than half a league from the house we see people on the road. Émile watches them, his pulse quickens as he gets nearer, he recognizes Sophie and dismounts quickly, he hastens to join the charming family. Émile is fond of good horses, his horse is fresh, he feels he is free, and gallops off across the fields. I follow, and with some difficulty I succeed in catching him and bringing him back. Unluckily Sophie is afraid of horses, and I dare not approach her. Émile has not seen what happened, but Sophie whispers to him that he is giving his friend a great deal of trouble. He hurries up quite ashamed of himself, takes the horses, and follows after the party. It is only fair that each should take his turn, and he rides on to get rid of our mounts. He has to leave Sophie behind him, and he no longer thinks riding a convenient mode of traveling. He returns out of breath and meets us halfway. The next time, Émile will not hear of horses. Why, say I, we need only take a servant to look after them. Shall we put our worthy friends to such expense? He replies. You see, they would insist on feeding man and horse. That is true, I reply, theirs is the generous hospitality of the poor. The rich man in his niggardly pride only welcomes his friends, but the poor find room for their friends' horses. Let us go on foot, says he, won't you venture on the walk, when you are always so ready to share the toilsome pleasures of your child? I will gladly go with you, I reply at once, and it seems to me that love does not desire so much show. As we draw near, we meet the mother and daughter even further from home than on the last occasion. We have come at a great pace. Émile is very warm, his beloved condescends to pass her handkerchief over his cheeks. It would take a good many horses to make us ride there after this. But it is rather hard never to be able to spend an evening together. Midsummer is long past and the days are growing shorter. Whatever we say, we are not allowed to return home in the dark, and unless we make a very early start, we have to go back almost as soon as we get there. The mother is sorry for us and uneasy on our account, and it occurs to her that, though it would not be proper for us to stay in the house, beds might be found for us in the village, if we liked to stay there occasionally. Émile claps his hands at this idea and trembles with joy. Sophie, unwittingly, kisses her mother rather oftener than usual on the day this idea occurs to her. Little by little the charm of friendship and the familiarity of innocence take root and grow among us. I generally accompany my young friend on the days appointed by Sophie or her mother, but sometimes I let him go alone. The heart thrives in the sunshine of confidence, and a man must not be treated as a child, and what have I accomplished so far, if my pupil is unworthy of my esteem? Now and then I go without him, he is sorry, but he does not complain. What use would it be? And then he knows I shall not interfere with his interests. However, whether we go together or separately, you will understand that we are not stopped by the weather, we are only too proud to arrive in a condition which calls for pity. Unluckily Sophie deprives us of this honor and forbids us to come in bad weather. This is the only occasion on which she rebels against the rules which I laid down for her in private. One day Émile had gone alone and I did not expect him back till the following day, but he returned the same evening. "My dear Émile," said I, "have you come back to your old friend already?" But instead of responding to my caresses he replied with some show of temper, "You need not suppose I came back so soon of my own accord." She insisted on it, "It is for her sake not yours that I am here." Touched by his frankness I renewed my caresses, saying, "Truthful heart and faithful friend, do not conceal from me anything I ought to know. If you came back for her sake, you told me so for my own, your return is her doing, your frankness is mine. Continue to preserve the noble candor of great souls. Strangers may think what they will, but it is a crime to let our friends think us better than we are." I take care not to let him underrate the cost of his confession by assuming that there is more love than generosity in it, and by telling him that he would rather deprive himself of the honor of this return, than give it to Sophie. But this is how he revealed to me, all unconsciously, what were his real feelings. If he had returned slowly and comfortably, dreaming of his sweetheart, I should know he was merely her lover. When he hurried back, even if he was a little out of temper, he was the friend of his mentor. You see that the young man is very far from spending his days with Sophie, and seeing as much of her as he wants. 1 or 2 visits a week are all that is permitted, and these visits are often only for the afternoon and are rarely extended to the next day. He spends much more of his time in longing to see her, or in rejoicing that he has seen her, than he actually spends in her presence. Even when he goes to see her, more time is spent in going and returning than by her side. His pleasures, genuine, pure, delicious, but more imaginary than real, serve to kindle his love but not to make him effeminate. On the days when he does not see Sophie he is not sitting idle at home. He is Émile himself and quite unchanged. He usually scours the country round in pursuit of its natural history. He observes and studies the soil, its products, and their mode of cultivation. He compares the methods he sees with those with which he is already familiar. He tries to find the reasons for any differences. If he thinks other methods better than those of the locality, he introduces them to the farmer's notice. If he suggests a better kind of plough, he has one made from his own drawings. If he finds a lime pit he teaches them how to use the lime on the land, a process new to them. He often lends a hand himself. They are surprised to find him handling all manner of tools more easily than they can themselves. His furrows are deeper and straighter than theirs. He is a more skillful sower, and his beds for early produce are more cleverly planned. They do not scoff at him as a fine talker, they see he knows what he is talking about. In a word, his zeal and attention are bestowed on everything that is really useful to everybody, nor does he stop there. He visits the peasants in their homes, inquires into their circumstances, their families, the number of their children, the extent of their holdings, the nature of their produce, their markets, their rights, their burdens, their debts, etc. He gives away very little money, for he knows it is usually ill spent, but he himself directs the use of his money, and makes it helpful to them without distributing it among them. He supplies them with laborers, and often pays them for work done by themselves, on tasks for their own benefit. For one he has the falling thatch repaired or renewed, for another he clears a piece of land which had gone out of cultivation for lack of means, to another he gives a cow, a horse, or stock of any kind to replace a loss. 2 neighbors are ready to go to law, he wins them over, and makes them friends again. A peasant falls ill, he has him cared for, he looks after him himself. Another is harassed by a rich and powerful neighbor, he protects him and speaks on his behalf. Young people are fond of one another, he helps forward their marriage. A good woman has lost her beloved child, he goes to see her, he speaks words of comfort and sits a while with her. He does not despise the poor, he is in no hurry to avoid the unfortunate. He often takes his dinner with some peasant he is helping, and he will even accept a meal from those who have no need of his help. Though he is the benefactor of some and the friend of all, he is none the less their equal. In conclusion, he always does as much good by his personal efforts as by his money. Sometimes his steps are turned in the direction of the happy abode. He may hope to see Sophie without her knowing, to see her out walking without being seen. But Émile is always quite open in everything he does, he neither can nor would deceive. His delicacy is of that pleasing type in which pride rests on the foundation of a good conscience. He keeps strictly within bounds, and never comes near enough to gain from chance what he only desires to win from Sophie herself. On the other hand, he delights to roam about the neighborhood, looking for the trace of Sophie's steps, feeling what pains she has taken and what a distance she has walked to please him. The day before his visit, he will go to some neighboring farm and order a little feast for the morrow. We shall take our walk in that direction without any special object. We shall turn in apparently by chance. Fruit, cakes, and cream are waiting for us. Sophie likes sweets, so is not insensible to these attentions, and she is quite ready to do honor to what we have provided, for I always have my share of the credit even if I have had no part in the trouble. It is a girl's way of returning thanks more easily. Her father and I have cakes and wine. Émile keeps the ladies company and is always on the lookout to secure a dish of cream in which Sophie has dipped her spoon. The cakes lead me to talk of the races Émile used to run. Everyone wants to hear about them, I explain amid much laughter. They ask him if he can run as well as ever. Better, says he, I should be sorry to forget how to run. One member of the company is dying to see him run, but she dare not say so. Someone else undertakes to suggest it, he agrees and we send for 2 or 3 young men of the neighborhood. A prize is offered, and in imitation of our earlier games a cake is placed on the goal. Everyone is ready. Sophie's father gives the signal by clapping his hands. The nimble Émile flies like lightning and reaches the goal almost before the others have started. He receives his prize at Sophie's hands, and no less generous than Aeneas, he gives gifts to all the vanquished. In the midst of his triumph, Sophie dares to challenge the victor, and to assert that she can run as fast as he. He does not refuse to enter the lists with her, and while she is getting ready to start, while she is tucking up her skirt at each side, more eager to show Émile a pretty ankle than to vanquish him in the race, while she is seeing if her petticoats are short enough, he whispers a word to her mother who smiles and nods approval. Then he takes his place by his competitor. No sooner is the signal given than she is off like a bird. Women were not meant to run, they flee that they may be overtaken. Running is not the only thing they do ill, but it is the only thing they do awkwardly. Their elbows glued to their sides and pointed backwards look ridiculous, and the high heels on which they are perched make them look like so many grasshoppers trying to run instead of to jump. Émile, supposing that Sophie runs no better than other women, does not deign to stir from his place and watches her start with a smile of mockery. But Sophie is light of foot and she wears low heels. She needs no pretence to make her foot look smaller. She runs so quickly that he has only just time to overtake this new Atlanta when he sees her so far ahead. Then he starts like an eagle dashing upon its prey. He pursues her, clutches her, grasps her at last quite out of breath, and gently placing his left arm about her, he lifts her like a feather, and pressing his sweet burden to his heart, he finishes the race, makes her touch the goal first, and then exclaiming, "Sophie wins!" he sinks on one knee before her and owns himself beaten. Along with such occupations there is also the trade we learnt. One day a week at least, and every day when the weather is too bad for country pursuits, Émile and I go to work under a master joiner. We do not work for show, like people above our trade, we work in earnest like regular workmen. Once when Sophie's father came to see us, he found us at work, and did not fail to report his wonder to his wife and daughter. "Go and see that young man in the workshop," said he, "and you will soon see if he despises the condition of the poor." You may fancy how pleased Sophie was at this. They talk it over, and they decide to surprise him at his work. They question me, apparently without any special object, and having made sure of the time, mother and daughter take a little carriage and come to town on that very day. On her arrival, Sophie sees, at the other end of the shop, a young man in his shirt sleeves, with his hair all untidy, so hard at work that he does not see her. She makes a sign to her mother. Émile, a chisel in one hand and a hammer in the other, is just finishing a mortise. Then he saws a piece of wood and places it in the vise in order to polish it. The sight of this does not set Sophie laughing. it affects her greatly, it wins her respect. Woman, honor your master, he it is who works for you, he it is who gives you bread to eat, this is he. While they are busy watching him, I perceive them and pull Émile by the sleeve, he turns round, drops his tools, and hastens to them with an exclamation of delight. After he has given way to his first raptures, he makes them take a seat and he goes back to his work. But Sophie cannot keep quiet, she gets up hastily, runs about the workshop, looks at the tools, feels the polish of the boards, picks up shavings, looks at our hands, and says she likes the strade, it is so clean. The merry girl tries to copy Émile. With her delicate white hand she passes a plane over a bit of wood, the plane slips and makes no impression. It seems to me that love himself is hovering over us and beating his wings, I think I can hear his joyous cries, Hercules is avenged. Yet Sophie's mother questions the master. Sir, how much do you pay these 2 men a day? I give them each 10 pence a day and their food, but if that young fellow wanted he could earn much more, for he is the best workman in the country. 10 pence a day and their food, said she looking at us tenderly. That is so, madam, replied the master. At these words she hurries up to Émile, kisses him, and clasps him to her breast with tears, unable to say more she repeats again and again, my son, my son. When they had spent some time chatting with us, but without interrupting our work, we must be going now, said the mother to her daughter, it is getting late and we must not keep your father waiting. Then approaching Émile she tapped him playfully on the cheek, saying, well, my good workman, won't you come with us? He replied sadly, I am at work, ask the master. The master is asked if he can spare us. He replies that he cannot. I have work on hand, said he, which is wanted the day after tomorrow, so there is not much time. Counting on these gentlemen I refused other workmen who came, if they fail me I don't know how to replace them and I shall not be able to send the work home at the time promised. The mother said nothing, she was waiting to hear what Émile would say. Émile hung his head in silence. Sir, she said, somewhat surprised at this, have you nothing to say to that? Émile looked tenderly at her daughter and merely said, you see I am bound to stay. Then the ladies left us. Émile went with them to the door, gazed after them as long as they were in sight, and returned to his work without a word. On the way home, the mother, somewhat vexed at his conduct, spoke to her daughter of the strange way in which he had behaved. Why, said she, was it so difficult to arrange matters with the master without being obliged to stay? The young man is generous enough and ready to spend money when there is no need for it, could not he spend a little on such a fitting occasion? Oh, mamma, replied Sophie, I trust Émile will never rely so much on money as to use it to break an engagement, to fail to keep his own word, and to make another break his. I know he could easily give the master a trifle to make up for the slight inconvenience caused by his absence, but his soul would become the slave of riches, he would become accustomed to place wealth before duty, and he would think that any duty might be neglected provided he was ready to pay. That is not Émile's way of thinking, and I hope he will never change on my account. Do you think it cost him nothing to stay? You are quite wrong, mamma, it was for my sake that he stayed, I saw it in his eyes. It is not that Sophie is indifferent to genuine proofs of love, on the contrary she is imperious and exacting, she would rather not be loved at all than be loved half-heartedly. Hers is the noble pride of worth, conscious of its own value, self-respecting and claiming alike honor from others. She would scorn a heart that did not recognize the full worth of her own, that did not love her for her virtues as much and more than for her charms, a heart which did not put duty first, and prefer it to everything. She did not desire a lover who knew no will but hers. She wished to reign over a man whom she had not spoilt. Thus Circe, having changed into swine the comrades of Ulysses, bestowed herself on him over whom she had no power. Except for this sacred and inviolable right, Sophie is very jealous of her own rights, she observes how carefully Émile respects them, how zealously he does her will, how cleverly he guesses her wishes, How exactly he arrives at the appointed time, she will have him neither late nor early, he must arrive to the moment. To come early is to think more of himself than of her, to come late is to neglect her. To neglect Sophie, that could not happen twice. An unfounded suspicion on her part nearly ruined everything, but Sophie is really just and knows how to atone for her faults. They were expecting us one evening, Émile had received his orders. They came to meet us, but we were not there. What has become of us? What accident have we met with? No message from us. The evening is spent in expectation of our arrival. Sophie thinks we are dead, she is miserable and in an agony of distress, she cries all the night through. In the course of the evening a messenger was dispatched to inquire after us and bring back news in the morning. The messenger returns together with another messenger sent by us, who makes our excuses verbally and says we are quite well. Then the scene is changed, Sophie dries her tears, or if she still weeps it is for anger. It is small consolation to her proud spirit to know that we are alive, Émile lives and he has kept her waiting. When we arrive she tries to escape to her own room, her parents desire her to remain, so she is obliged to do so, but deciding at once what course she will take she assumes a calm and contented expression which would deceive most people. Her father comes forward to receive us saying, "You have made your friends very uneasy, there are people here who will not forgive you very readily." "Who are they, Papa?" said Sophie with the most gracious smile she could assume. "What business is that of yours," said her father, "if it is not you?" Sophie bent over her work without reply. Her mother received us coldly and formally. Émile was so confused he dared not speak to Sophie. She spoke first, inquired how he was, asked him to take a chair, and pretended so cleverly that the poor young fellow, who as yet knew nothing of the language of angry passions, was quite deceived by her apparent indifference, and ready to take offense on his own account. To undeceive him I was going to take Sophie's hand and raise it to my lips as I sometimes did. She drew it back so hastily, with the word, "Sir," uttered in such a strange manner that Émile's eyes were opened at once by this involuntary movement. Sophie herself, seeing that she had betrayed herself, exercised less control over herself. Her apparent indifference was succeeded by scornful irony. She replied to everything he said in monosyllables uttered slowly and hesitatingly as if she were afraid her anger should show itself too plainly. Émile, half dead with terror, stared at her full of sorrow, and tried to get her to look at him so that his eyes might read in hers her real feelings. Sophie, still more angry at his boldness, gave him one look which removed all wish for another. Luckily for himself, Émile, trembling and dumbfounded, dared neither look at her nor speak to her again, for had he not been guilty, had he been able to endure her wrath, she would never have forgiven him. Seeing that it was my turn now, and that the time was ripe for explanation, I returned to Sophie. I took her hand and this time she did not snatch it away, she was ready to faint. I said gently, "Dear Sophie, we are the victims of misfortune, but you are just and reasonable, you will not judge us unheard, listen to what we have to say." She said nothing and I proceeded. "We set out yesterday at 4 o'clock, we were told to be here at 7, and we always allow ourselves rather more time than we need, so as to rest a little before we get here. We were more than halfway here when we heard lamentable groans, which came from a little valley in the hillside, some distance off. We hurried towards the place and found an unlucky peasant who had taken rather more wine than was good for him. On his way home he had fallen heavily from his horse and broken his leg. We shouted and called for help, there was no answer. We tried to lift the injured man on his horse, but without success, the least movement caused intense agony. We decided to tie up the horse in a quiet part of the wood, then we made a chair of our crossed arms and carried the man as gently as possible, following his directions till we got him home. The way was long, and we were constantly obliged to stop and rest. At last we got there, but thoroughly exhausted. We were surprised and sorry to find that it was a house we knew already and that the wretched creature we had carried with such difficulty was the very man who received us so kindly when first we came. We had all been so upset that until that moment we had not recognized each other. There were only 2 little children. His wife was about to present him with another, and she was so overwhelmed at the sight of him brought home in such a condition, that she was taken ill and a few hours later gave birth to another little one. What was to be done under such circumstances in a lonely cottage far from any help? Émile decided to fetch the horse we had left in the wood, to ride as fast as he could into the town and fetch a surgeon. He let the surgeon have the horse, and not succeeding in finding a nurse all at once, he returned on foot with a servant, after having sent a messenger to you. Meanwhile I hardly knew what to do between a man with a broken leg and a woman in travail, but I got ready as well as I could such things in the house as I thought would be needed for the relief of both. I will pass over the rest of the details, they are not to the point. It was 2 o'clock in the morning before we got a moment's rest. At last we returned before daybreak to our lodging close at hand, where we waited till you were up to let you know what had happened to us. That was all I said. But before anyone could speak, Émile, approaching Sophie, raised his voice and said with greater firmness than I expected, "Sophie, my fate is in your hands, as you very well know. You may condemn me to die of grief, but do not hope to make me forget the rights of humanity, they are even more sacred in my eyes than your own rights, I will never renounce them for you." For all answer, Sophie rose, put her arm round his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Then offering him her hand with inimitable grace she said to him, "Émile, take this hand, it is yours. When you will, you shall be my husband and my master, I will try to be worthy of that honor." Scarcely had she kissed him, when her delighted father clapped his hands calling, "Encore, encore," and Sophie without further ado, kissed him twice on the other cheek, but afraid of what she had done she took refuge at once in her mother's arms and hid her blushing face on the maternal bosom. I will not describe our happiness, everybody will feel with us. After dinner Sophie asked if it were too far to go and see the poor invalids. It was her wish and it was a work of mercy. When we got there we found them both in bed. Émile had sent for a second bedstead, there were people there to look after them, Émile had seen to it. But in spite of this everything was so untidy that they suffered almost as much from discomfort as from their condition. Sophie asked for one of the good wife's aprons and set to work to make her more comfortable in her bed, then she did as much for the man. Her soft and gentle hands seemed to find out what was hurting them and how to settle them into less painful positions. Her very presence seemed to make them more comfortable, she seemed to guess what was the matter. This fastidious girl was not disgusted by the dirt or smells, and she managed to get rid of both without disturbing the sick people. She who had always appeared so modest and sometimes so disdainful, she who would not for all the world have touched a man's bed with her little finger, lifted the sick man and changed his linen without any fuss, and placed him to rest in a more comfortable position. The zeal of charity is of more value than modesty. What she did was done so skillfully and with such a light touch that he felt better almost without knowing she had touched him. Husband and wife mingled their blessings upon the kindly girl who tended, pitied, and consoled them. She was an angel from heaven come to visit them, she was an angel in face and manner, in gentleness and goodness. Émile was greatly touched by all this and he watched her without speaking. "O man, love thy helpmeet. God gave her to relieve thy sufferings, to comfort thee in thy troubles. This is she." The newborn baby was baptized. The 2 lovers were its godparents, and as they held it at the font they were longing, at the bottom of their hearts, for the time when they should have a child of their own to be baptized. They longed for their wedding day, they thought it was close at hand, all Sophie's scruples had vanished, but mine remained. They had not got so far as they expected, every one must have his turn. One morning when they had not seen each other for 2 whole days, I entered Émile's room with a letter in my hands, and looking fixedly at him I said to him, "What would you do if someone told you Sophie were dead?" He uttered a loud cry, got up and struck his hands together, and without saying a single word, he looked at me with eyes of desperation. "Answer me," I continued with the same calmness. Vexed at my composure, he then approached me with eyes blazing with anger, and checking himself in an almost threatening attitude, "What would I do? I know not, but this I do know, I would never set eyes again upon the person who brought me such news." "Comfort yourself," said I, smiling, "she lives, she is well, and they are expecting us this evening. But let us go for a short walk and we can talk things over." The passion which engrosses him will no longer permit him to devote himself as in former days to discussions of pure reason. This very passion must be called to our aid if his attention is to be given to my teaching. That is why I made use of this terrible preface. I am quite sure he will listen to me now. We must be happy, dear Émile, it is the end of every feeling creature, it is the first desire taught us by nature, and the only one which never leaves us. But where is happiness? Who knows? Every one seeks it, and no one finds it. We spend our lives in the search and we die before the end is attained. My young friend, when I took you, a newborn infant, in my arms, and called God Himself to witness to the vow I dared to make that I would devote my life to the happiness of your life, did I know myself what I was undertaking? No, I only knew that in making you happy, I was sure of my own happiness. By making this useful inquiry on your account, I made it for us both. So long as we do not know what to do, wisdom consists in doing nothing. Of all rules there is none so greatly needed by man, and none which he is less able to obey. In seeking happiness when we know not where it is, we are perhaps getting further and further from it, we are running as many risks as there are roads to choose from. But it is not every one that can keep still. Our passion for our own well-being makes us so uneasy, that we would rather deceive ourselves in the search for happiness than sit still and do nothing, and when once we have left the place where we might have known happiness, we can never return. In ignorance like this I tried to avoid a similar fault. When I took charge of you I decided to take no useless steps and to prevent you from doing so too. I kept to the path of nature, until she should show me the path of happiness. And lo! Their paths were the same, and without knowing it this was the path I trod. Be at once my witness and my judge, I will never refuse to accept your decision. Your early years have not been sacrificed to those that were to follow, you have enjoyed all the good gifts which nature bestowed upon you. Of the ills to which you were by nature subject, and from which I could shelter you, you have only experienced such as would harden you to bear others. You have never suffered any evil, except to escape a greater. You have known neither hatred nor servitude. Free and happy, you have remained just and kindly, for suffering and vice are inseparable, and no man ever became bad until he was unhappy. May the memory of your childhood remain with you to old age. I am not afraid that your kind heart will ever recall the hand that trained it without a blessing upon it. When you reached the age of reason, I secured you from the influence of human prejudice, when your heart awoke I preserved you from the sway of passion. Had I been able to prolong this inner tranquility till your life's end, my work would have been secure, and you would have been as happy as man can be, but, my dear Émile, in vain did I dip you in the waters of Styx, I could not make you everywhere invulnerable, a fresh enemy has appeared, whom you have not yet learned to conquer, and from whom I cannot save you. That enemy is yourself. Nature and fortune had left you free. You could face poverty, you could bear bodily pain, the sufferings of the heart were unknown to you, you were then dependent on nothing but your position as a human being, now you depend on all the ties you have formed for yourself, you have learned to desire, and you are now the slave of your desires. Without any change in yourself, without any insult, any injury to yourself, what sorrows may attack your soul, what pains may you suffer without sickness, how many deaths may you die and yet live? A lie, an error, a suspicion, may plunge you in despair. At the theater you used to see heroes, abandoned to depths of woe, making the stage re-echo with their wild cries, lamenting like women, weeping like children, and thus securing the applause of the audience. Do you remember how shocked you were by those lamentations, cries, and groans, in men from whom one would only expect deeds of constancy and heroism? Why, said you, are those the patterns we are to follow, the models set for our imitation. Are they afraid man will not be small enough, unhappy enough, weak enough, if his weakness is not enshrined under a false show of virtue? My young friend, henceforward you must be more merciful to the stage. You have become one of those heroes. You know how to suffer and to die, you know how to bear the heavy yoke of necessity in ills of the body, but you have not yet learned to give a law to the desires of your heart, and the difficulties of life arise rather from our affections than from our needs. Our desires are vast, our strength is little better than nothing. In his wishes man is dependent on many things, in himself he is dependent on nothing, not even on his own life. The more his connections are multiplied, the greater his sufferings. Everything upon earth has an end, sooner or later all that we love escapes from our fingers, and we behave as if it would last forever. What was your terror at the mere suspicion of Sophie's death? Do you suppose she will live forever? Do not young people of her age die? She must die, my son, and perhaps before you. Who knows if she is alive at this moment? Nature meant you to die but once, you have prepared a second death for yourself. A slave to your unbridled passions, how greatly are you to be pitied. Ever privations, losses, alarms, you will not even enjoy what is left. You will possess nothing because of the fear of losing it, you will never be able to satisfy your passions, because you desired to follow them continually. You will ever be seeking that which will fly before you, you will be miserable and you will become wicked. How can you be otherwise, having no care but your unbridled passions? If you cannot put up with involuntary privations, how will you voluntarily deprive yourself? How can you sacrifice desire to duty, and resist your heart in order to listen to your reason? You would never see that man again who dared to bring you word of the death of your mistress. How would you behold him who would deprive you of her living self, him who would dare to tell you, she is dead to you, virtue puts a gulf between you? If you must live with her whatever happens, whether Sophie is married or single, whether you are free or not, whether she loves or hates you, whether she is given or refused to you, no matter, it is your will and you must have her at any price. Tell me then what crime will stop a man who has no law but his heart's desires, who knows not how to resist his own passions? My son, there is no happiness without courage, nor virtue without a struggle. The word virtue is derived from a word signifying strength, and strength is the foundation of all virtue. Virtue is the heritage of a creature weak by nature but strong by will, that is the whole merit of the righteous man, and though we call God good we do not call him virtuous, because he does good without effort. I waited to explain the meaning of this word, so often profaned, until you were ready to understand me. As long as virtue is quite easy to practice, there is little need to know it. This need arises with the awakening of the passions. Your time has come. When I brought you up in all the simplicity of nature, instead of preaching disagreeable duties, I secured for you immunity from the vices which make such duties disagreeable. I made lying not so much hateful as unnecessary in your sight. I taught you not so much to give others their due, as to care little about your own rights. I made you kindly rather than virtuous. But the kindly man is only kind so long as he finds it pleasant. Kindness falls to pieces at the shook of human passions. The kindly man is only kind to himself. What is meant by a virtuous man? He who can conquer his affections, for then he follows his reason, his conscience, he does his duty, he is his own master and nothing can turn him from the right way. So far you have had only the semblance of liberty, the precarious liberty of the slave who has not received his orders. Now is the time for real freedom. Learn to be your own master, control your heart, my Émile, and you will be virtuous. There is another apprenticeship before you, an apprenticeship more difficult than the former, for nature delivers us from the evils she lays upon us, or else she teaches us to submit to them, but she has no message for us with regard to our self-imposed evils. She leaves us to ourselves, she leaves us, victims of our own passions, to succumb to our vain sorrows, to pride ourselves on the tears of which we should be ashamed. This is your first passion. Perhaps it is the only passion worthy of you. If you can control it like a man, it will be the last, you will be master of all the rest, and you will obey nothing but the passion for virtue. There is nothing criminal in this passion, I know it, it is as pure as the hearts which experience it. It was born of honor and nursed by innocence. Happy lovers! For you the charms of virtue do but add to those of love, and the blessed union to which you are looking forward is less the reward of your goodness than of your affection. But tell me, O truthful man, though this passion is pure, is it any the less your master? Are you the less its slave? And if tomorrow it should cease to be innocent, would you strangle it on the spot? Now is the time to try your strength, there is no time for that in hours of danger. These perilous efforts should be made when danger is still afar. We do not practice the use of our weapons when we are face to face with the enemy, we do that before the war, we come to the battlefield ready prepared. It is a mistake to classify the passions as lawful and unlawful, so as to yield to the one and refuse the other. All alike are good if we are their masters, all alike are bad if we abandon ourselves to them. Nature forbids us to extend our relations beyond the limits of our strength, reason forbids us to want what we cannot get, conscience forbids us, not to be tempted, but to yield to temptation. To feel or not to feel a passion is beyond our control, but we can control ourselves. Every sentiment under our own control is lawful, those which control us are criminal. A man is not guilty if he loves his neighbor's wife, provided he keeps this unhappy passion under the control of the law of duty. He is guilty if he loves his own wife so greatly as to sacrifice everything to that love. Do not expect me to supply you with lengthy precepts of morality, I have only one rule to give you which sums up all the rest. Be a man, restrain your heart within the limits of your manhood. Study and know these limits, however narrow they may be, we are not unhappy within them, it is only when we wish to go beyond them that we are unhappy, only when, in our mad passions, we try to attain the impossible, we are unhappy when we forget our manhood to make an imaginary world for ourselves, from which we are always slipping back into our own. The only good things, whose loss really affects us, are those which we claim as our rights. If it is clear that we cannot obtain what we want, our mind turns away from it, wishes without hope cease to torture us. A beggar is not tormented by a desire to be a king only wishes to be a god when he thinks himself more than man. The illusions of pride are the source of our greatest ills, but the contemplation of human suffering keeps the wise humble. He keeps to his proper place and makes no attempt to depart from it, he does not waste his strength in getting what he cannot keep, and his whole strength being devoted to the right employment of what he has, he is in reality richer and more powerful in proportion as he desires less than we. A man, subject to death and change, shall I forge for myself lasting chains upon this earth, where everything changes and disappears, whence I myself shall shortly vanish. Oh, Émile! My son! If I were to lose you, what would be left of myself? And yet I must learn to lose you, for who knows when you may be taken from me. Would you live in wisdom and happiness, fix your heart on the beauty that is eternal, let your desires be limited by your position, let your duties take precedence of your wishes, extend the law of necessity into the region of morals, learn to lose what may be taken from you, learn to forsake all things at the command of virtue, to set yourself above the chances of life, to detach your heart before it is torn in pieces, to be brave in adversity so that you may never be wretched, to be steadfast in duty that you may never be guilty of a crime. Then you will be happy in spite of fortune, and good in spite of your passions. You will find a pleasure that cannot be destroyed, even in the possession of the most fragile things, you will possess them, they will not possess you, and you will realize that the man who loses everything, only enjoys what he knows how to resign. It is true you will not enjoy the illusions of imaginary pleasures, neither will you feel the sufferings which are their result. You will profit greatly by this exchange, for the sufferings are real and frequent, the pleasures are rare and empty. Victor over so many deceitful ideas, you will also vanquish the idea that attaches such an excessive value to life. You will spend your life in peace, and you will leave it without terror, you will detach yourself from life as from other things. Let others, horror-struck, believe that when this life is ended they cease to be conscious of the nothingness of life, you will think that you are but entering upon the true life. To the wicked, death is the close of life, to the just it is its dawn. Émile heard me with attention not unmixed with anxiety. After such a startling preface he feared some gloomy conclusion. He foresaw that when I showed him how necessary it is to practice the strength of the soul, I desired to subject him to this stern discipline. He was like a wounded man who shrinks from the surgeon, and fancies he already feels the painful but healing touch which will cure the deadly wound. Uncertain, anxious, eager to know what I am driving at, he does not answer, he questions me but timidly. "What must I do?" says he almost trembling, not daring to raise his eyes. "What must you do?" I reply firmly. "You must leave Sophie." "What are you saying?" he exclaimed angrily. Leave Sophie, deceive her, become a traitor, a villain, a perjurer." "Why?" I continue, interrupting him, "does Émile suppose I shall teach him to deserve such titles?" "No," he continued with the same vigor. "Neither you nor anyone else, I am capable of preserving your work, I shall not deserve such reproaches." I was prepared for this first outburst, I let it pass unheeded. If I had not the moderation I preach it would not be much use preaching it. Émile knows me too well to believe me capable of demanding any wrong action from him, and he knows that it would be wrong to leave Sophie, in the sense he attaches to the phrase. So he waits for an explanation. Then I resume my speech. "My dear Émile, do you think any man whatsoever can be happier than you have been for the last 3 months? If you think so, undeceive yourself. Before tasting the pleasures of life you have plumbed the depths of its happiness. There is nothing more than you have already experienced. The joys of sense are soon over, habit invariably destroys them. You have tasted greater joys through hope than you will ever enjoy in reality. The imagination which adorns what we long for, deserts its possession. With the exception of the one self-existing being, there is nothing beautiful except that which is not. If that state could have lasted forever, you would have found perfect happiness. But all that is related to man shares his decline, all is finite, all is fleeting in human life, and even if the conditions which make us happy could be prolonged forever, habit would deprive us of all taste for that happiness. If external circumstances remain unchanged, the heart changes, either happiness forsakes us, or we forsake her. During your infatuation time has passed unheeded. Summer is over, winter is at hand. Even if our expeditions were possible, at such a time of year they would not be permitted. Whether we wish it or no, we shall have to change our way of life, it cannot continue. I read in your eager eyes that this does not disturb you greatly. Sophie's confession and your own wishes suggest a simple plan for avoiding the snow and escaping the journey. The plan has its advantages, no doubt, but when spring returns, the snow will melt and the marriage will remain. You must reckon for all seasons. You wish to marry Sophie and you have only known her 5 months. You wish to marry her, not because she is a fit wife for you, but because she pleases you, as if love were never mistaken as to fitness, as if those, who begin with love, never ended with hatred. I know she is virtuous, but is that enough? Is fitness merely a matter of honor? It is not her virtue I misdoubt, it is her disposition. Does a woman show her real character in a day? Do you know how often you must have seen her and under what varying conditions to really know her temper? Is 4 months of liking a sufficient pledge for the rest of your life? A couple of months hence you may have forgotten her, as soon as you are gone another may efface your image in her heart, on your return you may find her as indifferent as you have hitherto found her affectionate. Sentiments are not a matter of principle, she may be perfectly virtuous and yet cease to love you. I am inclined to think she will be faithful and true, but who will answer for her, and who will answer for you if you are not put to the proof? Will you postpone this trial till it is too late? Will you wait to know your true selves till parting is no longer possible? Sophie is not 18, and you are barely 22, this is the age for love, but not for marriage. What a father and mother for a family. If you want to know how to bring up children, you should at least wait till you yourselves are children no longer. Do you not know that too early motherhood has weakened the constitution, destroyed the health, and shortened the life of many young women? Do you not know that many children have always been weak and sickly because their mother was little more than a child herself? When mother and child are both growing, the strength required for their growth is divided, and neither gets all that nature intended, are not both sure to suffer. Either I know very little of Émile, or he would rather wait and have a healthy wife and children, than satisfy his impatience at the price of their life and health. Let us speak of yourself. You hope to be a husband and a father, have you seriously considered your duties? When you become the head of a family you will become a citizen of your country. And what is a citizen of the state? What do you know about it? You have studied your duties as a man, but what do you know of the duties of a citizen? Do you know the meaning of such terms as government, laws, country? Do you know the price you must pay for life, and for what you must be prepared to die? You think you know everything, when you really know nothing at all. Before you take your place in the civil order, learn to perceive and know what is your proper place. Émile, you must leave Sophie, I do not bid you forsake her. If you were capable of such conduct, she would be only too happy not to have married you. You must leave her in order to return worthy of her. Do not be vain enough to think yourself already worthy. How much remains to be done? Come and fulfill this splendid task, come and learn to submit to absence, come and earn the prize of fidelity, so that when you return you may indeed deserve some honor, and may ask her hand not as a favor but as a reward. Unaccustomed to struggle with himself, untrained to desire one thing and to will another, the young man will not give way, he resists, he argues. Why should he refuse the happiness which awaits him? Would he not despise the hand which is offered him if he hesitated to accept it? Why need he leave her to learn what he ought to know? And if it were necessary to leave her, why not leave her as his wife with a certain pledge of his return? Let him be her husband, and he is ready to follow me. Let them be married and he will leave her without fear. Marry her in order to leave her, dear Émile. What a contradiction! A lover who can leave his mistress shows himself capable of great things. A husband should never leave his wife unless through necessity. To cure your scruples, I see the delay must be involuntary on your part. You must be able to tell Sophie you leave her against your will. Very well, be content, and since you will not follow the commands of reason, you must submit to another master. You have not forgotten your promise. Émile, you must leave Sophie, I will have it. For a moment or two he was downcast, silent, and thoughtful, then looking me full in the face he said, "When do we start?" "In a week's time," I replied. "Sophie must be prepared for our going. Women are weaker than we are, and we must show consideration for them, and this parting is not a duty for her as it is for you, so she may be allowed to bear it less bravely. The temptation to continue the daily history of their love up to the time of their separation is very great, but I have already presumed too much upon the good nature of my readers. Let us abridge the story so as to bring it to an end. Will Émile face the situation as bravely at his mistress' feet as he has done in conversation with his friend? I think he will. His confidence is rooted in the sincerity of his love. He would be more at a loss with her, if it cost him less to leave her. He would leave her feeling himself to blame, and that is a difficult part for a man of honor to play, but the greater the sacrifice, the more credit he demands for it in the sight of her who makes it so difficult. He has no fear that she will misunderstand his motives. Every look seems to say, "Oh, Sophie, read my heart and be faithful to me, your lover is not without virtue." Sophie tries to bear the unforeseen blow with her usual pride and dignity. She tries to seem as if she did not care, but as the honors of war are not hers, but Émile's, her strength is less equal to the task. She weeps, she sighs against her will, and the fear of being forgotten embitters the pain of parting. She does not weep in her lover's sight, she does not let him see her terror, she would die rather than utter a sigh in his presence. I am the recipient of her lamentations, I behold her tears, it is I who am supposed to be her confidant. Women are very clever and know how to conceal their cleverness, the more she frets in private, the more pains she takes to please me, she feels that her fate is in my hands. I console and comfort her, I make myself answerable for her lover, or rather for her husband, let her be as true to him as he to her, and I promise they shall be married in 2 years' time. She respects me enough to believe that I do not want to deceive her. I am guarantor to each for the other. Their hearts, their virtue, my honesty, the confidence of their parents, all combine to reassure them. But what can reason avail against weakness? They part as if they were never to meet again. Then it is that Sophie recalls the regrets of Eucharis, and fancies herself in her place. Do not let us revive that fantastic affection during his absence, Sophie, say I one day, exchange books with Émile, let him have your Telemachus that he may learn to be like him, and let him give you his Spectator which you enjoy reading. Study the duties of good wives in it, and remember that in 2 years' time you will undertake those duties. The exchange gave pleasure to both and inspired them with confidence. At last the sad day arrived and they must part. Sophie's worthy father, with whom I had arranged the whole business, took affectionate leave of me, and taking me aside, he spoke seriously and somewhat emphatically, saying, I have done everything to please you, I knew I had to do with a man of honor, I have only one word to say. Remembering your pupil has signed his contract of marriage on my daughter's lips. What a difference in the behavior of the two lovers. Émile, impetuous, eager, excited, almost beside himself, cries aloud and sheds torrents of tears upon the hands of father, mother, and daughter, with sobs he embraces every one in the house and repeats the same thing over and over again in a way that would be ludicrous at any other time. Sophie, pale, sorrowful, doleful, and heavy-eyed, remains quiet without a word or a tear, she sees no one, not even Émile. In vain he takes her hand, and clasps her in his arms, she remains motionless, unheeding his tears, his caresses, and everything he does, so far as she is concerned, he is gone already. A sight more moving than the prolonged lamentations and noisy regrets of her lover. He sees, he feels, he is heartbroken. I drag him reluctantly away, if I left him another minute, he would never go. I am delighted that he should carry this touching picture with him. If he should ever be tempted to forget what is due to Sophie, his heart must have strayed very far indeed if I cannot bring it back to her by recalling her as he saw her last. Of travel. Is it good for young people to travel? The question is often asked and as often hotly disputed. If it were stated otherwise, are men the better for having traveled? Perhaps there would be less difference of opinion. The misuse of books is the death of sound learning. People think they know what they have read, and take no pains to learn. Too much reading only produces a pretentious ignoramus. There was never so much reading in any age as the present, and never was there less learning. In no country of Europe are so many histories and books of travel printed as in France, and nowhere is there less knowledge of the mind and manners of other nations. So many books lead us to neglect the book of the world. If we read it at all, we keep each to our own page. If the phrase, "Can one become a Persian?" were unknown to me, I should suspect on hearing it that it came from the country where national prejudice is most prevalent and from the sex which does most to increase it. A Parisian thinks he has a knowledge of men and he knows only Frenchmen, his town is always full of foreigners, but he considers every foreigner as a strange phenomenon which has no equal in the universe. You must have a close acquaintance with the middle classes of that great city, you must have lived among them, before you can believe that people could be at once so witty and so stupid. The strangest thing about it is that probably every one of them has read a dozen times a description of the country whose inhabitants inspire him with such wonder. To discover the truth amidst our own prejudices and those of the authors is too hard a task. I have been reading books of travels all my life, but I never found two that gave me the same idea of the same nation. On comparing my own scanty observations with what I have read, I have decided to abandon the travelers, and I regret the time wasted in trying to learn from their books, for I am quite convinced that for that sort of study, seeing not reading is required. That would be true enough if every traveler were honest, if he only said what he saw and believed, and if truth were not tinged with false colors from his own eyes. What must it be when we have to disentangle the truth from the web of lies and ill faith? Let us leave the boasted resources of books to those who are content to use them. Like the art of Raymond Lully, they are able to set people chattering about things they do not know. They are able to set 15-year-old Platos discussing philosophy in the clubs, and teaching people the customs of Egypt and the Indies on the word of Paul Lucas or Tavernier. I maintain that it is beyond dispute that anyone who has only seen one nation does not know men, he only knows those men among whom he has lived. Hence there is another way of stating the question about travel: is it enough for a well-educated man to know his fellow countrymen, or ought he to know mankind in general? Then there is no place for argument or uncertainty. See how greatly the solution of a difficult problem may depend on the way in which it is stated. But is it necessary to travel the whole globe to study mankind? Need we go to Japan to study Europeans? Need we know every individual before we know the species? No, there are men so much alike that it is not worthwhile to study them individually. When you have seen a dozen Frenchmen, you have seen them all. Though one cannot say as much of the English and other nations, it is, however, certain that every nation has its own specific character, which is derived by induction from the study, not of one, but many of its members. He who has compared a dozen nations knows men, just he who has compared a dozen Frenchmen knows the French. To acquire knowledge, it is not enough to travel hastily through a country. Observation demands eyes, and the power of directing them towards the object we desire to know. There are plenty of people who learn no more from their travels than from their books, because they do not know how to think, because in reading their mind is at least under the guidance of the author, and in their travels they do not know how to see for themselves. Others learn nothing, because they have no desire to learn. Their object is so entirely different, that this never occurs to them. It is very unlikely that you will see clearly what you take no trouble to look for. The French travel more than any other nation, but they are so taken up with their own customs, that everything else is confused together. There are Frenchmen in every corner of the globe. In no country of the world do you find more people who have traveled than in France. And yet of all the nations of Europe, that which has seen most, knows least. The English are also travelers, but they travel in another fashion. These two nations must always be at opposite extremes. The English nobility travels, the French stays at home. The French people travel, the English stay at home. This difference does credit, I think, to the English. The French almost always travel for their own ends. The English do not seek their fortune in other lands, unless in the way of commerce and with their hands full. When they travel, it is to spend their money, not to live by their wits. They are too proud to cringe before strangers. This is why they learn more abroad than the French, who have other fish to fry. Yet the English have their national prejudices, but these prejudices are not so much the result of ignorance as of feeling. The Englishman's prejudices are the result of pride, the Frenchman's are due to vanity. Just as the least cultivated nations are usually the best, so those travel best who travel least. They have made less progress than we in our frivolous pursuits. They are less concerned with the objects of our empty curiosity, so that they give their attention to what is really useful. I hardly know any but the Spaniards who travel in this fashion. While the Frenchman is running after all the artists of the country, while the Englishman is getting a copy of some antique, while the German is taking his album to every man of science, the Spaniard is silently studying the government, the manners of the country, its police, and he is the only one of the four who from all that he has seen will carry home any observation useful to his own country. The ancients traveled little, read little, and wrote few books, yet we see in those books that remain to us, that they observed each other more thoroughly than we observe our contemporaries. Without going back to the days of Homer, the only poet who transports us to the country he describes, we cannot deny to Herodotus the glory of having painted manners in his history, though he does it rather by narrative than by comment, still he does it better than all our historians whose books are overladen with portraits and characters. Tacitus has described the Germans of his time better than any author has described the Germans of today. There can be no doubt that those who have devoted themselves to ancient history know more about the Greeks, Carthaginians, Romans, Gauls, and Persians than any nation of today knows about its neighbors. It must also be admitted that the original characteristics of different nations are changing day by day, and are therefore more difficult to grasp. As races blend and nations intermingle, those national differences which formerly struck the observer at first sight gradually disappear. Before our time every nation remained more or less cut off from the rest, the means of communication were fewer, there was less traveling, less of mutual or conflicting interests, less political and civil intercourse between nation and nation, those intricate schemes of royalty, miscalled diplomacy, were less frequent, there were no permanent ambassadors resident at foreign courts, long voyages were rare, there was little foreign trade, and what little there was either the work of princes who employed foreigners, or of people of no account who had no influence on others and did nothing to bring the nations together. The relations between Europe and Asia in the present century are 100-fold more numerous than those between Gaul and Spain in the past. Europe alone was less accessible than the whole world is now. Moreover, the peoples of antiquity usually considered themselves as the original inhabitants of their country. They had dwelt there so long that all record was lost of the far-off times when their ancestors settled there, they had been there so long that the place had made a lasting impression on them, but in modern Europe the invasions of the barbarians, following upon the Roman conquests, have caused an extraordinary confusion. The Frenchmen of today are no longer the big fair men of old, the Greeks are no longer beautiful enough to serve as a sculptor's model, the very face of the Romans has changed as well as their character. The Persians, originally from Tartary, are daily losing their native ugliness through the intermixture of Circassian blood. Europeans are no longer Gauls, Germans, Iberians, Allobroges, they are all Scythians, more or less degenerate in countenance, and still more so in conduct. This is why the ancient distinctions of race, the effect of soil and climate, made a greater difference between nation and nation in respect of temperament, looks, manners, and character than can be distinguished in our own time, when the fickleness of Europe leaves no time for natural causes to work, when the forests are cut down and the marshes drained, when the earth is more generally, though less thoroughly, tilled, so that the same differences between country and country can no longer be detected even in purely physical features. If they considered these facts, perhaps people would not be in such a hurry to ridicule Herodotus, Tisias, Pliny for having described the inhabitants of different countries each with its own peculiarities and with striking differences which we no longer see. To recognize such types of face we should need to see the men themselves, no change must have passed over them, if they are to remain the same. If we could behold all the people who have ever lived, who can doubt that we should find greater variations between one century and another, than are now found between nation and nation? At the same time, while observation becomes more difficult, it is more carelessly and badly done. This is another reason for the small success of our researches into the natural history of the human race. The information acquired by travel depends upon the object of the journey. If this object is a system of philosophy, the traveler only sees what he desires to see. If it is self-interest, it engrosses the whole attention of those concerned. Commerce and the arts which blend and mingle the nations at the same time prevent them from studying each other. If they know how to make a profit out of their neighbors, what more do they need to know? It is a good thing to know all the places where we might live, so as to choose those where we can live most comfortably. If everyone lived by his own efforts, all he would need to know would be how much land would keep him in food. The savage, who has need of no one, and envies no one, neither knows nor seeks to know any other country but his own. If he requires more land for his subsistence, he shuns inhabited places, he makes war upon the wild beasts and feeds on them. But for us, to whom civilized life has become a necessity, for us who must needs devour our fellow creatures, Self-interest prompts each one of us to frequent those districts where there are most people to be devoured. This is why we all flock to Rome, Paris, and London. Human flesh and blood are always cheapest in the capital cities. Thus we only know the great nations, which are just like one another. They say that men of learning travel to obtain information, not so, they travel like other people from interested motives. Philosophers like Plato and Pythagoras are no longer to be found, or if they are, it must be in far-off lands. Our men of learning only travel at the king's command, they are sent out, their expenses are paid, they receive a salary for seeing such and such things, and the object of that journey is certainly not the study of any question of morals. Their whole time is required for the object of their journey, and they are too honest not to earn their pay. If in any country whatsoever there are people traveling at their own expense, you may be sure it is not to study men but to teach them. It is not knowledge they desire but ostentation. How should their travels teach them to shake off the yoke of prejudice? It is prejudice that sends them on their travels. To travel to see foreign lands or to see foreign nations are two very different things. The former is the usual aim of the curious, the latter is merely subordinate to it. If you wish to travel as a philosopher, you should reverse this order. The child observes things till he is old enough to study men. Man should begin by studying his fellows, he can study things later if time permits. It is therefore illogical to conclude that travel is useless because we travel ill. But granting the usefulness of travel, does it follow that it is good for all of us? Far from it, there are very few people who are really fit to travel. It is only good for those who are strong enough in themselves to listen to the voice of error without being deceived, strong enough to see the example of vice without being led away by it. Traveling accelerates the progress of nature, and completes the man for good or evil. When a man returns from traveling about the world, he is what he will be all his life. There are more who return bad than good, because there are more who start with an inclination towards evil. In the course of their travels, young people, ill-educated and ill-behaved, pick up all the vices of the nations among whom they have sojourned, and none of the virtues with which those vices are associated, but those who, happily for themselves, are well born, those whose good disposition has been well cultivated, those who travel with a real desire to learn, all such return better and wiser than they went. Émile will travel in this fashion. In this fashion there traveled another young man, worthy of a nobler age, one whose worth was the admiration of Europe, one who died for his country in the flower of his manhood. He deserved to live, and his tomb, ennobled by his virtues only, received no honor till a stranger's hand adorned it with flowers. Everything that is done in reason should have its rules. Travel, undertaken as a part of education, should therefore have its rules. To travel for traveling's sake is to wander, to be a vagabond. To travel to learn is still too vague. Learning without some definite aim is worthless. I would give a young man a personal interest in learning, and that interest, well chosen, will also decide the nature of the instruction. This is merely the continuation of the method I have hitherto practiced. Now, after he has considered himself in his physical relations to other creatures, in his moral relations with other men, there remains to be considered his civil relations with his fellow citizens. To do this he must first study the nature of government in general, then the different forms of government, and lastly the particular government under which he was born, to know if it suits him to live under it, for by a right which nothing can abrogate, every man, when he comes of age, becomes his own master, free to renounce the contract by which he forms part of the community, by leaving the country in which that contract holds good. It is only by sojourning in that country, after he has come to years of discretion, that he is supposed to have tacitly confirmed the pledge given by his ancestors. He acquires the right to renounce his country, just as he has the right to renounce all claim to his father's lands, yet his place of birth was a gift of nature, and in renouncing it, he renounces what is his own. Strictly speaking, every man remains in the land of his birth at his own risk unless he voluntarily submits to its laws in order to acquire a right to their protection. For example, I should say to Émile, hitherto you have lived under my guidance, you were unable to rule yourself. But now you are approaching the age when the law, giving you the control over your property, makes you master of your person. You are about to find yourself alone in society, dependent on everything, even on your patrimony. You mean to marry, that is a praiseworthy intention, it is one of the duties of man, but before you marry you must know what sort of man you want to be, how you wish to spend your life, what steps you mean to take to secure a living for your family and for yourself, for although we should not make this our main business, it must be definitely considered. Do you wish to be dependent on men whom you despise? Do you wish to establish your fortune and determine your position by means of civil relations which will make you always dependent on the choice of others, which will compel you, if you would escape from knaves, to become a knave yourself? In the next place I would show him every possible way of using his money in trade, in the civil service, in finance, and I shall show him that in every one of these there are risks to be taken, every one of them places him in a precarious and dependent position, and compels him to adapt his morals, his sentiments, his conduct to the example and the prejudices of others. There is yet another way of spending your time and money. You may join the army, that is to say, you may hire yourself out at very high wages to go and kill men who never did you any harm. This trade is held in great honor among men, and they cannot think too highly of those who are fit for nothing better. Moreover, this profession, far from making you independent of other resources, makes them all the more necessary, for it is a point of honor in this profession to ruin those who have adopted it. It is true they are not all ruined, it is even becoming fashionable to grow rich in this as in other professions, but if I told you how people manage to do it, I doubt whether you would desire to follow their example. Moreover, you must know that, even in this trade, it is no longer a question of courage or valor, unless with regard to the ladies. On the contrary, the more cringing, mean, and degraded you are, the more honor you obtain. If you have decided to take your profession seriously, you will be despised, you will be hated, you will very possibly be driven out of the service, or at least you will fall a victim to favoritism and be supplanted by your comrades, because you have been doing your duty in the trenches, while they have been attending to their toilet. We can hardly suppose that any of these occupations will be much to Emile's taste. Why, he will exclaim, have I forgotten the amusements of my childhood? Have I lost the use of my arms? Is my strength failing me? Do I not know how to work? What do I care about all your fine professions and all the silly prejudices of others? I know no other pride than to be kindly and just, no other happiness than to live in independence with her I love, gaining health and a good appetite by the day's work. All these difficulties you speak of do not concern me. The only property I desire is a little farm in some quiet corner. I will devote all my efforts after wealth to making it pay, and I will live without a care. Give me Sophie and my land, and I shall be rich. Yes, my dear friend, that is all a wise man requires, a wife and land of his own, but these treasures are scarcer than you think. The rarest you have found already, let us discuss the other. A field of your own, dear Émile. Where will you find it? In what remote corner of the earth can you say, here am I master of myself and of this estate which belongs to me? We know where a man may grow rich, who knows where he can do without riches? Who knows where to live free and independent, without ill-treating others and without fear of being ill-treated himself? Do you think it is so easy to find a place where you can always live like an honest man? If there is any safe and lawful way of living without intrigues, without lawsuits, without dependence on others, it is, I admit, to live by the labor of our hands, by the cultivation of our own land, but where is the state in which a man can say, the earth which I dig is my own? Before choosing this happy spot, be sure that you will find the peace you desire. Beware lest an unjust government, a persecuting religion, and evil habits should disturb you in your home. Secure yourself against the excessive taxes which devour the fruits of your labors, and the endless lawsuits which consume your capital. Take care that you can live rightly without having to pay court to intendants, to their deputies, to judges, to priests, to powerful neighbors, and to knaves of every kind, who are always ready to annoy you if you neglect them. Above all, secure yourself from annoyance on the part of the rich and great. Remember that their estates may anywhere adjoin your Naboth's vineyard. If unluckily for you some great man buys or builds a house near your cottage, make sure that he will not find a way, under some pretence or other, to encroach on your lands to round off his estate, or that you do not find him at once absorbing all your resources to make a wide high road. If you keep sufficient credit to ward off all these disagreeables, you might as well keep your money, for it will cost you no more to keep it. Riches and credit lean upon each other, the one can hardly stand without the other. I have more experience than you, dear Émile, I see more clearly the difficulties in the way of your scheme. Yet it is a fine scheme and honorable, it would make you happy indeed. Let us try to carry it out. I have a suggestion to make. Let us devote the 2 years from now till the time of your return to choosing a place in Europe where you could live happily with your family, secure from all the dangers I have just described. If we succeed, you will have discovered that true happiness, so often sought for in vain, and you will not have to regret the time spent in its search. If we fail, you will be cured of a mistaken idea, you will console yourself for an inevitable ill, and you will bow to the law of necessity. I do not know whether all my readers will see whither this suggested inquiry will lead us, but this I do know, if Émile returns from his travels, begun and continued with this end in view, without a full knowledge of questions of government, public morality, and political philosophy of every kind, we are greatly lacking, he in intelligence and I in judgment. The science of politics is and probably always will be unknown. Grotius, our leader in this branch of learning, is only a child, and what is worse, an untruthful child. When I hear Grotius praised to the skies and Hobbes overwhelmed with abuse, I perceive how little sensible men have read or understood these authors. As a matter of fact, their principles are exactly alike, they only differ in their mode of expression. Their methods are also different. Hobbes relies on sophism, Grotius relies on the poets, they are agreed in everything else. In modern times the only man who could have created this vast and useless science was the illustrious Montesquieu. But he was not concerned with the principles of political law, he was content to deal with the positive laws of settled governments, and nothing could be more different than these two branches of study. Yet he who would judge wisely in matters of actual government is forced to combine the two, he must know what ought to be in order to judge what is. The chief difficulty in the way of throwing light upon this important matter is to induce an individual to discuss and to answer these two questions. How does it concern me, and what can I do? Émile is in a position to answer both. The next difficulty is due to the prejudices of childhood, the principles in which we were brought up, it is due above all to the partiality of authors, who are always talking about truth, though they care very little about it. It is only their own interests that they care for, and of these they say nothing. Now the nation has neither professorships, nor pensions, nor membership of the academies to bestow. How then shall its rights be established by men of that type? The education I have given him has removed this difficulty also from Émile's path. He scarcely knows what is meant by government, his business is to find the best, he does not want to write books, if ever he did so, it would not be to pay court to those in authority, but to establish the rights of humanity. There is a third difficulty, more specious than real, a difficulty which I neither desire to solve nor even to state, enough that I am not afraid of it. Sure I am that in inquiries of this kind, great talents are less necessary than a genuine love of justice and a sincere reverence for truth. If matters of government can ever be fairly discussed, now or never is our chance. Before beginning our observations we must lay down rules of procedure, we must find a scale with which to compare our measurements. Our principles of political law are our scale. Our actual measurements are the civil law of each country. Our elementary notions are plain and simple, being taken directly from the nature of things. They will take the form of problems discussed between us, and they will not be formulated into principles, until we have found a satisfactory solution of our problems. For example, we shall begin with the state of nature, we shall see whether men are born slaves or free, in a community or independent. Is their association the result of free will or of force? Can the force which compels them to united action ever form a permanent law, by which this original force becomes binding, even when another has been imposed upon it, so that since the power of King Nimrod, who is said to have been the first conqueror, every other power which has overthrown the original power is unjust and usurping, so that there are no lawful kings but the descendants of Nimrod or their representatives, or if this original power has ceased, has the power which succeeded it any right over us, and does it destroy the binding force of the former power, so that we are not bound to obey except under compulsion, and we are free to rebel as soon as we are capable of resistance? Such a right is not very different from might, it is little more than a play upon words. We shall inquire whether man might not say that all sickness comes from God, and that it is therefore a crime to send for the doctor. Again, we shall inquire whether we are bound by our conscience to give our purse to a highwayman when we might conceal it from him, for the pistol in his hand is also a power. Does this word power in this context mean something different from a power which is lawful and therefore subject to the laws to which it owes its being? Suppose we reject this theory that might is right and admit the right of nature, or the authority of the Father, as the foundation of society. We shall inquire into the extent of this authority. What is its foundation in nature? Has it any other grounds but that of its usefulness to the child, his weakness, and the natural love which his father feels towards him? When the child is no longer feeble, when he is grown up in mind as well as in body, does not he become the sole judge of what is necessary for his preservation? Is he not therefore his own master, independent of all men, even of his father himself? For is it not still more certain that the son loves himself, than that the father loves the son? The father being dead, should the children obey the eldest brother, or some other person who has not the natural affection of a father? Should there always be, from family to family, one single head to whom all the family owe obedience? If so, how has power ever come to be divided, and how is it that there is more than one head to govern the human race throughout the world? Suppose the nations to have been formed each by its own choice, we shall then distinguish between right and fact, being thus subjected to their brothers, uncles, or other relations, not because they were obliged, but because they choose. We shall inquire whether this kind of society is not a sort of free and voluntary association. Taking next the law of slavery, we shall inquire whether a man can make over to another his right to himself, without restriction, without reserve, without any kind of conditions, that is to say, can he renounce his person, his life, his reason, his very self, can he renounce all morality in his actions, in a word, can he cease to exist before his death, in spite of nature who places him directly in charge of his own preservation, in spite of reason and conscience which tell him what to do and what to leave undone? If there is any reservation or restriction in the deed of slavery, we shall discuss whether this deed does not then become a true contract, in which both the contracting powers, having in this respect no common master, remain their own judge as to the conditions of the contract, and therefore free to this extent, and able to break the contract as soon as it becomes hurtful. If then a slave cannot convey himself altogether to his master, how can a nation convey itself altogether to its head? If a slave is to judge whether his master is fulfilling his contract, is not the nation to judge whether its head is fulfilling his contract? Thus we are compelled to retrace our steps, and when we consider the meaning of this collective nation we shall inquire whether some contract, a tacit contract at the least, is not required to make a nation, a contract anterior to that which we are assuming. Since the nation was a nation before it chose a king, what made it a nation, except the social contract? Therefore the social contract is the foundation of all civil society, and it is in the nature of this contract that we must seek the nature of the society formed by it. We will inquire into the meaning of this contract. May it not be fairly well expressed in this formula? As an individual every one of us contributes his goods, his person, his life, to the common stock, under the supreme direction of the general will, while as a body we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. Assuming this, in order to define the terms we require, we shall observe that, instead of the individual person of each contracting party, this deed of association produces a moral and collective body, consisting of as many members as there are votes in the assembly. This public personality is usually called the body politic, which is called by its members the state when it is passive, and the sovereign when it is active, and a power when compared with its equals. With regard to the members themselves, collectively they are known as the nation, and individually as citizens, as members of the city or partakers in the sovereign power, and subjects as obedient to the same authority. We shall note that this contract of association includes a mutual pledge on the part of the public and the individual, and that each individual, entering, so to speak, into a contract with himself, finds himself in a twofold capacity, i.e., as a member of the sovereign with regard to others, as member of the state with regard to the sovereign. We shall also note that while no one is bound by any engagement to which he was not himself a party, the general deliberation which may be binding on all the subjects with regard to the sovereign, because of the two different relations under which each of them is envisaged, cannot be binding on the state with regard to itself. Hence we see that there is not, and cannot be, any other fundamental law, properly so called, except the social contract only. This does not mean that the body politic cannot, in certain respects, pledge itself to others, for in regard to the foreigner, it then becomes a simple creature, an individual. Thus the two contracting parties, i.e., each individual and the public, have no common superior to decide their differences, so we will inquire if each of them remains free to break the contract at will, that is to repudiate it on his side as soon as he considers it hurtful. To clear up this difficulty, we shall observe that, according to the social pact, the sovereign power is only able to act through the common, general will, so its decrees can only have a general or common aim. Hence it follows that a private individual cannot be directly injured by the sovereign, unless all are injured, which is impossible, for that would be to want to harm oneself. Thus the social contract has no need of any warrant but the general power, for it can only be broken by individuals, and they are not therefore freed from their engagement, but punished for having broken it. To decide all such questions rightly, we must always bear in mind that the nature of the social pact is private and peculiar to itself, in that the nation only contracts with itself, i.e., the people as a whole as sovereign, with the individuals as subjects. This condition is essential to the construction and working of the political machine. It alone makes pledges lawful, reasonable, and secure, without which it would be absurd, tyrannical, and liable to the grossest abuse. Individuals having only submitted themselves to the sovereign, and the sovereign power being only the general will, we shall see that every man in obeying the sovereign only obeys himself, and how much freer are we under the social part than in the state of nature. Having compared natural and civil liberty with regard to persons, we will compare them as to property, the rights of ownership and the rights of sovereignty, the private and the common domain. If the sovereign power rests upon the right of ownership, there is no right more worthy of respect. It is inviolable and sacred for the sovereign power, so long as it remains a private individual right. As soon as it is viewed as common to all the citizens, it is subject to the common will, and this will may destroy it. Thus the sovereign has no right to touch the property of one or many, but he may lawfully take possession of the property of all, as was done in Sparta in the time of Lycurgus, while the abolition of debts by Solon was an unlawful deed. Since nothing is binding on the subjects except the general will, let us inquire how this will is made manifest, by what signs we may recognize it with certainty, what is a law, and what are the true characters of the law. This is quite a fresh subject. We have still to define the term law. As soon as the nation considers one or more of its members, the nation is divided. A relation is established between the whole and its part which makes of them two separate entities, of which the part is one, and the whole, minus that part, is the other. But the whole minus the part is not the whole. As long as this relation exists, there is no longer a whole, but two unequal parts. On the other hand, if the whole nation makes a law for the whole nation, it is only considering itself, and if a relation is set up, it is between the whole community regarded from one point of view, and the whole community regarded from another point of view, without any division of that whole. Then the object of the statute is general, and the will which makes that statute is general too. Let us see if there is any other kind of decree which may bear the name of law. If the sovereign can only speak through laws, and if the law can never have any but a general purpose, concerning all the members of the state, it follows that the sovereign never has the power to make any law with regard to particular cases, and yet it is necessary for the preservation of the state that particular oases should also be dealt with. Let us see how this can be done. The decrees of the sovereign can only be decrees of the general will, that is laws. There must also be determining decrees, decrees of power or government, for the execution of those laws, and these, on the other hand, can only have particular aims. Thus the decrees by which the sovereign decides that a chief shall be elected is a law, the decree by which that chief is elected, in pursuance of the law, is only a decree of government. This is a third relation in which the assembled people may be considered, i.e., as magistrates or executors of the law which it has passed in its capacity as sovereign. We will now inquire whether it is possible for the nation to deprive itself of its right of sovereignty, to bestow it on one or more persons, for the decree of election not being a law, and the people in this decree not being themselves sovereign, we do not see how they can transfer a right which they do not possess. The essence of sovereignty consisting in the general will, it is equally hard to see how we can be certain that an individual will shall always be in agreement with the general will. We should rather assume that it will often be opposed to it, for individual interest always tends to privileges, while the common interest always tends to equality, and if such an agreement were possible, no sovereign right could exist, unless the agreement were either necessary or indestructible. We will inquire if, without violating the social pact, the heads of the nation, under whatever name they are chosen, can ever be more than the officers of the people, entrusted by them with the duty of carrying the law into execution. Are not these chiefs themselves accountable for their administration, and are not they themselves subject to the laws which it is their business to see carried out? If the nation cannot alienate its supreme right, can it entrust it to others for a time? Cannot it give itself a master? Cannot it find representatives? This is an important question and deserves discussion. If the nation can have neither sovereign nor representatives, we will inquire how it can pass its own laws. Must there be many laws? Must they be often altered? Is it easy for a great nation to be its own lawgiver? Was not the Roman people a great nation? Is it a good thing that there should be great nations? It follows from considerations already established that there is an intermediate body in the state between subjects and sovereign, and this intermediate body, consisting of one or more members, is entrusted with the public administration, the carrying out of the laws, and the maintenance of civil and political liberty. The members of this body are called magistrates or kings, that is to say, rulers. This body, as a whole, considered in relation to its members, is called the prince, and considered in its actions it is called the government. If we consider the action of the whole body upon itself, that is to say, the relation of the whole to the whole, of the sovereign to the state, we can compare this relation to that of the extremes in a proportion of which the government is the middle term. The magistrate receives from the sovereign the commands which he gives to the nation, and when it is reckoned up, his product or his power is in the same degree as the product or power of the citizens who are subjects on one side of the proportion and sovereigns on the other. None of the three terms can be varied without at once destroying this proportion. If the sovereign tries to govern, and if the prince wants to make the laws, or if the subject refuses to obey them, disorder takes the place of order, and the state falls to pieces under despotism or anarchy. Let us suppose that the state consists of 10,000 citizens. The sovereign can only be considered collectively and as a body, but each individual, as a subject, has his private and independent existence. Thus the sovereign is as 10,000 to 1, that is to say, every member of the state has, as his own share, only 1/10,000th part of the sovereign power, although he is subject to the whole. Let the nation be composed of 100,000 men, the position of the subjects is unchanged, and each continues to bear the whole weight of the laws, while his vote, reduced to the 100,000th part, has 10 times less influence in the making of the laws. Thus the subject being always one, the sovereign is relatively greater as the number of the citizens is increased. Hence it follows that the larger the state the less liberty. Now the greater the disproportion between private wishes and the general will, i.e., between manners and laws, the greater must be the power of repression. On the other side, the greatness of the state gives the depositaries of public authority greater temptations and additional means of abusing that authority, so that the more power is required by the government to control the people, the more power should there be in the sovereign to control the government. From this twofold relation it follows that the continued proportion between the sovereign, the prince, and the people is not an arbitrary idea, but a consequence of the nature of the state. Moreover, it follows that one of the extremes, i.e., the nation, being constant, every time the double ratio increases or decreases, the simple ratio increases or diminishes in its turn, which cannot be unless the middle term is as often changed. From this we may conclude that there is no single absolute form of government, but there must be as many different forms of government as there are states of different size. If the greater the numbers of the nation the less the ratio between its manners and its laws, by a fairly clear analogy, we may also say, the more numerous the magistrates, the weaker the government. To make this principle clearer we will distinguish 3 essentially different wills in the person of each magistrate. First, his own will as an individual, which looks to his own advantage only. Secondly, the common will of the magistrates, which is concerned only with the advantage of the prince, a will which may be called corporate, and one which is general in relation to the government and particular in relation to the state of which the government forms part. Thirdly, the will of the people, or the sovereign will, which is general, as much in relation to the state viewed as the whole as in relation to the government viewed as a part of the whole. In a perfect legislature the private individual will should be almost nothing, the corporate will belonging to the government should be quite subordinate, and therefore the general and sovereign will is the master of all the others. On the other hand, in the natural order, these different wills become more and more active in proportion as they become centralized. The general will is always weak, the corporate will takes the second place, the individual will is preferred to all, so that every one is himself first, then a magistrate, and then a citizen, a series just the opposite of that required by the social order. Having laid down this principle, let us assume that the government is in the hands of one man. In this case the individual and the corporate will are absolutely one, and therefore this will has reached the greatest possible degree of intensity. Now the use of power depends on the degree of this intensity, and as the absolute power of the government is always that of the people, and therefore invariable, it follows that the rule of one man is the most active form of government. If, on the other hand, we unite the government with the supreme power, and make the prince the sovereign and the citizens so many magistrates, then the corporate will is completely lost in the general will, and will have no more activity than the general will, and it will leave the individual will in full vigor. Thus the government, though its absolute force is constant, will have the minimum of activity. These rules are incontestable in themselves, and other considerations only serve to confirm them. For example, we see the magistrates as a body far more active than the citizens as a body, so that the individual will always counts for more. For each magistrate usually has charge of some particular duty of government, while each citizen, in himself, has no particular duty of sovereignty. Moreover, the greater the state the greater its real power, although its power does not increase because of the increase in territory, but the state remaining unchanged, the magistrates are multiplied in vain, the government acquires no further real strength, because it is the depositary of that of the state, which I have assumed to be constant. Thus, this plurality of magistrates decreases the activity of the government without increasing its power. Having found that the power of the government is relaxed in proportion as the number of magistrates is multiplied, and that the more numerous the people, the more the controlling power must be increased, We shall infer that the ratio between the magistrates and the government should be inverse to that between subjects and sovereign, that is to say, that the greater the state, the smaller the government, and that in like manner the number of chiefs should be diminished because of the increased numbers of the people. In order to make this diversity of forms clearer, and to assign them their different names, we shall observe in the first place that the sovereign may entrust the care of the government to the whole nation or to the greater part of the nation, so that there are more citizen magistrates than private citizens. This form of government is called democracy. Or the sovereign may restrict the government in the hands of a lesser number, so that there are more plain citizens than magistrates, and this form of government is called aristocracy. Finally, the sovereign may concentrate the whole government in the hands of one man. This is the third and commonest form of government, and is called monarchy or royal government. We shall observe that all these forms, or the first and second at least, may be less or more, and that within tolerably wide limits. For the democracy may include the whole nation, or may be confined to one half of it. The aristocracy, in its turn, may shrink from the half of the nation to the smallest number. Even royalty may be shared, either between father and son, between two brothers, or in some other fashion. There were always 2 kings in Sparta, and in the Roman Empire there were as many as 8 emperors at once, and yet it cannot be said that the empire was divided. There is a point where each form of government blends with the next, and under the 3 specific forms there may be really as many forms of government as there are citizens in the state. Nor is this all. In certain respects each of these governments is capable of subdivision into different parts, each administered in one of these 3 ways. From these forms in combination there may arise a multitude of mixed forms, since each may be multiplied by all the simple forms. In all ages there have been great disputes as to which is the best form of government, and people have failed to consider that each is the best in some cases and the worst in others. For ourselves, if the number of magistrates in the various states is to be in inverse ratio to the number of the citizens, we infer that generally a democratic government is adapted to small states, an aristocratic government to those of moderate size, and a monarchy to large states. These inquiries furnish us with a clue by which we may discover what are the duties and rights of citizens, and whether they can be separated one from the other. What is our country, in what does it really consist, and how can each of us ascertain whether he has a country or no? Having thus considered every kind of civil society in itself, we shall compare them, so as to note their relations one with another, great and small, strong and weak, attacking one another, insulting one another, destroying one another, and in this perpetual action and reaction causing more misery and loss of life than if men had preserved their original freedom. We shall inquire whether too much or too little has not been accomplished in the matter of social institutions, whether individuals who are subject to law and to men, while societies preserve the independence of nature, are not exposed to the ills of both conditions without the advantages of either, and whether it would not be better to have no civil society in the world rather than to have many such societies. Is it not that mixed condition which partakes of both and secures neither? Per quem neutrum licet, nec tanquam in bello paradum esse, nec tanquam in pace securum. Seneca de Trang, Animi, cap. I. Is it not this partial and imperfect association which gives rise to tyranny and war? And are not tyranny and war the worst scourges of humanity? Finally we will inquire how men seek to get rid of these difficulties by means of leagues and confederations, which leave each state its own master in internal affairs, while they arm it against any unjust aggression. We will inquire how a good federal association may be established, what can make it lasting, and how far the rights of the federation may be stretched without destroying the right of sovereignty. The Abbé de Saint-Pierre suggested an association of all the states of Europe to maintain perpetual peace among themselves. Is this association practicable, and supposing that it were established, would it be likely to last? These inquiries lead us straight to all the questions of international law which may clear up the remaining difficulties of political law. Finally we shall lay down the real principles of the laws of war, and we shall see why Grotius and others have only stated false principles. I should not be surprised if my pupil, who is a sensible young man, should interrupt me saying, one would think we were building our edifice of wood and not of men, we are putting everything so exactly in its place. That is true, but remember that the law does not bow to the passions of men, and that we have first to establish the true principles of political law. Now that our foundations are laid, come and see what men have built upon them, and you will see some strange sights. Then I set him to read Telemachus, and we pursue our journey. We are seeking that happy Salentum and the good Idomeneus made wise by misfortunes. By the way we find many like Protesilas and no Philocles, neither can Adrastes, king of the Daunians, be found. But let our readers picture our travels for themselves, or take the same journeys with Telemachus in their hand, and let us not suggest to them painful applications which the author himself avoids or makes in spite of himself. Moreover, Émile is not a king, nor am I a god, so that we are not distressed that we cannot imitate Telemachus and Mentor in the good they did. None know better than we how to keep to our own place, none have less desire to leave it. We know that the same task is allotted to all, that whoever loves what is right with all his heart, and does the right so far as it is in his power, has fulfilled that task. We know that Telemachus and Mentor are creatures of the imagination. Émile does not travel in idleness, and he does more good than if he were a prince. If we were kings we should be no greater benefactors. If we were kings and benefactors we should cause any number of real evils for every apparent good we supposed we were doing. If we were kings and sages, the first good deed we should desire to perform, for ourselves and for others, would be to abdicate our kingship and return to our present position. I have said why travel does so little for everyone. What makes it still more barren for the young is the way in which they are sent on their travels. Tutors, more concerned to amuse than to instruct, take them from town to town, from palace to palace, where if they are men of learning and letters, they make them spend their time in libraries, or visiting antiquaries, or rummaging among old buildings transcribing ancient inscriptions. In every country they are busy over some other century, as if they were living in another country, so that after they have traveled all over Europe at great expense, a prey to frivolity or tedium, they return, having seen nothing to interest them, and having learnt nothing that could be of any possible use to them. All capitals are just alike, they are a mixture of all nations and all ways of living, they are not the place in which to study the nations. Paris and London seem to me the same town. Their inhabitants have a few prejudices of their own, but each has as many as the other, and all their rules of conduct are the same. We know the kind of people who will throng the court. We know the way of living which the crowds of people and the unequal distribution of wealth will produce. As soon as any one tells me of a town with 200,000 people, I know its life already. What I do not know about it is not worth going there to learn. To study the genius and character of a nation you should go to the more remote provinces, where there is less stir, less commerce, where strangers seldom travel, where the inhabitants stay in one place, where there are fewer changes of wealth and position. Take a look at the capital on your way, but go and study the country far away from that capital. The French are not in Paris, but in Turin, the English are more English in Murcia than in London, and the Spaniards more Spanish in Galicia than in Madrid. In these remoter provinces a nation assumes its true character and shows what it really is, there the good or ill effects of the government are best perceived, just as you can measure the arc more exactly at a greater radius. The necessary relations between character and government have been so clearly pointed out in the book of L'Esprit de Lois, that one cannot do better than have recourse to that work for the study of those relations. But speaking generally, there are two plain and simple standards by which to decide whether governments are good or bad. One is the population. Every country in which the population is decreasing is on its way to ruin, and the countries in which the population increases most rapidly, even were they the poorest countries in the world, are certainly the best governed. But this population must be the natural result of the government and the national character, for if it is caused by colonization or any other temporary and accidental cause, then the remedy itself is evidence of the disease. When Augustus passed laws against celibacy, those laws showed that the Roman Empire was already beginning to decline. Citizens must be induced to marry by the goodness of the government, not compelled to marry by law. You must not examine the effects of force, for the law which strives against the constitution has little or no effect. You should study what is done by the influence of public morals and by the natural inclination of the government, for these alone produce a lasting effect. It was the policy of the worthy Abbé de Saint-Pierre always to look for a little remedy for every individual ill, instead of tracing them to their common source and seeing if they could not all be cured together. You do not need to treat separately every sore on a rich man's body, you should purify the blood which produces them. They say that in England there are prizes for agriculture. That is enough for me, that is proof enough that agriculture will not flourish there much longer. The second sign of the goodness or badness of the government and the laws is also to be found in the population, but it is to be found not in its numbers but in its distribution. Two states equal in size and population may be very unequal in strength, and the more powerful is always that in which the people are more evenly distributed over its territory. The country which has fewer large towns, and makes less show on this account, will always defeat the other. It is the great towns which exhaust the state and are the cause of its weakness. The wealth which they produce is a sham wealth, there is much money and few goods. They say the town of Paris is worth a whole province to the King of France. For my own part I believe it costs him more than several provinces. I believe that Paris is fed by the provinces in more senses than one, and that the greater part of their revenues is poured into that town and stays there, without ever returning to the people or to the king. It is inconceivable that in this age of calculators there is no one to see that France would be much more powerful if Paris were destroyed. Not only is this ill-distributed population not advantageous to the state, it is more ruinous than depopulation itself, because depopulation only gives as produce not, and the ill-regulated addition of still more people gives a negative result. When I hear an Englishman and a Frenchman so proud of the size of their capitals, and disputing whether London or Paris has more inhabitants, it seems to me that they are quarreling as to which nation can claim the honor of being the worst governed. Study the nation outside its towns, thus only will you really get to know it. It is nothing to see the apparent form of a government, overladen with the machinery of administration and the jargon of the administrators, if you have not also studied its nature as seen in the effects it has upon the people, and in every degree of administration. The difference of form is really shared by every degree of the administration, and it is only by including every degree that you really know the difference. In one country you begin to feel the spirit of the minister in the maneuvers of his underlings, in another you must see the election of members of parliament to see if the nation is really free. In each and every country, he who has only seen the towns cannot possibly know what the government is like, as its spirit is never the same in town and country. Now it is the agricultural districts which form the country, and the country people who make the nation. This study of different nations in their remoter provinces, and in the simplicity of their native genius, gives a general result which is very satisfactory, to my thinking, and very consoling to the human heart. It is this: all the nations, if you observe them in this fashion, seem much better worth observing. The nearer they are to nature, the more does kindness hold sway in their character. It is only when they are cooped up in towns, it is only when they are changed by cultivation, that they become depraved, that certain faults which were rather coarse than injurious are exchanged for pleasant but pernicious vices. From this observation we see another advantage in the mode of travel I suggest, for young men, sojourning less in the big towns which are horribly corrupt, are less likely to catch the infection of vice. Among simpler people and less numerous company, they will preserve a surer judgment, a healthier taste, and better morals. Besides, this contagion of vice is hardly to be feared for Émile, he has everything to protect him from it. Among all the precautions I have taken, I reckon much on the love he bears in his heart. We do not know the power of true love over youthful desires, because we are ourselves as ignorant of it as they are, and those who have control over the young turn them from true love. Yet a young man must either love or fall into bad ways. It is easy to be deceived by appearances. You will quote any number of young men who are said to live very chastely without love, but show me one grown man, a real man, who can truly say that his youth was thus spent. In all our virtues, all our duties, people are content with appearances. For my own part I want the reality, and I am much mistaken if there is any other way of securing it beyond the means I have suggested. The idea of letting Émile fall in love before taking him on his travels is not my own. It was suggested to me by the following incident. I was in Venice calling on the tutor of a young Englishman. It was winter and we were sitting round the fire. The tutor's letters were brought from the post office. He glanced at them, and then read them aloud to his pupil. They were in English, I understood not a word, but while he was reading I saw the young man tear some fine point lace ruffles which he was wearing, and throw them in the fire one after another, as quietly as he could, so that no one should see it. Surprised at this whim, I looked at his face and thought I perceived some emotion, but the external signs of passion, though much alike in all men, have national differences which may easily lead one astray. Nations have a different language of facial expression as well as of speech. I waited till the letters were finished and then showing the tutor the bare wrists of his pupil, which he did his best to hide, I said, "May I ask the meaning of this?" The tutor seeing what had happened began to laugh. He embraced his pupil with an air of satisfaction and, with his consent, he gave me the desired explanation. "The ruffles," said he, "which Mr. John has just torn to pieces, were a present from a lady in this town, who made them for him not long ago. Now you must know that Mr. John is engaged to a young lady in his own country, with whom he is greatly in love, and she well deserves it. This letter is from the lady's mother, and I will translate the passage which caused the destruction you beheld. Lucy is always at work upon Mr. John's ruffles. Yesterday Miss Betty Raldham came to spend the afternoon and insisted on doing some of her work. I knew that Lucy was up very early this morning and I wanted to see what she was doing. I found her busy unpicking what Miss Betty had done. She would not have a single stitch in her present done by any hand but her own. Mr. John went to fetch another pair of ruffles, and I said to his tutor, 'Your pupil has a very good disposition, but tell me, is not the letter from Miss Lucy's mother a put-up job? Is it not an expedient of your designing against the lady of the ruffles?' 'No,' said he, 'it is quite genuine. I am not so artful as that. I have made use of simplicity and zeal, and God has blessed my efforts.' This incident with regard to the young man stuck in my mind. It was sure to set a dreamer like me thinking. But it is time we finished. Let us take Mr. John back to Miss Lucy, or rather Émile to Sophie. He brings her a heart as tender as ever, and a more enlightened mind, and he returns to his native land all the better for having made acquaintance with foreign governments through their vices and foreign nations through their virtues. I have even taken care that he should associate himself with some man of worth in every nation, by means of a treaty of hospitality after the fashion of the ancients, and I shall not be sorry if this acquaintance is kept up by means of letters. Not only may this be useful, not only is it always pleasant to have a correspondent in foreign lands, it is also an excellent antidote against the sway of patriotic prejudices, to which we are liable all through our life, and to which sooner or later we are more or less enslaved. Nothing is better calculated to lessen the hold of such prejudices than a friendly interchange of opinions with sensible people whom we respect. They are free from our prejudices and we find ourselves face to face with theirs, and so we can set the one set of prejudices against the other and be safe from both. It is not the same thing to have to do with strangers in our own country and in theirs. In the former case there is always a certain amount of politeness which either makes them conceal their real opinions, or makes them think more favorably of our country while they are with us. When they get home again this disappears, and they merely do us justice. I should be very glad if the foreigner I consult has seen my country, but I shall not ask what he thinks of it till he is at home again. When we have spent nearly 2 years traveling in a few of the great countries and many of the smaller countries of Europe, when we have learned 2 or 3 of the chief languages, when we have seen what is really interesting in natural history, government, arts, or men, Émile, devoured by impatience, reminds me that our time is almost up. Then I say, well, my friend, you remember the main object of our journey, you have seen and observed, what is the final result of your observations? What decision have you come to? Either my method is wrong, or he will answer me somewhat after this fashion. What decision have I come to? I have decided to be what you made me, of my own free will I will add no fetters to those imposed upon me by nature and the laws. The more I study the works of men in their institutions, the more clearly I see that, in their efforts after independence, they become slaves, and that their very freedom is wasted in vain attempts to assure its continuance. That they may not be carried away by the flood of things, they form all sorts of attachments, then as soon as they wish to move forward they are surprised to find that everything drags them back. It seems to me that to set oneself free we need do nothing, we need only continue to desire freedom. My master, you have made me free by teaching me to yield to necessity. Let her come when she will, I follow her without compulsion, I lay hold of nothing to keep me back. In our travels I have sought for some corner of the earth where I might be absolutely my own, but where can one dwell among men without being dependent on their passions? On further consideration I have discovered that my desire contradicted itself, for were I to hold to nothing else, I should at least hold to the spot on which I had settled, my life would be attached to that spot, as the Dryads were attached to their trees. I have discovered that the words liberty and empire are incompatible, I can only be master of a cottage by ceasing to be master of myself. Hoc erat in votis, modus agri non ita magnus. Horace, Lib 2, Saturday 6. I remember that my property was the origin of our inquiries. You argued very forcibly that I could not keep both my wealth and my liberty, but when you wished me to be free and at the same time without needs, you desired two incompatible things, for I could only be independent of men by returning to dependence on nature. What then shall I do with the fortune bequeathed to me by my parents? To begin with, I will not be dependent on it, I will cut myself loose from all the ties which bind me to it. If it is left in my hands, I shall keep it, if I am deprived of it, I shall not be dragged away with it. I shall not trouble myself to keep it, but I shall keep steadfastly to my own place. Rich or poor, I shall be free. I shall be free not merely in this country or in that, I shall be free in any part of the world. All the chains of prejudice are broken, as far as I am concerned I know only the bonds of necessity. I have been trained to endure them from my childhood, and I shall endure them until death, for I am a man, and why should I not wear those chains as a free man, for I should have to wear them even if I were a slave, together with the additional fetters of slavery? What matters my place in the world? What matters it where I am? Wherever there are men, I am among my brethren, wherever there are none, I am in my own home. So long as I may be independent and rich, and have wherewithal to live, and I shall live. If my wealth makes a slave of me, I shall find it easy to renounce it. I have hands to work, and I shall get a living. If my hands fail me, I shall live if others will support me, if they forsake me I shall die even if I am not forsaken, for death is not the penalty of poverty, it is a law of nature. Whensoever death comes I defy it, it shall never find me making preparations for life, it shall never prevent me having lived. My father, this is my decision. But for my passions, I should be in my manhood independent as God himself, for I only desire what is and I should never fight against fate. At least, there is only one chain, a chain which I shall ever wear, a chain of which I may be justly proud. Come then, give me my Sophie, and I am free. Dear Émile, I am glad indeed to hear you speak like a man, and to behold the feelings of your heart. At your age this exaggerated unselfishness is not unpleasing. It will decrease when you have children of your own, and then you will be just what a good father and a wise man ought to be. I knew what the result would be before our travels, I knew that when you saw our institutions you would be far from reposing a confidence in them which they do not deserve. In vain do we seek freedom under the power of the laws. The laws. Where is there any law? Where is there any respect for law? Under the name of law you have everywhere seen the rule of self-interest and human passion. But the eternal laws of nature and of order exist. For the wise man they take the place of positive law, they are written in the depths of his heart by conscience and reason. Let him obey these laws and be free, for there is no slave but the evildoer, for he always does evil against his will. Liberty is not to be found in any form of government, she is in the heart of the free man, he bears her with him everywhere. The vile man bears his slavery in himself, the one would be a slave in Geneva, the other free in Paris. If I spoke to you of the duties of a citizen, you would perhaps ask me, which is my country? And you would think you had put me to confusion. Yet you would be mistaken, dear Émile, for he who has no country has, at least, the land in which he lives. There is always a government and certain so-called laws under which he has lived in peace. What matter though the social contract has not been observed, if he has been protected by private interest against the general will, if he has been secured by public violence against private aggressions, if the evil he has beheld has taught him to love the good, and if our institutions themselves have made him perceive and hate their own iniquities. Oh, Émile, where is the man who owes nothing to the land in which he lives? Whatever that land may be, he owes to it the most precious thing possessed by man, the morality of his actions and the love of virtue. Born in the depths of a forest he would have lived in greater happiness and freedom, but being able to follow his inclinations without a struggle there would have been no merit in his goodness, he would not have been virtuous, as he may be now, in spite of his passions. The mere sight of order teaches him to know and love it. The public good, which to others is a mere pretext, is a real motive for him. He learns to fight against himself and to prevail, to sacrifice his own interest to the common will. It is not true that he gains nothing from the laws, they give him courage to be just, even in the midst of the wicked. It is not true that they have failed to make him free, they have taught him to rule himself. Do not say therefore, what matter where I am? It does matter that you should be where you can best do your duty, and one of these duties is to love your native land. Your fellow countrymen protected you in childhood, you should love them in your manhood. You should live among them, or at least you should live where you can serve them to the best of your power, and where they know where to find you if ever they are in need of you. There are circumstances in which a man may be of more use to his fellow countrymen outside his country than within it. Then he should listen only to his own zeal and should bear his exile without a murmur, that exile is one of his duties. But you, dear Émile, you have not undertaken the painful task of telling men the truth, you must live in the midst of your fellow creatures, cultivating their friendship in pleasant intercourse, you must be their benefactor, their pattern, your example will do more than all our books, and the good they see you do will touch them more deeply than all our empty words. Yet I do not exhort you to live in a town, on the contrary, one of the examples which the good should give to others is that of a patriarchal, rural life, the earliest life of man, the most peaceful, the most natural, and the most attractive to the uncorrupted heart. Happy is the land, my young friend, where one need not seek peace in the wilderness. But where is that country? A man of good will finds it hard to satisfy his inclinations in the midst of towns, where he can find few but frauds and rogues to work for. The welcome given by the towns to those idlers who flock to them to seek their fortunes only completes the ruin of the country, when the country ought really to be repopulated at the cost of the towns. All the men who withdraw from high society are useful just because of their withdrawal, since its vices are the result of its numbers. They are also useful when they can bring with them into the desert places life, culture, and the love of their first condition. I like to think what benefits Émile and Sophie, in their simple home, may spread about them, what a stimulus they may give to the country, how they may revive the zeal of the unlucky villagers. In fancy I see the population increasing, the land coming under cultivation, the earth clothed with fresh beauty. Many workers and plenteous crops transform the labors of the fields into holidays. I see the young couple in the midst of the rustic sports which they have revived, and I hear the shouts of joy and the blessings of those about them. Men say the golden age is a fable, it always will be for those whose feelings and taste are depraved. People do not really regret the golden age, for they do nothing to restore it. What is needed for its restoration? One thing only, and that is an impossibility: we must love the golden age. Already it seems to be reviving around Sophie's home. Together you will only complete what her worthy parents have begun. But, dear Émile, you must not let so pleasant a life give you a distaste for sterner duties. If ever they are laid upon you, remember that the Romans sometimes left the plough to become consul. If the prince or the state calls you to the service of your country, leave all to fulfill the honorable duties of a citizen in the post assigned to you. If you find that duty onerous, there is a sure and honorable means of escaping from it. Do your duty so honestly that it will not long be left in your hands. Moreover, you need not fear the difficulties of such a test. While there are men of our own time, they will not summon you to serve the state. Why may I not paint the return of Émile to Sophie and the end of their love, or rather the beginning of their wedded love? A love founded on esteem which will last with life itself, on virtues which will not fade with fading beauty, on fitness of character which gives a charm to intercourse, and prolongs to old age the delights of early love. But all such details would be pleasing but not useful, and so far I have not permitted myself to give attractive details unless I thought they would be useful. Shall I abandon this rule when my task is nearly ended? No, I feel that my pen is weary. Too feeble for such prolonged labors, I should abandon this if it were not so nearly completed. If it is not to be left imperfect, it is time it were finished. At last I see the happy day approaching, the happiest day of Émile's life and my own. I see the crown of my labors, I begin to appreciate their results. The noble pair are united till death do part, heart and lips confirm no empty vows, they are man and wife. When they return from the church, they follow where they are led, they know not where they are, whither they are going, or what is happening around them. They heed nothing, they answer at random, their eyes are troubled and they see nothing. Oh, rapture! Oh, human weakness! Man is overwhelmed by the feeling of happiness, he is not strong enough to bear it. There are few people who know how to talk to the newly married couple. The gloomy propriety of some and the light conversation of others seem to me equally out of place. I would rather their young hearts were left to themselves, to abandon themselves to an agitation which is not without its charm, rather than that they should be so cruelly distressed by a false modesty, or annoyed by coarse witticisms which, even if they appealed to them at other times, are surely out of place on such a day. I behold our young people, wrapped in a pleasant languor, giving no heed to what is said. Shall I, who desire that they should enjoy all the days of their life, shall I let them lose this precious day? No, I desire that they shall taste its pleasures and enjoy them. I rescue them from the foolish crowd, and walk with them in some quiet place. I recall them to themselves by speaking of them. I wish to speak, not merely to their ears, but to their hearts, and I know that there is only one subject of which they can think today. My children, say I, taking a hand of each, it is 3 years since I beheld the birth of the pure and vigorous passion which is your happiness today. It has gone on growing, your eyes tell me that it has reached its highest point, it must inevitably decline. My readers can fancy the raptures, the anger, the vows of Émile, and the scornful air with which Sophie withdraws her hand from mine, how their eyes protest that they will adore each other till their latest breath. I let them have their way, then I continue. I have often thought that if the happiness of love could continue in marriage, we should find a paradise upon earth. So far this has never been. But if it were not quite impossible, you too are quite worthy to set an example you have not received, an example which few married couples could follow. My children, shall I tell you what I think is the way, and the only way, to do it? They look at one another and smile at my simplicity. Émile thanks me curtly for my prescription, saying that he thinks Sophie has a better, at any rate it is good enough for him. Sophie agrees with him and seems just as certain. Yet in spite of her mockery, I think I see a trace of curiosity. I study Émile, his eager eyes are fixed upon his wife's beauty, he has no curiosity for anything else, and he pays little heed to what I say. It is my turn to smile, and I say to myself, I will soon get your attention. The almost imperceptible difference between these two hidden impulses is characteristic of a real difference between the two sexes. It is that men are generally less constant than women, and are sooner weary of success in love. A woman foresees man's future inconstancy, and is anxious. It is this which makes her more jealous. When his passion begins to cool, she is compelled to pay him the attentions he used to bestow on her for her pleasure. She weeps, it is her turn to humiliate herself, and she is rarely successful. Affection and kind deeds rarely win hearts, and they hardly ever win them back. I return to my prescription against the cooling of love in marriage. It is plain and simple, I continue. It consists in remaining lovers when you are husband and wife. Indeed, said Émile, laughing at my secret, we shall not find that hard. Perhaps you will find it harder than you think. Pray give me time to explain. Cords too tightly stretched are soon broken. This is what happens when the marriage bond is subjected to too great a strain. The fidelity imposed by it upon husband and wife is the most sacred of all rights, but it gives to each too great a power over the other. Constraint and love do not agree together, and pleasure is not to be had for the asking. Do not blush, Sophie, and do not try to run away. God forbid that I should offend your modesty. But your fate for life is at stake. For so great a cause, permit a conversation between your husband and your father which you would not permit elsewhere. It is not so much possession as mastery of which people tire, and affection is often more prolonged with regard to a mistress than a wife. How can people make a duty of the tenderest caresses, and a right of the sweetest pledges of love? It is mutual desire which gives the right, and nature knows no other. The law may restrict this right, it cannot extend it. The pleasure is so sweet in itself. Should it owe to sad constraint the power which it cannot gain from its own charms? No, my children, in marriage the hearts are bound, but the bodies are not enslaved. You owe one another fidelity, but not complaisance. Neither of you may give yourself to another, but neither of you belongs to the other except at your own will. If it is true, dear Émile, that you would always be your wife's lover, that she should always be your mistress and her own, be a happy but respectful lover, obtain all from love and nothing from duty, and let the slightest favors never be of right but of grace. I know that modesty shuns formal confessions and requires to be overcome, but with delicacy and true love, will the lover ever be mistaken as to the real will? Will not he know when heart and eyes grant what the lips refuse? Let both forever be master of their person and their caresses, let them have the right to bestow them only at their own will. Remember that even in marriage this pleasure is only lawful when the desire is mutual. Do not be afraid, my children, that this law will keep you apart, on the contrary, it will make both more eager to please, and will prevent satiety. True to one another, nature and love will draw you to each other. Émile is angry and cries out against these and similar suggestions. Sophie is ashamed, she hides her face behind her fan and says nothing. Perhaps while she is saying nothing, she is the most annoyed. Yet I insist, without mercy, I make Émile blush for his lack of delicacy, I undertake to be surety for Sophie that she will undertake her share of the treaty. I incite her to speak, you may guess she will not dare to say I am mistaken. Émile anxiously consults the eyes of his young wife, he beholds them, through all her confusion, filled with a voluptuous anxiety which reassures him against the dangers of trusting her. He flings himself at her feet, kisses with rapture the hand extended to him, and swears that beyond the fidelity he has already promised, he will renounce all other rights over her. My dear wife, said he, be the arbiter of my pleasures as you are already the arbiter of my life and fate. Should your cruelty cost me life itself, I would yield to you my most cherished rights. I will owe nothing to your complaisance, but all to your heart. Dear Émile, be comforted, Sophie herself is too generous to let you fall a victim to your generosity. In the evening, when I am about to leave them, I say in the most solemn tone, remember both of you, that you are free, that there is no question of marital rights, believe me, no false deference. Émile, will you come home with me? Sophie permits it. Émile is ready to strike me in his anger. And you, Sophie, what do you say? Shall I take him away? The little liar, blushing, answers, yes. A tender and delightful falsehood, better than truth itself. The next day. Men no longer delight in the picture of bliss, their taste is as much depraved by the corruption of vice as their hearts. They can no longer feel what is touching or perceive what is truly delightful. You who, as a picture of voluptuous joys, see only the happy lovers immersed in pleasure, your picture is very imperfect, you have only its grosser part, the sweetest charms of pleasure are not there. Which of you has seen a young couple, happily married, on the morrow of their marriage? Their chaste yet languid looks betray the intoxication of the bliss they have enjoyed, the blessed security of innocence, and the delightful certainty that they will spend the rest of their life together. The heart of man can behold no more rapturous sight, this is the real picture of happiness, you have beheld it 100 times without heeding it, your hearts are so hard that you cannot love it. Sophie, peaceful and happy, spends the day in the arms of her tender mother, a pleasant resting place, after a night spent in the arms of her husband. The day after I am aware of a slight change. Émile tries to look somewhat vexed, but through this pretense I notice such a tender eagerness, and indeed so much submission, that I do not think there is much amiss. As for Sophie, she is merrier than she was yesterday, her eyes are sparkling and she looks very well pleased with herself, she is charming to Émile, she ventures to tease him a little and vexes him still more. These changes are almost imperceptible, but they do not escape me, I am anxious and I question Émile in private, and I learn that, to his great regret, and in spite of all entreaties, he was not permitted last night to share Sophie's bed. That haughty lady had made haste to assert her right. An explanation takes place. Émile complains bitterly, Sophie laughs, but at last, seeing that Émile is really getting angry, she looks at him with eyes full of tenderness and love, and pressing my hand, she only says these two words, but in a tone that goes to his heart, ungrateful man. Émile is too stupid to understand. But I understand, and I send Émile away and speak to Sophie privately in her turn. I see, said I, the reason for this whim. No one could be more delicate, and no one could use that delicacy so ill. Dear Sophie, do not be anxious, I have given you a man, do not be afraid to treat him as such. You have had the first fruits of his youth, he has not squandered his manhood and it will endure for you. My dear child, I must explain to you why I said what I did in our conversation of the day before yesterday. Perhaps you only understood it as a way of restraining your pleasures to secure their continuance. Oh, Sophie, there was another object, more worthy of my care. When Émile became your husband, he became your head, it is yours to obey, this is the will of nature. When the wife is like Sophie, it is, however, good for the man to be led by her, that is another of nature's laws, and it is to give you as much authority over his heart, as his sex gives him over your person, that I have made you the arbiter of his pleasures. It will be hard for you, but you will control him if you can control yourself, and what has already happened shows me that this difficult art is not beyond your courage. You will long rule him by love if you make your favors scarce and precious, if you know how to use them aright. If you want to have your husband always in your power, keep him at a distance. But let your sternness be the result of modesty not caprice, let him find you modest not capricious, beware lest in controlling his love you make him doubt your own. Be all the dearer for your favors and all the more respected when you refuse them, let him honor his wife's chastity, without having to complain of her coldness. Thus, my child, he will give you his confidence, he will listen to your opinion, will consult you in his business, and will decide nothing without you. Thus you may recall him to wisdom, if he strays, and bring him back by a gentle persuasion, you may make yourself lovable in order to be useful, you may employ coquetry on behalf of virtue, and love on behalf of reason. Do not think that with all this, your art will always serve your purpose. In spite of every precaution, pleasures are destroyed by possession, and love above all others. But when love has lasted long enough, a gentle habit takes its place and the charm of confidence succeeds the raptures of passion. Children form a bond between their parents, a bond no less tender and a bond which is sometimes stronger than love itself. When you cease to be Emile's mistress, you will be his friend and wife, you will be the mother of his children. Then instead of your first reticence, let there be the fullest intimacy between you, no more separate beds, no more refusals, no more caprices. Become so truly his better half that he can no longer do without you, and if he must leave you, let him feel that he is far from himself. You have made the charms of home life so powerful in your father's home, let them prevail in your own. Every man who is happy at home loves his wife. Remember that if your husband is happy in his home, you will be a happy wife. For the present, do not be too hard on your lover, he deserves more consideration, he will be offended by your fears, do not care for his health at the cost of his happiness, and enjoy your own happiness. You must neither wait for disgust nor repulse desire, you must not refuse for the sake of refusing, but only to add to the value of your favors. Then, taking her back to Émile, I say to her young husband, one must bear the yoke voluntarily imposed upon oneself. Let your deserts be such that the yoke may be lightened. Above all, sacrifice to the graces, and do not think that sulkiness will make you more amiable. Peace is soon made, and everybody can guess its terms. The treaty is signed with a kiss, after which I say to my pupil, dear Émile, all his life through a man needs a guide and counselor. So far I have done my best to fulfill that duty, my lengthy task is now ended, and another will undertake this duty. Today I abdicate the authority which you gave me, henceforward Sophie is your guardian. Little by little the first raptures subside and they can peacefully enjoy the delights of their new condition. Happy lovers, worthy husband and wife. To do honor to their virtues, to paint their felicity, would require the history of their lives. How often does my heart throb with rapture when I behold in them the crown of my life's work. How often do I take their hands in mine, blessing God with all my heart. How often do I kiss their clasped hands. How often do their tears of joy fall upon mine. They are touched by my joy and they share my raptures. Their worthy parents see their own youth renewed in that of their children, they begin to live, as it were, afresh in them, or rather they perceive, for the first time, the true value of life, they curse their former wealth, which prevented them from enjoying so delightful a lot when they were young. If there is such a thing as happiness upon earth, you must seek it in our abode. One morning a few months later Émile enters my room and embraces me, saying, my master, congratulate your son, he hopes soon to have the honor of being a father. What a responsibility will be ours, how much we shall need you. Yet God forbid that I should let you educate the son as you educated the father. God forbid that so sweet and holy a task should be fulfilled by any but myself, even though I should make as good a choice for my child as was made for me. But continue to be the teacher of the young teachers. Advise and control us, we shall be easily led, as long as I live I shall need you. I need you more than ever now that I am taking up the duties of manhood. You have done your own duty, teach me to follow your example, while you enjoy your well-earned leisure. The End. The Social Contract, or Principles of Political Right. Translated by G.D.H. Cole. The Social Contract, or Principles of Political Right was first published in France in April 1762. As with Émile, the social contract was banned and burned in both Paris and Geneva due to its chapter called the Civil Religion, which offended Protestant and Catholic authorities. Rousseau was distressed and appalled by the Genevan reaction to the social contract and Émile, and he responded by renouncing his citizenship and writing 2 defenses of his banned works. In letters written from the mountain he entered into a debate about the small council of Geneva's decision to burn the social contract and the defense of that action contained in the pamphlet Letters from the Country. he defends his work against the accusations that it seeks to undermine religion or destroy all governments, before he attacks the political legitimacy of the small council. The exact date when the author began to compose the treatise is not known, although he mentions in his autobiography, Confessions, that as early as 1743 he had conceived of an idea of creating an expansive work on political institutions. By 1757, he had significantly reduced the scope of his ambition and decided to abandon the wider project. A portion of the social contract in its first form is found in the Geneva manuscript, including the controversial chapter on the civil religion. The central concept and greatest contribution to political philosophy that Rousseau establishes in the work is the notion of the general will, which is the collectively held will of the whole people uniting individuals in a common good. Individuals possess particular wills which may cause them to come into conflict with their fellow citizens and threaten the common good, but the general will is always driven towards the common good. Rousseau argues that it is the expression of the general will by the people as a whole that is sovereign. Title page from 1762. Contents. Introduction. A note on books. Bibliography. The Social Contract or Principles of Political Right. Foreword. Book I. Chapter I. Subject of the first book. Chapter 2. The First Societies. Chapter 3. The Right of the Strongest. Chapter 4. Slavery. Chapter V. That we must always go back to a first convention. Chapter 6. The Social Compact. Chapter 7. The Sovereign. Chapter 8. The Civil State. Chapter 9. Real Property. Book 2. Chapter I. That sovereignty is inalienable. Chapter 2. That sovereignty is indivisible. Chapter 3. Whether the general will is fallible. Chapter 4. The limits of the sovereign power. Chapter V. The right of life and death. Chapter 6. Law. Chapter 7. The legislator. Chapter 8. The people. Chapter 9. The people. Chapter X. The people. Chapter 11. The various systems of legislation. Chapter 12. The division of the laws. Book 3. Chapter I. Government in general. Chapter 2. The constituent principle in the various forms of government. Chapter 3. The division of governments. Chapter 4. Democracy. Chapter V. Aristocracy. Chapter 6. Monarchy. Chapter 7. Mixed governments. Chapter 8. That all forms of government do not suit all countries. Chapter 9. The marks of a good government. Chapter X. The abuse of government and its tendency to degenerate. Chapter 11. The death of the body politic. Chapter 12. How the sovereign authority maintains itself. Chapter 13. The same. Chapter 14. The same. Chapter 15. Deputies or representatives. Chapter 16. That the institution of government is not a contract. Chapter 17. The institution of government. Chapter 18. How to check the usurpations of government. Book 4. Chapter I. That the general will is indestructible. Chapter 2. Voting. Chapter 3. Elections. Chapter 4. The Roman Comitia. Chapter V. The Tribunate. Chapter 6. The Dictatorship. Chapter 7. The Censorship. Chapter 8. Civil Religion. Chapter 9. Conclusion. Title page of a pirated edition of the treatise, probably printed in Germany. Introduction. For the study of the great writers and thinkers of the past, historical imagination is the first necessity. Without mentally referring to the environment in which they lived, we cannot hope to penetrate below the inessential and temporary to the absolute and permanent value of their thought. Theory, no less than action, is subject to these necessities, the form in which men cast their speculations, no less than the ways in which they behave, are the result of the habits of thought and action which they find around them. Great men make, indeed, individual contributions to the knowledge of their times, but they can never transcend the age in which they live. The questions they try to answer will always be those their contemporaries are asking, their statement of fundamental problems will always be relative to the traditional statements that have been handed down to them. When they are stating what is most startlingly new, they will be most likely to put it in an old-fashioned form, and to use the inadequate ideas and formulae of tradition to express the deeper truths towards which they are feeling their way. They will be most the children of their age, when they are rising most above it. Rousseau has suffered as much as anyone from critics without a sense of history. He has been cried up and cried down by democrats and oppressors with an equal lack of understanding and imagination. His name, 150 years after the publication of The Social Contract, is still a controversial watchword and a party cry. He is accepted as one of the greatest writers France has produced, but even now men are inclined, as political bias prompts them, to accept or reject his political doctrines as a whole, without sifting them or attempting to understand and discriminate. He is still revered or hated as the author who, above all others, inspired the French Revolution. At the present day, his works possess a double significance. They are important historically, alike as giving us an insight into the mind of the 18th century, and for the actual influence they have had on the course of events in Europe. Certainly no other writer of the time has exercised such an influence as his. He may fairly be called the parent of the Romantic movement in art, letters, and life. He affected profoundly the German Romantics and Goethe himself. He set the fashion of a new introspection which has permeated 19th century literature. He began modern educational theory, and, above all, in political thought he represents the passage from a traditional theory rooted in the Middle Ages to the modern philosophy of the state. His influence on Kant's moral philosophy and on Hegel's philosophy of right are two sides of the same fundamental contribution to modern thought. He is, in fact, the great forerunner of German and English idealism. It would not be possible, in the course of a short introduction, to deal both with the positive content of Rousseau's thought and with the actual influence he has had on practical affairs. The statesmen of the French Revolution, from Robespierre downwards, were throughout profoundly affected by the study of his works. Though they seem often to have misunderstood him, they had on the whole studied him with the attention he demands. In the 19th century, men continued to appeal to Rousseau, without, as a rule, knowing him well or penetrating deeply into his meaning. The Social Contract, says M. Dreyfus-Brissac, is the book of all books that is most talked of and least read. But with the great revival of interest in political philosophy there has come a desire for the better understanding of Rousseau's work. He is again being studied more as a thinker and less as an ally or an opponent. There is more eagerness to sift the true from the false, and to seek in the social contract the principles of political right, rather than the great revolutionary's ipse dixit in favor of some view about circumstances which he could never have contemplated. The social contract, then, may be regarded either as a document of the French Revolution, or as one of the greatest books dealing with political philosophy. It is in the second capacity, as a work of permanent value containing truth, that it finds a place among the world's great books. It is in that capacity also that it will be treated in this introduction. Taking it in this aspect, we have no less need of historical insight than if we came to it as historians pure and simple. To understand its value we must grasp its limitations. When the questions it answers seem unnaturally put, we must not conclude that they are meaningless. We must see if the answer still holds when the question is put in a more up-to-date form. First, then, we must always remember that Rousseau is writing in the 18th century, and for the most part in France. Neither the French monarchy nor the Genoese aristocracy loved outspoken criticism, and Rousseau had always to be very careful what he said. This may seem a curious statement to make about a man who suffered continual persecution on account of his subversive doctrines, but, although Rousseau was one of the most daring writers of his time, he was forced continually to moderate his language and, as a rule, to confine himself to generalization instead of attacking particular abuses. Rousseau's theory has often been decried as too abstract and metaphysical. This is in many ways its great strength, but where it is excessively so, the accident of time is to blame. In the 18th century it was, broadly speaking, safe to generalize and unsafe to particularize. Scepticism and discontent were the prevailing temper of the intellectual classes, and a short-sighted despotism held that, as long as they were confined to these, they would do little harm. Subversive doctrines were only regarded as dangerous when they were so put as to appeal to the masses. Philosophy was regarded as impotent. The intellectuals of the 18th century therefore generalized to their heart's content, and as a rule suffered little for their lèse-majesté. Voltaire is the typical example of such generalization. The spirit of the age favored such methods, and it was therefore natural for Rousseau to pursue them. But his general remarks had such a way of bearing very obvious particular applications, and were so obviously inspired by a particular attitude towards the government of his day, that even philosophy became in his hands unsafe, and he was attacked for what men read between the lines of his works. It is owing to this faculty of giving his generalizations content and actuality that Rousseau has become the father of modern political philosophy. He uses the method of his time only to transcend it. Out of the abstract and general he creates the concrete and universal. Secondly, we must not forget that Rousseau's theories are to be studied in a wider historical environment. If he is the first of modern political theorists, he is also the last of a long line of Renaissance theorists, who in turn inherit and transform the concepts of medieval thought. So many critics have spent so much wasted time in proving that Rousseau was not original only because they began by identifying originality with isolation. They studied first the social contract by itself, out of relation to earlier works, and then, having discovered that these earlier works resembled it, decided that everything it had to say was borrowed. Had they begun their study in a truly historical spirit, they would have seen that Rousseau's importance lies just in the new use he makes of old ideas, in the transition he makes from old to new in the general conception of politics. No mere innovator could have exercised such an influence or hit on so much truth. Theory makes no great leaps, it proceeds to new concepts by the adjustment and renovation of old ones. Just as theological writers on politics, from Hooker to Bossuet, make use of biblical terminology and ideas, just as more modern writers, from Hegel to Herbert Spencer, make use of the concept of evolution, Rousseau uses the ideas and terms of the social contract theory. We should feel, throughout his work, his struggle to free himself from what is lifeless and outworn in that theory, while he develops out of it fruitful conceptions that go beyond its scope. A too rigid literalism in the interpretation of Rousseau's thought may easily reduce it to the possession of a merely historical interest. If we approach it in a truly historical spirit, we shall be able to appreciate at once its temporary and its lasting value, to see how it served his contemporaries, and at the same time to disentangle from it what may be serviceable to us and for all time. Rousseau's ÉMILE, the greatest of all works on education, has already been issued in this series. In this volume are contained the most important of his political works. Of these the social contract, by far the most significant, is the latest in date. It represents the maturity of his thought, while the other works only illustrate his development. Born in 1712, he issued no work of importance till 1750, but he tells us, in the Confessions, that in 1743, when he was attached to the embassy at Venice, he had already conceived the idea of a great work on political institutions, which was to put the seal on his reputation. He seems, however, to have made little progress with this work, until in 1749 he happened to light on the announcement of a prize offered by the Academy of Dijon for an answer to the question, has the progress of the arts and sciences tended to the purification or to the corruption of morality? His old ideas came thronging back, and sick at heart of the life he had been leading among the Paris Lumières, he composed a violent and rhetorical diatribe against civilization generally. In the following year, this work, having been awarded the prize by the Academy, was published by its author. His success was instantaneous, he became at once a famous man, the lion of Parisian literary circles. Refutations of his work were issued by professors, scribblers, outraged theologians, and even by the King of Poland. Rousseau endeavored to answer them all, and in the course of argument his thought developed. From 1750 to the publication of The Social Contract and Émile in 1762 he gradually evolved his views. In those 12 years he made his unique contribution to political thought. The Discourse on the Arts and Sciences, the earliest of the works reproduced in this volume, is not in itself of very great importance. Rousseau has given his opinion of it in the Confessions. Full of warmth and force, it is wholly without logic or order, of all my works it is the weakest in argument and the least harmonious. But whatever gifts a man may be born with, he cannot learn the art of writing in a moment. This criticism is just. The first discourse neither is, nor attempts to be, a reasoned or a balanced production. It is the speech of an advocate, wholly one-sided and arbitrary, but so obviously and naively one-sided, that it is difficult for us to believe in its entire seriousness. At the most, it is only a rather brilliant but flimsy rhetorical effort, a sophistical improvisation, but not a serious contribution to thought. Yet it is certain that this declamation made Rousseau's name, and established his position as a great writer in Parisian circles. D'Alembert even devoted the preface of the encyclopedia to a refutation. The plan of the first discourse is essentially simple. It sets out from the badness, immorality, and misery of modern nations, traces all these ills to the departure from a natural state, and then credits the progress of the arts and sciences with being the cause of that departure. In it, Rousseau is already in possession of his idea of nature as an ideal, but he has at present made no attempt to discriminate, in what is unnatural, between good and bad. He is merely using a single idea, putting it as strongly as he can, and neglecting all its limitations. The first discourse is important not for any positive doctrine it contains, but as a key to the development of Rousseau's mind. Here we see him at the beginning of the long journey which was to lead on at last to the theory of the social contract. In 1755 appeared the Discourse on the Origin and Foundation of Inequality among Men, which is the second of the works given in this volume. With this essay, Rousseau had unsuccessfully competed in 1753 for a second prize offered by the Academy of Dijon, and he now issued it prefaced by a long dedication to the Republic of Geneva. In this work, which Voltaire, in thanking him for a presentation copy, termed his second book against the human race, his style and his ideas have made a great advance. He is no longer content merely to push a single idea to extremes, while preserving the broad opposition between the state of nature and the state of society, which runs through all his work. He is concerned to present a rational justification of his views and to admit that a little at any rate may be said on the other side. Moreover, the idea of nature has already undergone a great development. It is no longer an empty opposition to the evils of society, it possesses a positive content. Thus half the discourse on inequality is occupied by an imaginary description of the state of nature, in which man is shown with ideas limited within the narrowest range, with little need of his fellows, and little care beyond provision for the necessities of the moment. Rousseau declares explicitly that he does not suppose the state of nature ever to have existed. It is a pure idea of reason, a working concept reached by abstraction from the state of society. The natural man, as opposed to man's man, is man stripped of all that society confers upon him, a creature formed by a process of abstraction, and never intended for a historical portrait. The conclusion of the discourse favors not this purely abstract being, but a state of savagery intermediate between the natural and the social conditions, in which men may preserve the simplicity and the advantages of nature and at the same time secure the rude comforts and assurances of early society. In one of the long notes appended to the discourse, Rousseau further explains his position. He does not wish, he says, that modern corrupt society should return to a state of nature. Corruption has gone too far for that. He only desires now that men should palliate, by wiser use of the fatal arts, the mistake of their introduction. He recognizes society as inevitable and is already feeling his way towards a justification of it. The second discourse represents a second stage in his political thought. The opposition between the state of nature and the state of society is still presented in naked contrast, but the picture of the former has already filled out, and it only remains for Rousseau to take a nearer view of the fundamental implications of the state of society for his thought to reach maturity. Rousseau is often blamed, by modern critics, for pursuing in the discourses a method apparently that of history, but in reality wholly unhistorical. But it must be remembered that he himself lays no stress on the historical aspect of his work. He gives himself out as constructing a purely ideal picture, and not as depicting any actual stages in human history. The use of false historical concepts is characteristic of the 17th and 18th centuries, and Rousseau is more to be congratulated on having escaped from giving them too much importance than criticized for employing them at all. It is doubtful whether the Discourse on Political Economy, first printed in the Great Encyclopedia in 1755, was composed before or after the Discourse on Inequality. At first sight the former seems to be far more in the manner of the social contract and to contain views belonging essentially to Rousseau's constructive period. It would not, however, be safe to conclude from this that its date is really later. The Discourse on Inequality still has about it much of the rhetorical looseness of the prize essay. It aims not so much at close reasoning as at effective and popular presentation of a case. But, by reading between the lines, an attentive student can detect in it a great deal of the positive doctrine afterwards incorporated in the social contract. Especially in the closing section, which lays down the plan of a general treatment of the fundamental questions of politics, we are already to some extent in the atmosphere of the later works. It is indeed almost certain that Rousseau never attempted to put into either of the first two discourses any of the positive content of his political theory. They were intended, not as final expositions of his point of view, but as partial and preliminary studies, in which his aim was far more destructive than constructive. It is clear that in first conceiving the plan of a work on political institutions, Rousseau cannot have meant to regard all society as in essence bad. It is indeed evident that he meant, from the first, to study human society and institutions in their rational aspect, and that he was rather diverted from his main purpose by the Academy of Dijon's competition than first induced by it to think about political questions. It need, therefore, cause no surprise that a work probably written before the Discourse on Inequality should contain the germs of the theory given in full in the social contract. The Discourse on Political Economy is important as giving the first sketch of the theory of the general will. It will readily be seen that Rousseau does not mean by political economy exactly what we mean nowadays. He begins with a discussion of the fundamental nature of the state, and the possibility of reconciling its existence with human liberty, and goes on with an admirable short study of the principles of taxation. He is thinking throughout of political in the sense of public economy, of the state as the public financier, and not of the conditions governing industry. He conceives the state as a body aiming at the well-being of all its members and subordinates all his views of taxation to that end. He who has only necessaries should not be taxed at all, superfluities should be supertaxed, there should be heavy imposts on every sort of luxury. The first part of the article is still more interesting. Rousseau begins by demolishing the exaggerated parallel so often drawn between the state and the family. He shows that the state is not, and cannot be, patriarchal in nature, and goes on to lay down his view that its real being consists in the general will of its members. The essential features of the social contract are present in this discourse almost as if they were commonplaces, certainly not as if they were new discoveries on which the author had just hit by some happy inspiration. There is every temptation, after reading the Political Economy, to suppose that Rousseau's political ideas really reached maturity far earlier than has generally been allowed. The social contract finally appeared, along with ÉMILE, in 1762. This year, therefore, represents in every respect the culmination of Rousseau's career. Henceforth, he was to write only controversial and confessional works. His theories were now developed, and, simultaneously, he gave to the world his views on the fundamental problems of politics and education. It is now time to ask what Rousseau's system, in its maturity, finally amounted to. The social contract contains practically the whole of his constructive political theory. It requires to be read, for full understanding, in connection with his other works, especially Émile and the Letters on the Mount, but in the main it is self-contained and complete. The title sufficiently defines its scope. It is called The Social Contract or Principles of Political Right, and the second title explains the first. Rousseau's object is not to deal, in a general way, like Montesquieu, with the actual institutions of existing states, but to lay down the essential principles which must form the basis of every legitimate society. Rousseau himself, in the fifth book of the Émile, has stated the difference clearly. Montesquieu, he says, did not intend to treat of the principles of political right, he was content to treat of the positive right of established governments, and no two studies could be more different than these. Rousseau then conceives his object as being something very different from that of the spirit of the laws, and it is a willful error to misconstrue his purpose. When he remarks that the facts, the actual history of political societies, do not concern him, he is not contemptuous of facts, he is merely asserting the sure principle that a fact can in no case give rise to a right. His desire is to establish society on a basis of pure right, so as at once to disprove his attack on society generally and to reinforce his criticism of existing societies. Round this point centers the whole dispute about the methods proper to political theory. There are, broadly speaking, two schools of political theorists, if we set aside the psychologists. One school, by collecting facts, aims at reaching broad generalizations about what actually happens in human societies. The other tries to penetrate to the universal principles at the root of all human combination. For the latter purpose facts may be useful, but in themselves they can prove nothing. The question is not one of fact, but one of right. Rousseau belongs essentially to this philosophical school. He is not, as his less philosophic critics seem to suppose, a purely abstract thinker generalizing from imaginary historical instances. He is a concrete thinker trying to get beyond the inessential and changing to the permanent and invariable basis of human society. Like Green, he is in search of the principle of political obligation, and beside this quest all others fall into their place as secondary and derivative. It is required to find a form of association able to defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of every associate, and of such a nature, that each, uniting himself with all, may still obey only himself, and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem of which the social contract provides the solution. The problem of political obligation is seen as including all other political problems, which fall into place in a system based upon it. How, Rousseau asks, can the will of the state help being for me a merely external will, imposing itself upon my own? How can the existence of the state be reconciled with human freedom? How can man, who is born free, rightly come to be everywhere in chains? No one could help understanding the central problem of the social contract immediately, were it not that its doctrines often seem to be strangely formulated. We have seen that this strangeness is due to Rousseau's historical position, to his use of the political concepts current in his own age, and to his natural tendency to build on the foundations laid by his predecessors. There are a great many people whose idea of Rousseau consists solely of the first words of the opening chapter of the Social Contract: man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. But, they tell you, man is not born free, even if he is everywhere in chains. Thus at the very outset we are faced with the great difficulty in appreciating Rousseau. When we should naturally say man ought to be free, or perhaps man is born for freedom, he prefers to say man is born free, by which he means exactly the same thing. There is doubtless, in his way of putting it, an appeal to a golden age, but this golden age is admittedly as imaginary as the freedom to which men are born is bound, for most of them, to be. Elsewhere Rousseau puts the point much as we might put it ourselves. Nothing is more certain than that every man born in slavery is born for slavery. but if there are slaves by nature, it is because there have been slaves against nature. We have seen that the contrast between the state of nature and the state of society runs through all Rousseau's work. The Émile is a plea for natural education, the discourses are a plea for a naturalization of society, the New Heloise is the Romantic's appeal for more nature in human relationships. What then is the position of this contrast in Rousseau's mature political thought? It is clear that the position is not merely that of the discourses. In them, he envisaged only the faults of actual societies, now, he is concerned with the possibility of a rational society. His aim is to justify the change from nature to society, although it has left men in chains. He is in search of the true society, which leaves men as free as before. Altogether, the space occupied by the idea of nature in the social contract is very small. It is used of necessity in the controversial chapters, in which Rousseau is refuting false theories of social obligation, but when once he has brushed aside the false prophets, he lets the idea of nature go with them, and concerns himself solely with giving society the rational sanction he has promised. It becomes clear that, in political matters at any rate, the state of nature is for him only a term of controversy. He has in effect abandoned, in so far as he ever held it, the theory of a human golden age, and where, as in the Émile, he makes use of the idea of nature, it is broadened and deepened out of all recognition. Despite many passages in which the old terminology cleaves to him, he means by nature in this period not the original state of a thing, nor even its reduction to the simplest terms. He is passing over to the conception of nature as identical with the full development of capacity, with the higher idea of human freedom. This view may be seen in germ even in the discourse on inequality, where, distinguishing self-respect from egoism, Rousseau makes the former, the property of the natural man, consist not in the desire for self-aggrandizement, but in the seeking of satisfaction for reasonable desire accompanied by benevolence, whereas egoism is the preference of our own interests to those of others. Self-respect merely puts us on an equal footing with our fellows. It is true that in the discourse Rousseau is pleading against the development of many human faculties, but he is equally advocating the fullest development of those he regards as natural, by which he means merely good. The state of society, as envisaged in the social contract, is no longer in contradiction to the state of nature upheld in the Émile, where indeed the social environment is of the greatest importance, and, though the pupil is screened from it, he is none the less being trained for it. Indeed, the views given in the social contract are summarized in the fifth book of the Émile, and by this summary the essential unity of Rousseau's system is emphasized. Rousseau's object, then, in the first words of the social contract, is to inquire if, in the civil order, there can be any sure and certain rule of administration, taking men as they are and laws as they might be. Montesquieu took laws as they were, and saw what sort of men they made. Rousseau, founding his whole system on human freedom, takes man as the basis, and regards him as giving himself what laws he pleases. He takes his stand on the nature of human freedom, on this he bases his whole system, making the will of the members the sole basis of every society. In working out his theory, Rousseau makes use throughout of three general and, to some extent, alternative conceptions. These are the social contract, sovereignty, and the general will. We shall now have to examine each of these in turn. The social contract theory is as old as the sophists of Greece, and as elusive. It has been adapted to the most opposite points of view, and used, in different forms, on both sides of every question to which it could conceivably be applied. It is frequent in medieval writers, a commonplace with the theorists of the Renaissance, and in the 18th century already nearing its fall before a wider conception. It would be a long, as well as a thankless, task to trace its history over again. It may be followed best in D.G. Ritchie's admirable essay on it in Darwin and Hegel and Other Studies. For us, it is important only to regard it in its most general aspect, before studying the special use made of it by Rousseau. Obviously, in one form or another, it is a theory very easily arrived at. Wherever any form of government apart from the merest tyranny exists, reflection on the basis of the state cannot but lead to the notion that, in one sense or another, it is based on the consent, tacit or expressed, past or present, of its members. In this alone, the greater part of the social contract theory is already latent. Add the desire to find actual justification for a theory in facts, and, especially in an age possessed only of the haziest historical sense, this doctrine of consent will inevitably be given a historical setting. If in addition there is a tendency to regard society as something unnatural to humanity, the tendency will become irresistible. By writers of almost all schools, the state will be represented as having arisen, in some remote age, out of a compact or, in more legal phrase, contract between two or more parties. The only class that will be able to resist the doctrine is that which maintains the divine right of kings, and holds that all existing governments were imposed on the people by the direct interposition of God. All who are not prepared to maintain that will be partisans of some form or other of the social contract theory. It is, therefore, not surprising that we find among its advocates writers of the most opposite points of view. Barely stated, it is a mere formula, which may be filled in with any content from absolutism to pure republicanism. And, in the hands of some at least of its supporters, it turns out to be a weapon that cuts both ways. We shall be in a better position to judge of its usefulness when we have seen its chief varieties at work. All social contract theories that are at all definite fall under one or other of two heads. They represent society as based on an original contract either between the people and the government, or between all the individuals composing the state. Historically, modern theory passes from the first to the second of these forms. The doctrine that society is founded on a contract between the people and the government is of medieval origin. It was often supported by references to the Old Testament, which contains a similar view in an unreflective form. It is found in most of the great political writers of the 16th century, in Buchanan, and in the writings of James I. It persists into the 17th in the works of Grotius and Pufendorf. Grotius is sometimes held to have stated the theory so as to admit both forms of contract, but it is clear that he is only thinking of the first form as admitting democratic as well as monarchical government. We find it put very clearly by the Convention Parliament of 1688, which accuses James II of having endeavored to subvert the constitution of the kingdom by breaking the original contract between king and people. While Hobbes, on the side of the royalists, is maintaining the contract theory in its second form, the parliamentarian Algernon Sidney adheres to the idea of a contract between the people and the government. In this form, the theory clearly admits of opposite interpretations. It may be held that the people, having given itself up once for all to its rulers, has nothing more to ask of them, and is bound to submit to any usage they may choose to inflict. This, however, is not the implication most usually drawn from it. The theory, in this form, originated with theologians who were also lawyers. Their view of a contract implied mutual obligations. They regarded the ruler as bound, by its terms, to govern constitutionally. The old idea that a king must not violate the sacred customs of the realm passes easily into the doctrine that he must not violate the terms of the original contract between himself and his people. Just as in the days of the Norman kings, every appeal on the part of the people for more liberties was couched in the form of a demand that the customs of the good old times of Edward the Confessor should be respected, so in the 17th century every act of popular assertion or resistance was stated as an appeal to the king not to violate the contract. The demand was a good popular cry, and it seemed to have the theorists behind it. Rousseau gives his refutation of this view, which he had, in the Discourse on Inequality, maintained in passing, in the 16th chapter of the third book of the Social Contract. His attack is really concerned also with the theory of Hobbes, which in some respects resembles, as we shall see, this first view, but, in form at least, it is directed against this form of contract. It will be possible to examine it more closely, when the second view has been considered. The second view, which may be called the social contract theory proper, regards society as originating in, or based on, an agreement between the individuals composing it. It seems to be found first, rather vaguely, in Richard Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, from which Locke largely borrowed, and it reappears, in varying forms, in Milton's Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, in Hobbes's Leviathan, in Locke's treatises on civil government, and in Rousseau. The best known instance of its actual use is by the Pilgrim Fathers on the Mayflower in 1620, in whose declaration occurs the phrase, "We do solemnly and mutually, in the presence of God and of one another, covenant and combine ourselves together into a civil body politic." The natural implication of this view would seem to be the corollary of complete popular sovereignty which Rousseau draws. But before Rousseau's time it had been used to support views as diverse as those which rested on the first form. We saw that, in Grotius's great work, De Jure Belli et Paces, it was already possible to doubt which of the two theories was being advocated. The first theory was, historically, a means of popular protest against royal aggression. As soon as popular government was taken into account, the act of contract between people and government became in effect merely a contract between the individuals composing the society, and readily passed over into the second form. The second theory, in its ordinary form, expresses only the view that the people is everywhere sovereign, and that, in the phrase of Milton's treatise, the power of kings and magistrates is only derivative. Before, however, this view had been worked up into a philosophical theory, it had already been used by Hobbes to support precisely opposite principles. Hobbes agrees that the original contract is one between all the individuals composing the state, and that the government is no party to it, but he regards the people as agreeing, not merely to form a state, but to invest a certain person or certain persons with the government of it. He agrees that the people is naturally supreme, but regards it as alienating its sovereignty by the contract itself, and delegating its power, wholly and forever, to the government. As soon, therefore, as the state is set up, the government becomes for Hobbes the sovereign. There is no more question of popular sovereignty, but only of passive obedience. The people is bound, by the contract, to obey its ruler, no matter whether he governs well or ill. It has alienated all its rights to the sovereign, who is, therefore, absolute master. Hobbes, living in a time of civil wars, regards the worst government as better than anarchy, and is, therefore, at pains to find arguments in support of any form of absolutism. It is easy to pick holes in this system, and to see into what difficulties a conscientious Hobbist might be led by a revolution. For as soon as the revolutionaries get the upper hand, he will have to sacrifice one of his principles, he will have to side against either the actual or the legitimate sovereign. It is easy also to see that alienation of liberty, even if possible for an individual, which Rousseau denies, cannot bind his posterity. But, with all its faults, the view of Hobbes is on the whole admirably, if ruthlessly, logical, and to it Rousseau owes a great deal. The special shape given to the second social contract theory by Hobbes looks, at first sight, much like a combination, into a single act, of both the contracts. This, however, is not the view he adopts. The theory of a contract between government and people had, as we have seen, been used mainly as a support for popular liberties, a means of assertion against the government. Hobbes, whose whole aim is to make his government sovereign, can only do this by leaving the government outside the contract. He thus avoids the necessity of submitting it to any obligation whatsoever, and leaves it absolute and irresponsible. He secures, in fact, not merely a state which has unbounded rights against the individual, but a determinate authority with the right to enforce those rights. His theory is not merely statism, it is pure despotism. It is clear that, if such a theory is to be upheld, it can stand only by the view, which Hobbes shares with Grotius, that a man can alienate not merely his own liberty, but also that of his descendants, and that, consequently, a people as a whole can do the same. This is the point at which both Locke and Rousseau attack it. Locke, whose aim is largely to justify the revolution of 1688, makes government depend, not merely at its institution, but always, on the consent of the governed, and regards all rulers as liable to be displaced if they govern tyrannically. He omits, however, to provide any machinery short of revolution for the expression of popular opinion, and, on the whole, seems to regard the popular consent as something essentially tacit and assumed. He regards the state as existing mainly to protect life and property, and is, in all his assertions of popular rights, so cautious as to reduce them almost to nothing. It is not till we come to Rousseau that the second form of the contract theory is stated in its purest and most logical form. Rousseau sees clearly the necessity, if popular consent in government is to be more than a name, of giving it some constitutional means of expression. For Locke's theory of tacit consent, he substitutes an active agreement periodically renewed. He looks back with admiration to the city-states of ancient Greece and, in his own day, reserves his admiration for the Swiss free cities, Bern and, above all, Geneva, his native place. Seeing in the Europe of his day no case in which representative government was working at all democratically, he was unable to conceive that means might be found of giving effect to this active agreement in a nation-state. He therefore held that self-government was impossible except for a city. He wished to break up the nation-states of Europe, and create instead federative leagues of independent city-states. It matters, however, comparatively little, for the appreciation of Rousseau's political theory in general, that he failed to become the theorist of the modern state. By taking the state, which must have, in essentials, everywhere the same basis, at its simplest, he was able, far better than his predecessors, to bring out the real nature of the social tie, an alternative name which he often uses for the social contract. His doctrine of the underlying principle of political obligation is that of all great modern writers, from Kant to Mr. Bosanquet. This fundamental unity has been obscured only because critics have failed to put the social contract theory in its proper place in Rousseau's system. This theory was, we have seen, a commonplace. The amount of historical authenticity assigned to the contract almost universally presupposed varied enormously. Generally, the weaker a writer's rational basis, the more he appealed to history and invented it. It was, therefore, almost inevitable that Rousseau should cast his theory into the contractual form. There were, indeed, writers of his time who laughed at the contract, but they were not writers who constructed a general system of political philosophy. From Cromwell to Montesquieu and Bentham, it was the practically minded man, impatient of unactual hypotheses, who refused to accept the idea of contract. The theorists were as unanimous in its favor as the Victorians were in favor of the organic theory. But we, criticizing them in the light of later events, are in a better position for estimating the position the social contract really took in their political system. We see that Locke's doctrine of tacit consent made popular control so unreal that he was forced, if the state was to have any hold, to make his contract historical and actual, binding posterity for all time, and that he was also led to admit a quasi-contract between people and government, as a second vindication of popular liberties. Rousseau, on the other hand, bases no vital argument on the historical nature of the contract, in which, indeed, he clearly does not believe. How, he asks, did this change come about? And he answers that he does not know. Moreover, his aim is to find a sure and legitimate rule of administration, taking men as they are and laws as they might be, that is to say, his social contract is something which will be found at work in every legitimate society, but which will be in abeyance in all forms of despotism. He clearly means by it no more and no less than the fundamental principle of political association, the basis of the unity which enables us, in the state, to realize political liberty by giving up lawlessness and license. The presentation of this doctrine in the quasi-historical form of the social contract theory is due to the accident of the time and place in which Rousseau wrote. At the same time, the importance of the conception is best to be seen in the hard death it does. Though no one, for 100 years or so, has thought of regarding it as historical, it has been found so hard to secure any other phrase explaining as well or better the basis of political union that, to this day, the phraseology of the contract theory largely persists. A conception so vital cannot have been barren. It is indeed, in Rousseau's own thought, only one of the three different ways in which the basis of political union is stated, according to the preoccupation of his mind. When he is thinking quasi-historically, he describes his doctrine as that of the social contract. Modern anthropology, in its attempts to explain the complex by means of the simple, often strays further from the straight paths of history and reason. In a semi-legal aspect, using the terminology, if not the standpoint, of jurisprudence, he restates the same doctrine in the form of popular sovereignty. This use tends continually to pass over into the more philosophical form which comes third. Sovereignty is the exercise of the general will. Philosophically, Rousseau's doctrine finds its expression in the view that the state is based not on any original convention, not on any determinate power, but on the living and sustaining rational will of its members. We have now to examine first sovereignty and then the general will, which is ultimately Rousseau's guiding conception. Sovereignty is, first and foremost, a legal term, and it has often been held that its use in political philosophy merely leads to confusion. In jurisprudence, we are told, it has the perfectly plain meaning given to it in Austin's famous definition. The sovereign is a determinate human superior, not in a habit of obedience to a like superior, but receiving habitual obedience from the bulk of a given society. Where sovereignty is placed is, on this view, a question purely of fact, and never of right. We have only to seek out the determinate human superior in a given society, and we shall have the sovereign. In answer to this theory, it is not enough, though it is a valuable point, to show that such a determinate superior is rarely to be found. Where, for instance, is the sovereign of England or of the British Empire? Is it the king, who is called the sovereign? Or is it the parliament, which is the legislature? Or is it the electorate, or the whole mass of the population, with or without the right of voting? Clearly all these exercise a certain influence in the making of laws. Or finally, is it now the cabinet? For Austin, one of these bodies would be ruled out as indeterminate and another as responsible. But are we to regard the House of Commons or those who elect it as forming part of the sovereign? The search for a determinate sovereign may be a valuable legal conception, but it has evidently nothing to do with political theory. It is, therefore, essential to distinguish between the legal sovereign of jurisprudence, and the political sovereign of political science and philosophy. Even so, it does not at once become clear what this political sovereign may be. Is it the body or bodies of persons in whom political power in a state actually resides? Is it merely the complex of actual institutions regarded as embodying the will of the society? This would leave us still in the realm of mere fact, outside both right and philosophy. The sovereign, in the philosophical sense, is neither the nominal sovereign, nor the legal sovereign, nor the political sovereign of fact and common sense. It is the consequence of the fundamental bond of union, the restatement of the doctrine of social contract, the foreshadowing of that of general will. The sovereign is that body in the state in which political power ought always to reside, and in which the right to such power does always reside. The idea at the back of the philosophical conception of sovereignty is, therefore, essentially the same as that we found to underlie the social contract theory. It is the view that the people, whether it can alienate its right or not, is the ultimate director of its own destinies, the final power from which there is no appeal. In a sense, this is recognized even by Hobbes, who makes the power of his absolute sovereign, the predecessor of Austin's determinate human superior, issue first of all from the social contract, which is essentially a popular act. The difference between Hobbes and Rousseau on this point is solely that Rousseau regards as inalienable a supreme power which Hobbes makes the people alienate in its first corporate action. That is to say, Hobbes in fact accepts the theory of popular supremacy in name only to destroy it in fact. Rousseau asserts the theory in its only logical form, and is under no temptation to evade it by means of false historical assumptions. In Locke, a distinction is already drawn between the legal and the actual sovereign, which Locke calls supreme power. Rousseau unites the absolute sovereignty of Hobbes and the popular consent of Locke into the philosophic doctrine of popular sovereignty, which has since been the established form of the theory. His final view represents a return from the perversions of Hobbes to a doctrine already familiar to medieval and Renaissance writers, but it is not merely a return. In its passage the view has fallen into its place in a complete system of political philosophy. In a second important respect Rousseau differentiates himself from Hobbes. For Hobbes, the sovereign is identical with the government. He is so hot for absolutism largely because he regards revolution, the overthrow of the existing government, as at the same time the dissolution of the body politic, and a return to complete anarchy or to the state of nature. Rousseau and, to some extent, Locke meet this view by sharp division between the supreme power and the government. For Rousseau, they are so clearly distinct that even a completely democratic government is not at the same time the sovereign, its members are sovereign only in a different capacity and as a different corporate body, just as two different societies may exist for different purposes with exactly the same members. Pure democracy, however, the government of the state by all the people in every detail, is not, as Rousseau says, a possible human institution. All governments are really mixed in character, and what we call a democracy is only a more or less democratic government. Government, therefore, will always be to some extent in the hands of selected persons. Sovereignty, on the other hand, is in his view absolute, inalienable, indivisible, and indestructible. It cannot be limited, abandoned, shared or destroyed. It is an essential part of all social life that the right to control the destinies of the state belongs in the last resort to the whole people. There clearly must in the end be somewhere in the society an ultimate court of appeal, whether determinate or not, but, unless sovereignty is distinguished from government, the government, passing under the name of sovereign, will inevitably be regarded as absolute. The only way to avoid the conclusions of Hobbes is, therefore, to establish a clear separation between them. Rousseau tries to do this by an adaptation of the doctrine of the three powers. But instead of three independent powers sharing the supreme authority, he gives only two, and makes one of these wholly dependent on the other. He substitutes for the coordination of the legislative, the executive, and the judicial authorities, a system in which the legislative power, or sovereign, is always supreme, the executive, or government, always secondary and derivative, and the judicial power merely a function of government. This division he makes, naturally, one of will and power. The government is merely to carry out the decrees, or acts of will, of the sovereign people. Just as the human will transfers a command to its members for execution, so the body politic may give its decisions force by setting up authority which, like the brain, may command its members. In delegating the power necessary for the execution of its will, it is abandoning none of its supreme authority. It remains sovereign, and can at any moment recall the grants it has made. Government, therefore, exists only at the sovereign's pleasure, and is always revocable by the sovereign will. It will be seen, when we come to discuss the nature of the general will, that this doctrine really contains the most valuable part of Rousseau's theory. Here, we are concerned rather with its limitations. The distinction between legislative and executive functions is in practice very hard to draw. In Rousseau's case, it is further complicated by the presence of a second distinction. The legislative power, the sovereign, is concerned only with what is general, the executive only with what is particular. This distinction, the full force of which can only be seen in connection with the general will, means roughly that a matter is general when it concerns the whole community equally, and makes no mention of any particular class. As soon as it refers to any class or person, it becomes particular, and can no longer form the subject matter of an act of sovereignty. However just this distinction may seem in the abstract, it is clear that its effect is to place all the power in the hands of the executive, modern legislation is almost always concerned with particular classes and interests. It is not, therefore, a long step from the view of Rousseau to the modern theory of democratic government, in which the people has little power beyond that of removing its rulers if they displease it. As long, however, as we confine our view to the city-state of which Rousseau is thinking, his distinction is capable of preserving for the people a greater actual exercise of will. A city can often generalize where a nation must particularize. It is in the third book of the Social Contract, where Rousseau is discussing the problem of government, that it is most essential to remember that his discussion has in view mainly the city-state and not the nation. Broadly put, his principle of government is that democracy is possible only in small states, aristocracy in those of medium extent, and monarchy in great states. In considering this view, we have to take into account two things. First, he rejects representative government, will being, in his theory, inalienable, representative sovereignty is impossible. But, as he regards all general acts as functions of sovereignty, this means that no general act can be within the competence of a representative assembly. In judging this theory, we must take into account all the circumstances of Rousseau's time. France, Geneva, and England were the three states he took most into account. In France, representative government was practically non-existent. In Geneva, it was only partially necessary. In England, it was a mockery, used to support a corrupt oligarchy against a debased monarchy. Rousseau may well be pardoned for not taking the ordinary modern view of it. Nor indeed is it, even in the modern world, so satisfactory an instrument of the popular will that we can afford wholly to discard his criticism. It is one of the problems of the day to find some means of securing effective popular control over a weakened parliament and a despotic cabinet. The second factor is the immense development of local government. It seemed to Rousseau that, in the nation-state, all authority must necessarily pass, as it had in France, to the central power. Devolution was hardly dreamed of, and Rousseau saw the only means of securing effective popular government in a federal system, starting from the small unit as sovereign. The 19th century has proved the falsehood of much of his theory of government, but there are still many wise comments and fruitful suggestions to be found in the third book of the Social Contract and in the treatise on the government of Poland, as well as in his adaptation and criticism of the Polysynody of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, a scheme of local government for France, born out of its due time. The point in Rousseau's theory of sovereignty that offers most difficulty is his view that, for every state, a legislator is necessary. We shall understand the section only by realizing that the legislator is, in fact, in Rousseau's system, the spirit of institutions personified. His place, in a developed society, is taken by the whole complex of social custom, organization, and tradition that has grown up with the state. This is made clearer by the fact that the legislator is not to exercise legislative power, he is merely to submit his suggestions for popular approval. Thus Rousseau recognizes that, in the case of institutions and traditions as elsewhere, will, and not force, is the basis of the state. This may be seen in his treatment of law as a whole, which deserves very careful attention. He defines laws as acts of the general will, and, agreeing with Montesquieu in making law the condition of civil association, goes beyond him only in tracing it more definitely to its origin in an act of will. The social contract renders law necessary, and at the same time makes it quite clear that laws can proceed only from the body of citizens who have constituted the state. Doubtless, says Rousseau, there is a universal justice emanating from reason alone, but this justice, to be admitted among us, must be mutual. Humbly speaking, in default of natural sanctions, the laws of justice are ineffective among men. Of the law which set up among men this reign of mutual justice, the general will is the source. We thus come at last to the general will, the most disputed, and certainly the most fundamental, of all Rousseau's political concepts. No critic of the social contract has found it easy to say either what precisely its author meant by it, or what is its final value for political philosophy. The difficulty is increased because Rousseau himself sometimes halts in the sense which he assigns to it, and even seems to suggest by it two different ideas. Of its broad meaning, however, there can be no doubt. The effect of the social contract is the creation of a new individual. When it has taken place, at once, in place of the individual personality of each contracting party, the act of association creates a moral and collective body, composed of as many members as the assembly contains voters, and receiving from the act its unity, its common identity, its life, and its will. The same doctrine had been stated earlier, in the political economy, without the historical setting. The body politic is also a moral being, possessed of a will, and this general will, which tends always to the preservation and welfare of the whole and of every part, and is the source of the laws, constitutes for all the members of the state, in their relations to one another and to it, the rule of what is just or unjust. It will be seen at once that the second statement, which could easily be fortified by others from the social contract, says more than the first. It is not apparent that the common will, created by the institution of society, need tend always to the welfare of the whole. Is not the common will at least as fallible as the will of a single individual? May it not equally be led away from its true interests to the pursuit of pleasure or of something which is really harmful to it? And, if the whole society may vote what conduces to the momentary pleasure of all the members and at the same time to the lasting damage of the state as a whole, is it not still more likely that some of the members will try to secure their private interests in opposition to those of the whole and of others? All these questions, and others like them, have been asked by critics of the conception of the general will. Two main points are involved, to one of which Rousseau gives a clear and definite answer. There is often, he says, a great deal of difference between the will of all and the general will. The latter takes account only of the common interest, while the former takes private interest into account, and is no more than a sum of particular wills. The agreement of all interests is formed by opposition to that of each. It is indeed possible for a citizen, when an issue is presented to him, to vote not for the good of the state, but for his own good, but, in such a case, his vote, from the point of view of the general will, is merely negligible. But does it follow that the general will is exterminated or corrupted? Not at all. It is always constant, unalterable, and pure, but it is subordinated to other wills which encroach upon its sphere. The fault commits is that of changing the state of the question, and answering something different from what he is asked. Instead of saying by his vote it is to the advantage of the state, he says, it is to the advantage of this or that man or party that this or that view should prevail. Thus the law of public order in assemblies is not so much to maintain in them the general will as to secure that the question be always put to it, and the answer always given by it. These passages, with many others that may be found in the text, make it quite clear that by the general will Rousseau means something quite distinct from the will of all, with which it should never have been confused. The only excuse for such confusion lies in his view that when, in a city-state, all particular associations are avoided, votes guided by individual self-interest will always cancel one another, so that majority voting will always result in the general will. This is clearly not the case, and in this respect we may charge him with pushing the democratic argument too far. The point, however, can be better dealt with at a later stage. Rousseau makes no pretense that the mere voice of a majority is infallible. He only says, at the most, that, given his ideal conditions, it would be so. The second main point raised by critics of the general will is whether in defining it as a will directed solely to the common interest, Rousseau means to exclude acts of public immorality and short-sightedness. He answers the questions in different ways. First, an act of public immorality would be merely an unanimous instance of selfishness, different in no particular, from similar acts less unanimous, and therefore forming no part of a general will. Secondly, a mere ignorance of our own and the state's good, entirely unprompted by selfish desires, does not make our will antisocial or individual. The general will is always right and tends to the public advantage, but it does not follow that the deliberations of the people are always equally correct. Our will is always for our own good, but we do not always see what that is. The people is never corrupted, but it is often deceived, and on such occasions only does it seem to will what is bad. It is impossible to acquit Rousseau in some of the passages in which he treats of the general will, of something worse than obscurity, positive contradiction. It is probable, indeed, that he never quite succeeded in getting his view clear in his own mind. There is nearly always, in his treatment of it, a certain amount of muddle and fluctuation. These difficulties the student must be left to worry out for himself. It is only possible to present, in outline, what Rousseau meant to convey. The treatment of the general will in the political economy is brief and lucid, and furnishes the best guide to his meaning. The definition of it in this work, which has already been quoted, is followed by a short account of the nature of general wills as a whole. Every political society is composed of other smaller societies of various kinds, each of which has its interest and rules of conduct, but those societies which everybody perceives, because they have an external or authorized form, are not the only ones that actually exist in the state. All individuals who are united by a common interest compose as many others, either temporary or permanent, whose influence is none the less real because it is less apparent. The influence of all these tacit or formal associations causes by the influence of their will as many modifications of the public will. The will of these particular societies has always two relations. For the members of the association, it is a general will; for the great society, it is a particular will, and it is often right with regard to the first object and wrong as to the second. The most general will is always the most just, and the voice of the people is, in fact, the voice of God. The general will, Rousseau continues, in substance, is always for the common good, but it is sometimes divided into smaller general wills, which are wrong in relation to it. The supremacy of the great general will is the first principle of public economy and the fundamental rule of government. In this passage, which differs only in clearness and simplicity from others in the social contract itself, it is easy to see how far Rousseau had in his mind a perfectly definite idea. Every association of several persons creates a new common will. Every association of a permanent character has already a personality of its own, and in consequence a general will. The state, the highest known form of association, is a fully developed moral and collective being with a common will which is, in the highest sense yet known to us, general. All such wills are general only for the members of the associations which exercise them. For outsiders, or rather for other associations, they are purely particular wills. This applies even to the state, for, in relation to what is outside it, the state becomes a simple being, an individual. In certain passages in the social contract, in his criticism of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre's project of perpetual peace, and in the second chapter of the original draft of the social contract, Rousseau takes into account the possibility of a still higher individual, the federation of the world. In the political economy, thinking of the nation-state, he affirms what in the social contract he denies of the city, and recognizes that the life of a nation is made up of the whole complex of its institutions, and that the existence of lesser general wills is not necessarily a menace to the general will of the state. In the social contract, he only treats of these lesser wills in relation to the government, which, he shows, has a will of its own, general for its members, but particular for the state as a whole. This governmental will he there prefers to call corporate will, and by this name it will be convenient to distinguish the lesser general wills from the general will of the state that is over them all. So far, there is no great difficulty, but in discussing the infallibility of the general will we are on more dangerous ground. Rousseau's treatment here clearly oscillates between regarding it as a purely ideal conception, to which human institutions can only approximate, and holding it to be realized actually in every republican state, i.e. wherever the people is the sovereign in fact as well as in right. Book 4, Chap. 2 is the most startling passage expressing the latter view. When in the popular assembly a law is proposed, what the people is asked is not exactly whether it accepts or rejects the proposal, but whether it is in conformity with the general will, which is its will. When, therefore, the opinion that is contrary to my own prevails, this proves neither more nor less than that I was mistaken, and that what I thought to be the general will was not so. On his own principles laid down elsewhere, Rousseau would have to admit that it proves nothing of the sort, except in so far as the other voters have been guided by the general interest. Though he sometimes affirms the opposite, there is no security on his principles that the will of the majority will be the general will. At the most it can only be said that there is a greater chance of its being general than of the will of any selected class of persons not being led away by corporate interests. The justification of democracy is not that it is always right, even in intention, but that it is more general than any other kind of supreme power. Fundamentally, however, the doctrine of the general will is independent of these contradictions. Apart from Kant's narrow and rigid logic, it is essentially one with his doctrine of the autonomy of the will. Kant takes Rousseau's political theory, and applies it to ethics as a whole. The germ of misapplication is already found in Rousseau's own work, for he protests more than once against attempts to treat moral and political philosophy apart, as distinct studies, and asserts their absolute unity. This is brought out clearly in the Social Contract, where he is speaking of the change brought about by the establishment of society. The passage from the state of nature to the civil state produces a very remarkable change in man, by substituting justice for instinct in his conduct, and giving his actions the morality they had hitherto lacked. What man loses by the social contract is his natural liberty and an unlimited right to everything he tries to get and succeeds in getting. What he gains is civil liberty, which is limited by the general will. We might, over and above all this, add to what man acquires in the civil state moral liberty, which alone makes him truly master of himself, for the mere impulse of appetite is slavery, while obedience to a law which we prescribe to ourselves is liberty. This one chapter contains the gist of the Kantian moral philosophy, and makes it quite clear that Rousseau perceived its application to ethics as well as to politics. The morality of our acts consists in their being directed in accordance with universal law. Acts in which we are guided merely by our passions are not moral. Further, man can only possess freedom when his whole being is unified in the pursuit of a single end, and, as his whole being can be unified only in pursuit of a rational end, which alone excludes contradiction, only moral acts, only men directing their lives by universal law, are free. In Kantian language, the will is autonomous only when it is directed to a universal end. When it is guided by selfish passions, or particular considerations, it is heteronymous, and in bondage. Rousseau, as he says, was not directly concerned with the ethical sense of the word liberty, and Kant was, therefore, left to develop the doctrine into a system, but the phrases of this chapter prove false the view that the doctrine of a real will arises first in connection with politics, and is only transferred thence to moral philosophy. Rousseau bases his political doctrine throughout on his view of human freedom. It is because man is a free agent capable of being determined by a universal law prescribed by himself that the state is in like manner capable of realizing the general will, that is, of prescribing to itself and its members a similar universal law. The general will, then, is the application of human freedom to political institutions. Before the value of this conception can be determined, there is a criticism to be met. The freedom which is realized in the general will, we are told, is the freedom of the state as a whole, but the state exists to secure individual freedom for its members. A free state may be tyrannical, a despot may allow his subjects every freedom. What guarantee is there that the state, in freeing itself, will not enslave its members? This criticism has been made with such regularity that it has to be answered in some detail. The problem is to find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone, and remain as free as before. The clauses of the contract are everywhere the same and everywhere tacitly admitted and recognized. These clauses, properly understood, may be reduced to one: the total alienation of each associate, together with all his rights, to the whole community, for, if the individuals retain certain rights, as there would be no common superior to decide between them and the public, each, being on one point his own judge, would ask to be so on all, and the state of nature would continue. Rousseau sees clearly that it is impossible to place any limits upon the power of the state. When the people combine into a state, they must in the end submit to be guided in all things by the will of the effective majority. Limited sovereignty is a contradiction in terms. The sovereign has a right to all that reason allows it, and as soon as reason demands that the state shall interfere, no appeal to individual rights can be made. What is best for the state must be suffered by the individual. This, however, is very far from meaning that the ruling power ought, or has the moral right, to interfere in every particular case. Rousseau has been subjected to much foolish criticism because, after upholding the state's absolute supremacy, he goes on to speak of the limits of the sovereign power. There is no contradiction whatsoever. Wherever state intervention is for the best, the state has a right to intervene, but it has no moral right, though it must have a legal right, to intervene where it is not for the best. The general will, being always in the right, will intervene only when intervention is proper. The sovereign, therefore, cannot impose upon its subjects any fetters that are useless to the community, nor can it even wish to do so. As, however, the infallibility of the general will is not enough to make the state infallible, there still remains an objection. Since the general will cannot always be arrived at, who is to judge whether an act of intervention is justified? Rousseau's answer fails to satisfy many of his critics. Each man alienates, I admit, by the social compact, only such part of his powers, goods, and liberty as it is important for the community to control, but it must also be granted that the sovereign is sole judge of what is important. This, we are told, is mere state tyranny over again. But how is it possible to avoid such a conclusion? Rousseau has already given his reasons for objecting to a limited sovereignty. It follows absolutely that we must take the best machinery we can find for the execution of the state's functions. No doubt the machinery will be imperfect, but we can only try to get as near the general will as possible, without hoping to realize it fully. The answer, therefore, to the critics who hold that, in securing civil liberty Rousseau has sacrificed the individual may be put after this fashion. Liberty is not a merely negative conception, it does not consist solely in the absence of restraint. The purest individualist, Herbert Spencer for example, would grant that a certain amount of state interference is necessary to secure liberty, but as soon as this idea of securing liberty is admitted in the smallest degree, the whole idea has undergone profound modification. It can no longer be claimed that every interference on the part of the state lessens the liberty of the individual. The Liberty Fund theory is as untenable as that of the Wages Fund. The members of a state may be more free when all are restrained from doing one another mutual damage than when any one is left free to enslave another or be himself enslaved. This principle once admitted, the precise amount of state interference that is necessary to secure freedom will be always a matter for particular discussion. Every case must be decided on its own merits, and, in right, the sovereign will be omnipotent, or subject only to the law of reason. It has often been held that Rousseau cannot really have inspired the French Revolution because this view is totally inconsistent with the rights of man, which the revolutionaries so fervently proclaimed. If every right is alienated in the social contract, what sense can there be in talking of natural rights afterwards? This, however, is to misrepresent Rousseau's position. The rights of man as they are preached by the modern individualist, are not the rights of which Rousseau and the revolutionaries were thinking. We have seen that the theory of the social contract is founded on human freedom. This freedom carries with it, in Rousseau's view, the guarantee of its own permanence. It is inalienable and indestructible. When, therefore, government becomes despotic, it has no more right over its subjects than the master has over his slave. The question is then purely one of might. In such cases, appeal may be made either to the terms of the social contract, or, putting the same idea another way, to the natural right of human freedom. This natural right is in no sense inconsistent with the complete alienation supposed in the contract, for the contract itself reposes on it and guarantees its maintenance. The sovereign must, therefore, treat all its members alike, but, so long as it does this, it remains omnipotent. If it leaves the general for the particular, and treats one man better than another, it ceases to be sovereign, but equality is already presupposed in the terms of the contract. It is more profitable to attack Rousseau for his facile identification of the interests of each of the citizens with those of all, but here, too, most of the critics have abused their opportunity. He does not maintain that there can be no opposition between a man's particular interests and the general will as present in him. On the contrary, he explicitly and consistently affirms the presence of such opposition. What he asserts is, first, that the sovereign, as such, cannot have any interest contrary to the interest of the citizens as a whole that is obvious, and, secondly, that it cannot have an interest contrary to that of any individual. The second point Rousseau proves by showing that the omnipotence of the sovereign is essential to the preservation of society, which in turn is necessary for the individual. His argument, however, really rests on the fundamental character of the general will. He would admit that, in any actual state, the apparent interest of the many might often conflict with that of the few, but he would contend that the real interest of state and individual alike, being subject to universal law, could not be such as to conflict with any other real interest. The interest of the state, in so far as it is directed by the general will, must be the interest of every individual, in so far as he is guided by his real will, that is, in so far as he is acting universally, rationally, and autonomously. Thus the justification of Rousseau's theory of liberty returns to the point from which it set out the omnipotence of the real will in state and individual. It is in this sense that he speaks of man in the state as forced to be free by the general will, much as Kant might speak of a man's lower nature as forced to be free by the universal mandate of his higher, more real, and more rational will. It is in this recognition of the state as a moral being, with powers of determination similar to the powers of the individual mind, that the significance of the general will ultimately lies. Even, however, among those who have recognized its meaning, there are some who deny its value as a conception of political philosophy. If, they say, the general will is not the will of all, if it cannot be arrived at by a majority vote or by any system of voting whatsoever, then it is nothing, it is a mere abstraction, neither general, nor a will. This is, of course, precisely the criticism to which Kant's real will is often subjected. Clearly, it must be granted at once that the general will does not form the whole actual content of the will of every citizen. Regarded as actual, it must always be qualified by in so far as or its equivalent. This, however, is so far from destroying the value of the conception that therein lies its whole value. In seeking the universal basis of society, we are not seeking anything that is wholly actualized in any state, though we must be seeking something which exists, more or less perfectly, in every state. The point of the social contract theory, as Rousseau states it, is that legitimate society exists by the consent of the people, and acts by popular will. Active will, and not force or even mere consent, is the basis of the republican state, which can only possess this character because individual wills are not really self-sufficient and separate, but complementary and interdependent. The answer to the question why ought I to obey the general will is that the general will exists in me and not outside me. I am obeying only myself, as Rousseau says. The state is not a mere accident of human history, a mere device for the protection of life and property, it responds to a fundamental need of human nature, and is rooted in the character of the individuals who compose it. The whole complex of human institutions is not a mere artificial structure, it is the expression of the mutual dependence and fellowship of men. If it means anything, the theory of the general will means that the state is natural, and the state of nature an abstraction. Without this basis of will and natural need, no society could for a moment subsist. The state exists and claims our obedience because it is a natural extension of our personality. The problem, however, still remains of making the general will, in any particular state, active and conscious. It is clear that there are states in which visible and recognized institutions hardly answer in any respect to its requirements. Even in such states, however, there is a limit to tyranny. Deep down, in immemorial customs with which the despot dare not interfere, the general will is still active and important. It does not reside merely in the outward and visible organization of social institutions, in that complex of formal associations which we may call the state. Its roots go deeper and its branches spread further. It is realized, in greater or less degree, in the whole life of the community, in the entire complex of private and public relations which, in the widest sense, may be called society. We may recognize it not only in a parliament, a church, a university, or a trade union, but also in the most intimate human relationships, and the most trivial, as well as the most vital, social customs. But, if all these things go to the making of the general will in every community, the general will has, for politics, primarily a narrower sense. The problem here is to secure its supremacy in the official institutions and public councils of the nation. This is the question to which Rousseau chiefly addressed himself. Here, too, we shall find the general will the best possible conception for the guidance of political endeavor, for the general will is realized not when that is done which is best for the community, but when, in addition, the community as a whole has willed the doing of it. The general will demands not only good government, but also self-government, not only rational conduct, but goodwill. This is what some of Rousseau's admirers are apt to forget when they use his argument, as he himself was sometimes inclined to use it, in support of pure aristocracy. Rousseau said that aristocracy was the best of all governments, but he said also that it was the worst of all usurpers of sovereignty. Nor must it be forgotten that he expressly specified elective aristocracy. There is no general will unless the people wills the good. General will may be embodied in one man willing universally, but it can only be embodied in the state when the mass of the citizens so wills. The will must be general in two senses. In the sense in which Rousseau used the word, it must be general in its object, i.e. universal, but it must also be generally held, i.e. common to all or to the majority. The general will is, then, above all a universal and, in the Kantian sense, a rational will. It would be possible to find in Rousseau many more anticipations of the views of Kant, but it is better here to confine comment to an important difference between them. It is surprising to find in Kant, the originator of modern intellectualism, and in Rousseau, the great apostle of sentiment, an essentially similar view on the nature and function of the will. Their views, however, present a difference, for, whereas the moving force of Kant's moral imperative is purely rational, Rousseau finds the sanction of his general will in human feeling itself. As we can see from a passage in the original draft of the social contract, the general will remains purely rational. No one will dispute that the general will is in each individual a pure act of the understanding, which reasons while the passions are silent on what a man may demand of his neighbor and on what his neighbor has a right to demand of him. The will remains purely rational, but Rousseau feels that it needs an external motive power. If natural law, he writes, were written only on the tablets of human reason, it would be incapable of guiding the greater part of our actions, but it is also graven on the heart of man in characters that cannot be effaced, and it is there it speaks to him more strongly than all the precepts of the philosophers. The nature of this guiding sentiment is explained in the Discourse on Inequality, where egoism is contrasted with self-respect. Naturally, Rousseau holds, man does not want everything for himself, and nothing for others. Egoism and altruism are both one-sided qualities arising out of the perversion of man's natural goodness. Man is born good, that is, man's nature really makes him desire only to be treated as one among others, to share equally. This natural love of equality includes love of others as well as love of self, and egoism, loving oneself at the expense of others, is an unnatural and perverted condition. The rational precepts of the general will, therefore, find an echo in the heart of the natural man, and, if we can only secure the human being against perversion by existing societies, the general will can be made actual. This is the meeting point of Rousseau's educational with his political theory. His view as a whole can be studied only by taking together the social contract and the Émile as explained by the Letters on the Mount and other works. The fundamental dogma of the natural goodness of man finds no place directly in the social contract, but it lurks behind the whole of his political theory, and is indeed, throughout, his master conception. His educational, his religious, his political, and his ethical ideas are all inspired by a single consistent attitude. Here we have been attending only to his political theory. In the volume which is to follow, containing the Letters on the Mount and other works, some attempt will be made to draw the various threads together and estimate his work as a whole. The political works, however, can be read separately, and the social contract itself is still by far the best of all textbooks of political philosophy. Rousseau's political influence, so far from being dead, is every day increasing, and as new generations and new classes of men come to the study of his work, his conceptions, often hazy and undeveloped, but nearly always of lasting value, will assuredly form the basis of a new political philosophy, in which they will be taken up and transformed. This new philosophy is the work of the future, but, rooted upon the conception of Rousseau, it will stretch far back into the past. Of our time, it will be for all time, its solutions will be at once relatively permanent and ceaselessly progressive. G.D.H. Cole. The term general will means, in Rousseau, not so much will held by several persons, as will having a general object. This is often misunderstood, but the mistake matters the less, because the general will must, in fact, be both. A note on books. There are few good books in English on Rousseau's politics. By far the best treatment is to be found in Mr. Bernard Bosanquet's Philosophical Theory of the State. Viscount Morley's Rousseau is a good life, but is not of much use as a criticism of views, Mr. W. Boyd's The Educational Theory of Rousseau contains some fairly good chapters on the political views. D. G. Ritchie's Darwin and Hegel includes an admirable essay on the social contract theory, and another on sovereignty. The English translation of Professor Grand's Rousseau is an interesting biography. In French, there is a good cheap edition of Rousseau's complete works published by Hachette in 13 volumes. M. Dreyfus-Brisac's great edition of the Contrat Social is indispensable, and there is a good small edition with notes by M. Georges Bolavon. M. Faguet's study of Rousseau in his Dix-huitième siècle études littéraires, and his Politique comparée de Montesquieu, Voltaire et Rousseau are useful, though I am seldom in agreement with them. M. Henry Rodet's Le Contrat Social et les idées politiques de J. Rousseau is useful, if not inspired, and there are interesting works by M. Chuquet, Fabre, and Lemaitre. The French translation of Professor Hofting's little volume on Rousseau, Savet Philosophie, is admirable. Miss Foxley's translation of the Émile, especially of Book V, should be studied in connection with the Social Contract. A companion volume, containing the Letters on the Mount and other works, will be issued shortly. GDHC Bibliography. Principal works, article in the Mercure. In answer to one entitled S'ile monde que nous habitons est un sphere ou un spheroid, 1738, Le Verger de Madame de Warens, 1739, Sur la musique moderne, 1743, S'il rétablissement de sciences et de arts a contribué à épurer les murs, prize essay, 1750, translated by R. Wynne, 1752, by anonymous author, 1760, by H. Smithers, 1818, Devon Du Village, 1753, translated by C. Burney, 1766, Narcisse, ou Amant de lui-même, 1753, Lettres sur la musique française, 1753, sur l'origine de l'inégalité. Parmi les hommes, 1755, Discours sur deux principes avances par Rameau, 1755, sur l'économie politique, 1758, Letter to D'Alembert on his article Genève in the Encyclopédie, 1758, translated 17595 Lettres à Voltaire, 1759, Julie, ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, first published under the title of Lettres de deux amants, habitants d'une petite ville au pied des Alpes, etc., 1761, Contrat social, or Principes du droit politique, 1762, Émile, ou de l'éducation, 1762, Lettres à Christophe de Beaumont. Archevêque de Paris, 1763. Ali de Sylvie, 1763, Lettres écrites de la Montagne, 1764, de l'imitation théâtrale, 1764, Dictionnaire de musique, 1767, translated by W. Waring, 1779, Lettres sur son exil du canton de Berne, 1770. Posthumous works, Émile et Sophie, 1780, Les Consolations de Misères de ma vie, 1781, Considerations sur le gouvernement de Poland, 1782, Les Confessions, and Reveries du Promeneur Solitaire, 4 volumes, 1782-9, Nouveau Détail, 1801, La Botanique de J. Rousseau, 1805, translated, with additional letters, by T. Martin, 1785, 7th edition, 1807, Testament de J. Rousseau, 1820. Translations, Heloise, 1761, with a sequel found after the author's death, 1784, 1795, 1810, Émile, by Nugent, 1763, anonymous translator the same year, abridged and annotated by W. H. Payne, 1893, Émile et Sophie, by Nugent, 1765, by the translator of Eloisa, 1767, Contrat social, 1764, 1791, in Volume 3. Of Political Classics, 1795, 1840, by R. M. Harrington, with introduction by E. L. Walter, 1893, by H. J. Tozer 1895, 1902, 1905, Confessions, 2 volumes, 1783, 1796-90, 1861, 1891, abridged from 1896 edition, with preface by G. J. Holyoake, 1857, complete translation, 2 volumes, 1896, with introduction by Hesketh Mealyes, 1907, the second part, with a new collection of letters, 3 volumes, 1791. Works, 1764, 1769, 1774, 1782, etc., 1790, 1790, 1788-93, 1793-1800, and later editions from this same firm, Musepathe, 1823-6. Miscellaneous Works, 5 volumes, 1767. Posthumous Works, 1782, 1783, Œuvres inédites, 1825, 1833, Fragments inédits, etc., by Ada Bougie, 1853, Œuvres et Correspondance inédites, 1861, Fragments inédits, Recherches biographiques et littéraires, A. Janssen, 1882. Works translated from the French, 10 volumes, 1773-74. Letters, sur différents sujets, 5 volumes, 1740-53, Lettres nouvelles sur les motifs de s'arrêter à la campagne, adressées à M. de Malesherbes, 1780, Nouvelles Lettres, 1789, Lettres aux citoyens Léniaps, etc., 1793, Correspondance originate et incite avec Madame. La Tour de Tranquillité M. du Perrault, 2 volumes, 1803, Lettres inédites à Madame d'Épinay, 1818, Lettres de Voltaire et de Rousseau à C.J. Pancook, 1828, Lettres inédites à M. M. Ray, 1858, Lettres à Madame Dupin, 1884, Lettres inédites, published by H. de Rothschild, with preface by L. Clarity, 1892, Lettres, published by H. Buffenoir, 1902, Correspondance avec Leonard Ustery, 1910. Translations, original letters to M. de Malesherbes, d'Alembert, Madame la M. de Luxembourg, etc., 1799, 1820, 18 letters to Madame de Haudetot, October 1757 to March 1758, 1905. Life, etc., J. H. Fewsley, Remarks on the Writings and Conduct of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1767, Stale-Holstein, Letters on the Work and Character of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1789, 1814, J. Morley, Rousseau, 1873, 1886, H. G. Graham, Rousseau, 1882, T. Davidson, Rousseau, An Education According to Nature, Volume 9, 1898, J. Text, Jean-Jacques Rousseau and the Cosmopolitan Spirit in Literature, etc., 1899, H. H. Hudson, Rousseau, and Naturalism in Life and Thought, 1903, F. MacDonald, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, A New Criticism, 1906, J. C. Collins, Voltaire, Montesquieu, and Rousseau in England, 1908. The Social Contract or Principles of Political Right. Foederis Equas. Decamus Legs. Forward. This little treatise is part of a longer work which I began years ago without realizing my limitations, and long since abandoned. Of the various fragments that might have been extracted from what I wrote, this is the most considerable, and, I think, the least unworthy of being offered to the public. The rest no longer exists. Book I. I mean to inquire if, in the civil order, there can be any sure and legitimate rule of administration, men being taken as they are and laws as they might be. In this inquiry I shall endeavor always to unite what right sanctions with what is prescribed by interest, in order that justice and utility may in no case be divided. I enter upon my task without proving the importance of the subject I shall be asked if I am a prince or a legislator, to write on politics. I answer that I am neither, and that is why I do so. If I were a prince or a legislator, I should not waste time in saying what wants doing, I should do it, or hold my peace. As I was born a citizen of a free state, and a member of the sovereign, I feel that, however feeble the influence my voice can have on public affairs, the right of voting on them makes it my duty to study them, and I am happy, when I reflect upon governments, to find my inquiries always furnish me with new reasons for loving that of my own country. Chapter I. Subject of the first book. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. One thinks himself the master of others, and still remains a greater slave than they. How did this change come about? I do not know. What can make it legitimate? That question I think I can answer. If I took into account only force, and the effects derived from it, I should say, as long as a people is compelled to obey, and obeys, it does well. As soon as it can shake off the yoke, and shakes it off, it does still better, for, regaining its liberty by the same right as took it away, either it is justified in resuming it, or there was no justification for those who took it away. But the social order is a sacred right which is the basis of all other rights. Nevertheless, this right does not come from nature, and must therefore be founded on conventions. Before coming to that, I have to prove what I have just asserted. Chapter 2. The first societies. The most ancient of all societies, and the only one that is natural, is the family, and even so the children remain attached to the father only so long as they need him for their preservation. As soon as this need ceases, the natural bond is dissolved. The children, released from the obedience they owed to the father, and the father, released from the care he owed his children, return equally to independence. If they remain united, they continue so no longer naturally but voluntarily, and the family itself is then maintained only by convention. This common liberty results from the nature of man. His first law is to provide for his own preservation, his first cares are those which he owes to himself, and, as soon as he reaches years of discretion, he is the sole judge of the proper means of preserving himself, and consequently becomes his own master. The family then may be called the first model of political societies. The ruler corresponds to the father, and the people to the children, and all, being born free and equal, alienate their liberty only for their own advantage. The whole difference is that, in the family, the love of the father for his children repays him for the care he takes of them, while, in the state, the pleasure of commanding takes the place of the love which the chief cannot have for the peoples under him. Grotius denies that all human power is established in favor of the governed, and quotes slavery as an example. His usual method of reasoning is constantly to establish right by fact. It would be possible to employ a more logical method, but none could be more favorable to tyrants. It is then, according to Grotius, doubtful whether the human race belongs to 100 men, or that 100 men to the human race, and, throughout his book, he seems to incline to the former alternative, which is also the view of Hobbes. On this showing, the human species is divided into so many herds of cattle, each with its ruler, who keeps guard over them for the purpose of devouring them. As a shepherd is of a nature superior to that of his flock, the shepherds of men, i.e. their rulers, are of a nature superior to that of the peoples under them. Thus, Philo tells us, the Emperor Caligula reasoned, concluding equally well either that kings were gods, or that men were beasts. The reasoning of Caligula agrees with that of Hobbes and Grotius. Aristotle, before any of them, had said that men are by no means equal naturally, but that some are born for slavery, and others for dominion. Aristotle was right, but he took the effect for the cause. Nothing can be more certain than that every man born in slavery is born for slavery. Slaves lose everything in their chains, even the desire of escaping from them. They love their servitude, as the comrades of Ulysses loved their brutish condition. If then there are slaves by nature, it is because there have been slaves against nature. Force made the first slaves, and their cowardice perpetuated the condition. I have said nothing of King Adam, or Emperor Noah, father of the three great monarchs who shared out the universe, like the children of Saturn, whom some scholars have recognized in them. I trust to getting due thanks for my moderation, for, being a direct descendant of one of these princes, perhaps of the eldest branch, how do I know that a verification of titles might not leave me the legitimate king of the human race? In any case, there can be no doubt that Adam was sovereign of the world, as Robinson Crusoe was of his island, as long as he was its only inhabitant, and this empire had the advantage that the monarch, safe on his throne, had no rebellions, wars, or conspirators to fear. Learned inquiries into public right are often only the history of past abuses, and troubling to study them too deeply is a profitless infatuation. This is exactly what Grotius has done. See a short treatise of Plutarch's entitled That Animals Reason. Chapter 3. The Right of the Strongest. The strongest is never strong enough to be always the master, unless he transforms strength into right, and obedience into duty. Hence the right of the strongest, which, though to all seeming meant ironically, is really laid down as a fundamental principle. But are we never to have an explanation of this phrase? Force is a physical power, and I fail to see what moral effect it can have. To yield to force is an act of necessity, not of will at the most, an act of prudence. In what sense can it be a duty? Suppose for a moment that this so-called right exists. I maintain that the sole result is a mass of inexplicable nonsense. For, if force creates right, the effect changes with the cause. Every force that is greater than the first succeeds to its right. As soon as it is possible to disobey with impunity, disobedience is legitimate, and, the strongest being always in the right, the only thing that matters is to act so as to become the strongest. But what kind of right is that which perishes when force fails? If we must obey perforce, there is no need to obey because we ought, and if we are not forced to obey, we are under no obligation to do so. Clearly, the word right adds nothing to force. In this connection, it means absolutely nothing. Obey the powers that be. If this means yield to force, it is a good precept, but superfluous. I can answer for its never being violated. All power comes from God, I admit, but so does all sickness. Does that mean that we are forbidden to call in the doctor? A brigand surprises me at the edge of a wood. Must I not merely surrender my purse on compulsion, but, even if I could withhold it, am I in conscience bound to give it up? For certainly the pistol he holds is also a power. Let us then admit that force does not create right, and that we are obliged to obey only legitimate powers. In that case, my original question recurs. Chapter 4. Slavery. Since no man has a natural authority over his fellow, and force creates no right, we must conclude that conventions form the basis of all legitimate authority among men. If an individual, says Grotius, can alienate his liberty and make himself the slave of a master, why could not a whole people do the same and make itself subject to a king? There are in this passage plenty of ambiguous words which would need explaining, but let us confine ourselves to the word alienate. To alienate is to give or to sell. Now, a man who becomes the slave of another does not give himself, he sells himself, at the least for his subsistence, but for what does a people sell itself? A king is so far from furnishing his subjects with their subsistence that he gets his own only from them, and, according to Rabelais, kings do not live on nothing. Do subjects then give their persons on condition that the king takes their goods also? I fail to see what they have left to preserve. It will be said that the despot assures his subjects civil tranquility. Granted, but what do they gain, if the wars his ambition brings down upon them, his insatiable avidity, and the vexatious conduct of his ministers press harder on them than their own dissensions would have done? What do they gain, if the very tranquility they enjoy is one of their miseries? Tranquility is found also in dungeons, but is that enough to make them desirable places to live in? The Greeks imprisoned in the cave of the Cyclops lived there very tranquilly, while they were awaiting their turn to be devoured. To say that a man gives himself gratuitously, is to say what is absurd and inconceivable. Such an act is null and illegitimate, from the mere fact that he who does it is out of his mind. To say the same of a whole people is to suppose a people of madmen, and madness creates no right. Even if each man could alienate himself, he could not alienate his children. They are born men and free, their liberty belongs to them, and no one but they has the right to dispose of it. Before they come to years of discretion, the father can, in their name, lay down conditions for their preservation and well-being, but he cannot give them, irrevocably and without conditions. Such a gift is contrary to the ends of nature, and exceeds the rights of paternity. It would therefore be necessary, in order to legitimize an arbitrary government, that in every generation the people should be in a position to accept or reject it, but, were this so, the government would be no longer arbitrary. To renounce liberty is to renounce being a man, to surrender the rights of humanity and even its duties. For him who renounces everything, no indemnity is possible. Such a renunciation is incompatible with man's nature. To remove all liberty from his will is to remove all morality from his acts. Finally, it is an empty and contradictory convention that sets up, on the one side, absolute authority, and, on the other, unlimited obedience. Is it not clear that we can be under no obligation to a person from whom we have the right to exact everything? Does not this condition alone, in the absence of equivalence or exchange, in itself involve the nullity of the act? For what right can my slave have against me, when all that he has belongs to me, and, his right being mine, this right of mine against myself is a phrase devoid of meaning? Grotius and the rest find in war another origin for the so-called right of slavery. The victor having, as they hold, the right of killing the vanquished, the latter can buy back his life at the price of his liberty, and this convention is the more legitimate because it is to the advantage of both parties. But it is clear that this supposed right to kill the conquered is by no means deducible from the state of war. Men, from the mere fact that, while they are living in their primitive independence, they have no mutual relations stable enough to constitute either the state of peace or the state of war, cannot be naturally enemies. War is constituted by a relation between things, and not between persons, and, as the state of war cannot arise out of simple personal relations, but only out of real relations, private war, or war of man with man, can exist neither in the state of nature, where there is no constant property, nor in the social state, where everything is under the authority of the laws. Individual combats, duels, and encounters, are acts which cannot constitute a state, while the private wars, authorized by the establishments of Louis IX, King of France, and suspended by the peace of God, are abuses of feudalism, in itself an absurd system if ever there was one, and contrary to the principles of natural right and to all good polity. War then is a relation, not between man and man, but between state and state, and individuals are enemies only accidentally, not as men, nor even as citizens, but as soldiers, not as members of their country, but as its defenders. Finally, each state can have for enemies only other states, and not men, for between things disparate in nature there can be no real relation. Furthermore, this principle is in conformity with the established rules of all times and the constant practice of all civilized peoples. Declarations of war are intimations less to powers than to their subjects. The foreigner, whether king, individual, or people, who robs, kills or detains the subjects, without declaring war on the prince, is not an enemy, but a brigand. Even in real war, a just prince, while laying hands, in the enemy's country, on all that belongs to the public, respects the lives and goods of individuals, he respects rights on which his own are founded. The object of the war being the destruction of the hostile state, the other side has a right to kill its defenders, while they are bearing arms, but as soon as they lay them down and surrender, they cease to be enemies or instruments of the enemy, and become once more merely men, whose life no one has any right to take. Sometimes it is possible to kill the state without killing a single one of its members, and war gives no right which is not necessary to the gaining of its object. These principles are not those of Grotius, they are not based on the authority of poets, but derived from the nature of reality and based on reason. The right of conquest has no foundation other than the right of the strongest. If war does not give the conqueror the right to massacre the conquered peoples, the right to enslave them cannot be based upon a right which does not exist. No one has a right to kill an enemy except when he cannot make him a slave, and the right to enslave him cannot therefore be derived from the right to kill him. It is accordingly an unfair exchange to make him buy at the price of his liberty his life, over which the victor holds no right. Is it not clear that there is a vicious circle in founding the right of life and death on the right of slavery, and the right of slavery on the right of life and death? Even if we assume this terrible right to kill everybody, I maintain that a slave made in war, or a conquered people, is under no obligation to a master, except to obey him as far as he is compelled to do so. By taking an equivalent for his life, the victor has not done him a favor. Instead of killing him without profit, he has killed him usefully. So far then is he from acquiring over him any authority in addition to that of force, that the state of war continues to subsist between them. Their mutual relation is the effect of it, and the usage of the right of war does not imply a treaty of peace. A convention has indeed been made, but this convention, so far from destroying the state of war, presupposes its continuance. So, from whatever aspect we regard the question, the right of slavery is null and void, not only as being illegitimate, but also because it is absurd and meaningless. The word slave and right contradict each other, and are mutually exclusive. It will always be equally foolish for a man to say to a man or to a people, I make with you a convention wholly at your expense and wholly to my advantage, I shall keep it as long as I like, and you will keep it as long as I like. The Romans, who understood and respected the right of war more than any other nation on earth, carried their scruples on this head so far that a citizen was not allowed to serve as a volunteer without engaging himself expressly against the enemy, and against such and such an enemy by name. A legion in which the younger Cato was seeing his first service under Popilius having been reconstructed, the elder Cato wrote to Popilius that, if he wished his son to continue serving under him, he must administer to him a new military oath, because, the first having been annulled, he was no longer able to bear arms against the enemy. The same Cato wrote to his son telling him to take great care not to go into battle before taking this new oath. I know that the siege of Clusium and other isolated events can be quoted against me, but I am citing laws and customs. The Romans are the people that least often transgressed its laws, and no other people has had such good ones. Chapter V. That we must always go back to a first convention. Even if I granted all that I have been refuting, the friends of despotism would be no better off. There will always be a great difference between subduing a multitude and ruling a society. Even if scattered individuals were successively enslaved by one man, however numerous they might be, I still see no more than a master and his slaves, and certainly not a people and its ruler. I see what may be termed an aggregation, but not an association. There is as yet neither public good nor body politic. The man in question, even if he has enslaved half the world, is still only an individual. His interest, apart from that of others, is still a purely private interest. If this same man comes to die, his empire, after him, remains scattered and without unity, as an oak falls and dissolves into a heap of ashes when the fire has consumed it. A people, says Grotius, can give itself to a king. Then, according to Grotius, a people is a people before it gives itself. The gift is itself a civil act, and implies public deliberation. It would be better, before examining the act by which a people gives itself to a king, to examine that by which it has become a people, for this act, being necessarily prior to the other, is the true foundation of society. Indeed, if there were no prior convention, where, unless the election were unanimous, would be the obligation on the minority to submit to the choice of the majority? How have 100 men who wish for a master the right to vote on behalf of 10 who do not? The law of majority voting is itself something established by convention, and presupposes unanimity, on one occasion at least. Chapter 6. The Social Compact. I suppose men to have reached the point at which the obstacles in the way of their preservation in the state of nature show their power of resistance to be greater than the resources at the disposal of each individual for his maintenance in that state. That primitive condition can then subsist no longer, and the human race would perish unless it changed its manner of existence. But, as men cannot engender new forces, but only unite and direct existing ones, they have no other means of preserving themselves than the formation, by aggregation, of a sum of forces great enough to overcome the resistance. These they have to bring into play by means of a single motive power, and cause to act in concert. This sum of forces can arise only where several persons come together, but, as the force and liberty of each man are the chief instruments of his self-preservation, how can he pledge them without harming his own interests, and neglecting the care he owes to himself? This difficulty, in its bearing on my present subject, may be stated in the following terms. The problem is to find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone, and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem of which the social contract provides the solution. The clauses of this contract are so determined by the nature of the act that the slightest modification would make them vain and ineffective, so that, although they have perhaps never been formally set forth, they are everywhere the same and everywhere tacitly admitted and recognized, until, on the violation of the social compact, each regains his original rights and resumes his natural liberty, while losing the conventional liberty in favor of which he renounced it. These clauses, properly understood, may be reduced to one: the total alienation of each associate, together with all his rights, to the whole community, for, in the first place, as each gives himself absolutely, the conditions are the same for all, and, this being so, no one has any interest in making them burdensome to others. Moreover, the alienation being without reserve, the union is as perfect as it can be, and no associate has anything more to demand, for, if the individuals retain certain rights, as there would be no common superior to decide between them and the public, each, being on one point his own judge, would ask to be so on all, the state of nature would thus continue, and the association would necessarily become inoperative or tyrannical. Finally, each man, in giving himself to all, gives himself to nobody, and as there is no associate over whom he does not acquire the same right as he yields others over himself, he gains an equivalent for everything he loses, and an increase of force for the preservation of what he has. If then we discard from the social compact what is not of its essence, we shall find that it reduces itself to the following terms. Each of us puts his person and all his power in common under the supreme direction of the general will, and, in our corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. At once, in place of the individual personality of each contracting party, this act of association creates a moral and collective body, composed of as many members as the assembly contains votes, and receiving from this act its unity, its common identity, its life, and its will. This public person, so formed by the union of all other persons, formerly took the name of city, and now takes that of republic or body politic. It is called by its members state when passive, sovereign when active, and power when compared with others like itself. Those who are associated in it take collectively the name of people, and severally are called citizens, as sharing in the sovereign power, and subjects, as being under the laws of the state. But these terms are often confused and taken one for another. It is enough to know how to distinguish them when they are being used with precision. The real meaning of this word has been almost wholly lost in modern times. Most people mistake a town for a city, and a townsman for a citizen. They do not know that houses make a town, but citizens a city. The same mistake long ago cost the Carthaginians dear. I have never read of the title of citizens being given to the subjects of any prince, not even the ancient Macedonians or the English of today, though they are nearer liberty than anyone else. The French alone everywhere familiarly adopt the name of citizens, because, as can be seen from their dictionaries, they have no idea of its meaning, otherwise they would be guilty in usurping it, of the crime of lèse majesté. Among them, the name expresses a virtue, and not a right. When Bodin spoke of our citizens and townsmen, he fell into a bad blunder in taking the one class for the other. M. D'Alembert has avoided the error, and, in his article on Geneva, has clearly distinguished the four orders of men who dwell in our town, of which two only compose the Republic. No other French writer, to my knowledge, has understood the real meaning of the word citizen. Chapter 7. The Sovereign. This formula shows us that the act of association comprises a mutual undertaking between the public and the individuals, and that each individual, in making a contract, as we may say, with himself, is bound in a double capacity. As a member of the sovereign he is bound to the individuals, and as a member of the state to the sovereign. But the maxim of civil right, that no one is bound by undertakings made to himself, does not apply in this case, for there is a great difference between incurring an obligation to yourself and incurring one to a whole of which you form a part. Attention must further be called to the fact that public deliberation, while competent to bind all the subjects to the sovereign, because of the two different capacities in which each of them may be regarded, cannot, for the opposite reason, bind the sovereign to itself, and that it is consequently against the nature of the body politic for the sovereign to impose on itself a law which it cannot infringe. Being able to regard itself in only one capacity, it is in the position of an individual who makes a contract with himself, and this makes it clear that there neither is nor can be any kind of fundamental law binding on the body of the people, not even the social contract itself. This does not mean that the body politic cannot enter into undertakings with others, provided the contract is not infringed by them, for in relation to what is external to it, it becomes a simple being, an individual. But the body politic or the sovereign, drawing its being wholly from the sanctity of the contract, can never bind itself, even to an outsider, to do anything derogatory to the original act, for instance, to alienate any part of itself, or to submit to another sovereign. Violation of the act by which it exists would be self-annihilation, and that which is itself nothing can create nothing. As soon as this multitude is so united in one body, it is impossible to offend against one of the members without attacking the body, and still more to offend against the body without the members resenting it. Duty and interest therefore equally oblige the two contracting parties to give each other help, and the same men should seek to combine, in their double capacity, all the advantages dependent upon that capacity. Again, the sovereign, being formed wholly of the individuals who compose it, neither has nor can have any interest contrary to theirs, and consequently the sovereign power need give no guarantee to its subjects, because it is impossible for the body to wish to hurt all its members. We shall also see later on that it cannot hurt any in particular. The sovereign, merely by virtue of what it is always what it should be. This, however, is not the case with the relation of the subjects to the sovereign, which, despite the common interest, would have no security that they would fulfill their undertakings, unless it found means to assure itself of their fidelity. In fact, each individual, as a man, may have a particular will contrary or dissimilar to the general will which he has as a citizen. His particular interest may speak to him quite differently from the common interest. His absolute and naturally independent existence may make him look upon what he owes to the common cause as a gratuitous contribution, the loss of which will do less harm to others than the payment of it is burdensome to himself, and, regarding the moral person which constitutes the state as a persona ficta, because not a man, he may wish to enjoy the rights of citizenship without being ready to fulfill the duties of a subject. The continuance of such an injustice could not but prove the undoing of the body politic. In order then that the social compact may not be an empty formula, it tacitly includes the undertaking, which alone can give force to the rest, that whoever refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to do so by the whole body. This means nothing less than that he will be forced to be free, for this is the condition which, by giving each citizen to his country, secures him against all personal dependence. In this lies the key to the working of the political machine. This alone legitimizes civil undertakings, which, without it, would be absurd, tyrannical, and liable to the most frightful abuses. Chapter 8. The Civil State. The passage from the state of nature to the civil state produces a very remarkable change in man, by substituting justice, for instinct in his conduct, and giving his actions the morality they had formerly lacked. Then only, when the voice of duty takes the place of physical impulses and right of appetite, does man, who so far had considered only himself, find that he is forced to act on different principles, and to consult his reason before listening to his inclinations. Although, in this state, he deprives himself of some advantages which he got from nature, he gains in return others so great, his faculties are so stimulated and developed, his ideas so extended, his feelings so ennobled, and his whole soul so uplifted, that, did not the abuses of this new condition often degrade him below that which he left, he would be bound to bless continually the happy moment which took him from it forever, and, instead of a stupid and unimaginative animal, made him an intelligent being and a man. Let us draw up the whole account in terms easily commensurable. What man loses by the social contract in his natural liberty and an unlimited right to everything he tries to get and succeeds in getting, what he gains is civil liberty and the proprietorship of all he possesses. If we are to avoid mistake in weighing one against the other, we must clearly distinguish natural liberty, which is bounded only by the strength of the individual, from civil liberty, which is limited by the general will, and possession, which is merely the effect of force or the right of the first occupier, from property, which can be founded only on a positive title. We might, over and above all this, add, to what man acquires in the civil state, moral liberty, which alone makes him truly master of himself, for the mere impulse of appetite is slavery, while obedience to a law which we prescribe to ourselves is liberty. But I have already said too much on this head, and the philosophical meaning of the word liberty does not now concern us. Chapter 9. Real property. Each member of the community gives himself to it, at the moment of its foundation, just as he is, with all the resources at his command, including the goods he possesses. This act does not make possession, in changing hands, change its nature, and becomes property in the hands of the sovereign, but, as the forces of the city are incomparably greater than those of an individual, public possession is also, in fact, stronger and more irrevocable, without being any more legitimate, at any rate from the point of view of foreigners. For the state, in relation to its members, is master of all their goods by the social contract, which, within the state, is the basis of all rights, but, in relation to other powers, it is so only by the right of the first occupier, which it holds from its members. The right of the first occupier, though more real than the right of the strongest, becomes a real right only when the right of property has already been established. Every man has naturally a right to everything he needs, but the positive act which makes him proprietor of one thing excludes him from everything else. Having his share, he ought to keep to it, and can have no further right against the community. This is why the right of the first occupier, which in the state of nature is so weak, claims the respect of every man in civil society. In this right we are respecting not so much what belongs to another as what does not belong to ourselves. In general, to establish the right of the first occupier over a plot of ground, the following conditions are necessary: first, the land must not yet be inhabited; secondly, a man must occupy only the amount he needs for his subsistence, and, in the third place, possession must be taken, not by an empty ceremony, but by labor and cultivation, the only sign of proprietorship that should be respected by others, in default of a legal title. In granting the right of first occupancy to necessity and labor, are we not really stretching it as far as it can go? Is it possible to leave such a right unlimited? Is it to be enough to set foot on a plot of common ground, in order to be able to call yourself at once the master of it? Is it to be enough that a man has the strength to expel others for a moment, in order to establish his right to prevent them from ever returning? How can a man or a people seize an immense territory and keep it from the rest of the world except by a punishable usurpation, since all others are being robbed, by such an act, of the place of habitation and the means of subsistence which nature gave them in common? When Núñez Balbeo, standing on the seashore, took possession of the South Seas and the whole of South America in the name of the Crown of Castile, was that enough to dispossess all their actual inhabitants, and to shut out from them all the princes of the world? On such a showing, these ceremonies are idly multiplied, and the Catholic king need only take possession all at once, from his apartment, of the whole universe, merely making a subsequent reservation about what was already in the possession of other princes. We can imagine how the lands of individuals, where they were contiguous and came to be united, became the public territory, and how the right of sovereignty, extending from the subjects over the lands they held, became at once real and personal. The possessors were thus made more dependent, and the forces at their command used to guarantee their fidelity. The advantage of this does not seem to have been felt by ancient monarchs, who called themselves king of the Persians, Scythians, or Macedonians, and seemed to regard themselves more as rulers of men than as masters of a country. Those of the present day more cleverly call themselves kings of France, Spain, England, etc., thus holding the land. They are quite confident of holding the inhabitants. The peculiar fact about this alienation is that, in taking over the goods of individuals, the community, so far from despoiling them, only assures them legitimate possession, and changes usurpation into a true right and enjoyment into proprietorship. Thus the possessors, being regarded as depositaries of the public good, and having their rights, respected by all the members of the state and maintained against foreign aggression by all its forces, have, by a cession which benefits both the public and still more themselves, acquired, so to speak, all that they gave up. This paradox may easily be explained by the distinction between the rights which the sovereign and the proprietor have over the same estate, as we shall see later on. It may also happen that men begin to unite one with another before they possess anything, and that, subsequently occupying a tract of country which is enough for all, they enjoy it in common, or share it out among themselves, either equally or according to a scale fixed by the sovereign. However the acquisition be made, the right which each individual has to his own estate is always subordinate to the right which the community has over all. Without this, there would be neither stability in the social tie, nor real force in the exercise of sovereignty. I shall end this chapter and this book by remarking on a fact on which the whole social system should rest, i.e. that, instead of destroying natural inequality, the fundamental compact substitutes, for such physical inequality as nature may have set up between men, an equality that is moral and legitimate, and that men, who may be unequal in strength or intelligence, become every one equal by convention and legal right. Under bad governments, this equality is only apparent and illusory, it serves only to keep the pauper in his poverty and the rich man in the position he has usurped. In fact, laws are always of use to those who possess and harmful to those who have nothing, from which it follows that the social state is advantageous to men only when all have something and none too much. Book 2. Chapter I. That sovereignty is inalienable. The first and most important deduction from the principles we have so far laid down is that the general will alone can direct the state according to the object for which it was instituted, i.e., the common good. For if the clashing of particular interests made the establishment of societies necessary, the agreement of these very interests made it possible. The common element in these different interests is what forms the social tie, and, were there no point of agreement between them all, no society could exist. It is solely on the basis of this common interest that every society should be governed. I hold then that sovereignty, being nothing less than the exercise of the general will, can never be alienated, and that the sovereign, who is no less than a collective being, cannot be represented except by himself. The power indeed may be transmitted, but not the will. In reality, if it is not impossible for a particular will to agree on some point with the general will, it is at least impossible for the agreement to be lasting and constant, for the particular will tends, by its very nature, to partiality, while the general will tends to equality. It is even more impossible to have any guarantee of this agreement, for even if it should always exist, it would be the effect not of art, but of chance. The sovereign may indeed say, I now will actually what this man wills, or at least what he says he wills, but it cannot say, what he wills tomorrow, I too shall will, because it is absurd for the will to bind itself for the future, nor is it incumbent on any will to consent to anything that is not for the good of the being who wills. If then the people promises simply to obey, by that very act it dissolves itself and loses what makes it a people. The moment a master exists, there is no longer a sovereign, and from that moment the body politic has ceased to exist. This does not mean that the commands of the rulers cannot pass for general wills, so long as the sovereign, being free to oppose them, offers no opposition. In such a case, universal silence is taken to imply the consent of the people. This will be explained later on. Chapter 2. That sovereignty is indivisible. Sovereignty, for the same reason as makes it inalienable, is indivisible, for will either is, or is not, general. It is the will either of the body of the people, or only of a part of it. In the first case, the will, when declared, is an act of sovereignty and constitutes law. In the second, it is merely a particular will, or act of magistracy, at the most a decree. But our political theorists, unable to divide sovereignty in principle, divide it according to its object, into force and will, into legislative power and executive power, into rights of taxation, justice, and war, into internal administration and power of foreign treaty. Sometimes they confuse all these sections, and sometimes they distinguish them. They turn the sovereign into a fantastic being composed of several connected pieces. It is as if they were making man of several bodies, one with eyes, one with arms, another with feet, and each with nothing besides. We are told that the jugglers of Japan dismember a child before the eyes of the spectators, then they throw all the members into the air one after another, and the child falls down alive and whole. The conjuring tricks of our political theorists are very like that. They first dismember the body politic by an illusion worthy of a fair, and then join it together again we know not how. This error is due to a lack of exact notions concerning the sovereign authority, and to taking for parts of it what are only emanations from it. Thus, for example, the acts of declaring war and making peace have been regarded as acts of sovereignty, but this is not the case, as these acts do not constitute law, but merely the application of a law, a particular act which decides how the law applies, as we shall see clearly when the idea attached to the word law has been defined. If we examine the other divisions in the same manner, we should find that, whenever sovereignty seems to be divided, there is an illusion. The rights which are taken as being part of sovereignty are really all subordinate, and always imply supreme wills of which they only sanction the execution. It would be impossible to estimate the obscurity this lack of exactness has thrown over the decisions of writers who have dealt with political right, when they have used the principles laid down by them to pass judgment on the respective rights of kings and peoples. Every one can see, in chapters 3 and 4 of the first book of Grotius, how the learned man and his translator, Barbiroch, entangle and tie themselves up in their own sophistries, for fear of saying too little or too much of what they think, and so offending the interests they have to conciliate. Grotius, a refugee in France, ill content with his own country, and desirous of paying his court to Louis XIII, to whom his book is dedicated, spares no pains to rob the peoples of all their rights and invest kings with them by every conceivable artifice. This would also have been much to the taste of Barbiroch, who dedicated his translation to George I of England. But unfortunately the expulsion of James II, which he called his abdication, compelled him to use all reserve, to shuffle and to tergiversate, in order to avoid making William out a usurper. If these two writers had adopted the true principles, all difficulties would have been removed, and they would have been always consistent, but it would have been a sad truth for them to tell, and would have paid court for them to no one save the people. Moreover, truth is no road to fortune, and the people dispenses neither ambassadorships, nor professorships, nor pensions. To be general, a will need not always be unanimous, but every vote must be counted. Any exclusion is a breach of generality. Chapter 3. Whether the general will is fallible. It follows from what has gone before that the general will is always right and tends to the public advantage, but it does not follow that the deliberations of the people are always equally correct. Our will is always for our own good, but we do not always see what that is. The people is never corrupted, but it is often deceived, and on such occasions only does it seem to will what is bad. There is often a great deal of difference between the will of all and the general will. The latter considers only the common interest, while the former takes private interest into account, and is no more than a sum of particular wills, but take away from these same wills the pluses and minuses that cancel one another, and the general will remains as the sum of the differences. If, when the people, being furnished with adequate information, held its deliberations, the citizens had no communication one with another, the grand total of the small differences would always give the general will, and the decision would always be good. But when factions arise, and partial associations are formed at the expense of the great association, the will of each of these associations becomes general in relation to its members, while it remains particular in relation to the state. It may then be said that there are no longer as many votes as there are men, but only as many as there are associations. The differences become less numerous and give a less general result. Lastly, when one of these associations is so great as to prevail over all the rest, the result is no longer a sum of small differences, but a single difference. In this case there is no longer a general will, and the opinion which prevails is purely particular. It is therefore essential, if the general will is to be able to express itself, that there should be no partial society within the state, and that each citizen should think only his own thoughts, which was indeed the sublime and unique system established by the great Lycurgus. But if there are partial societies, it is best to have as many as possible and to prevent them from being unequal, as was done by Solon, Numa, and Servius. These precautions are the only ones that can guarantee that the general will shall be always enlightened, and that the people shall in no way deceive itself. Every interest, says the Marquis d'Argenson, has different principles. The agreement of two particular interests is formed by opposition to a third. He might have added that the agreement of all interests is formed by opposition to that of each. If there were no different interests, the common interest would be barely felt, as it would encounter no obstacle, all would go on of its own accord, and politics would cease to be an art. In fact, says Machiavelli, there are some divisions that are harmful to a republic and some that are advantageous. Those which stir up sects and parties are harmful, those attended by neither are advantageous. Since, then, the founder of a republic cannot help enmities arising, he ought at least to prevent them from growing into sects. Rousseau quotes the Italian. Chapter 4. The limits of the sovereign power. If the state is a moral person whose life is in the union of its members, and if the most important of its cares is the care for its own preservation, it must have a universal and compelling force, in order to move and dispose each part as may be most advantageous to the whole. As nature gives each man absolute power over all his members, the social compact gives the body politic absolute power over all its members also, and it is this power which, under the direction of the general will, bears, as I have said, the name of sovereignty. But, besides the public person, we have to consider the private persons composing it, whose life and liberty are naturally independent of it. We are bound then to distinguish clearly between the respective rights of the citizens and the sovereign, and between the duties the former have to fulfill as subjects, and the natural rights they should enjoy as men. Each man alienates, I admit, by the social compact, only such part of his powers, goods, and liberty as it is important for the community to control, but it must also be granted that the sovereign is sole judge of what is important. Every service a citizen can render the state he ought to render as soon as the sovereign demands it, but the sovereign, for its part, cannot impose upon its subjects any fetters that are useless to the community, nor can it even wish to do so, for no more by the law of reason than by the law of nature can anything occur without a cause. The undertakings which bind us to the social body are obligatory only because they are mutual, and their nature is such that in fulfilling them we cannot work for others without working for ourselves. Why is it that the general will is always in the right, and that all continually will the happiness of each one, unless it is because there is not a man who does not think of each as meaning him, and consider himself in voting for all? This proves that equality of rights and the idea of justice which such equality creates originate in the preference each man gives to himself, and accordingly in the very nature of man. It proves that the general will, to be really such, must be general in its object as well as its essence, that it must both come from all and apply to all, and that it loses its natural rectitude when it is directed to some particular and determinate object, because in such a case we are judging of something foreign to us, and have no true principle of equity to guide us. Indeed, as soon as a question of particular fact or right arises on a point not previously regulated by a general convention, the matter becomes contentions. It is a case in which the individuals concerned are one party, and the public the other, but in which I can see neither the law that ought to be followed nor the judge who ought to give the decision. In such a case, it would be absurd to propose to refer the question to an express decision of the general will, which can be only the conclusion reached by one of the parties and in consequence will be, for the other party, merely an external and particular will, inclined on this occasion to injustice and subject to error. Thus, just as a particular will cannot stand for the general will, in turn, changes its nature, when its object is particular, and, as general, cannot pronounce on a man or a fact. When, for instance, the people of Athens nominated or displaced its rulers, decreed honors to one, and imposed penalties on another, and, by a multitude of particular decrees, exercised all the functions of government indiscriminately, it had in such cases no longer a general will in the strict sense, it was acting no longer as sovereign, but as magistrate. This will seem contrary to current views, but I must be given time to expound my own. It should be seen from the foregoing that what makes the will general is less the number of voters than the common interest uniting them, for under this system, each necessarily submits to the conditions he imposes on others, and this admirable agreement between interest and justice gives to the common deliberations an equitable character which at once vanishes when any particular question is discussed, in the absence of a common interest to unite and identify the ruling of the judge with that of the party. From whatever side we approach our principle, we reach the same conclusion, that the social compact sets up among the citizens an equality of such a kind, that they all bind themselves to observe the same conditions and should therefore all enjoy the same rights. Thus, from the very nature of the compact, every act of sovereignty, i.e. every authentic act of the general will, binds or favors all the citizens equally, so that the sovereign recognizes only the body of the nation, and draws no distinctions between those of whom it is made up. What, then, strictly speaking, is an act of sovereignty? It is not a convention between a superior and an inferior, but a convention between the body and each of its members. It is legitimate, because based on the social contract, and equitable, because common to all, useful, because it can have no other object than the general good, and stable, because guaranteed by the public force and the supreme power. So long as the subjects have to submit only to conventions of this sort, they obey no one but their own will, and to ask how far the respective rights of the sovereign and the citizens extend, is to ask up to what point the latter can enter into undertakings with themselves, each with all, and all with each. We can see from this that the sovereign power, absolute, sacred and inviolable as it is, does not and cannot exceed the limits of general conventions, and that every man may dispose at will of such goods and liberty as these conventions leave him, so that the sovereign never has a right to lay more charges on one subject than on another, because, in that case, the question becomes particular, and ceases to be within its competency. When these distinctions have once been admitted, it is seen to be so untrue that there is, in the social contract, any real renunciation on the part of the individuals, that the position in which they find themselves as a result of the contract is really preferable to that in which they were before. Instead of a renunciation, they have made an advantageous exchange; instead of an uncertain and precarious way of living they have got one that is better and more secure; instead of natural independence they have got liberty, instead of the power to harm others security for themselves, and instead of their strength, which others might overcome, a right which social union makes invincible. Their very life, which they have devoted to the state, is by it constantly protected, and when they risk it in the state's defense, what more are they doing than giving back what they have received from it? What are they doing that they would not do more often and with greater danger in the state of nature, in which they would inevitably have to fight battles at the peril of their lives in defense of that which is the means of their preservation? All have indeed to fight when their country needs them, but then no one has ever to fight for himself. Do we not gain something by running, on behalf of what gives us our security, only some of the risks we should have to run for ourselves, as soon as we lost it? Attentive readers, do not, I pray, be in a hurry to charge me with contradicting myself. The terminology made it unavoidable, considering the poverty of the language, but wait and see. Chapter V. The Right of Life and Death. The question is often asked how individuals, having no right to dispose of their own lives, can transfer to the sovereign a right which they do not possess. The difficulty of answering this question seems to me to lie in its being wrongly stated. Every man has a right to risk his own life in order to preserve it. Has it ever been said that a man who throws himself out of the window to escape from a fire is guilty of suicide? Has such a crime ever been laid to the charge of him who perishes in a storm because, when he went on board, he knew of the danger? The social treaty has for its end the preservation of the contracting parties. He who wills the end wills the means also, and the means must involve some risks, and even some losses. He who wishes to preserve his life at others' expense should also, when it is necessary, be ready to give it up for their sake. Furthermore, the citizen is no longer the judge of the dangers to which the law desires him to expose himself, and when the prince says to him, "It is expedient for the state that you should die," he ought to die, because it is only on that condition that he has been living in security up to the present, and because his life is no longer a mere bounty of nature, but a gift made conditionally by the state. The death penalty inflicted upon criminals may be looked on in much the same light. It is in order that we may not fall victims to an assassin that we consent to die if we ourselves turn assassins. In this treaty, so far from disposing of our own lives, we think only of securing them, and it is not to be assumed that any of the parties then expects to get hanged. Again, every malefactor, by attacking social rights, becomes on forfeit a rebel and a traitor to his country. By violating its laws he ceases to be a member of it, he even makes war upon it. In such a case the preservation of the state is inconsistent with his own, and one or the other must perish. In putting the guilty to death, we slay not so much the citizen as an enemy. The trial and the judgment are the proofs that he has broken the social treaty, and is in consequence no longer a member of the state. Since, then, he has recognized himself to be such by living there, he must be removed by exile as a violator of the compact, or by death as a public enemy, for such an enemy is not a moral person, but merely a man, and in such a case the right of war is to kill the vanquished. But, it will be said, the condemnation of a criminal is a particular act. I admit it, but such condemnation is not a function of the sovereign, it is a right the sovereign can confer without being able itself to exert it. All my ideas are consistent, but I cannot expound them all at once. We may add that frequent punishments are always a sign of weakness or remissness on the part of the government. There is not a single ill-doer who could not be turned to some good. The state has no right to put to death, even for the sake of making an example, anyone whom it can leave alive without danger. The right of pardoning or exempting the guilty from a penalty imposed by the law and pronounced by the judge belongs only to the authority which is superior to both judge and law, i.e. the sovereign. Even its right in this matter is far from clear, and the cases for exercising it are extremely rare. In a well-governed state, there are few punishments, not because there are many pardons, but because criminals are rare. It is when a state is in decay that the multitude of crimes is a guarantee of impunity. Under the Roman Republic, neither the Senate nor the consuls ever attempted to pardon, even the people never did so, though it sometimes revoked its own decision. Frequent pardons mean that crime will soon need them no longer, and no one can help seeing whither that leads. But I feel my heart protesting and restraining my pen. Let us leave these questions to the just man who has never offended, and would himself stand in no need of pardon. Chapter 6. Law. By the social compact we have given the body politic existence and life, we have now by legislation to give it movement and will. For the original act by which the body is formed and united still in no respect determines what it ought to do for its preservation. What is well and in conformity with order is so by the nature of things and independently of human conventions. All justice comes from God, who is its sole source, but if we knew how to receive so high an inspiration, we should need neither government nor laws. Doubtless, there is a universal justice emanating from reason alone, but this justice, to be admitted among us, must be mutual. Humanly speaking, in default of natural sanctions, the laws of justice are ineffective among men, they merely make for the good of the wicked and the undoing of the just, when the just man observes them towards everybody and nobody observes them towards him. Conventions and laws are therefore needed to join rights to duties and refer justice to its object. In the state of nature, where everything is common, I owe nothing to him whom I knave promised nothing, I recognize as belonging to others only what is of no use to me. In the state of society all rights are fixed by law, and the case becomes different. But what, after all, is a law? As long as we remain satisfied with attaching purely metaphysical ideas to the word, we shall go on arguing without arriving at an understanding, and when we have defined a law of nature, we shall be no nearer the definition of a law of the state. I have already said that there can be no general will directed to a particular object. Such an object must be either within or outside the state. If outside, a will which is alien to it cannot be, in relation to it, general. If within, it is part of the state, and in that case there arises a relation between whole and part which makes them two separate beings, of which the part is one, and the whole minus the part the other. But the whole minus a part cannot be the whole, and while this relation persists, there can be no whole, but only two unequal parts, and it follows that the will of one is no longer in any respect general in relation to the other. But when the whole people decrees for the whole people, it is considering only itself, and if a relation is then formed, it is between two aspects of the entire object, without there being any division of the whole. In that case the matter about which the decree is made is, like the decreeing will general. This act is what I call a law. When I say that the object of laws is always general, I mean that law considers subjects en masse and actions in the abstract, and never a particular person or action. Thus the law may indeed decree that there shall be privileges, but cannot confer them on anybody by name. It may set up several classes of citizens, and even lay down the qualifications for membership of these classes, but it cannot nominate such and such persons as belonging to them. It may establish a monarchical government and hereditary succession, but it cannot choose a king, or nominate a royal family. In a word, no function which has a particular object belongs to the legislative power. On this view, we at once see that it can no longer be asked whose business it is to make laws, since they are acts of the general will, nor whether the prince is above the law, since he is a member of the state, nor whether the law can be unjust, since no one is unjust to himself, nor how we can be both free and subject to the laws since they are but registers of our wills. We see further that, as the law unites universality of will with universality of object, what a man, whoever he be, commands of his own motion cannot be a law, and even what the sovereign commands with regard to a particular matter is no nearer being a law, but is a decree, an act, not of sovereignty, but of magistracy. I therefore give the name republic to every state that is governed by laws, no matter what the form of its administration may be, for only in such a case does the public interest govern, and the residential public rank American Samoa a reality. Every legitimate government is republican. What government is I will explain later on. Laws are, properly speaking, only the conditions of civil association. The people, being subject to the laws, ought to be their author. The conditions of the society ought to be regulated solely by those who come together to form it. But how are they to regulate them? Is it to be by common agreement, by a sudden inspiration? Has the body politic an organ to declare its will? Who can give it the foresight to formulate and announce its acts in advance? Or how is it to announce them in the hour of need? How can a blind multitude, which often does not know what it wills, because it rarely knows what is good for it, carry out for itself so great and difficult an enterprise as a system of legislation? Of itself the people wills always the good, but of itself it by no means always sees it. The general will is always in the right, but the judgment which guides it is not always enlightened. It must be got to see objects as they are, and sometimes as they ought to appear to it. It must be shown the good road it is in search of, secured from the seductive influences of individual wills, taught to see times and spaces as a series, and made to weigh the attractions of present and sensible advantages against the danger of distant and hidden evils. The individuals see the good they reject, the public wills the good it does not see. All stand equally in need of guidance. The former must be compelled to bring their wills into conformity with their reason, the latter must be taught to know what it wills. If that is done, public enlightenment leads to the union of understanding and will in the social body, the parts are made to work exactly together, and the whole is raised to its highest power. This makes a legislator necessary. I understand by this word, not merely an aristocracy or a democracy, but generally any government directed by the general will, which is the law. To be legitimate, the government must be, not one with the sovereign, but its minister. In such a case even a monarchy is a republic. This will be made clearer in the following book. Chapter 7. The Legislator. In order to discover the rules of society best suited to nations, a superior intelligence beholding all the passions of men without experiencing any of them would be needed. This intelligence would have to be wholly unrelated to our nature, while knowing it through and through, its happiness would have to be independent of us, and yet ready to occupy itself with ours, and lastly, it would have, in the march of time, to look forward to a distant glory, and, working in one century, to be able to enjoy in the next. It would take gods to give men laws. What Caligula argued from the facts, Plato, in the dialogue called the Politicus, argued in defining the civil or kingly man, on the basis of right. But if great princes are rare, how much more so are great legislators? The former have only to follow the pattern which the latter have to lay down. The legislator is the engineer who invents the machine, the prince merely the mechanic who sets it up and makes it go. At the birth of societies, says Montesquieu, the rulers of republics establish institutions, and afterwards the institutions mold the rulers. He who dares to undertake the making of a people's institutions ought to feel himself capable, so to speak, of changing human nature, of transforming each individual, who is by himself a complete and solitary whole, into part of a greater whole from which he in a manner receives his life and being, of altering man's constitution for the purpose of strengthening it, and of substituting a partial and moral existence for the physical and independent existence nature has conferred on us all. He must, in a word, take away from man his own resources and give him instead new ones alien to him, and incapable of being made use of without the help of other men. The more completely these natural resources are annihilated, the greater and the more lasting are those which he acquires, and the more stable and perfect the new institutions, so that if each citizen is nothing and can do nothing without the rest, and the resources acquired by the whole are equal or superior to the aggregate of the resources of all the individuals, it may be said that legislation is at the highest possible point of perfection. The legislator occupies in every respect an extraordinary position in the state. If he should do so by reason of his genius, he does so no less by reason of his office, which is neither magistracy, nor sovereignty. This office, which sets up the republic, nowhere enters into its constitution. It is an individual and superior function, which has nothing in common with human empire, for if he who holds command over men ought not to have command over the laws, he who has command over the laws ought not any more to have it over men, or else his laws would be the ministers of his passions and would often merely serve to perpetuate his injustices. His private aims would inevitably mar the sanctity of his work. When Lycurgus gave laws to his country, he began by resigning the throne. It was the custom of most Greek towns to entrust the establishment of their laws to foreigners. The republics of modern Italy in many cases followed this example. Geneva did the same and profited by it. Rome, when it was most prosperous, suffered a revival of all the crimes of tyranny, and was brought to the verge of destruction, because it put the legislative authority and the sovereign power into the same hands. Nevertheless, the Decemvirs themselves never claimed the right to pass any law merely on their own authority. Nothing we propose to you, they said to the people, can pass into law without your consent. Romans, be yourselves the authors of the laws which are to make you happy. He, therefore, who draws up the laws has, or should have, no right of legislation, and the people cannot, even if it wishes, deprive itself of this incommunicable right, because, according to the fundamental compact, only the general will can bind the individuals, and there can be no assurance that a particular will is in conformity with the general will, until it has been put to the free vote of the people. This I have said already, but it is worthwhile to repeat it. Thus in the task of legislation we find together two things which appear to be incompatible, an enterprise too difficult for human powers, and, for its execution, an authority that is no authority. There is a further difficulty that deserves attention. Wise men, if they try to speak their language to the common herd instead of its own, cannot possibly make themselves understood. There are 1,000 kinds of ideas which it is impossible to translate into popular language. Conceptions that are too general and objects that are too remote are equally out of its range. Each individual, having no taste for any other plan of government than that which suits his particular interest, finds it difficult to realize the advantages he might hope to draw from the continual privations good laws impose. For a young people to be able to relish sound principles of political theory and follow the fundamental rules of statecraft, the effect would have to become the cause, the social spirit, which should be created by these institutions, would have to preside over their very foundation, and men would have to be before law what they should become by means of law. The legislator therefore, being unable to appeal to either force or reason, must have recourse to an authority of a different order capable of constraining without violence and persuading without convincing. This is what has, in all ages, compelled the fathers of nations to have recourse to divine intervention and credit the gods with their own wisdom, in order that the peoples, submitting to the laws of the state as to those of nature, and recognizing the same power in the formation of the city as in that of man, might obey freely, and bear with docility the yoke of the public happiness. This sublime reason, far above the range of the common herd, is that whose decisions the legislator puts into the mouth of the immortals, in order to constrain by divine authority those whom human prudence could not move. But it is not anybody who can make the gods speak, or get himself believed when he proclaims himself their interpreter. The great soul of the legislator is the only miracle that can prove his mission. Any man may grave tablets of stone, or buy an oracle, or feign secret intercourse with some divinity, or train a bird to whisper in his ear, or find other vulgar ways of imposing on the people. He whose knowledge goes no further may perhaps gather round him a band of fools, but he will never found an empire, and his extravagances will quickly perish with him. Idle tricks form a passing tie, only wisdom can make it lasting. The Judaic law, which still subsists, and that of the child of Ishmael, which, for 10 centuries, has ruled half the world, still proclaim the great men who laid them down, and, while the pride of philosophy or the blind spirit of faction sees in them no more than lucky impostures, the true political theorist admires, in the institutions they set up, the great and powerful genius which presides over things made to endure. We should not, with Warburton, conclude from this that politics and religion have among us a common object, but that, in the first periods of nations, the one is used as an instrument for the other. A people becomes famous only when its legislation begins to decline. We do not know for how many centuries the system of Lycurgus made the Spartans happy before the rest of Greece took any notice of it. Montesquieu, the greatness and decadence of the Romans, CHI. Those who know Calvin only as a theologian much underestimate the extent of his genius. The codification of our wise edicts, in which he played a large part, does him no less honor than his institute. Whatever revolution time may bring in our religion, so long as the spirit of patriotism and liberty still lives among us, the memory of this great man will be forever blessed. In truth, says Machiavelli, there has never been, in any country, an extraordinary legislator who has not had recourse to God, for otherwise his laws would not have been accepted. There are, in fact, many useful truths of which a wise man may have knowledge without their having in themselves such clear reasons for their being so as to be able to convince others. Chapter 8. The people. As, before putting up a large building, the architect surveys and sounds the site to see if it will bear the weight, the wise legislator does not begin by laying down laws good in themselves, but by investigating the fitness of the people, for which they are destined, to receive them. Plato refused to legislate for the Arcadians and the Cyrenians, because he knew that both peoples were rich and could not put up with equality, and good laws and bad men were found together in Crete, because Minos had inflicted discipline on a people already burdened with vice. 1,000 nations have achieved earthly greatness, that could never have endured good laws, even such as could have endured them could have done so only for a very brief period of their long history. Most peoples, like most men, are docile only in youth, as they grow old they become incorrigible. When once customs have become established and prejudices inveterate, it is dangerous and useless to attempt their reformation. The people, like the foolish and cowardly patients who rave at sight of the doctor, can no longer bear that any one should lay hands on its faults to remedy them. There are indeed times in the history of states when, just as some kinds of illness turn men's heads and make them forget the past, periods of violence and revolutions do to peoples what these crises do to individuals, horror of the past takes the place of forgetfulness, and the state, set on fire by civil wars, is born again, so to speak, from its ashes, and takes on anew, fresh from the jaws of death, the vigor of youth. Such were Sparta at the time of Lycurgus, Rome after the Tarquins, and, in modern times, Holland and Switzerland after the expulsion of the tyrants. But such events are rare, they are exceptions, the cause of which is always to be found in the particular constitution of the state concerned. They cannot even happen twice to the same people, for it can make itself free as long as it remains barbarous, but not when the civic impulse has lost its vigor. Then disturbances may destroy it, but revolutions cannot mend it, it needs a master, and not a liberator. Free peoples, be mindful of maxim, liberty may be gained, but can never be recovered. Youth is not infancy. There is for nations, as for men, a period of youth, or, shall we say, maturity, before which they should not be made subject to laws, but the maturity of a people is not always easily recognizable, and, if it is anticipated, the work is spoiled. One people is amenable to discipline from the beginning, another, not after 10 centuries. Russia will never be really civilized, because it was civilized too soon. Peter had a genius for imitation, but he lacked true genius, which is creative and makes all from nothing. He did some good things, but most of what he did was out of place. He saw that his people was barbarous, but did not see that it was not ripe for civilization. He wanted to civilize it when it needed only hardening. His first wish was to make Germans or Englishmen, when he ought to have been making Russians, and he prevented his subjects from ever becoming what they might have been by persuading them that they were what they are not. In this fashion too a French teacher turns out his pupil to be an infant prodigy, and for the rest of his life to be nothing whatsoever. The Empire of Russia will aspire to conquer Europe, and will itself be conquered. The Tartars, its subjects or neighbors, will become its masters and ours, by a revolution which I regard as inevitable. Indeed, all the kings of Europe are working in concert to hasten its coming. Chapter 9. The people. As nature has set bounds to the stature of a well-made man, and, outside those limits, makes nothing but giants or dwarfs, similarly, for the constitution of a state to be at its best, it is possible to fix limits that will make it neither too large for good government, nor too small for self-maintenance. In every body politic there is a maximum. strength which it cannot exceed and which it only loses by increasing in size. Every extension of the social tie means its relaxation, and, generally speaking, a small state is stronger in proportion than a great one. 1,000 arguments could be advanced in favor of this principle. First, long distances make administration more difficult, just as a weight becomes heavier at the end of a longer lever. Administration therefore becomes more and more burdensome as the distance grows greater, for, in the first place, each city has its own, which is paid for by the people, each district its own, still paid for by the people, then comes each province, and then the great governments, satrapies, and viceroyalties, always costing more the higher you go, and always at the expense of the unfortunate people. Last of all comes the supreme administration, which eclipses all the rest. All these overcharges are a continual drain upon the subjects, so far from being better governed by all these different orders, they are worse governed than if there were only a single authority over them. In the meantime, there scarce remain resources enough to meet emergencies, and, when recourse must be had to these, the state is always on the eve of destruction. This is not all. Not only has the government less vigor and promptitude for securing the observance of the laws, preventing nuisances, correcting abuses, and guarding against seditious undertakings begun in distant places, the people has less affection for its rulers, whom it never sees, for its country, which, to its eyes, seems like the world, and for its fellow citizens, most of whom are unknown to it. The same laws cannot suit so many diverse provinces with different customs, situated in the most various climates, and incapable of enduring a uniform government. Different laws lead only to trouble and confusion among peoples which, living under the same rulers and in constant communication one with another, intermingle and intermarry, and, coming under the sway of new customs, never know if they can call their very patrimony their own. Talent is buried, virtue unknown and vice unpunished, among such a multitude of men who do not know one another, gathered together in one place at the seat of the central administration. The leaders, overwhelmed with business, see nothing for themselves, the state is governed by clerks. Finally, the measures which have to be taken to maintain the general authority, which all these distant officials wish to escape or to impose upon, absorb all the energy of the public, so that there is none left for the happiness of the people. There is hardly enough to defend it when need arises, and thus a body which is too big for its constitution gives way and falls crushed under its own weight. Again, the state must assure itself a safe foundation, if it is to have stability, and to be able to resist the shocks it cannot help experiencing, as well as the efforts it will be forced to make for its maintenance, for all peoples have a kind of centrifugal force that makes them continually act one against another, and tend to aggrandize themselves at their neighbor's expense, like the vortices of Descartes. Thus the weak run the risk of being soon swallowed up, and it is almost impossible for anyone to preserve itself except by putting itself in a state of equilibrium with all, so that the pressure is on all sides practically equal. It may therefore be seen that there are reasons for expansion and reasons for contraction, and it is no small part of the statesman's skill to hit between them the mean that is most favorable to the preservation of the state. It may be said that the reason for expansion, being merely external and relative, ought to be subordinate to the reasons for contraction, which are internal and absolute. A strong and healthy constitution is the first thing to look for, and it is better to count on the vigor which comes of good government than on the resources a great territory furnishes. It may be added that there have been known states so constituted that the necessity of making conquests entered into their very constitution, and that, in order to maintain themselves, they were forced to expand ceaselessly. It may be that they congratulated themselves greatly on this fortunate necessity, which none the less indicated to them, along with the limits of their greatness, the inevitable moment of their fall. Chapter X The People. A body politic may be measured in two ways, either by the extent of its territory, or by the number of its people, and there is, between these two measurements, a right relation which makes the state really great. The men make the state, and the territory sustains the men. The right relation therefore is that the land should suffice for the maintenance of the inhabitants, and that there should be as many inhabitants as the land can maintain. In this proportion lies the maximum strength of a given number of people, for if there is too much land, it is troublesome to guard and inadequately cultivated, produces more than is needed, and soon gives rise to wars of defense. If there is not enough, the state depends on its neighbors for what it needs over and above, and this soon gives rise to wars of offense. Every people, to which its situation gives no choice save that between commerce and war, is weak in itself, it depends on its neighbors, and on circumstances, its existence can never be more than short and uncertain. It either conquers others, and changes its situation, or it is conquered and becomes nothing. Only insignificance or greatness can keep it free. No fixed relation can be stated between the extent of territory and the population that are adequate one to the other, both because of the differences in the quality of land, in its fertility, in the nature of its products, and in the influence of climate, and because of the different tempers of those who inhabit it, for some in a fertile country consume little, and others on an ungrateful soil much. The greater or less fecundity of women, the conditions that are more or less favorable in each country to the growth of population, and the influence the legislator can hope to exercise by his institutions, must also be taken into account. The legislator therefore should not go by what he sees, but by what he foresees. He should stop not so much at the state in which he actually finds the population, as at that to which it ought naturally to attain. Lastly, there are countless cases in which the particular local circumstances demand or allow the acquisition of a greater territory than seems necessary. Thus, expansion will be great in a mountainous country, where the natural products, i.e. woods and pastures, need less labor, where we know from experience that women are more fertile than in the plains, and where a great expanse of slope affords only a small level tract that can be counted on for vegetation. On the other hand, contraction is possible on the coast, even in lands of rocks and nearly barren sands, because their fishing makes up to a great extent for the lack of land produce, because the inhabitants have to congregate together more in order to repel pirates, and further because it is easier to unburden die country of its superfluous inhabitants by means of colonies. To these conditions of law-giving must be added one other which, though it cannot take the place of the rest, renders them all useless when it is absent. This is the enjoyment of peace and plenty, for the moment at which a state sets its house in order is, like the moment when a battalion is forming up, that when its body is least capable of offering resistance and easiest to destroy. A better resistance could be made at a time of absolute disorganization than at a moment of fermentation, when each is occupied with his own position and not with the danger. If war, famine, or sedition arises at this time of crisis, the state will inevitably be overthrown. Not that many governments have not been set up during such storms, but in such cases these governments are themselves the state's destroyers. Usurpers always bring about or select true blues times to get past, under cover of the public terror, destructive laws, which the people would never adopt in cold blood. The moment chosen is one of the surest means of distinguishing the work of the legislator from that of the tyrant. What people, then, is a fit subject for legislation? One which, already bound by some unity of origin, interest, or convention, has never yet felt the real yoke of law, one that has neither customs nor superstitions deeply ingrained, one which stands in no fear of being overwhelmed by sudden invasion, one which, without entering into its neighbors' quarrels, can resist each of them single-handed, or get the help of one to repel another, one in which every member may be known by every other, and there is no need to lay on any man burdens too heavy for a man to bear, one which can do without other peoples, and without which all others can do, one which is neither rich nor poor, but self-sufficient, and, lastly, one which unites the consistency of an ancient people with the docility of a new one. Legislation is made difficult less by what it is necessary to build up than by what has to be destroyed, and what makes success so rare is the impossibility of finding natural simplicity together with social requirements. All these conditions are indeed rarely found united, and therefore few states have good constitutions. There is still in Europe one country capable of being given laws, Corsica. The valor and persistency with which that brave people has regained and defended its liberty well deserves that some wise man should teach it how to preserve what it has won. I have a feeling that some day that little island will astonish Europe. If there were two neighboring peoples, one of which could not do without the other, it would be very hard on the former, and very dangerous for the latter. Every wise nation, in such a case, would make haste to free the other from dependence. The Republic of Tlaxcala, enclosed by the Mexican Empire, preferred doing without salt to buying from the Mexicans, or even getting it from them as a gift. The Tlaxcalans were wise enough to see the snare hidden under such liberality. They kept their freedom, and that little state, shut up in that great empire, was finally the instrument of its ruin. Chapter 11. The various systems of legislation. If we ask in what precisely consists the greatest good of all, which should be the end of every system of legislation, we shall find it reduce itself to two main objects, liberty and equality. Liberty, because all particular dependence means so much force taken from the body of the state, and equality, because liberty cannot exist without it. I have already defined civil liberty. By equality, we should understand, not that the degrees of power and riches are to be absolutely identical for everybody, but that power shall never be great enough for violence, and shall always be exercised by virtue of rank and law, and that, in respect of riches, no citizen shall ever be wealthy enough to buy another, and none poor enough to be forced to sell himself, which implies, on the part of the great, moderation in goods and position, and, on the side of the common sort, moderation in avarice and covetousness. Such equality, we are told, is an unpractical ideal that cannot actually exist. But if its abuse is inevitable, does it follow that we should not at least make regulations concerning it? It is precisely because the force of circumstances tends continually to destroy equality that the force of legislation should always tend to its maintenance. But these general objects of every good legislative system need modifying in every country in accordance with the local situation and the temper of the inhabitants, and these circumstances should determine, in each case, the particular system of institutions which is best, not perhaps in itself, but for the state for which it is destined. If, for instance, the soil is barren and unproductive, or the land too crowded for its inhabitants, the people should turn to industry and the crafts, and exchange what they produce for the commodities they lack. If, on the other hand, a people dwells in rich plains and fertile slopes, or, in a good land, lacks inhabitants, it should give all its attention to agriculture, which causes men to multiply, and should drive out the crafts, which would only result in depopulation, by grouping in a few localities the few inhabitants there are. If a nation dwells on an extensive and convenient coastline, let it cover the sea with ships and foster commerce and navigation. It will have a life that will be short and glorious. If, on its coasts, the sea washes nothing but almost inaccessible rocks, let it remain barbarous and ichthyophagus, it will have a quieter, perhaps a better, and certainly a happier life. In a word, besides the principles that are common to all, every nation has in itself something that gives them a particular application, and makes its legislation peculiarly its own. Thus, among the Jews long ago and more recently among the Arabs, the chief object was religion, among the Athenians letters, at Carthage and Tyre commerce, at Rhodes shipping, at Sparta war, at Rome virtue. The author of the Spirit of the Laws has shown with many examples by what art the legislator directs the constitution towards each of these objects. What makes the constitution of a state really solid and lasting is the due observance of what is proper, so that the natural relations are always in agreement with the laws on every point, and law only serves, so to speak, to assure, accompany, and rectify them. But if the legislator mistakes his object and adopts a principle other than circumstances naturally direct, if his principle makes for servitude while they make for liberty, or if it makes for riches, while they make for populousness, or if it makes for peace, while they make for conquest, the laws will insensibly lose their influence, the constitution will alter, and the state will have no rest from trouble till it is either destroyed or changed, and nature has resumed her invincible sway. If the object is to give the state consistency, bring the two extremes as near to each other as possible, allow neither rich men nor beggars. These two estates, which are naturally inseparable, are equally fatal to the common good. From the one come the friends of tyranny, and from the other tyrants. It is always between them that public liberty is put up to auction, the one buys, and the other sells. Any branch of foreign commerce, says M. Darganson, creates on the whole only apparent advantage for the kingdom in general. It may enrich some individuals, or even some towns, but the nation as a whole gains nothing by it, and the people is no better off. Chapter 12. The division of the laws. If the whole is to be set in order, and the commonwealth put into the best possible shape, there are various relations to be considered. First, there is the action of the complete body upon itself, the relation of the whole to the whole, of the sovereign to the state, and this relation, as we shall see, is made up of the relations of the intermediate terms. The laws which regulate this relation bear the name of political laws, and are also called fundamental laws, not without reason if they are wise. For, if there is, in each state, only one good system, the people that is in possession of it should hold fast to this, but if the established order is bad, why should laws that prevent men from being good be regarded as fundamental? Besides, in any case, a people is always in a position to change its laws, however good, for, if it choose to do itself harm, who can have a right to stop it? The second relation is that of the members one to another, or to the body as a whole, and this relation should be in the first respect as unimportant, and in the second as important, as possible. Each citizen would then be perfectly independent of all the rest, and at the same time very dependent on the city, which is brought about always by the same means, as the strength of the state can alone secure the liberty of its members. From this second relation arise civil laws. We may consider also a third kind of relation between the individual and the law, a relation of disobedience to its penalty. This gives rise to the setting up of criminal laws, which, at bottom, are less a particular class of law than the sanction behind all the rest. Along with these three kinds of law goes a fourth, most important of all, which is not graven on tablets of marble or brass, but on the hearts of the citizens. This forms the real constitution of the state, takes on every day new powers, when other laws decay or die out, restores them or takes their place, keeps a people in the ways in which it was meant to go, and insensibly replaces authority by the force of habit. I am speaking of morality, of custom, above all of public opinion, a power unknown to political thinkers, on which none the less success in everything else depends. With this the great legislator concerns himself in secret, though he seems to confine himself to particular regulations, for these are only the arc of the arch, while manners and morals, slower to arise, form in the end its immovable keystone. Among the different classes of laws, the political, which determine the form of the government, are alone relevant to my subject. Book 3. Before speaking of the different forms of government, let us try to fix the exact sense of the word, which has not yet been very clearly explained. Chapter I. Government in general. I warn the reader that this chapter requires careful reading, and that I am unable to make myself clear to those who refuse to be attentive. Every free action is produced by the concurrence of two causes, one moral, i.e. the will which determines the act, the other physical, i.e. the power which executes it. When I walk towards an object, it is necessary first that I should will to go there, and, in the second place, that my feet should carry me. If a paralytic wills to run and an active man wills not to, they will both stay where they are. The body politic has the same motive powers. Here too force and will are distinguished, will under the name of legislative power and force under that of executive power. Without their concurrence, nothing is, or should be, done. We have seen that the legislative power belongs to the people, and can belong to it alone. It may, on the other hand, readily be seen, from the principles laid down above, that the executive power cannot belong to the generality as legislature or sovereign, because it consists wholly of particular acts which fall outside the competency of the law, and consequently of the sovereign, whose acts must always be laws. The public force therefore needs an agent of its own to bind it together and set it to work under the direction of the general will, to serve as a means of communication between the state and the sovereign, and to do for the collective person more or less what the union of soul and body does for man. Here we have what is, in the state, the basis of government, often wrongly confused with the sovereign, whose minister it is. What then is government? An intermediate body set up between the subjects and the sovereign, to secure their mutual correspondence, charged with the execution of the laws and the maintenance of liberty, both civil and political. The members of this body are called magistrates or kings, that is to say governors, and the whole body bears the name prince. Thus those who hold that the act, by which a people puts itself under a prince, is not a contract, are certainly right. It is simply and solely a commission, an employment, in which the rulers, mere officials of the sovereign, exercise in their own name the power of which it makes them depositaries. This power it can limit, modify, or recover at pleasure, for the alienation of such a right is incompatible with the nature of the social body, and contrary to the end of association. I call then government, or supreme administration, the legitimate exercise of the executive power, and prince, or magistrate the man or the body entrusted with that administration. In government reside the intermediate forces whose relations make up that of the whole to the whole, or of the sovereign to the state. This last relation may be represented as that between the extreme terms of a continuous proportion, which has government as its mean proportional. The government gets from the sovereign the orders it gives the people, and, for the state to be properly balanced, there must, when everything is reckoned in, be equality between the product or power of the government taken in itself, and the product or power of the citizens, who are on the one hand sovereign and on the other subject. Furthermore, none of these three terms can be altered without the equality being instantly destroyed. If the sovereign desires to govern, or the magistrate to give laws, or if the subjects refuse to obey, disorder takes the place of regularity, force, and will no longer act together, and the state is dissolved and falls into despotism or anarchy. Lastly, as there is only one mean proportional between each relation, there is also only one good government possible for a state. But, as countless events may change the relations of a people, not only may different governments be good for different peoples, but also for the same people at different times. In attempting to give some idea of the various relations that may hold between these two extreme terms, I shall take as an example the number of a people, which is the most easily expressible. Suppose the state is composed of 10,000 citizens. The sovereign can only be considered collectively and as a body, but each member, as being a subject, is regarded as an individual, thus the sovereign is to the subject as 10,000 to 1, i.e. each member of the state has as his share only a 10,000th part of the sovereign authority, although he is wholly under its control. If the people numbers 100,000, the condition of the subject undergoes no change, and each equally is under the whole authority of the laws, while his vote, being reduced to 100,000th part, has 10 times less influence in drawing them up. The subject therefore remaining always a unit, the relation between him and the sovereign increases with the number of the citizens. From this it follows that, the larger the state, the less the liberty. When I say the relation increases, I mean that it grows more unequal. Thus the greater it is in the geometrical sense, the less relation there is in the ordinary sense of the word. In the former sense, the relation, considered according to quantity, is expressed by the quotient; in the latter, considered according to identity, it is reckoned by similarity. Now, the less relation the particular wills have to the general will, that is, morals and manners to laws, the more should the repressive force be increased. The government, then, to be good, should be proportionately stronger as the people is more numerous. On the other hand, as the growth of the state gives the depositaries of the public authority more temptations and chances of abusing their power, the greater the force with which the government ought to be endowed for keeping the people in hand, the greater too should be the force at the disposal of the sovereign for keeping the government in hand. I am speaking, not of absolute force, but of the relative force of the different parts of the state. It follows from this double relation that the continuous proportion between the sovereign, the prince and the people, is by no means an arbitrary idea, but a necessary consequence of the nature of the body politic. It follows further that, one of the extreme terms, viz. The people, as subject, being fixed and represented by unity, whenever the duplicate ratio increases or diminishes, the simple ratio does the same, and is changed accordingly. From this we see that there is not a single unique and absolute form of government, but as many governments differing in nature as there are states differing in size. If, ridiculing this system, any one were to say that, in order to find the mean proportional and give form to the body of the government, it is only necessary, according to me, to find the square root of the number of the people, I should answer that I am here taking this number only as an instance, that the relations of which I am speaking are not measured by the number of men alone, but generally by the amount of action, which is a combination of a multitude of causes, and that, further, if, to save words, I borrow for a moment the terms of geometry, I am none the less well aware that moral quantities do not allow of geometrical accuracy. The government is on a small scale what the body politic which includes it is on a great one. It is a moral person endowed with certain faculties, active like the sovereign and passive like the state, and capable of being resolved into other similar relations. This accordingly gives rise to a new proportion, within which there is yet another, according to the arrangement of the magistracies, till an indivisible middle term is reached, i.e. a single ruler or supreme magistrate, who may be represented, in the midst of this progression, as the unity between the fractional and the ordinal series. Without encumbering ourselves with this multiplication of terms, let us rest content with regarding government as a new body within the state, distinct from the people and the sovereign, and intermediate between them. There is between these two bodies this essential difference, that the state exists by itself, and the government only through the sovereign. Thus the dominant will of the prince is, or should be, nothing but the general will or the law, his force is only the public force concentrated in his hands, and, as soon as he tries to base any absolute and independent act on his own authority, the tie that binds the whole together begins to be loosened. If finally the prince should come to have a particular will more active than the will of the sovereign, and should employ the public force in his hands in obedience to this particular will, there would be, so to speak, two sovereigns, one rightful and the other actual, the social union would evaporate instantly, and the body politic would be dissolved. However, in order that the government may have a true existence and a real life distinguishing it from the body of the state, and in order that all its members may be able to act in concert and fulfill the end for which it was set up, it must have a particular personality, a sensibility common to its members, and a force and will of its own making for its preservation. This particular existence implies assemblies, councils, power of deliberation and decision, rights, titles, and privileges belonging exclusively to the prince and making the office of magistrate more honorable in proportion as it is more troublesome. The difficulties lie in the manner of so ordering this subordinate whole within the whole, that it in no way alters the general constitution by affirmation of its own, and always distinguishes the particular force it possesses, which is destined to aid in its preservation, from the public force, which is destined to the preservation of the state, and, in a word, is always ready to sacrifice the government to the people, and never to sacrifice the people to the government. Furthermore, although the artificial body of the government is the work of another artificial body, and has, we may say, only a borrowed and subordinate life, this does not prevent it from being able to act with more or less vigor or promptitude, or from being, so to speak, in more or less robust health. Finally, without departing directly from the end for which it was instituted, it may deviate more or less from it, according to the manner of its constitution. From all these differences arise the various relations which the government ought to bear to the body of the state, according to the accidental and particular relations by which the state itself is modified, for often the government that is best in itself will become the most pernicious, if the relations in which it stands have altered according to the defects of the body politic to which it belongs. Thus at Venice the college, even in the absence of the Doge, is called Most Serene Prince. Chapter 2. The constituent principle in the various forms of government. To set forth the general cause of the above differences, we must here distinguish between government and its principle, as we did before between the state and the sovereign. The body of the magistrate may be composed of a greater or a less number of members. We said that the relation of the sovereign to the subjects was greater in proportion as the people was more numerous, and, by a clear analogy, we may say the same of the relation of the government to the magistrates. But the total force of the government, being always that of the state, is invariable, so that, the more of this force it expends on its own members, the less it has left to employ on the whole people. The more numerous the magistrates, therefore, the weaker the government. This principle being fundamental, we must do our best to make it clear. In the person of the magistrate we can distinguish three essentially different wills. First, the private will of the individual, tending only to his personal advantage. Secondly, the common will of the magistrates, which is relative solely to the advantage of the prince, and may be called corporate will, being general in relation to the government, and particular in relation to the state, of which the government forms part, and, in the third place, the will of the people or the sovereign will, which is general both in relation to the state regarded as the whole, and to the government regarded as a part of the whole. In a perfect act of legislation, the individual or particular will should be at zero, the corporate will belonging to the government should occupy a very subordinate position, and, consequently, the general or sovereign will should always predominate and should be the sole guide of all the rest. According to the natural order, on the other hand, these different wills become more active in proportion as they are concentrated. Thus, the general will is always the weakest, the corporate will second, and the individual will strongest of all, so that, in the government, each member is first of all himself, then a magistrate, and then a citizen in an order exactly the reverse of what the social system requires. This granted, if the whole government is in the hands of one man, the particular and the corporate will are wholly united, and consequently the latter is at its highest possible degree of intensity. But, as the use to which the force is put depends on the degree reached by the will, and as the absolute force of the government is invariable, it follows that the most active government is that of one man. Suppose, on the other hand, we unite the government with the legislative authority, and make the sovereign prince also, and all the citizens so many magistrates, then the corporate will, being confounded with the general will, can possess no greater activity than that will, and must leave the particular will as strong as it can possibly be. Thus, the government, having always the same absolute force, will be at the lowest point of its relative force or activity. These relations are incontestable, and there are other considerations which still further confirm them. We can see, for instance, that each magistrate is more active in the body to which he belongs than each citizen in that to which he belongs, and that consequently the particular will has much more influence on the acts of the government than on those of the sovereign, for each magistrate is almost always charged with some governmental function, while each citizen, taken singly, exercises no function of sovereignty. Furthermore, the bigger the state grows, the more its real force increases, though not in direct proportion to its growth, but, the state remaining the same, the number of magistrates may increase to any extent, without the government gaining any greater real force, for its force is that of the state, the dimension of which remains equal. Thus the relative force or activity of the government decreases, while its absolute or real force cannot increase. Moreover, it is a certainty that promptitude in execution diminishes as more people are put in charge of it, where prudence is made too much of, not enough is made of fortune, opportunity is let slip, and deliberation results in the loss of its object. I have just proved that the government grows remiss in proportion as the number of the magistrates increases, and I previously proved that, the more numerous the people, the greater should be the repressive force. From this it follows that the relation of the magistrates to the government should vary inversely to the relation of the subjects to the sovereign, that is to say, the larger the state, the more should the government be tightened, so that the number of the rulers diminish in proportion to the increase of that of the people. It should be added that I am here speaking of the relative strength of the government, and not of its rectitude, for, on the other hand, the more numerous the magistracy, the nearer the corporate will comes to the general will, while, under a single magistrate, the corporate will is, as I said, merely a particular will. Thus, what may be gained on one side is lost on the other, and the art of the legislator is to know how to fix the point at which the force and the will of the government, which are always in inverse proportion, meet in the relation that is most to the advantage of the state. Chapter 3. The division of governments. We saw in the last chapter what causes the various kinds or forms of government to be distinguished according to the number of the members composing them. It remains in this to discover how the division is made. In the first place, the sovereign may commit the charge of the government to the whole people or to the majority of the people, so that more citizens are magistrates than are mere private individuals. This form of government is called democracy. Or it may restrict the government to a small number, so that there are more private citizens than magistrates, and this is named aristocracy. Lastly, it may concentrate the whole government in the hands of a single magistrate from whom all others hold their power. This third form is the most usual, and is called monarchy, or royal government. It should be remarked that all these forms, or at least the first two, admit of degree, and even of very wide differences, for democracy may include the whole people, or may be restricted to half. Aristocracy, in its turn, may be restricted indefinitely from half the people down to the smallest possible number. Even royalty is susceptible of a measure of distribution. Sparta always had 2 kings, as its constitution provided, and the Roman Empire saw as many as 8 emperors at once, without it being possible to say that the empire was split up. Thus there is a point at which each form of government passes into the next, and it becomes clear that, under 3 comprehensive denominations, government is really susceptible of as many diverse forms as the state has citizens. There are even more, for, as the government may also, in certain aspects, be subdivided into other parts, one administered in one fashion and one in another, the combination of the 3 forms may result in a multitude of mixed forms, each of which admits of multiplication by all the simple forms. There has been at all times much dispute concerning the best form of government, without consideration of the fact that each is in some cases the best, and in others the worst. If, in the different states, the number of supreme magistrates should be in inverse ratio to the number of citizens, it follows that, generally, democratic government suits small states, aristocratic government those of middle size, and monarchy great ones. This rule is immediately deducible from the principle laid down. But it is impossible to count the innumerable circumstances which may furnish exceptions. Chapter 4. Democracy. He who makes the law knows better than anyone else how it should be executed and interpreted. It seems then impossible to have a better constitution than that in which the executive and legislative powers are united, but this very fact renders the government in certain respects inadequate, because things which should be distinguished are confounded, and the prince and the sovereign, being the same person, form, so to speak, no more than a government without government. It is not good for him who makes the laws to execute them, or for the body of the people to turn its attention away from a general standpoint and devote it to particular objects. Nothing is more dangerous than the influence of private interests in public affairs, and the abuse of the laws by the government is a less evil than the corruption of the legislator, which is the inevitable sequel to a particular standpoint. In such a case, the state being altered in substance, all reformation becomes impossible. A people that would never misuse governmental powers would never misuse independence, a people that would always govern well would not need to be governed. If we take the term in the strict sense, there never has been a real democracy, and there never will be. It is against the natural order for the many to govern and the few to be governed. It is unimaginable that the people should remain continually assembled to devote their time to public affairs, and it is clear that they cannot set up commissions for that purpose without the form of administration being changed. In fact, I can confidently lay down as a principle that, when the functions of government are shared by several tribunals, the less numerous sooner or later acquire the greatest authority, if only because they are in a position to expedite affairs, and power thus naturally comes into their hands. Besides, how many conditions that are difficult to unite does such a government presuppose? First, a very small state, where the people can readily be got together and where each citizen can with ease know all the rest. Secondly, great simplicity of manners, to prevent business from multiplying and raising thorny problems. Next, a large measure of equality in rank and fortune, without which equality of rights and authority cannot long subsist. Lastly, little or no luxury, for luxury either comes of riches or makes them necessary. It corrupts at once rich and poor, the rich by possession and the poor by covetousness. It sells the country to softness and vanity, and takes away from the state all its citizens, to make them slaves one to another, and one and all to public opinion. This is why a famous writer has made virtue the fundamental principle of republics, for all these conditions could not exist without virtue. But, for want of the necessary distinctions, that great thinker was often inexact, and sometimes obscure, and did not see that, the sovereign authority being everywhere the same principle should be found in every well-constituted state, in a greater or less degree, it is true, according to the form of the government. It may be added that there is no government so subject to civil wars and intestine agitations as democratic or popular government, because there is none which has so strong and continual a tendency to change to another form, or which demands more vigilance and courage for its maintenance as it is. Under such a constitution, above all, the citizen should arm himself with strength and constancy, and say, every day of his life, what a virtuous Count Palatine said in the Diet of Poland, malo periculosam libertatem quam quietum servitium. Were there a people of gods, their government would be democratic. So perfect a government is not for men. The Palatine of Posen, father of the King of Poland, Duke of Lorraine. I prefer liberty with danger to peace with slavery. Chapter V. Aristocracy. We have here two quite distinct moral persons, the government and the sovereign, and in consequence two general wills, one general in relation to all the citizens, the other only for the members of the administration. Thus, although the government may regulate its internal policy as it pleases, it can never speak to the people save in the name of the sovereign, that is, of the people itself, a fact which must not be forgotten. The first societies governed themselves aristocratically. The heads of families took counsel together on public affairs. The young bowed without question to the authority of experience. Hence such names as priests, elders, senate, and gerent. The savages of North America govern themselves in this way even now, and their government is admirable. But, in proportion as artificial inequality produced by institutions became predominant over natural inequality, riches or power were put before age, and aristocracy became elective. Finally, the transmission of the father's power along with his goods to his children, by creating patrician families, made government hereditary, and there came to be senators of 20. There are then three sorts of aristocracy: natural, elective, and hereditary. The first is only for simple peoples, the third is the worst of all governments, the second is the best, and is aristocracy properly so called. Besides the advantage that lies in the distinction between the two powers, it presents that of its members being chosen, for, in popular government, all the citizens are born magistrates, but here magistracy is confined to a few, who become such only by election. By this means uprightness, understanding, experience, and all other claims to preeminence and public esteem become so many further guarantees of wise government. Moreover, assemblies are more easily held, affairs better discussed and carried out with more order and diligence, and the credit of the state is better sustained abroad by venerable senators than by a multitude that is unknown or despised. In a word, it is the best and most natural arrangement that the wisest should govern the many, when it is assured that they will govern for its profit, and not for their own. There is no need to multiply instruments, or get 20,000 men to do what 100 picked men can do even better, but it must not be forgotten that corporate interest here begins to direct the public power less under the regulation of the general will, and that a further inevitable propensity takes away from the laws part of the executive power. If we are to speak of what is individually desirable, neither should the state be so small, nor a people so simple and upright, that the execution of the laws follows immediately from the public will, as it does in a good democracy. Nor should the nation be so great that the rulers have to scatter in order to govern it and are able to play the sovereign each in his own department, and, beginning by making themselves independent, end by becoming masters. But if aristocracy does not demand all the virtues needed by popular government, it demands others which are peculiar to itself, for instance, moderation on the side of the rich and contentment on that of the poor, for it seems that thoroughgoing equality would be out of place, as it was not found even at Sparta. Furthermore, if this form of government carries with it a certain inequality of fortune, this is justifiable in order that as a rule the administration of public affairs may be entrusted to those who are most able to give them their whole time, but not, as Aristotle maintains, in order that the rich may always be put first. On the contrary, it is of importance that an opposite choice should occasionally teach the people that the deserts of men offer claims to preeminence more important than those of riches. It is clear that the word optimates meant, among the ancients, not the best, but the most powerful. It is of great importance that the form of the election of magistrates should be regulated by law, for if it is left at the discretion of the prince, it is impossible to avoid falling into hereditary aristocracy, as the republics of Venice and Bern actually did. The first of these has therefore long been a state dissolved, the second, however, is maintained by the extreme wisdom of the Senate, and forms an honorable and highly dangerous exception. Chapter 6. Monarchy. So far, we have considered the prince as a moral and collective person, unified by the force of the laws, and the depositary in the state of the executive power. We have now to consider this power when it is gathered together into the hands of a natural person, a rear man, who alone has the right to dispose of it in accordance with the laws. Such a person is called a monarch or king. In contrast with other forms of administration, in which a collective being stands for an individual, in this form an individual stands for a collective being, so that the moral unity that constituted the prince is at the same time a physical unity, and all the qualities, which in the other case are only with difficulty brought together by the law, are found naturally united. Thus the will of the people, the will of the prince, the public force of the state, and the particular force of the government, all answer to a single motive power, all the springs of the machine are in the same hands, the whole moves towards the same end, there are no conflicting movements to cancel one another, and no kind of constitution can be imagined in which a less amount of effort produces a more considerable amount of action. Archimedes, seated quietly on the bank and easily drawing a great vessel afloat, stands to my mind for a skillful monarch, governing vast states from his study, and moving everything while he seems himself unmoved. But if no government is more vigorous than this, there is also none in which the particular will holds more sway and rules the rest more easily. Everything moves towards the same end indeed, but this end is by no means that of the public happiness, and even the force of the administration constantly shows itself prejudicial to the state. Kings desire to be absolute, and men are always crying out to them from afar that the best means of being so is to get themselves loved by their people. This precept is all very well, and even in some respects very true. Unfortunately, it will always be derided at court. The power which comes of a people's love is no doubt the greatest, but it is precarious and conditional, and princes will never rest content with it. The best kings desire to be in a position to be wicked, if they please, without forfeiting their mastery. Political sermonizers may tell them to their heart's content that, the people's strength being their own, their first interest is that the people should be prosperous, numerous, and formidable. They are well aware that this is untrue. Their first personal interest is that the people should be weak, wretched, and unable to resist them. I admit that, provided the subjects remained always in submission, the prince's interest would indeed be that it should be powerful, in order that its power, being his own, might make him formidable to his neighbors, but, this interest being merely secondary and subordinate, and strength being incompatible with submission, princes naturally give the preference always to the principle that is more to their immediate advantage. This is what Samuel put strongly before the Hebrews, and what Machiavelli has clearly shown. He professed to teach kings, but it was the people he really taught. His Prince is the Book of Republicans. We found, on general grounds, that monarchy is suitable only for great states, and this is confirmed when we examine it in itself. The more numerous the public administration, the smaller becomes the relation between the prince and the subjects, and the nearer it comes to equality, so that in democracy the ratio is unity, or absolute equality. Again, as the government is restricted in numbers, the ratio increases and reaches its maximum when the government is in the hands of a single person. There is then too great a distance between prince and people, and the state lacks a bond of union. To form such a bond, there must be intermediate orders, and princes, personages, and nobility to compose them. But no such things suit a small state, to which all class differences mean ruin. If, however, it is hard for a great state to be well governed, it is much harder for it to be so by a single man, and everyone knows what happens when kings substitute others for themselves. An essential and inevitable defect, which will always rank monarchical below republican government, is that in a republic the public voice hardly ever raises to the highest positions men who are not enlightened and capable, and such as to fill them with honor, while in monarchies these who rise to the top are most often merely petty blunderers, petty swindlers, and petty intriguers, whose petty talents cause them to get into the highest positions at court, but, as soon as they have got there, serve only to make their ineptitude clear to the public. The people is far less often mistaken in its choice than the prince, and a man of real worth among the king's ministers is almost as rare as a fool at the head of a republican government. Thus, when, by some fortunate chance, one of these born governors takes the helm of state in some monarchy that has been nearly overwhelmed by swarms of gentlemanly administrators, there is nothing but amazement at the resources he discovers, and his coming marks an era in his country's history. For a monarchical state to have a chance of being well governed, its population and extent must be proportionate to the abilities of its governor. It is easier to conquer than to rule. With a long enough lever, the world could be moved with a single finger. To sustain it needs the shoulders of Hercules. However small a state may be, the prince is hardly ever big enough for it. When, on the other hand, it happens that the state is too small for its ruler, in these rare cases too it is ill-governed, because the ruler, constantly pursuing his great designs, forgets the interests of the people, and makes it no less wretched by misusing the talents he has, than a ruler of less capacity would make it for want of those he had not. A kingdom should, so to speak, expand or contract with each reign, according to the prince's capabilities, but, the abilities of a senate being more constant in quantity, the state can then have permanent frontiers without the administration suffering. The disadvantage that is most felt in monarchical government is the want of the continuous succession which, in both the other forms, provides an unbroken bond of union. When one king dies, another is needed, elections leave dangerous intervals and are full of storms, and unless the citizens are disinterested and upright to a degree which very seldom goes with this kind of government, intrigue and corruption abound. He to whom the state has sold itself can hardly help selling it in his turn and repaying himself, at the expense of the weak, the money the powerful have wrung from him. Under such an administration, venality sooner or later spreads through every part, and peace so enjoyed under a king is worse than the disorders of an interregnum. What has been done to prevent these evils? Crowns have been made hereditary in certain families, and an order of succession has been set up, to prevent disputes from arising on the death of kings. That is to say, the disadvantages of regency have been put in place of those of election, apparent tranquility has been preferred to wise administration, and men have chosen rather to risk having children, monstrosities, or imbeciles as rulers to having disputes over the choice of good kings. It has not been taken into account that, in so exposing ourselves to the risks this possibility entails, we are setting almost all the chances against us. There was sound sense in what the younger Dionysius said to his father, who reproached him for doing some shameful deed by asking, "Did I set you the example?" "No," answered his son, "but your father was not king." Everything conspires to take away from a man who is set in authority over others the sense of justice and reason. Much trouble, we are told, is taken to teach young princes the art of reigning, but their education seems to do them no good. It would be better to begin by teaching them the art of obeying. The greatest kings whose praises history tells were not brought up to reign. Reigning is a science we are never so far from possessing as when we have learned too much of it, and one we acquire better by obeying than by commanding. Nam utilissimus idem ac brevissimus bonarum malorum rerum delectus cogitare quid aut nolueris sub alio principi, aut volueris. One result of this lack of coherence is the inconstancy of royal government, which, regulated now on one scheme and now on another, according to the character of the reigning prince or those who reign for him, cannot for long have a fixed object or a consistent policy, and this variability, not found in the other forms of government, where the prince is always the same, causes the state to be always shifting from principle to principle and from project to project. Thus we may say that generally, if a court is more subtle in intrigue, there is more wisdom in a senate, and republics advance towards their ends by more consistent and better considered policies, while every revolution in a royal ministry creates a revolution in the state, for the principle common to all ministers and nearly all kings is to do in every respect the reverse of what was done by their predecessors. This incoherence further clears up a sophism that is very familiar to royalist political writers. Not only is civil government likened to domestic government, and the prince to the father of a family, this error has already been refuted, but the prince is also freely credited with all the virtues he ought to possess, and is supposed to be always what he should be. This supposition once made, royal government is clearly preferable to all others, because it is incontestably the strongest, and, to be the best also, wants only a corporate will more in conformity with the general will. But if, according to Plato, the king by nature is such a rarity, how often will nature and fortune conspire to give him a crown? And, if royal education necessarily corrupts those who receive it, what is to be hoped from a series of men brought up to reign? It is, then, wanton self-deception to confuse royal government with government by a good king. To see such government as it is in itself, we must consider it as it is under princes who are incompetent or wicked, for either they will come to the throne wicked or incompetent, or the throne will make them so. These difficulties have not escaped our writers, who, all the same, are not troubled by them. The remedy, they say, is to obey without a murmur. God sends bad kings in his wrath, and they must be borne as the scourges of heaven. Such talk is doubtless edifying, but it would be more in place in a pulpit than in a political book. What are we to think of a doctor who promises miracles, and whose whole art is to exhort the sufferer to patience? We know for ourselves that we must put up with a bad government when it is there. The question is how to find a good one. Machiavelli was a proper man and a good citizen, but, being attached to the court of the Medici, he could not help veiling his love of liberty in the midst of his country's oppression. The choice of his detestable hero, Caesar Borgia, clearly enough shows his hidden aim, and the contradiction between the teaching of the prince and that of the discourses on Livy and the history of Florence shows that this profound political thinker has so far been studied only by superficial or corrupt readers. The court of Rome sternly prohibited his book. I can well believe it, for it is that court it most clearly portrays. Tacitus, Histories, I-16. For the best, and also the shortest way of finding out what is good and what is bad is to consider what you would have wished to happen or not to happen, had another than you been emperor. In the Politicus. Chapter 7. Mixed Governments. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a simple government. An isolated ruler must have subordinate magistrates, a popular government must have a head. There is therefore, in the distribution of the executive power, always a gradation from the greater to the lesser number, with the difference that sometimes the greater number is dependent on the smaller, and sometimes the smaller on the greater. Sometimes the distribution is equal, when either the constituent parts are in mutual dependence, as in the government of England, or the authority of each section is independent, but imperfect, as in Poland. This last form is bad, for it secures no unity in the government, and the state is left without a bond of union. Is a simple or a mixed government the better? Political writers are always debating the question, which must be answered as we have already answered a question about all forms of government. Simple government is better in itself, just because it is simple. But when the executive power is not sufficiently dependent upon the legislative power, i.e. when the prince is more closely related to the sovereign than the people to the prince, this lack of proportion must be cured by the division of the government, for all the parts have then no less authority over the subjects, while their division makes them altogether less strong against the sovereign. The same disadvantage is also prevented by the appointment of intermediate magistrates, who leave the government entire, and have the effect only of balancing the two powers and maintaining their respective rights. Government is then not mixed, but moderated. The opposite disadvantages may be similarly cured, and, when the government is too lax, tribunals may be set up to concentrate it. This is done in all democracies. In the first case, the government is divided to make it weak, in the second, to make it strong, for the maxima of both strength and weakness are found in simple governments, while the mixed forms result in a mean strength. Chapter 8. That all forms of government do not suit all countries. Liberty not being a fruit of all climates, is not within the reach of all peoples. The more this principle, laid down by Montesquieu, is considered, the more its truth is felt, the more it is combated, the more chance is given to confirm it by new proofs. In all the governments that there are, the public person consumes without producing. Whence then does it get what it consumes? From the labor of its members. The necessities of the public are supplied out of the superfluities of individuals. It follows that the civil state can subsist only so long as men's labor brings them a return greater than their needs. The amount of this excess is not the same in all countries. In some it is considerable, in others middling, in yet others nil, in some even negative. The relation of product to subsistence depends on the fertility of the climate, on the sort of labor the land demands, on the nature of its products, on the strength of its inhabitants, on the greater or less consumption they find necessary, and on several further considerations of which the whole relation is made up. On the other side, all governments are not of the same nature, some are less voracious than others, and the differences between them are based on this second principle, that the further from their source the public contributions are removed, the more burdensome they become. The charge should be measured not by the amount of the impositions, but by the path they have to travel in order to get back to those from whom they came. When the circulation is prompt and well established, it does not matter whether much or little is paid, the people is always rich and, financially speaking, all is well. On the contrary, however little the people gives, if that little does not return to it, it is soon exhausted by giving continually, the state is then never rich, and the people is always a people of beggars. It follows that, the more the distance between people and government increases, the more burdensome tribute becomes. Thus, in a democracy, the people bears the least charge, in an aristocracy, a greater charge, and, in monarchy, the weight becomes heaviest. Monarchy therefore suits only wealthy nations, aristocracy, states of middling size and wealth, and democracy, states that are small and poor. In fact, the more we reflect, the more we find the difference between free and monarchical states to be this: in the former, everything is used for the public advantage; in the latter, the public forces and those of individuals are affected by each other, and either increases as the other grows weak. Finally, instead of governing subjects to make them happy, despotism makes them wretched in order to govern them. We find then, in every climate, natural causes according to which the form of government which it requires can be assigned, and we can even say what sort of inhabitants it should have. Unfriendly and barren lands, where the product does not repay the labor, should remain desert and uncultivated, or peopled only by savages. Lands where men's labor brings in no more than the exact minimum necessary to subsistence should be inhabited by barbarous peoples. In such places all polity is impossible. Lands where the surplus of product over labor is only middling are suitable for free peoples. Those in which the soil is abundant and fertile and gives a great product for a little labor call for monarchical government, in order that the surplus of superfluities among the subjects may be consumed by the luxury of the prince, for it is better for this excess to be absorbed by the government than dissipated among the individuals. I am aware that there are exceptions, but these exceptions themselves confirm the rule, in that sooner or later they produce revolutions which restore things to the natural order. General laws should always be distinguished from individual causes that may modify their effects. If all the South were covered with republics and all the North with despotic states, it would be none the less true that, in point of climate, despotism is suitable to hot countries, barbarism to cold countries, and good polity to temperate regions. I see also that, the principle being granted, there may be disputes on its application. It may be said that there are cold countries that are very fertile, and tropical countries that are very unproductive. But this difficulty exists only for those who do not consider the question in all its aspects. We must, as I have already said, take labor, strength, consumption, etc., into account. Take two tracts of equal extent, one of which brings in 5 and the other 10. If the inhabitants of the first consume 4 and those of the second 9, the surplus of the first product will be a fifth and that of the second a tenth. The ratio of these two surpluses will then be inverse to that of the products, and the tract which produces only 5 will give a surplus double that of the tract which produces 10. But there is no question of a double product, and I think no one would put the fertility of cold countries, as a general rule, on an equality with that of hot ones. Let us, however, suppose this equality to exist. Let us, if you will, regard England as on the same level as Sicily, and Poland as Egypt further south. We shall have Africa and the Indies, further north, nothing at all. To get this equality of product, what a difference there must be in tillage. In Sicily, there is only need to scratch the ground. In England, how men must toil. But, where more hands are needed to get the same product, the superfluity must necessarily be less. Consider, besides, that the same number of men consume much less in hot countries. The climate requires sobriety for the sake of health, and Europeans who try to live there as they would at home all perish of dysentery and indigestion. We are, says Chardin, carnivorous animals, wolves, in comparison with the Asiatics. Some attribute the sobriety of the Persians to the fact that their country is less cultivated, but it is my belief that their country abounds less in commodities because the inhabitants need less. If their frugality, he goes on, were the effect of the nakedness of dry land, only the poor would eat little, but everybody does so. Again, less or more would be eaten in various provinces, according to the land's fertility, but the same sobriety is found throughout the kingdom. They are very proud of their manner of life, saying that you have only to look at their hue to recognize how far it excels that of the Christians. In fact, the Persians are of an even hue, their skins are fair, fine, and smooth, while dye hue of their subjects, the Armenians, who live after the European fashion, is rough and blotchy, and their bodies are gross and unwieldy. The nearer you get to the equator, the less people live on meat they hardly touch. Rice, maize, kurkur, millet, and cassava are their ordinary food. There are in the Indies millions of men whose subsistence does not cost a halfpenny a day. Even in Europe we find considerable differences of appetite between northern and southern peoples. A Spaniard will live for a week on a German's dinner. In the countries in which men are more voracious, luxury therefore turns in the direction of consumption. In England, luxury appears in a well-filled table. In Italy, you feast on sugar and flowers. luxury in clothes shows similar differences. In climates in which the changes of season are prompt and violent, men have better and simpler clothes, where they clothe themselves only for adornment. What is striking is more thought of than what is useful. Clothes themselves are then a luxury. At Naples, you may see daily walking in the Posillipo men in gold-embroidered upper garments and nothing else. It is the same with buildings. Magnificence is the sole consideration where there is nothing to fear from the air. In Paris and London, you desire to be lodged warmly and comfortably. In Madrid, you have superb salons, but not a window that closes, and you go to bed in a mere hole. In hot countries foods are much more substantial and succulent, and the third difference cannot but have an influence on the second. Why are so many vegetables eaten in Italy? Because there they are good, nutritious, and excellent in taste. In France, where they are nourished only on water, they are far from nutritious and are thought nothing of at table. They take up all the same no less ground, and cost at least as much pains to cultivate. It is a proved fact that the wheat of Barbary, in other respects inferior to that of France, yields much more flour, and that the wheat of France in turn yields more than that of northern countries, from which it may be inferred that a like gradation in the same direction, from equator to pole, is found generally. But is it not an obvious disadvantage for an equal product to contain less nourishment? To all these points may be added another, which at once depends on and strengthens them. Hot countries need inhabitants less than cold countries, and can support more of them. There is thus a double surplus, which is all to the advantage of despotism. The greater the territory occupied by a fixed number of inhabitants, the more difficult revolt becomes, because rapid or secret concerted action is impossible, and the government can easily unmask projects and cut communications, but the more a numerous people is gathered together, the less can the government usurp the sovereign's place. The people's leaders can deliberate as safely in their houses as the prince in council, and the crowd gathers as rapidly in the squares as the prince's troops in their quarters. The advantage of tyrannical government therefore lies in acting at great distances. With the help of the rallying points it establishes, its strength, like that of the lever, grows with distance. The strength of the people, on the other hand, acts only when concentrated. When spread abroad, it evaporates and is lost, like powder scattered on the ground, which catches fire only grain by grain. The least populous countries are thus the fittest for tyranny. Fierce animals reign only in deserts. This does not contradict what I said before about the disadvantages of great states, for we were then dealing with the authority of the government over the members, while here we are dealing with its force against the subjects. Its scattered members serve it as rallying points for action against the people at a distance, but it has no rallying point for direct action on its members themselves. Thus the length of the lever is its weakness in the one case, and its strength in the other. Chapter 9. The marks of a good government. The question what absolutely is the best government is unanswerable as well as indeterminate, or rather, there are as many good answers as there are possible combinations in the absolute and relative situations of all nations. But if it is asked by what sign we may know that a given people is well or ill governed, that is another matter, and the question, being one of fact, admits of an answer. It is not, however, answered, because everyone wants to answer it in his own way. Subjects extol public tranquility, citizens individual liberty. The one class prefers security of possessions, the other that of person. The one regards as the best government that which is most severe, the other maintains that the mildest is the best. The one wants crimes punished, the other wants them prevented. The one wants the state to be feared by its neighbors, the other prefers that it should be ignored. The one is content if money circulates, the other demands that the people shall have bread. Even if an agreement were come to on these and similar points, should we have got any further? As moral qualities do not admit of exact measurement, agreement about the mark does not mean agreement about the valuation. For my part, I am continually astonished that a mark so simple is not recognized, or that men are of so bad faith as not to admit it. What is the end of political association? the preservation and prosperity of its members. And what is the surest mark of their preservation and prosperity? Their numbers and population. Seek then nowhere else this mark that is in dispute. The rest being equal, the government under which, without external aids, without naturalization or colonies, the citizens increase and multiply most, is beyond question the best. The government under which a people wanes and diminishes is worst. Calculators, it is left for you to count, to measure, to compare. On the same principle it should be judged what centuries deserve the preference for human prosperity. Those in which letters and arts have flourished have been too much admired, because the hidden object of their culture has not been fathomed, and their fatal effects not taken into account. Id caput imperatos humanitas vocabator, cum pars servitudis esset. Shall we never see in the Maxims books lay down the vulgar interest that makes their writers speak? No, whatever they may say, when, despite its renown, a country is depopulated, it is not true that all is well, and it is not enough that a poet should have an income of 100,000 francs to make his age the best of all. Less attention should be paid to the apparent repose and tranquility of the rulers than to the well-being of their nations as wholes, and above all of the most numerous states. A hailstorm lays several cantons waste, but it rarely makes a famine. Outbreaks and civil wars give rulers rude shocks, but they are not the real ills of peoples, who may even get a respite, while there is a dispute as to who shall tyrannize over them. Their true prosperity and calamities come from their permanent condition. It is when the whole remains crushed beneath the yoke, that decay sets in, and that the rulers destroy them at will, and do besolitudinem facient, pacem appellant. When the bickerings of the great disturbed the kingdom of France, and the coadjutor of Paris took a dagger in his pocket to the Parliament, these things did not prevent the people of France from prospering and multiplying in dignity, ease and freedom. Long ago Greece flourished in the midst of the most savage wars, blood ran in torrents, and yet the whole country was covered with inhabitants. It appeared, says Machiavelli, that in the midst of murder, proscription and civil war, our republic only throve. The virtue, morality, and independence of the citizens did more to strengthen it than all their dissensions had done to enfeeble it. A little disturbance gives the soul elasticity. What makes the race truly prosperous is not so much peace as liberty. Chapter X: The abuse of government and its tendency to degenerate. As the particular will acts constantly in opposition to the general will, the government continually exerts itself against the sovereignty. The greater this exertion becomes, the more the constitution changes, and, as there is in this case no other corporate will to create an equilibrium by resisting the will of the prince, sooner or later the prince must inevitably suppress the sovereign and break the social treaty. This is the unavoidable and inherent defect which, from the very birth of the body politic, tends ceaselessly to destroy it, as age and death end by destroying the human body. There are two general courses by which government degenerates, i.e. when it undergoes contraction, or when the state is dissolved. Government undergoes contraction when it passes from the many to the few, that is, from democracy to aristocracy, and from aristocracy to royalty. To do so is its natural propensity. If it took the backward course from the few to the many, it could be said that it was relaxed. By this inverse sequence is impossible. Indeed, governments never change their form except when their energy is exhausted and leaves them too weak to keep what they have. If a government at once extended its sphere and relaxed its stringency, its force would become absolutely nil, and it would persist still less. It is therefore necessary to wind up the spring and tighten the hold as it gives way, or else the state it sustains will come to grief. The dissolution of the state may come about in either of two ways. First, when the prince ceases to administer the state in accordance with the laws, and usurps the sovereign power. A remarkable change then occurs. Not the government, but the state, undergoes contraction. I mean that the great state is dissolved, and another is formed within it, composed solely of the members of the government, which becomes for the rest of the people merely master and tyrant. So that the moment the government usurps the sovereignty, the social compact is broken and all private citizens recover by right their natural liberty, and are forced, but not bound, to obey. The same thing happens when the members of the government severally usurp the power they should exercise only as a body. This is as great an infraction of the laws, and results in even greater disorders. There are then, so to speak, as many princes as there are magistrates, and the state, no less divided than the government, either perishes or changes its form. When the state is dissolved, the abuse of government, whatever it is, bears the common name of anarchy. To distinguish, democracy degenerates into ochlocracy and aristocracy into oligarchy, and I would add that royalty degenerates into tyranny, but this last word is ambiguous and needs explanation. In vulgar usage, a tyrant is a king who governs violently and without regard for justice and law. In the exact sense, a tyrant is an individual who arrogates to himself the royal authority without having a right to it. This is how the Greeks understood the word tyrant. They applied it indifferently to good and bad princes whose authority was not legitimate. Tyrant and usurper are thus perfectly synonymous terms. In order that I may give different things different names, I call him who usurps the royal authority tyrant, and him who usurps the sovereign power a despot. The tyrant is he who thrusts himself in contrary to the laws to govern in accordance with the laws. The despot is he who sets himself above the laws themselves. Thus the tyrant cannot be a despot, but the despot is always a tyrant. The slow formation and the progress of the Republic of Venice in its lagoons are a notable instance of the sequence, and it is most astonishing that, after more than 1200 years' existence, the Venetians seem to be still at the second stage, which they reached with the Serrar di Concilio in 1198. As for the ancient dukes who are brought up against them, it is proved, whatever the Squitino della Liberta Veneta may say of them, that they were in no sense sovereigns. A case certain to be cited against my view is that of the Roman Republic, which, it will be said, followed exactly the opposite course, and passed from monarchy to aristocracy and from aristocracy to democracy. I by no means take this view of it. What Romulus first set up was a mixed government, which soon deteriorated into despotism. From special causes, the state died an untimely death, as newborn children sometimes perish without reaching manhood. The expulsion of the Tarquins was the real period of the birth of the Republic. But at first it took on no constant form, because, by not abolishing the patriciate, it left half its work undone. For, by this means, hereditary aristocracy, the worst of all legitimate forms of administration, remained in conflict with democracy, and the form of the government, as Machiavelli has proved, was only fixed on the establishment of the tribunate. Only then was there a true government and a veritable democracy. In fact, the people was then not only sovereign, but also magistrate and judge. The Senate was only a subordinate tribunal, to temper and concentrate the government, and the consuls themselves, though they were patricians, first magistrates, and absolute generals in war, were in Rome itself no more than presidents of the people. From that point, the government followed its natural tendency, and inclined strongly to aristocracy. The patriciate, we may say, abolished itself, and the aristocracy was found no longer in the body of patricians as at Venice and Genoa, but in the body of the Senate, which was composed of patricians and plebeians, and even in the body of tribunes when they began to usurp an active function, for names do not affect facts, and, when the people has rulers who govern for it, whatever name they bear, the government is an aristocracy. The abuse of aristocracy led to the civil wars and the triumvirate. Sulla, Julius Caesar, and Augustus became in fact real monarchs, and finally, under the despotism of Tiberius, the state was dissolved. Roman history then confirms, instead of invalidating, the principle I have laid down. Omnes enim et habenter et decuntur tyranni, qui pot statut inter perpetua in ea civitate qui libertate USA est. It is true that Aristotle distinguishes the tyrant from the king by the fact that the former governs in his own interest, and the latter only for the good of his subjects, but not only did all Greek authors in general use the word tyrant in a different sense, as appears most clearly in Xenophon's Hiero, but also it would follow from Aristotle's distinction that, from the very beginning of the world, there has not yet been a single king. Chapter 11. The death of the body politic. Such is the natural and inevitable tendency of the best constituted governments. If Sparta and Rome perished, what state can hope to endure forever? If we would set up a long-lived form of government, let us not even dream of making it eternal. If we are to succeed, we must not attempt the impossible, or flatter ourselves that we are endowing the work of man with a stability of which human conditions do not permit. The body politic, as well as the human body, begins to die as soon as it is born, and carries in itself the causes of its destruction. But both may have a constitution that is more or less robust and suited to preserve them a longer or a shorter time. The constitution of man is the work of nature, that of the state the work of art. It is not in men's power to prolong their own lives, but it is for them to prolong as much as possible the life of the state, by giving it the best possible constitution. The best constituted state will have an end, but it will end later than any other, unless some unforeseen accident brings about its untimely destruction. The life principle of the body politic lies in the sovereign authority. The legislative power is the heart of the state, the executive power is its brain, which causes the movement of all the parts. The brain may become paralyzed and the individual still live. A man may remain an imbecile and live, but as soon as the heart ceases to perform its functions, the animal is dead. The state subsists by means not of the laws, but of the legislative power. Yesterday's law is not binding today, but silence is taken for tacit consent, and the sovereign is held to confirm incessantly the laws it does not abrogate as it might. All that it has once declared itself to will it wills always, unless it revokes its declaration. Why then is so much respect paid to old laws? For this very reason. We must believe that nothing but the excellence of old acts of will can have preserved them so long. If the sovereign had not recognized them as throughout salutary, it would have revoked them 1,000 times. This is why, so far from growing weak, the laws continually gain new strength in any well-constituted state. The precedent of antiquity makes them daily more venerable, while wherever the laws grow weak as they become old, this proves that there is no longer a legislative power, and that the state is dead. Chapter 12. How the sovereign authority maintains itself. The sovereign, having no force other than the legislative power, acts only by means of the laws, and the laws being solely the authentic acts of the general will, the sovereign cannot act save when the people is assembled. The people in assembly, I shall be told, is a mere chimera. It is so today, but 2,000 years ago it was not so. Has man's nature changed? The bounds of possibility, in moral matters, are less narrow than we imagine. It is our weaknesses, our vices, and our prejudices that confine them. Base souls have no belief in great men, vile slaves smile in mockery at the name of liberty. Let us judge of what can be done by what has been done. I shall say nothing of the republics of ancient Greece, but the Roman Republic was, to my mind, a great state, and the town of Rome a great town. The last census showed that there were in Rome 400,000 citizens capable of bearing arms, and the last computation of the population of the empire showed over 4 million citizens, excluding subjects, foreigners, women, children, and slaves. What difficulties might not be supposed to stand in the way of the frequent assemblage of the vast population of this capital and its neighborhood? Yet few weeks passed without the Roman people being in assembly, and even being so several times. It exercised not only the rights of sovereignty, but also a part of those of government. It dealt with certain matters, and judged certain cases, and this whole people was found in the public meeting place hardly less often as magistrates than as citizens. If we went back to the earliest history of nations, we should find that most ancient governments, even those of monarchical form, such as the Macedonian and the Frankish, had similar councils. In any case, the one incontestable fact I have given is an answer to all difficulties. It is good logic to reason from the actual to the possible. Chapter 13. The same. It is not enough for the assembled people to have once fixed the constitution of the state by giving its sanction to a body of law. it is not enough for it to have set up a perpetual government, or provided once for all for the election of magistrates. Besides the extraordinary assemblies unforeseen circumstances may demand, there must be fixed periodical assemblies which cannot be abrogated or prorogued, so that on the proper day the people is legitimately called together by law, without need of any formal summoning. But, apart from these assemblies authorized by their date alone, every assembly of the people not summoned by the magistrates appointed for that purpose, and in accordance with the prescribed forms, should be regarded as unlawful, and all its acts as null and void, because the command to assemble should itself proceed from the law. The greater or less frequency with which lawful assemblies should occur depends on so many considerations that no exact rules about them can be given. It can only be said generally that the stronger the government the more often should the sovereign show itself. This, I shall be told, may do for a single town, but what is to be done when the state includes several? Is the sovereign authority to be divided? Or is it to be concentrated in a single town to which all the rest are made subject? Neither the one nor the other, I reply. First, the sovereign authority is one and simple, and cannot be divided without being destroyed. In me second place, one town cannot, any more than one nation, legitimately be made subject to another, because the essence of the body politic lies in the reconciliation of obedience and liberty, and the words subject and sovereign are identical correlatives, the idea of which meets in the single word citizen. I answer further that the union of several towns in a single city is always bad, and that, if we wish to make such a union, we should not expect to avoid its natural disadvantages. It is useless to bring up abuses that belong to great states against one who desires to see only small ones, but how can small states be given the strength to resist great ones, as formerly the Greek towns resisted the great king, and more recently Holland and Switzerland have resisted the House of Austria? Nevertheless, if the state cannot be reduced to the right limits, there remains still one resource, this is, to allow no capital, to make the seat of government move from town to town, and to assemble by turn in each the provincial estates of the country. People the territory evenly, extend everywhere the same rights, bear to every place in it abundance and life, by these means will the state become at once as strong and as well governed as possible. Remember that the walls of towns are built of the ruins of the houses of the countryside. For every palace I see raised in the capital, my mind's eye sees a whole country made desolate. Chapter 14. The same. The moment the people is legitimately assembled as a sovereign body, the jurisdiction of the government wholly lapses, the executive power is suspended, and the person of the meanest citizen is as sacred and inviolable as that of the first magistrate, for in the presence of the person represented, representatives no longer exist. Most of the tumults that arose in the comitia at Rome were due to ignorance or neglect of this rule. The consuls were in them merely the presidents of the people, the tribunes were mere speakers, the Senate was nothing at all. These intervals of suspension, during which the prince recognizes or ought to recognize an actual superior, have always been viewed by him with alarm, and these assemblies of the people, which are the aegis of the body politic and the curb on die government, have at all times been the horror of rulers, who therefore never spare pains, objections, difficulties, and promises, to stop the citizens from having them. When the citizens are greedy, cowardly, and pusillanimous, and love ease more than liberty, they do not long hold out against the redoubled efforts of the government, and thus, as the resisting force incessantly grows, the sovereign authority ends by disappearing, and most cities fall and perish before their time. But between the sovereign authority and arbitrary government there sometimes intervenes a mean power of which something must be said. In nearly the same sense as this word has in the English Parliament. The similarity of these functions would have brought the consuls and the tribunes into conflict, even had all jurisdiction been suspended. Chapter 15. Deputies or representatives. As soon as public service ceases to be the chief business of the citizens, and they would rather serve with their money than with their persons, the state is not far from its fall. When it is necessary to march out to war, they pay troops and stay at home. When it is necessary to meet in council, they name deputies and stay at home. By reason of idleness and money, they end by having soldiers to enslave their country and representatives to sell it. It is through the hustle of commerce and the arts, through the greedy self-interest of profit, and through softness and love of amenities that personal services are replaced by money payments. Men surrender a part of their profits in order to have time to increase them at leisure. Make gifts of money, and you will not be long without chains. The word finance is a slavish word, unknown in the city-state. In a country that is truly free, the citizens do everything with their own arms and nothing by means of money. So far from paying to be exempted from their duties, they would even pay for the privilege of fulfilling them themselves. I am far from taking the common view. I hold enforced labor to be less opposed to liberty than taxes. The better the constitution of a state is, the more do public affairs encroach on private in the minds of the citizens. Private affairs are even of much less importance, because the aggregate of the common happiness furnishes a greater proportion of that of each individual, so that there is less for him to seek in particular cares. In a well-ordered city every man flies to the assemblies. Under a bad government no one cares to stir a step to get to them, because no one is interested in what happens there, because it is foreseen that the general will not prevail, and lastly because domestic cares are all-absorbing. Good laws lead to the making of better ones, bad ones bring about worse. As soon as any man says of the affairs of the state, what does it matter to me? The state may be given up for lost. The lukewarmness of patriotism, the activity of private interest, the vastness of states' conquest, and the abuse of government suggested the method of having deputies or representatives of the people in the national assemblies. These are what, in some countries, men have presumed to call the third estate. Thus the individual interest of two orders is put first and second, the public interest occupies only the third place. Sovereignty, for the same reason as makes it inalienable, cannot be represented. It lies essentially in the general will, and will does not admit of representation. It is either the same, or other, there is no intermediate possibility. The deputies of the people, therefore, are not and cannot be its representatives, they are merely its stewards, and can carry through no definitive acts. Every law the people has not ratified in person is null and void, is, in fact, not a law. The people of England regards itself as free, but it is grossly mistaken. It is free only during the election of members of Parliament. As soon as they are elected, slavery overtakes it, and it is nothing. The use it makes of the short moments of liberty it enjoys shows indeed that it deserves to lose them. The idea of representation is modern. It comes to us from feudal government, from that iniquitous and absurd system which degrades humanity and dishonors the name of man. In ancient republics and even in monarchies, the people never had representatives, the word itself was unknown. It is very singular that in Rome, where the tribunes were so sacrosanct, it was never even imagined that they could usurp the functions of the people, and that in the midst of so great a multitude they never attempted to pass on their own authority a single plebiscitum. We can, however, form an idea of the difficulties caused sometimes by the people being so numerous, from what happened in the time of the Gracchi, when some of the citizens had to cast their votes from the roofs of buildings. Where right and liberty are everything, disadvantages count for nothing. Among this wise people everything was given its just value, its lictors were allowed to do what its tribunes would never have dared to attempt, for it had no fear that its lictors would try to represent it. To explain, however, in what way the tribunes did sometimes represent it, it is enough to conceive how the government represents the sovereign. Law being purely the declaration of the general will, it is clear that, in the exercise of the legislative power, the people cannot be represented, but in that of the executive power, which is only the force that is applied to give the law effect, it both can and should be represented. We thus see that if we looked closely into the matter we should find that very few nations have any laws. However that may be, it is certain that the tribunes, possessing no executive power, could never represent the Roman people by right of the powers entrusted to them, but only by usurping those of the Senate. In Greece, all that the people had to do, it did for itself. it was constantly assembled in the public square. The Greeks lived in a mild climate, they had no natural greed, slaves did their work for them, their great concern was with liberty. Lacking the same advantages, how can you preserve the same rights? Your severer climates add to your needs, for half the year your public squares are uninhabitable, the flatness of your languages unfits them for being heard in the open air, you sacrifice more for profit than for liberty, and fear slavery less than poverty. What then? Is liberty maintained only by the help of slavery? It may be so. Extremes meet. Everything that is not in the course of nature has its disadvantages, civil society most of all. There are some unhappy circumstances in which we can only keep our liberty at others' expense, and where the citizen can be perfectly free only when the slave is most a slave. Such was the case with Sparta. As for you, modern peoples, you have no slaves, but you are slaves yourselves, you pay for their liberty with your own. It is in vain that you boast of this preference, I find in it more cowardice than humanity. I do not mean by all this that it is necessary to have slaves, or that the right of slavery is legitimate, I am merely giving the reasons why modern peoples, believing themselves to be free, have representatives, while ancient peoples had none. In any case, the moment a people allows itself to be represented, it is no longer free, it no longer exists. All things considered, I do not see that it is possible henceforth for the sovereign to preserve among us the exercise of its rights, unless the city is very small. But if it is very small, it will be conquered? No. I will show later on how the external strength of a great people may be combined with the convenient polity and good order of a small state. To adopt in cold countries the luxury and effeminacy of the East is to desire to submit to its chains, it is indeed to bow to them far more inevitably in our case than in theirs. I had intended to do this in the sequel to this work, when in dealing with external relations I came to the subject of confederations. The subject is quite new, and its principles have still to be laid down. Chapter 16. That the institution of government is not a contract. The legislative power once well established, the next thing is to establish similarly the executive power, for this latter, which operates only by particular acts, not being of the essence of the former, is naturally separate from it. Were it possible for the sovereign, as such, to possess the executive power, right and fact would be so confounded that no one could tell what was law and what was not, and the body politic, thus disfigured, would soon fall a prey to the violence it was instituted to prevent. As the citizens, by the social contract, are all equal, all can prescribe what all should do, but no one has a right to demand that another shall do what he does not do himself. It is strictly this right, which is indispensable for giving the body politic life and movement, that the sovereign, in instituting the government, confers upon the prince. It has been held that this act of establishment was a contract between the people and the rulers it sets over itself. A contract in which conditions were laid down between the two parties binding the one to command and the other to obey. It will be admitted, I am sure, that this is an odd kind of contract to enter into. But let us see if this view can be upheld. First, the supreme authority can no more be modified than it can be alienated, to limit it is to destroy it. It is absurd and contradictory for the sovereign to set a superior over itself, to bind itself to obey a master would be to return to absolute liberty. Moreover, it is clear that this contract between the people and such persons would be a particular act, and from this it follows that it can be neither a law nor an act of sovereignty, and that consequently it would be illegitimate. It is plain too that the contracting parties in relation to each other would be under the law of nature alone and wholly without guarantees of their mutual undertakings, a position wholly at variance with the civil state. He who has force at his command being always in a position to control execution, it would come to the same thing if the name contract were given to the act of one man who said to another, I give you all my goods, on condition that you give me back as much of them as you please. There is only one contract in the state, and that is the act of association, which in itself excludes the existence of a second. It is impossible to conceive of any public contract that would not be a violation of the first. Chapter 17. The institution of government. Under what general idea then should the act by which government is instituted be conceived as falling? I will begin by stating that the act is complex, as being composed of two others: the establishment of the law and its execution. By the former, the sovereign decrees that there shall be a governing body established in this or that form. This act is clearly a law. By the latter, the people nominates the rulers who are to be entrusted with the government that has been established. This nomination, being a particular act, is clearly not a second law, but merely a consequence of the first and a function of government. The difficulty is to understand how there can be a governmental act before government exists, and how the people, which is only sovereign or subject, can, under certain circumstances, become a prince or magistrate. It is at this point that there is revealed one of the astonishing properties of the body politic, by means of which it reconciles apparently contradictory operations, for this is accomplished by a sudden conversion of sovereignty into democracy, so that, without sensible change, and merely by virtue of a new relation of all to all, the citizens become magistrates and pass from general to particular acts, from legislation to the execution of the law. This changed relation is no speculative subtlety without instances in practice. It happens every day in the English Parliament, where, on certain occasions, the lower house resolves itself into Grand Committee, for the better discussion of affairs, and thus, from being at one moment a sovereign court, becomes at the next a mere commission, so that subsequently it reports to itself, as House of Commons, the result of its proceedings in Grand Committee, and debates over again under one name what it has already settled under another. It is, indeed, the peculiar advantage of democratic government that it can be established in actuality by a simple act of the general will. Subsequently, this provisional government remains in power, if this form is adopted, or else establishes in the name of the sovereign the government that is prescribed by law, and thus the whole proceeding is regular. It is impossible to set up government in any other manner legitimately and in accordance with the principles so far laid down. Chapter 18. How to check the usurpations of government. What we have just said confirms Chapter 16, and makes it clear that the institution of government is not a contract, but a law, that the depositaries of the executive power are not the people's masters, but its officers, that it can set them up and pull them down when it likes, that for them there is no question of contract, but of obedience, and that in taking charge of the functions the state imposes on them they are doing no more than fulfilling their duty as citizens, without having the remotest right to argue about the conditions. When therefore the people sets up an hereditary government, whether it be monarchical and confined to one family, or aristocratic and confined to a class, what it enters into is not an undertaking. The administration is given a provisional form, until the people chooses to order it otherwise. It is true that such changes are always dangerous, and that the established government should never be touched except when it comes to be incompatible with the public good, but the circumspection this involves is a maxim of policy and not a rule of right, and the state is no more bound to leave civil authority in the hands of its rulers than military authority in the hands of its generals. It is also true that it is impossible to be too careful to observe, in such cases, all the formalities necessary to distinguish a regular and legitimate act from a seditious tumult, and the will of a whole people from the clamour of a faction. Here above all no further concession should be made to the untoward possibility than cannot, in the strictest logic, be refused it. From this obligation the prince derives a great advantage in preserving his power despite the people, without it being possible to say he has usurped it, for, seeming to avail himself only of his rights, he finds it very easy to extend them, and to prevent, under the pretext of keeping the peace, assemblies that are destined to the re-establishment of order, with the result that he takes advantage of a silence he does not allow to be broken, or of irregularities he causes to be committed, to assume that he has the support of those whom fear prevents from speaking, and to punish those who dare to speak. Thus it was that the Decemvirs, first elected for 1 year and then kept on in office for a second, tried to perpetuate their power by forbidding the comitia to assemble, and by this easy method every government in the world, once clothed with the public power, sooner or later usurps the sovereign authority. The periodical assemblies of which I have already spoken are designed to prevent or postpone this calamity, above all when they need no formal summoning, for in that case, the prince cannot stop them without openly declaring himself a lawbreaker and an enemy of the state. The opening of these assemblies, whose sole object is the maintenance of the social treaty, should always take the form of putting two propositions that may not be suppressed, which should be voted on separately. The first is, does it please the sovereign to preserve the present form of government? The second is, does it please the people to leave its administration in the hands of those who are actually in charge of it? I am here assuming what I think I have shown, that there is in the state no fundamental law that cannot be revoked, not excluding the social compact itself, for if all the citizens assembled of one accord to break the compact, it is impossible to doubt that it would be very legitimately broken. Grotius even thinks that each man can renounce his membership of his own state, and recover his natural liberty and his goods on leaving the country. It would be indeed absurd if all the citizens in assembly could not do what each can do by himself. Provided, of course, he does not leave to escape his obligations and avoid having to serve his country in the hour of need. Flight in such a case would be criminal and punishable, and would be, not withdrawal, but desertion. Book 4. Chapter I. That the general will is indestructible. As long as several men in assembly regard themselves as a single body, they have only a single will which is concerned with their common preservation and general well-being. In this case, all the springs of the state are vigorous and simple and its rules clear and luminous, there are no embroilments or conflicts of interests, the common good is everywhere clearly apparent, and only good sense is needed to perceive it. Peace, unity, and equality are the enemies of political subtleties. Men who are upright and simple are difficult to deceive because of their simplicity, lures and ingenious pretexts fail to impose upon them, and they are not even subtle enough to be dupes. When, among the happiest people in the world, bands of peasants are seen regulating affairs of state under an oak, and always acting wisely, can we help scorning the ingenious methods of other nations, which make themselves illustrious and wretched with so much art and mystery? A state so governed needs very few laws, and, as it becomes necessary to issue new ones, the necessity is universally seen. The first man to propose them merely says what all have already felt, and there is no question of factions or intrigues or eloquence in order to secure the passage into law of what everyone has already decided to do, as soon as he is sure that the rest will act with him. Theorists are led into error because, seeing only states that have been from the beginning wrongly constituted, they are struck by the impossibility of applying such a policy to them. They make great game of all the absurdities a clever rascal or an insinuating speaker might get the people of Paris or London to believe. They do not know that Cromwell would have been put to the bells by the people of Berne, and the Duc de Beaufort on the treadmill by the Genevese. But when the social bond begins to be relaxed and the state to grow weak, when particular interests begin to make themselves felt and the smaller societies to exercise an influence over the larger, the common interest changes and finds opponents, opinion is no longer unanimous, the general will ceases to be the will of all, contradictory views and debates arise, and the best advice is not taken without question. Finally, when the state, on the eve of ruin, maintains only a vain, illusory, and formal existence, when in every heart the social bond is broken, and the meanest interest brazenly lays hold of the sacred name of public good, the general will becomes mute, all men, guided by secret motives, no more give their views as citizens than if the state had never been, and iniquitous decrees directed solely to private interest get passed under the name of laws. Does it follow from this that the general will is exterminated or corrupted? Not at all, it is always constant, unalterable, and pure, but it is subordinated to other wills which encroach upon its sphere. Each man, in detaching his interest from the common interest, sees clearly that he cannot entirely separate them, but his share in the public mishap seems to him negligible beside the exclusive good he aims at making his own. Apart from this particular good, he wills the general good in his own interest, as strongly as anyone else. Even in selling his vote for money, he does not extinguish in himself the general will, but only eludes it. The fault he commits is that of changing the state of the question, and answering something different from what he is asked. Instead of saying, by his vote, it is to the advantage of the state, he says, it is of advantage to this or that man or party that this or that view should prevail. Thus the law of public order in assemblies is not so much to maintain in them the general will as to secure that the question be always put to it, and the answer always given by it. I could here set down many reflections on the simple right of voting in every act of sovereignty, a right which no one can take from the citizens, and also on the right of stating views, making proposals, dividing and discussing, which the government is always most careful to leave solely to its members, but this important subject would need a treatise to itself, and it is impossible to say everything in a single work. Chapter 2. Voting. It may be seen, from the last chapter, that the way in which general business is managed may give a clear enough indication of the actual state of morals and the health of the body politic. The more concert reigns in the assemblies, that is, the nearer opinion approaches unanimity, the greater is the dominance of the general will. On the other hand, long debates, dissensions and tumult proclaim the ascendancy of particular interests and the decline of the state. This seems less clear when two or more orders enter into the constitution, as patricians and plebeians did at Rome, for quarrels between these two orders often disturbed the comitia, even in the best days of the Republic. But the exception is rather apparent than real, for then, through the defect that is inherent in the body politic, there were, so to speak, two states in one, and what is not true of the two together is true of either separately. Indeed, even in the most stormy times, the plebiscita of the people, when the Senate did not interfere with them, always went through quietly and by large majorities. The citizens having but one interest, the people had but a single will. At the other extremity of the circle, unanimity recurs. This is the case when the citizens, having fallen into servitude, have lost both liberty and will. Fear and flattery then change votes into acclamation, deliberation ceases, and only worship or malediction is left. Such was the vile manner in which the Senate expressed its views under the emperors. It did so sometimes with absurd precautions. Tacitus observes that, under Otho, the senators, while they heaped curses on Vitellius, contrived at the same time to make a deafening noise, in order that, should he ever become their master, he might not know what each of them had said. On these various considerations depend the rules by which the methods of counting votes and comparing opinions should be regulated, according as the general will is more or less easy to discover, and the state more or less in its decline. There is but one law which, from its nature, needs unanimous consent. This is the social compact, for civil association is the most voluntary of all acts. Every man being born free and his own master, no one, under any pretext whatsoever, can make any man subject without his consent. To decide that the son of a slave is born a slave is to decide that he is not born a man. If then there are opponents when the social compact is made, their opposition does not invalidate the contract, but merely prevents them from being included in it. They are foreigners among citizens. When the state is instituted, residence constitutes consent. To dwell within its territory is to submit to the sovereign. Apart from this primitive contract, the vote of the majority always binds all the rest. This follows from the contract itself. But it is asked how a man can be both free and forced to conform to wills that are not his own. How are the opponents at once free and subject to laws they have not agreed to,